The solitary star of fate in 3 lifetimes falls, searching all over the 9 regions to nourish a single soul. I fear not all the gods in the sky. The tiger follows the wind, and I follow the clouds. Wang Ze, Ze pronounced Z, means the setting of the sun. His fate was transformed upon encountering a goddess, and step by step, he ascended to the 9th heaven, looking down on the world with pride. As the saying goes. Stricken with brain cancer, he traveled far and wide. Caught in a robbery, his life was in great peril. Suddenly, he turned the situation around, and the world changed. All the way, he advanced triumphantly, and his great reputation spread. Antiques, curios, funerary objects, and jade, magic talismans, precious pills, and the departing of resentful souls. When the wind is strong and the water is shallow, the turtle causes trouble. With ingenuity and benevolence, he is invincible. Chapter 1. The Mysterious Monoliths. The sunset over the Sahara Desert fails to dispel the oppressive heat. The morning light in the Sugna fjord carries a slight chill. The Himalayas still boast that peak, forever unattainable. In Yosemite Valley, one can indeed behold the splendor of all 4 seasons at a glance. Even from a distance, the mist from the Niagara Falls can drench one completely. Kilimanjaro is seldom graced by cloudless skies. In the Manukau Islands, acquiring a simple bottle of cola proves to be quite a challenge. The mosquitoes in the Amazon rainforest are indeed as large as a finger. Pamukale only serves to highlight Turkey's backwardness. A sign reading "Beware of Fatal Falls" perpetually hangs over the summit of Ayers Rock in Australia. The Blue Grotto in Italy instills a fear of being trapped within its depths. Victoria Falls evokes an irresistible urge to plunge into its waters. Legends say that Baikal Lake harbors ancient monsters waiting to be caught. In winter, the Great Wall can easily send one tumbling dozens of meters with a single misstep. The Eiffel Tower in midsummer always exudes a hint of rust. Beneath the Cathedral of St. Paul lies a coffin. The Colosseum in Rome remains a mystery, its complete restoration still an unknown future. After 4 years of travel, Wang Ze nearly traversed the entire globe, leaving behind this reflection. Ze, meaning the setting sun, was bestowed upon him by a white-bearded elder who passed through the village at his birth, foretelling a life fraught with calamity and illness. Thus, the name signifies a wish for his fleeting existence to be as beautiful as the evening sun. In a fit of rage, Wang's father expelled the old Taoist priest, but as Wang Ze gradually grew older, he became increasingly frail. Plagued by persistent ailments, by the time Wang's father sought the Taoist counsel again, it was already too late. The fortunes of the Wang family mirrored the Taoist predictions. Wang's father began working in the city in the early 1990s, and within a few years, he opened an antique shop. Although it never expanded significantly, his assets barely surpassed 10 million, earning him a modest reputation in Jiangning. Wang Ze was a dutiful and studious child, raised in a supportive environment, enjoying a relatively blissful childhood. His aspirations were to become a police officer. However, everything changed after the college entrance examination. Upon exiting the examination hall, Wang Ze collapsed, and upon being rushed to the hospital, he was diagnosed with brain cancer. The tumors had spread throughout his brain, leaving it resembling a honeycomb. The doctors deemed it a miracle that Wang Ze was still alive. Wang's father took him to renowned hospitals across the nation, only to be presented with a single option: either take medication to prolong his life by a little over a year, or undergo surgery with a success rate of less than 1%. While his parents wept inconsolably, Wang Ze remained remarkably composed. Rather than gamble on uncertain outcomes, he resolved to explore the vibrant world around him while he still could point. One morning, he left behind only a note, took a single backpack, and departed from home. 4 fleeting years passed, and the year of life the doctors had predicted transformed into 3 additional years for Wang Ze. Now, each day he lived was a precious gift. At this moment, he stood at the entrance of the British Museum, gazing at the colossal pillars while speaking on the phone with his father. "Dad, I've arrived at the British Museum. It's far more magnificent than the photographs suggest." Each time Wang's father picked up the phone, his hands trembled with trepidation, fearing that the voice on the other end might not belong to his son, but rather to a stranger. conveying an inevitable, unwelcome message. Hearing his son's familiar voice, Wang's father took a deep breath and replied, "Oh, that's wonderful. Be sure to take plenty of photos to send back to me. You know your father is in that business. I've heard there are many treasures from our country inside." Wang Ze remarked. Indeed, the flyer mentions that the museum is showcasing a peculiar large stone, supposedly excavated from a tomb in our homeland. Wang's father chuckled. "Those thieves. Once our nation grows stronger, we shall certainly reclaim those treasures. By the way, have you taken a medicine I sent you a few days ago?" Wang Ze stuck out his tongue and replied, "I did, but it was quite bitter." Wang's father laughed. "Good medicine is often harsh, but tell me, did it have any effect?" Wang Ze nodded. "Surprisingly, I must say, I feel much more clear-headed after taking it." Wang's father rejoiced. "That's splendid, splendid." This medicine was brought back by a friend of Wang's father from afar, known as Huanling grass. In the realm of mysticism, a troubled mind is said to have lost its soul, and this friend had spent a considerable sum to acquire this once-in-a-century miraculous remedy from a herbalist. Wang Ze merely remarked that the medicine was rather bitter in truth. When he first ingested it, he endured considerable torment, as if a rodent had taken residence in his mind, scurrying about in chaos and attempting to escape, causing him excruciating pain akin to a living death. However, after a night's slumber, Wang Ze indeed felt a lightness in his head, no longer burdened by the previous fog. Upon entering the museum, he discovered it was not as bustling as he had envisioned, even less lively than the vibrant scene outside its doors, as he strolled amidst the various glass display cases. The visitors instinctively softened their footsteps, engaging in hushed discussions and laughter. Undeniably, the British Museum stands as the most treasure-laden museum in the world, without exception. Exhibits such as the golden sarcophagus of Egypt, the mummified pharaoh, the golden mask, and even the renowned along the river during the Qingming festival are housed within its walls. Yet, what intrigued Wang Ze most was the grand stone depicted on the brochure. In the center of the exhibition hall stood an immense, uneven slab of pitch-black stone, towering over a person. From a distance, it appeared merely to be an ordinary black stone, perhaps a shade too profound to be considered remarkable enough for such a place. Yet, upon closer inspection using a magnifying glass to scrutinize the surface, one would discover it was intricately adorned with a multitude of characters, an unknown script. Even the most esteemed linguists in the world would be unable to decipher the inscriptions upon it. Through the temporal assessment of carbon decay, it is established that this artifact possesses a history spanning at least several millennia. It is widely acknowledged that during that epoch, civilization as we know it did not exist, raising the question of the origin of any written language. Remarkably, this immense stone, after enduring the relentless erosion of time, still retains its surface inscribed with legible characters, an enigma that remains unsolved. Some scholars hold the belief that deciphering the secrets concealed within this stone could unveil information of significance comparable to the impact of discovering a new world on humanity. Upon its initial discovery, news of this extraordinary stone spread like wildfire across the globe, alerting all to its existence. However, as time progressed, research into it yielded no advancements, and public excitement gradually waned. Much like the present moment, past visitors merely cast curious glances before departing, lacking the desire to approach closely and examine the peculiar inscriptions. Wang Ze stood out as the sole individual leaning against the railing, straining to peer within. Yet upon glimpsing those strange characters, he suddenly felt his mind clouded. The stone began to blur before his eyes. He hastily shook his head, fearing that his consciousness might falter at that moment. However, the anticipated discomfort did not manifest, and he curiously gazed back at the inscriptions, finding no trace of the earlier disorientation. At that juncture, a gentle male voice unexpectedly emerged beside him. "This stone is quite exquisite, is it not?" Wang Ze paused, turning his head to see a man towering over him, measuring at least 6 feet 3 inches, dressed in immaculate white attire. His slender frame exuded an air of refinement rather than fragility. The crisp hairstyle, complemented by the understated glasses, invited a sense of familiarity. Wang Ze chuckled amiably and remarked, Indeed, quite beautiful, although not perfectly round. It imparts a sense of harmony. The man in white smiled in response, nodding at Wang Ze. Yet his gaze drifted to the imposing boulder as he sighed. Alas, is simply too heavy. Wang Ze was taken aback by this statement. But before he could inquire further, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted, transforming the exhibition hall from a serene CF into a Roman Colosseum. The roar of men, the shrieks of women, and the cries of children intermingled, assaulting the most delicate nerves of humanity. Instinctively, Wang Ze crouched down, his expression one of panic as he glanced towards the source of the commotion. There stood 5 masked assailants, clad in casual attire, brandishing rifles and herding the crowd into corners. Wang Ze's command of English was limited to basic conversation, and the chaotic, dialect-laden shouts rendered him unable to decipher their demands. Yet, amidst the confusion, a few urgent phrases conveyed the imperative actions he must take. Crouch down. Hands on your head. Do not shout. Silence. His heart raced furiously, though he had earned 3 years of life. He longed to gain a few more days. At the very least, to avoid facing such a painful demise that he suddenly noticed the man in white standing beside him, seemingly unfazed, and hastily tugged at the hem of his garment, whispering, "Quick, crouch down. They're coming." The man in white paused for a moment, then smiled and crouched down. He inquired, "Are you very frightened?" Wang Ze awkwardly replied, "Of course. I'm a bit scared. I've never seen a gun before." The man in white chuckled, "There's no need to be afraid. Where do you hail from?" "The great Harmony Nation. The land of the morning calm?" Wang Ze responded, "I am from the Central Plains." The man in white acknowledged with an "oh," saying, "You may not be familiar, but here, robbery is quite commonplace. They are merely after money at most. They will treat us as hostages. As for the risk to life, it is indeed minimal, at least far lower than the mortality rate of drunk driving." Wang Ze felt a flutter of anxiety and lamented, You seem quite unfazed by this." Chapter 2. The assailants refrained from further violence, instead producing a bundle of black cloth to blindfold each of the guests individually. Wang Ze glanced at the bandits and then at a nearby hostage, his gaze evasive. The man in white detected Wang Ze's unease. His eyelids flickered, and he suddenly exclaimed, "It seems they intend to take us as hostages. Perhaps I should alert the authorities now." With that, he discreetly retrieved his phone. Wang Ze quickly intervened, gesturing towards a woman lying on the ground not far away, then hastily lowered his gaze, whispering, "No, don't move. One of them is among the hostages, and that woman is it." Intrigued, the man in white inquired, "How do you know?" Wang Ze replied softly, "They blindfolded us just now, but I still remember their appearances from when they entered. That woman came in with one of the bandits. Although they did not speak, they certainly exchanged glances. Moreover, did you not notice her feigned terror? She is actually observing those around her." The man in white was taken aback and asked, "Are you saying you can recall the features of all the bandits?" Wang Ze felt a twinge of embarrassment, but could not suppress a sense of pride as he replied, "Generally, I do not forget what I have seen." To his surprise, the man in white sighed and suddenly stood up. At that moment, all those present had already been blindfolded, sitting on the ground, trembling in fear. Noticing the man in white rising, Wang Ze quickly tugged at his garment and whispered urgently, "What are you doing? Hunker down quickly." Their capacity for heinous acts knows no bounds. Yet the ensuing events stilled Wang Ze's tongue. A brigand approached the man in white, offering a nod of acknowledgement before casting his malevolent gaze upon Wang Ze. In that instant, comprehension dawned upon Wang Ze, and a profound dread washed over him. The brigand gestured towards Wang Ze, inquiring of the man in white, "Is this individual also one of us?" The man in white demurred, "Nay, he is but a mere acquaintance." The brigand nodded in acknowledgement, stating, In that case, it is of no consequence. Since you harbor such affection for this stone, and time is of no constraint, shall we endeavor to abscond with it as well?" A smile graced the lips of the man in white as he turned towards the bewildered Wang Ze. With a swift motion, he seized a pistol from the brigand's waist and aimed it directly at Wang Ze's forehead. Terror gripped Wang Ze, his bladder threatening to betray him. His heart pounded, his face flushed crimson, and tears streamed uncontrollably. In a trembling voice, he pleaded, "Spare me. Please don't kill me." The man in white sighed, lamenting, "A pity indeed, but alas, your exceptional gifts have sealed your fate." Before Wang Ze could utter another word, a deafening shot rang out. The bullet struck Wang Ze squarely in the forehead, lifting his body as if he were a discarded cur. His lifeless form hurtled through the stone enclosure, landing upon the colossal rock with a sickening thud, his blood forming a macabre stream. The surrounding hostages erupted in renewed panic, their screams piercing the air. The bandits were preoccupied with quelling the chaos at the scene. Thus no one noticed the immense black stone, upon which all the inscriptions flickered with a subtle luminescence. Wang Ze's blood flowed upon it, akin to boiling water poured into fresh snow, causing the characters to gradually melt away like delicate snowflakes. Immediately thereafter, it felt as though the entire world experienced a slight tremor, perceptible yet uncertain. The man in white furrowed his brow, while those around him exchanged puzzled glances. Unbeknownst to anyone, with this tremor, a wispy substance infiltrated Wang Ze's mind. This vapor coalesced within his brain, slowly taking form, a minuscule light the size of a mung bean, which then flickered and vanished. Hat Vangsha perished. He had not. Rather, he found himself ensnared in a peculiar dream. In this dream, his body materialized in an expansive wasteland where everything was blanketed in white, rendering the surroundings indistinct. Only a solitary tree stood amidst this unknown realm. The rest was occupied by a woman, exuberantly leaping and shouting, crying and laughing. She donned an unusual attire, or perhaps armor, resplendent in gold and extravagance. Yet upon closer inspection, one would note the armor was riddled with scratches and holes, giving it an increasingly tattered appearance. Nevertheless, the woman's visage was strikingly beautiful. Despite her near-manic expression tarnishing her image, she remained captivating enough to leave Wang Ze breathless. Especially that seemingly perfect figure, as if sculpted by the hand of God, could only be rivaled by the meticulously retouched photographs of renowned models. Yet it appeared far more harmonious and natural than that of this woman. However, it did not take long for Wang Ze to discern a flaw in her. Her crimson pupils, imagine, on skin as white as snow, a pair of blood-red eyes. The stark contrast in color instinctively evokes a sense of dread. Moreover, those eyes appear to be vortices, seemingly intent on drawing Wang Ze's very being into their depths. The woman seemed exhilarated for a moment, then abruptly turned to gaze at Wang Ze. Her red eyes were akin to a void, and under such a gaze, Wang Ze fainted once more. Yet, during the fainting spell, he thought he heard a melodious and solemn feminine voice scold him, exclaiming, "Damn it!" Suddenly, Wang Ze was jolted by the cacophony of voices, mingled with cries. He struggled to open his eyes, only to be met with a blinding ray of sunlight that forced him to shut them again. He let out a soft groan, which brought the room to an abrupt silence. "Xiao Ze has awakened. Xiao Ze has awakened." The jubilant exclamations struck Wang Ze's ears like a hammer, causing him to frown in discomfort. A middle-aged man's voice broke through the clamor. "Quiet down. The patient has just regained consciousness. Please maintain silence and allow him to rest." A female voice retorted, "He's been lying here for days. After finally waking up, why should he rest?" This unreasonable voice belonged to none other than his mother, the very one who had just been cheering. Wang Ze's voice was hoarse as he murmured, "Mother, is it you? Where am I?" As he acclimatized to the light in the room, his gaze first fell upon the ceiling, an unadorned white expanse illuminated solely by a solitary fluorescent bulb. Turning his head, he was met with the sight of his parents, alongside the attending physician who had ominously declared that he would not survive the year. His mother exclaimed, "Silly child, of course it's me. We were so frightened when you were unconscious." She was on the verge of tears again, prompting his father to interject, all right, it's good that you're awake. No need for all this weeping and wailing. My son, you are in Rinha Hospital." Still disoriented from his recent awakening, Wang Ze inquired, "Rinha Hospital? Have I returned home? I was in England." His mother's eyes glistened with tears, yet she managed to smile, saying, "Oh, you dear fool. You have been in a coma for an entire month." Wang Ze had been peacefully slumbering, while both the tangible world and the realm within his mind underwent profound transformations during that month. In the physical world, chaos erupted. In the recesses of his consciousness, an entirely different narrative unfolded. When Wang Ze was shot in the head by a man in white, he fell unconscious. The bullet penetrated his skull, dislodging a piece of bone the size of an infant's palm, yet miraculously spared his brain tissue from significant harm. At that moment, everyone believed Wang Ze to be beyond salvation. The group of robbers had succeeded in their heist, stealing dozens of treasures from the British Museum and making their escape unscathed. When the police department receives an emergency call, the operator's initial reaction is often to dismiss it as a prank. One can hardly fathom that even the most deranged criminals would dare to rob the British Museum. Not only is it situated in a prominent location, surrounded by a substantial police presence, but within mere moments, officers and special forces could encircle the entire establishment. Furthermore, the artifacts are secured by robust protective measures, rivaling the security of gold within Swiss banks. Should a perilous incident occur, more than 10 individuals are capable of activating the riot alarm, prompting an immediate automatic retraction of all items into a vault 10 meters underground. To the naked eye, these masterpieces and treasures would simply vanish from their walls and display cases in a swift reversal. Even if a robbery were to succeed, these treasures are far from mere gold bars or cash. Their value is immeasurable, with their catalogs cherished by enthusiasts around the globe. Who would dare to purchase such items? No one would, leaving the thieves with no viable market. While museum heists are not unheard of, indeed, they are relatively frequent. These are typically orchestrated with prior arrangements from affluent patrons, allowing master thieves to procure only a select few prized possessions. Such losses are deemed acceptable by insurance companies, museums, and the state alike. Thus, robbers must adhere to a certain threshold of restraint. However, this particular robbery is one that the nation cannot tolerate. Even the United States has expressed its intention to thoroughly investigate this matter. The most peculiar aspect of this robbery is that the safe was already operational at the time, with countless treasures secured within. Yet, despite this, the valuables vanished and the perpetrators disappeared. Aside from the unfortunate Wang Ze, there were no casualties. Explosives and drilling tools proved utterly ineffective, as if the museum had merely orchestrated a relocation. What nation would not be apprehensive of the technology capable of breaching the British Museum? Are national security networks and surveillance not rendered entirely ineffectual in such a scenario? The robbers remain at large, while Wang Ze has become the primary suspect. It was only when he was placed in a body bag that medical personnel serendipitously discovered he still had a pulse. Consequently, Wang Ze's hospital room became a site of scrutiny, with police, military personnel, and even members of MI6 visiting, and the Queen herself taking a brief glance. Nonetheless, the medical diagnosis at the time was brain death, rendering him more incapacitated than a vegetative state. It was not until virtually every neurospecialist in the world had assessed him that Wang Ze, deemed a vegetable, was finally sent back to his homeland. Astonishingly, amidst this multitude of experts, none discovered that Wang Ze was suffering from brain cancer. Chapter 3. The royal family's antiques. The world is rife with speculation. Who are they? What are their intentions? And how have they achieved such feats? And what of Wang Ze? What significance does a discard hold? Even the doctors have suggested to his family the option of euthanasia. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, Wang Ze included, the transformations occurring within his mind are far more astonishing than any upheaval in the world outside. All malignant cells have vanished from his brain, and the damaged regions have been miraculously restored. The already genius Wang Ze has made groundbreaking advancements, entering a miraculous phase of 20 brain utilization. However, this prodigious intellect was deemed brain dead by the experts during their examinations. At that moment, his brain exhibited no signs of activity. The brain activity monitor displayed a bleak and lifeless gray. The true culprit behind this enigma is none other than the most beleaguered individual in the world during this time, the golden-armored woman whom Wang Ze glimpsed before his coma. As Wang Ze listened to his father's account, he felt a surge of anger at being regarded as a suspect. Yet he found himself powerless in the face of the state's machinery. The doctor stood nearby, having heard this narrative numerous times, yet he listened intently, hoping to uncover the subtle clues that might reveal the extraordinary occurrences that enabled a brain cancer patient to suddenly regain normalcy. He scrutinized the X-ray film in his hands, muttering repeatedly, "This is impossible. This defies logic." Wang Ze's mother shot him a fierce glare and exclaimed, "What do you mean, defies logic? Do you truly wish to see my son remain unwell?" The doctor, feeling rather awkward, hastily replied, No. It is merely that this is exceedingly peculiar. Even if brain cancer were genuinely cured, some degree of cerebral damage would undoubtedly persist. Human organs function in such a manner. Once damaged, they remain so, at best. They can be sustained, but to expect them to fully regenerate is beyond belief. The Queen Mother interjected, "Enough. Regardless of what you may assert, my son must be discharged at once. When he was unconscious, you insisted on keeping him here, claiming there was a glimmer of hope. Now that he has awakened, what justification do you have to retain him?" In truth, the doctors were now more inclined to keep him under observation. Initially, they had refrained from discharging him because they had discovered the tumor associated with his brain cancer had vanished, and Wang Ze possessed significant research potential. With his awakening, that potential had only intensified. The doctor stammered, "Well, he ought to remain for observation. At the very least, we should ensure the patient is stable before." Wang Ze finally grasped the reason his parents were present. It was to facilitate his discharge. After all, administering 4 fluids could be managed just as easily at home, allowing for more convenient care. He promptly declared, "I wish to be discharged. I've been lying here for a month, and I feel as though I've flattened my backside." Despite the doctor's numerous objections, the patient's own wishes, coupled with the presence of his entire family, rendered it impossible to prevent his release. On the very day of his awakening, he found himself seated in a wheelchair, being discharged. It was not that he did not wish to walk, however. After a month of immobility, his legs struggled to support him, and he nearly stumbled the moment he attempted to stand. Indeed, just as he had previously remarked, his once rounded posterior had, after a month of languid repose, become noticeably flattened, leaving him with an uncomfortable sensation of excess fabric in any trousers he donned. The family returned home amidst laughter and light-hearted banter, but Wang Ze inadvertently observed that his parents' temples had turned noticeably gray. Initially, his departure from home had been motivated by a desire to explore the vastness of the world, yet there lingered within him a darker thought, akin to that of a solitary wolf, envisioning a quiet demise in some forgotten corner. However, witnessing his parents, who seemed to have aged 2 decades in just 4 short years, he realized the weight of his selfishness. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he softly declared, "Mom and Dad, I promise. I will never leave you again." His parents were momentarily taken aback, but soon their faces lit up with joy, his mother discreetly turning to wipe a tear from the corner of her eye. Wang's father took a deep breath and cheerfully remarked, "All right, enough of this sentimentality. Now that you are well, what are your aspirations for the future?" As the family conversed, they made their way indoors, with the elderly couple carefully assisting Wang Ze onto the sofa for his comfort. Wang Ze scratched his head and chuckled. "Honestly, I haven't really thought about it." Wang's father retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and was about to light it when he glanced at Wang Ze and reconsidered. Placing it back down, he suggested, "How about you attend university? Your college entrance exam scores were nearly enough to make you the top student in the province. It would be a fitting 4-year endeavor, and you have another opportunity to apply this year. What do you think?" Wang Ze shook his head and replied, "Go ahead and smoke. It's all right. During my travels, I often hitchhiked, and the drivers I encountered were all heavy smokers. Now, I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to the absence of that familiar scent. Haha. I have grown disillusioned with the prospect of attending university. My peers have already graduated, and the thought of starting my freshman year while they are nearing 30 and entering the job market seems daunting. Perhaps I could assist you instead, as you have often lamented the lack of a reliable aid. Haven to you?" Wang's father first indicated that he would refrain from smoking, then expressed a mixture of joy and concern, saying, "As for my antique business." Wang Ze chuckled and replied, "What's the matter? Since you're in this line of work, Do you now deem it beneath me? Besides, I have always had a fondness for those artifacts. Surviving this calamity, which occurred in the museum, seems to affirm my connection to these treasures. Wang's father ceased further objections, readily acquiescing to his son's aspirations. Naturally, they were pleased with Wang Ze's decision. After all, he had spent years traversing the world, leaving his parents in a constant state of worry. Now that he was back and in good health, they wished they could keep him home forever. Wang's father jested, "In focusing on your endeavors these days, I have inadvertently neglected the shop's business, haha. However, it is fortuitous that after a month of rest, we are now welcoming a new apprentice, haha." The Wang family's antique business is quite substantial. Although it is managed solely by Wang's father, it occupies an area of over 100 square meters. The shop, aptly named Wang's Antiques, may bear a rather quaint title, yet it is situated within a large tourist merchandise mall, ranking among the largest establishments therein. Though the name may seem unremarkable, the plaque bears an elegant touch, inscribed with the illustrious characters Wang Family Antiques, crafted by a distinguished artisan. Years ago, Wang's father had extended a helping hand to a neighboring family fallen on hard times. Little did he know that they held significant connections. After overcoming their darkest days, the family ascended to prosperity and maintained a close relationship with Wang's father. Upon learning of his venture into the antique trade, they graciously commissioned the plaque. Wang Family Antiques boasts a quaint facade, adorned in the natural hues of solid wood, filled with an array of antiquities, some genuine, some replicas, both new and old, each with its own value. Regrettably, the priceless treasures have yet to grace the old Wang's life. At the heart of the shop stands an octagonal table made of genuine small-leaf rosewood, a remarkable find from the early 1990s when the old Wang salvaged it from a local farmer. At that time, the table served merely as a dining and gaming surface, a sight that nearly caused Wang's father to faint. Particularly, the tabletop bears a crooked engraving of the character Early, a testament to the youthful antics of that family's child who likely emulated Zhou Wenhao. For a mere 10 yuan, the farmer joyfully assisted in loading it onto the vehicle. Fast forward 2 decades, and a wealthy merchant offered 3 million for it. Yet old Wang steadfastly refused to part with it. In prosperous times, antiques flourish. In tumultuous times, gold prevails, a sentiment that speaks volumes. Old Wang's foray into the antique business was not solely driven by speculation. Rather, the Wang family possesses treasures of their own. Gazing at the scar on his son's forehead, a remnant of a past injury, old Wang hesitated before suggesting, "Perhaps you might consider using our ancestral remedy to heal that scar." However, Wang Ze quickly shook his head, asserting, "No, it's quite all right. A man's face with a scar bears no detriment. There is no need to tarnish our forebears' legacy." Wang's father chuckled, "Well, it's ultimately something left to you by the old gentleman, and since it resides with you, the decision to use it rests solely in your hands. However, should you find yourself without a girlfriend in the future, do not blame me for not having given you a heads up." This item was bequeathed to Wang Ze by his late grandfather shortly before his passing. It was a small vial, weighing no more than a few dozen grams. Yet this seemingly insignificant bottle had been a treasured heirloom in the Wang family for several generations, the exact lineage of which remained untraceable. The true name of this object eluded even the elders of the family. They only knew its remarkable efficacy in healing wounds without leaving a trace. It was understood that its primary ingredient was derived from a now extinct plant known as 9-leaf golden chrysanthemum. While the name itself is quite melodious, it bore a more somber moniker, corpse burial flower. This flower produced only 9 leaves in its lifetime, its petals resembling those of a golden chrysanthemum. However, it thrived exclusively in mass graves or atop the remains interred in tombs, flourishing in perpetual darkness and rapidly withering upon exposure to sunlight. Hence, those knowledgeable referred to it as corpse burial flower. When utilized medicinally, any external wound treated with a mere dab of its white ointment would gradually darken from the edges inward, akin to a piece of white cloth submerged in ink. Within an hour, the entire patch of white salve would transform into an inky black, allowing for gentle removal from the periphery, leaving the injured area restored to pristine condition, often surpassing its previous hue. For external injuries, It could be deemed nothing short of miraculous. According to Wang Ze's understanding, there exists no other substance in this world with such remarkable efficacy, although he remains uncertain whether it truly possesses the legendary effects. The age of this medicine and its significance as the sole relic left by his grandfather render him deeply reluctant to utilize it, let alone sell it. Proceeding further into the Wang family's antique shop, one enters a modest parlor adorned with a few scattered small tea tables, complete with a diverse array of tea wares. This is where old Wang conducts his business. In the antique trade, it is said, small shops rely on deception, while large ones thrive on relationships. Each transaction in a larger establishment is built upon familiar connections, with exchanges predominantly occurring among acquaintances. Regular patrons, even when not purchasing, often drop by to pass the time. They stand in stark contrast to those opportunistic speculators who, after years of inactivity, suddenly open shop to reap a windfall. Wang Ze settled onto a wooden stool, intending to inquire about some business matters with his father, when he was suddenly engulfed by a wave of dizziness. His head buzzed incessantly, as if the entire world were spinning around him, oscillating between distant and near. Chapter 4. The radiance of life and death. The king's father swiftly discerned his son Wang Ze's condition, hastily embracing him while inquiring about the cause of his distress and promptly dialing for emergency assistance. Deep down, he harbored an aversion to his son's early discharge from the hospital. During Wang Ze's unconscious state, he genuinely wished for him to remain at home, if only for the solace of being by his side in those final moments. Whether or not his son could hear or comprehend him, such is the fundamental longing of a father's heart. When Wang Ze regained consciousness, the sudden joy left his father momentarily disoriented. Although Wang Ze should have remained in the hospital for further observation, he insisted on returning home. Overwhelmed by a profound weakness, Wang Ze felt as though his strength had transformed into a flowing stream, escaping through every pore of his body. In less than half a minute, he found himself unable to lift even a single finger. His vision blurred further, and he struggled to breathe. It dawned upon him that what he was losing was not merely strength, but rather life itself. Having survived a gunshot wound and witnessing the miraculous disappearance of his brain tumor, he had contemplated these events, though he endeavored to suppress such thoughts. He believed the dream he had, while unconscious, featuring the golden-armored maiden, held significant meaning, yet he remained perplexed by its implications. Indeed, it seems I'm destined to die, he mused inwardly. Although he had imagined confronting his mortality with acceptance, when faced with the reality of the moment, he felt an overwhelming attachment to this world. With what seemed to be the last remnants of his strength, he laboriously lifted his right hand, reaching out into the void as if striving to grasp this splendid world within his grasp. In that fleeting moment, he suddenly caught sight of a peculiar glimmer not far away, so gentle and exquisite. What could that be? The gates of heaven? He mused, extending his hand with fervor, attempting to seize the radiant light. Observing Wang Ze, whose breaths grew shallow and whose eyes dimmed increasingly, his father was nearly overwhelmed with despair, almost breaking into tears. He repeatedly urged, "Hold on, the ambulance is on its way." Suddenly noticing his son struggling to grasp something, he hurriedly followed his son's gaze. It led to a bookshelf adorned with an array of scattered porcelain and bronze artifacts. At the very center of Wang Ze's focus lay a bronze ding, wrapped in oiled paper, which his father had acquired merely 2 months prior. The ding was modest in size, akin to 2 adult fists, and upon its arrival, it had been meticulously cleaned, devoid of any artificially aged green moss or rust. Though its craftsmanship was simple, it bore a certain delicacy. Such bronze dings have been produced throughout various dynasties, with numerous examples even during the Republic of China era, and ultimately, no distinctive features to ascertain its age had been discovered. Wang's father had merely regarded it as a commendable piece, placing it aside without even recommending it to friends. He had intended to send it for authentication when time permitted to ascertain its age, but the incident of Wang Ze's shooting had delayed that plan, leaving the ding in the same state as when it had just arrived, with the unassuming oiled paper unchanged. Curiosity flickered within Wang's father as he pondered why his son had grasped this small bronze cauldron. Yet this did not hinder him from promptly placing it into Wang Ze's hands. Just as the father had anticipated, the moment the bronze cauldron entered Wang Ze's embrace, a serene expression washed over his face, replacing the earlier despair. This bronze cauldron was indeed the source of the exquisite radiance that captivated Wang Ze's vision. Tightly cradling the cauldron, Wang Ze felt a wave of comfort as the light, which he perceived as the gateway to paradise, made contact with his palm. The sensation of being gripped by countless pincers began to dissipate significantly. It was akin to a person who had lingered in frigid waters for an eternity, suddenly discovering a warm hand warmer, prompting Wang Ze to clutch it to his chest with urgency. Then, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The enchanting light began to gently flow into Wang Ze's body. Indeed, it did not vanish. Rather, it streamed inward, as Wang Ze distinctly observed the luminescence coursing along his arm. Within a mere minute, the glow emanating from the bronze cauldron entirely extinguished, having traversed through Wang Ze's form before ultimately converging within his mind. A sense of lightness enveloped Wang Ze's consciousness as the overwhelming discomfort faded entirely, replaced by an invigorating force surging throughout his being. It was as if a man who had endured sleepless nights had finally enjoyed a restorative slumber for 7 consecutive days and nights, rising suddenly to find himself brimming with vitality. Wang Ze exhaled a sigh of relief, a sheepish smile gracing his lips as he struggled free from his father's embrace. Observing the bewilderment in his father's eyes, he declared, "Dad, I'm fine now. I feel absolutely wonderful." Wang's father wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, his expression one of confusion as he inquired, "Fine? Really? What was that all about? Is your head still not right?" He was genuinely perplexed. Moments ago, his son appeared to be on the brink of death, yet now he seemed invigorated. Wang Ze shrugged his shoulders, replying, "I'm not entirely sure what happened. My head suddenly felt heavy, and I was completely drained. However, just now I saw this cauldron." He abruptly fell silent. Initially, Wang Ze intended to share his experience of witnessing a radiant light and absorbing it, which had seemingly restored him. Yet, he quickly reconsidered, realizing that such an extraordinary claim could easily lead others to label him as delusional or hallucinating. Even he himself struggled to trust that what he had seen was not merely an illusion. Wang Ze understood that his issues were not rooted in any physical ailment, but rather in his mind. Experiencing hallucinations or becoming mentally unstable was not an uncommon phenomenon. Regardless, such a reality was decidedly more difficult to accept than making others believe he had truly witnessed something remarkable. Moreover, he felt a twinge of fear at the notion that the light might indeed be real. If that were the case, would he be treated as a mere guinea pig, destined to be sent to a research institute for dissection? If one were to assume the role of a scientist, possessing knowledge of such wondrous phenomena, even Wang Ze would not forego the opportunity to dissect himself. Wang Ze then remarked, "Father, you need not worry. I truly am fine now. However, what is this?" He raised the now dull bronze ding and inquired of his father, unable to suppress a hint of anxiety as he awaited the response. Wang's father, gently stroking Wang Ze's head, asked, "Are you really all right?" "As for this, it is merely a bronze ding I acquired 2 months ago, quite ordinary and indiscernible in age." Setting that aside, why did you desire it just now? Wang Ze inwardly sighed. Father truly cannot perceive those radiant glimmers. Yet he fabricated a response, saying, I simply felt a tightness in my chest and a certain heat. It seemed this object would be quite cool, so I wished to bring it over. Moreover, after cooling it, I genuinely feel much better." After confirming his son's well-being multiple times, Wang's father reluctantly placed a call to the hospital, offering apologies and explanations. Fortunately, as his father was well connected with individuals of high social standing, including the esteemed director of Renha Hospital, this matter of false reporting was swiftly forgotten, and the ambulance returned without further incident. Nevertheless, Wang's father continued to scrutinize Wang Ze intently for nearly an hour, and only after ascertaining that his son was indeed fine did he resume discussions concerning business matters. Wang Ze played with the bronze cauldron and remarked, I sense that this artifact holds significant value, father. It must fetch a handsome price. If someone offers a low bid, please do not sell it. His father chuckled lightly. What? After 4 years away, you've learned so much? My son has truly grown. However, I cannot ascertain the true worth of this item. If it dates back to before the Han Dynasty, it could indeed be quite valuable. He then spoke mysteriously. This is a relic acquired by a down-and-out grave robber. Wang Ze was taken aback. Although he had not engaged in the trade of antiquities, he had absorbed some knowledge through observation. The term grave robber refers to the mountain mover, a colloquialism for those who flout the rules of tomb raiding. In ancient times, there were 4 major sects and 3 lesser factions of tomb raiders, though today, these terms primarily denote various methods of grave robbing. Hearing this disheartened Wang Ze. Since the cauldron was a remnant of a grave robber's ancestry, its provenance remained shrouded in mystery, and the hope of discovering similar artifacts seemed bleak. The mountain mover lineage was characterized by solitary operations. Each individual would scout, act, and sell independently. Their philosophy was not one of 3 years without a sale, then reaping the rewards for 3 years, but rather 30 years without a sale, then reaping the rewards for 30 years. Nevertheless, as the item was legitimate and his father had committed no wrongdoing, Wang Ze could not shake his disappointment. He understood that glory could be life-saving, and he naturally wished to acquire more for unforeseen circumstances, yet it appeared that this singular piece was all he could attain. Wang's father elaborated on numerous rules and knowledge pertaining to the trading business, proudly introducing a plethora of treasured items, while Wang Ze appeared somewhat distracted. After a while, sensing his son's possible fatigue, Wang's father escorted him to the rest area, hanging the signboard by himself, thus reopening the antique shop that had been closed for over a month. Lying on the foldable bed typically used by his father, Wang Ze stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in thoughts of the radiant moments he had experienced. At that moment, a melodious female voice resonated in his mind. You young man, how insatiable you are. Such celestial energy is a rarity that mere mortals may encounter only once in several lifetimes. Not only have you encountered it, but you have also absorbed it entirely. A remarkable fortune indeed. How can you still be unsatisfied? Chapter 5. The divine Lady Wang Ze abruptly sat up, glancing around in terror, hastily inquiring, Who are you? Who is speaking? The feminine voice, however, disregarded his questions and sighed with a hint of relief. Fortuitously, your luck is exceptional. Otherwise, after expending so much effort to restore you, you might have perished from exhaustion, leaving me to wander the world as a restless spirit. Wang Ze failed to perceive anyone in the room, and regardless of how vigorously he shook his head or covered his ears, the voice seemed to resonate from within his own mind. This unnerving realization sent chills coursing through him, and his back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Yet, he did not succumb to panic. Instead, he endeavored to maintain his composure and sat down calmly. The voice expressed surprise. Oh, I did not anticipate your fortitude to be so commendable. Wang Ze's lips quivered slightly, and he offered an awkward smile. Having danced on the brink of death for over 4 years, one inevitably cultivates some measure of resilience. This statement held truth. Apart from the time he was robbed and betrayed, where a tumult of emotions left him in tears, he had generally maintained his composure. Notably, upon learning of his terminal brain cancer diagnosis, he had remained the only one in his family to refrain from weeping or wailing. The voice inquired, Are you not curious about my identity? Though it was phrased almost playfully, the tone carried an undeniable air of superiority, a quality not feigned, but rather a product of long-standing habit, impossible to conceal. Wang Ze responded with a wry smile. I have already asked. A feminine voice let out a soft "oh," and, after a moment of silence, continued, Please answer me a few questions. The tone of her voice evoked no sense of resistance or aversion within Wang Ze. Instead, he found himself nodding willingly. The voice inquired, What year is it in the era of history? Which nation is this? Should I say which realm? Wang Ze was momentarily at a loss, responding, What do you mean by that? This year is 2013 AD. Nation? Are you referring to a country? This is the Celestial Empire, but as for the realm, I'm truly at a loss. The voice fell silent once more, and, after a long pause, spoke again, though it trembled slightly. Please, briefly recount the history as you know it, comprehensively, starting from recorded times. Wang Ze complied, narrating the emergence of life on Earth, Darwin's theory of evolution, the extinction of the dinosaurs, the Ice Age, the revival of life, the evolution of apes into humans, the rise of civilization through the dynastic changes of the Celestial Empire. Up to the present day. After Wang Ze finished, a considerable time passed before the voice sighed and remarked, "This dream has lasted too long." Hesitating, Wang Ze finally asked, "So, what exactly are you? A ghostly woman?" Oh dear. The mention of ghost triggered a sharp pain in his head. The feminine voice retorted angrily, "You are the ghost." Wang Ze innocently mumbled, "If I'm not, then why resort to violence?" He added, "By the way, are you the enchanting lady in golden armor that I saw before I fainted?" Wang Ze, though somewhat naive and lacking depth in his dealings, was by no means a fool. Through a series of events, he began to grasp certain truths. A feminine voice suddenly inquired, "Oh, so, do you find me beautiful in your eyes?" Wang Ze rolled his eyes in exasperation, pondering why women, whether living or spectral, or any maternal figure, seemed preoccupied with trivial matters of beauty. Nevertheless, he answered honestly, "If you truly are that armored woman, I must admit you are the most stunning woman I have ever encountered." The voice continued, "Oh, to what extent does this beauty reach? Or is it that you have simply never seen many women? I am aware that you are still unfamiliar with them." Wang Ze discerned the implication behind her words, which alluded to his virginity, and he felt a rush of embarrassment. Pouting slightly, he replied, "To what extent? It's a beauty beyond even the realm of imagination." The armored woman fell silent for a moment, but when she spoke again, her tone was lighter and more benevolent. "What is your name?" Wang Ze responded, "Wang Ze." "And yours?" The armored woman replied, "You are not yet worthy of knowing my name. Perhaps you never will be. However, you may refer to me as the Divine Lady." Wang Ze, overwhelmed and somewhat tormented, ran his fingers through his hair and awkwardly asked, "Could we perhaps choose another name?" And then, the conversation reached a standstill. In the midst of a surge of excruciating pain, Wang Ze understood that he possessed no bargaining power when it came to matters of dress. However, as the conversation between the two unfolded, and with the goddess not deliberately concealing anything, he managed to glean some information, coupled with his own conjectures and deductions. He arrived at conclusions remarkably close to the truth. The goddess mentioned that she had merely taken a nap, yet Wang Ze surmised that she had been imprisoned. She was an ancient being from an era when humanity had yet to be named, and when animals were not referred to as such. In those times, they were immensely powerful, so powerful that Wang Ze found it beyond comprehension, perceiving the individuals of that age as legendary figures. The goddess had been sealed for reasons unknown. Confined within that enormous black stone, the inscriptions upon it naturally evoking thoughts of incantations. Regarding the so-called awakening, which Wang Ze interpreted as rescue, she did not obscure the process involved. The conditions for breaking the seal were exceedingly stringent. The purification by the spiritual energies of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the presence of sunflowers symbolizing utmost yang, the Yin spring grass representing utmost Yin, complemented by the blood of a prepubescent boy. Yet, these were insufficient. A vessel for the soul was also required. Wang Ze fortunate, having traversed all of Earth's most exquisite locales over the span of 4 years, and such scenic places were, in themselves, sites of geomantic significance, rich in spiritual energy. Utilizing modern means of transportation, he swiftly traversed these treasures of nature, his body naturally imbibing a trace of spiritual essence, which had not yet dissipated when this event transpired. The sunflowers and the shadowy grass, though long extinct, are merely reflections of nature's inexorable cycle. Inevitably, equivalents shall emerge. The so-called returning spirit herb has taken the place of the sunflower. Before it faced extinction, it was known in certain circles as Danyang grass. And legend holds that the principal ingredient in the elixir of immortality, sought by Qin Shi Huang, was none other than this herb. As for the most Yin of entities, what could be more fitting than the 9-leaf golden chrysanthemum? the essence of youthful purity. One must thank the celestial realm for its exemplary education on preventing premature romances. However, the most critical element is the vessel. Wang Ze was once deemed a heavenly calamity star by an ancient sage. Among the 4 calamity stars in existence, 7 killings, greedy wolf, and breaking army, when the 3 converge, they herald a change in dynasties. Yet, Wang Ze is marked by the 4th calamity star, heavenly calamity. Defy heaven and know fate. Gather calamities and obliterate dragons. When the heavenly calamity arises, the realm remains unchanged. Wang Ze is the sole individual in the world worthy of becoming a vessel. Wang Ze, biting his lip and hesitating, finally ventured, since you currently reside within my mind, what will become of me? Will I be consumed by you? The goddess fell silent once more. Initially, she intended to inquire about the incessant thoughts occupying his mind, but she reconsidered. She replied, the term consume is somewhat misapplied. Technically, it should be referred to as selection and relinquishment, which means I will replace you and possess your body. While the goddess spoke with ease, Wang Ze felt a profound unease. After a lengthy, deep breath, he asked, is there any room for negotiation? The goddess smiled mischievously and said, as for this arrangement, it is not entirely out of the question, but it ultimately depends on your future actions. However, I must say your reaction seems rather subdued. One would expect you to wail and lament. Wang Ze responded with a gentle smile. I have always been a person who should have perished 3 years ago. Living an additional 3 years feels like a boon. The last time I was struck on the head, logically, I should not have survived, yet here I am, thriving. This is your doing, and I do not deny that my current existence is a gift from you. The goddess, taken aback, inquired, are you truly willing to dedicate yourself to me? She found it difficult to comprehend the nature of this young man, having been isolated from the world for countless eons. She had long forgotten the nuances of human emotions and the principles of fate. All that remained were the echoes of profound solitude, an endless slumber, and the bewildering experience of awakening in an unfamiliar realm. Chapter 6. A worthless jade bangle? Wang Ze scratched his head, replying this. It doesn't seem to be something I can simply decide, is it? However, if I can continue to live, I still hope to strive for it as much as possible. Haha, the goddess sighed, saying helplessly, all right. To be honest, I wouldn't even want your wretched body if you gave it to me for free. You yourself said, I am so beautiful. How could I possibly use the body of a stinky man like you? Moreover, even if I reluctantly accepted, your body doesn't have the necessary conditions. Do you know how terrible your physical condition is? If you were in our world, you wouldn't even have the right to live like a worm, let alone the fact that you're a person with a diseased mind. Do you know how much power I expended to help you repair your brain? Do you know why I haven't communicated with you all these days? It's because I'm too exhausted to speak. Furthermore, if we hadn't encountered that spiritual energy of heaven and earth today, you would have already perished, and I would have dissipated. Drifted without a physical form. I could only drift in this world. The goddess inadvertently let something slip, although she tried to remedy the situation. Wang Ze was not a fool. However, he didn't expose her. Instead, he said, then I really have to thank you. Now, what do you need me to do? The goddess suddenly felt rather conflicted. After pondering for a long while, she asked out of the blue, why don't you have a partner? Wang Ze was taken aback. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, I just don't. Why ask that all of a sudden? The goddess remarked, it is nothing, cough, cough. Let's not dwell on that. In essence, I require the type of energy that you absorb today. You need it as well. You must understand that if you were to lose that kind of spiritual power in the future, your existence would be severely limited. This time, the goddess did not deceive Wang Ze. It could be said that he had already, in a technical sense, passed the threshold of life. His bodily functions had begun to stray from the realm of humanity. Although his heart continued to beat, and he still required sustenance to provide life energy, all of this was fundamentally reliant on spiritual power. Should that energy be depleted again, he would swiftly deteriorate and perish, just as he might today. Wang Ze nodded and replied, very well, I shall seek out that radiance. The goddess was momentarily taken aback and questioned, did you not hear me say that such spiritual energy is exceedingly rare and difficult to find? Wang Ze replied, I heard you, but What does that have to do with my search? In that instant, the goddess comprehended Wang Ze's nature, and with a mutter of what a peculiar person, she ceased her conversation with him. Unbeknownst to Wang Ze, the goddess yearned to converse with him for an entire year. For a woman who had been imprisoned for an indeterminate length of time, loneliness and isolation were the most dreadful afflictions in existence. Yet, she managed to restrain herself, for all her actions were also grounded in the foundation of spiritual power. The concept of frugality, a term that had never graced the goddess's lexicon, had now become an instinctual understanding. Wang Ze called out several times, realizing that the goddess was indeed not inclined to acknowledge him. With a hint of resignation, he pouted and murmured, "You don't even tell me how to discern the presence of radiance." Just then, he heard a knock at the door. Responding to the sound, his father entered. "Who were you speaking to just now?" his father inquired. Feeling somewhat awkward, Wang Ze stammered, "I was on the phone, chatting with a friend." His father, taking him at his word, asked, "How is your health? An old customer has come to the shop. Would you like to meet him?" Wang Ze smiled and replied, "I'm in excellent health, eating heartily. Of course, I would love to meet him." As they exited the lounge together, they spotted an elderly gentleman seated at the octagonal table in the main hall. He was impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, with an aged wooden cane resting beside him. Beneath his silver hair, he wore a pair of tortoise-shell glasses, and he was gently caressing the surface of the small-leaf rosewood table. Wang's father greeted the man first, and then introduced Wang Ze. The elder was referred to as Old Li by Wang's father, and Wang Ze affectionately called him Grandpa Li, which instantly brought a smile to the elder's face, though Wang's father appeared somewhat bemused as he rubbed his forehead. With a wry smile, he remarked, "This unexpectedly demotes my generation." Old Li laughed heartily, nodding at Wang Ze and saying, "It is commendable that the youth understand the importance of respecting their elders. Unlike certain individuals, the certain individuals referred to Wang Ze's father, who always regarded these old fellows as equals, at most addressing them as old brother." Father Wang chuckled, saying, "As a father, I cannot concern myself with generational titles when it comes to my son. We each have our own standings. Whether you are of his grandfather's generation is of no matter to me, for you shall always remain my elder brother." Old Li, being a shrewd man, understood the significance of generational hierarchy within their circle and replied with a smile, "Very well, very well. If I were to be called Uncle Li, I would genuinely fear for my longevity, as I do not appear to be much older than you." Father Wang responded, "You may say whatever you wish, but the crux of the matter lies in whether anyone believes it. Ha ha, my son Xiao Ze has resolved to inherit the family business. This antique shop will eventually be in his capable hands." Old Li's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Oh, how rare, truly rare. Nowadays, young people tend to be ambitious yet lack the practical skills. It is indeed uncommon to find someone grounded. Is it true that Xiao Ze has developed an interest in antiques?" Wang Ze waited for his father to take a seat before standing behind him, smiling at Old Li. "Having heard so much about it since childhood, I find myself quite fond of it." Father Wang nodded silently, acknowledging that his son had always been sensible. However, he worried that his son might not fully comprehend the nuances of the trade. Now, witnessing his son's composed demeanor, he felt a deep sense of pride and comfort. Father Wang then inquired, "Old Li, you mentioned earlier that you recently acquired a precious item. Did you come today seeking my assistance in appraising it?" Old Li laughed. "You young fellow are quite astute. You guessed it perfectly. I expended a considerable sum on this item and enlisted the expertise of several specialists. However, as you may well imagine, with 7 individuals producing 3 different conclusions, there were both affirmations and denials. Initially, I had no intention of parting with it, but I found myself irresistibly drawn to this treasure. It turns out that Mr. Li had previously cut in line many years ago. Although he returned to the city after 1972, he still maintained connections with his rural acquaintances. Recently, upon hearing of an old friend's passing, he made a special trip back to attend the memorial. In the village, there was a rogue who, having heard of Mr. Li's wealth and penchant for antiquities, approached him with a claim that he had 2 treasured items from his family that he wished Mr. Li to examine. Having lived in the area for over a decade, Mr. Li had never heard of any local treasures and initially dismissed the matter. However, the rogue was insistent and directly obstructed Mr. Li's vehicle as he was preparing to leave, brandishing a pouch and calling out incessantly. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Mr. Li reluctantly cast a glance at the pouch. Yet, that fleeting glance ensnared him completely. Intrigued, Mr. Wang inquired, "Mr. Li, do you have the item with you today?" With an air of mystery, Mr. Li nodded and carefully retrieved a pouch from within his coat. This action heightened the attention of the father and son duo, as their eyes fixated intently on Mr. Li's hand. He placed the pouch upon the table, opened it to reveal a verdant jade bracelet, and after giving it a gentle shake, he set it down, inviting Mr. Want to take a closer look. This act exemplified a pivotal principle in the realm of antiques. Once an item is presented, it must not be examined directly. Instead, it is to be offered without being grasped. A prevalent deception in the marketplace is known as bumping porcelain, which now commonly refers to individuals who deliberately collide with vehicles. The term originates from the antique trade. Imagine a porcelain vase placed carefully on a stall. As you reach for it, the rim breaks off. Should you wish to contest this, a circle of burly men surrounds you, and the wail of police sirens echoes in the background. The vase remains intact. Yet, as the vendor hands it to you, he suddenly releases his grip, causing it to shatter upon the ground. Should you protest, the same burly figures close in, and the sirens persist. Thus, even the most familiar individuals adhere to this unwritten rule. Wang's father nodded slightly, reaching for a jade bracelet. After merely a few glances, his initial curiosity and excitement were replaced by confusion. Upon closer inspection with a magnifying glass, he discerned that this jade bracelet could hardly be classified as high-quality material. It appeared translucent yet lacked both the desired cotton and water qualities, considered fine but not exceptional. With a hint of disappointment, Wang's father set the bracelet down and inquired, "Li Lao, this bracelet is decent. May I ask how much you spent on it?" Li Lao could read the disappointment etched on Wang's father's face. The reason he sought Wang's assistance in appraising the item was due to Wang's stellar reputation in the industry, having never engaged in deceitful practices and his discerning eye. Li Lao smiled somewhat awkwardly and held up 3 fingers. Wang's father, although skeptical, ventured to ask the bracelet's potential worth. 3,000? Li Lao's smile faltered. Wang's father pressed on, 30,000. The expression on Li Lao's face grew colder. Wang's father sighed and shook his head, saying, 300,000 is nothing for you. Old Li, considered a tuition fee. Old Li's expression darkened as he reached for the jade bracelet, seemingly intent on smashing it to the ground. Indeed, this bracelet had been purchased for 300,000. When the ruffian shouted out that price, everyone believed he had lost his mind. Even Old Li thought so. Yet, he found himself inexplicably enamored with the jade bracelet, almost entranced by its allure, which led him to spend the sum amidst the bewilderment of onlookers. For Old Li, 300,000 was truly a trifling amount. However, he was reluctant to lose face. Having spent his life in the antique trade, albeit as an amateur, he felt he should not be outwitted by a mere ruffian. Old Li was convinced that within a fortnight, he would inevitably become a laughingstock within the antique circles of the capital, which fueled his anger. Just as he was about to shatter the bracelet in a fit of rage, someone suddenly wrapped their arms around his. Wang Ze, unable to contain himself, embraced Old Li tightly and shouted, "Don't smash it. This treasure must not be destroyed." Wang's father was momentarily taken aback. It took him a while to regain his composure before he bellowed, "Xiao Ze, what are you doing? Let go of Old Li." Wang Ze could only smile wryly. He was left with no choice but to resort to such desperate measures. If he had not acted this way, he feared the goddess dancing in his mind might drive him to madness, leading to a disastrous fate for them both. Chapter 7. Observation, Inquiry, and Diagnosis. Old Master Li was momentarily taken aback, observing the usually polite and well-mannered young man suddenly act in a mad manner, exclaiming that the jade bracelet in his hand was a treasure. He found it challenging to respond, casting an awkward glance at Wang Ze's father. Mr. Wang, feeling helpless, remarked, "Xiao Ze, what are you doing? You have no understanding of these items." He then addressed Old Master Li, saying, "Old Li, at your age, how can you still have such a fiery temperament? Although the item may not be worth much, it is at least a fine piece. Besides, don't you like it? I must point out that antiques, after all, are merely objects of enjoyment. As long as one appreciates them, there is no need to obsess over their intrinsic value. Wang Ze, feeling cautious, gradually loosened his grip. Old Masterly sighed and took a seat, casually tossing the jade bracelet onto the table. Noticing the intense fervor in Wang Ze's gaze directed at the bracelet, Old Masterly couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Do you truly like it that much? Well then, it is customary to present a gift upon first meeting. In light of your calling me grandfatherly, I shall gift you this jade bracelet." Wang Ze shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum, exclaiming, "That won't do. I cannot accept such a precious item." Both Old Master Li and Mr. Wang furrowed their brows simultaneously. Old Master Li then inquired with a smile, "Let me join your father in addressing you as Xiao Ze. Pray tell, what makes you believe it to be a treasure? Your father is an experienced hand in this field. If he claims it holds no value, then it truly is of little worth." Indeed, Wang Ze possesses a certain discernment. This jade bracelet cannot be classified as exquisite. Although it appears resplendent, it certainly does not qualify as a treasure. Yet, this seemingly ordinary jade bracelet harbors the extraordinary radiance that he currently yearns for the most. When Old Li unveiled the bracelet, the goddess, who had remained silent for quite some time, suddenly re-emerged and exclaimed, "Your luck is truly celestial." After exchanging a few words with the goddess in his mind, he gained a profound understanding of the object. Wang Ze picked up the jade bracelet from the table and inquired, "Grandpa Li, regarding the 300,000 you spent on this bracelet, did you pay the full amount or was it partial?" Wang's father hastily interjected, "What nonsense is this child speaking? When has Old Li ever been in want of riches in his antiquities trade?" Wang Ze, however, did not glance at his father, but continued to fix his gaze upon Old Li. Old Li's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he replied, "How'd you come to know this?" "Oh, I am not in debt. It was simply that at the time, someone advised me that this item was not worth such a sum. I initially paid half, that is, 150,000, intending to pay the remaining amount once the appraisal results were in. Haha, it seems my caution has indeed proven to be wise this time." Upon hearing this, Wang's father's expression also grew somewhat strange. Wang Ze, holding the jade bracelet, remarked, "Grandpa Li, you should be aware that a few years ago, in my youthful ignorance, I wandered the world aimlessly for quite some time. However, those experiences were not in vain. At the very least, they have imparted many valuable lessons upon me." Wang's father sighed and said, "Xiao Ze, let us speak of serious matters." Wang Ze offered an awkward smile, then quickly adopted a serious demeanor. "This jade bracelet, if judged solely by its materials and craftsmanship, is indeed not worth much. However, when it comes to antiques, the character must precede. The age of an object is, in fact, a significant aspect of its value." Li Lao's eyes brightened, and he inquired eagerly, "Are you suggesting that this is a genuine antique? Can you discern its dynasty?" Wang Ze's unexpected insight struck a chord with the two seasoned veterans of the antique trade, fostering an inexplicable sense of trust. Wang Ze shook his head and replied, "I can only ascertain that it possesses some age, but I cannot specify which dynasty it belongs to." Disappointment flickered across Li Lao's face. Continuing, Wang Ze remarked, "In truth, the value of this jade bracelet does not reside in the bracelet itself. It is merely a brick." This statement left the two old men perplexed. Wang Fu, growing impatient, interjected, "Could you be more straightforward? We're all on the same side here. There's no need for circumlocution." He suspected that Wang Ze was attempting to negotiate his own advantage, playing mind games with Li Lao. Wang Ze chuckled wryly and said, "You are more knowledgeable in the antique trade than I am, whether it involves tomb raiding or commerce. It all hinges on observation, inquiry, listening, and diagnosis. The rogue observes your wealth, listens to your interests, and this jade bracelet serves as inquiry, probing into your business dealings." Li Lao raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Wang Ze smiled and replied, "If I recall correctly, you mentioned that rogue claimed to possess two treasures. Thus, inquiry reveals intent." Old Li lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, then shook it resolutely, saying, "Given how he treasures this jade bracelet, it stands to reason that the other item cannot be of much greater value. It is better not to inspect it." However, Wang Ze shook his head in dissent, asserting, I suspect that rascal possesses some cleverness. He must surely be aware that this jade bracelet holds little worth. Consider, who would carry a jade bracelet that could fetch 300,000 without a hint of hesitation to show it to you? Upon hearing this, Old Li experienced a sudden epiphany, yet he remained silent, choosing to listen to Wang Ze further. Wang Ze continued, "Jade possesses a spirit, although none fully comprehend this notion. It has been articulated for millennia. In truth, jade does indeed possess a certain vitality. The reason you feel an irresistible attraction to this bracelet is that it exudes a captivating aura. However, not everyone will appreciate it. This is because its spirit is not inherent, but rather acquired." Old Li quickly grasped Wang Ze's implication and eagerly inquired, "So, you mean to say that the other treasure possesses a spirit, thus imparting its essence onto this jade bracelet? Is it truly possible for jade to hold such mystical qualities?" Wang Ze contemplated, revealing that it was, in fact, even more extraordinary. The reason he found this jade bracelet appealing, and why the goddess herself was perturbed by it, was due to the strange radiance it emanated. Yet, this glow is ethereal and transient, according to the goddess. It is a rootless spirit that will fade away if left undisturbed for an extended period. The only means by which a rootless spirit can manifest is through prolonged contact with something imbued with genuine vitality. Thus, everything becomes less complicated. Wang Ze chuckled. "I would stake my life on the fact that if you, Mr. Li, promptly hand over 150,000 to the ruffian, he will lead you to behold the genuine treasure." Upon hearing these words, Wang's father hastily struck Wang Ze, exclaiming, "How can you speak so recklessly about life and death? Besides, what do you, a mere child, understand? Do not utter such nonsense." However, Mr. Li chuckled in response. How could young Ze speak without reason? I find his assertions quite plausible. Yet, to merely gain the privilege of glimpsing the treasure, one must part with 300,000. I wonder if such a treasure truly holds such vast worth. Wang Ze nodded emphatically, declaring, "I am certain it does." Subsequently, the elder and the youth disregarded Wang's father's earnest counsel, making a few phone calls before swiftly departing in a car towards the countryside. Wang's father, feeling helpless, ultimately consoled himself with the thought of taking a break and joined Mr. Li in his vehicle. He could not allow his son to frolic recklessly alone. Could he? Even if this escapade were to falter, he could at least manage the situation from the sidelines. They left the Wang family's antique shop around 10 in the morning. And after more than 4 hours of driving, navigating winding mountain roads, the group finally arrived at the village where Mr. Li had once served. This time, Mr. Li chose not to alert the various leaders of the village and county, opting for a discreet entrance. Unfortunately, the two conspicuous Mercedes-Benz 600s attracted attention, prompting the village chief to rush to the entrance to greet them. The chief's first words were, "The Liu family's ruffian must be dealt with severely. I shall ensure that the relevant authorities bring you justice." Mr. Li, the village chief, fully aware of the gravity of the situation regarding the purchase of a jade bracelet for 300,000, sought to distance himself from any potential repercussions. After all, who could ignore the clout of Old Li, whose influence extended beyond the city into the province? It was said that even the slightest misstep on his part could spell disaster for a mere village chief. A group of people meandered through the winding village paths, which were scarcely navigable by vehicle, until they stumbled upon a dilapidated homestead. The surrounding fence was in shambles, the courtyard overgrown with weeds, and the house itself leaned precariously, as if a strong gust of wind might topple it. This was the abode of Liu Popi. The village chief elaborated, revealing that Liu Popi was indeed a ne'er-do-well, indulging in laziness, gambling, and carnal pleasures. With his elders having passed away early, he squandered the family fortune, leaving nothing but ruin in his wake. Liu Popi had once relied on the generosity of others, and while the villagers remembered the kindness of the Liu family, they begrudgingly tolerated his presence. Fortunately, Liu Popi had not crossed any serious boundaries, and overall, there was a semblance of peace. At that moment, Liu Popi was deep in slumber. It was 2 in the afternoon, and one could surmise that without visitors, he might continue sleeping until dusk. Upon awakening to the arrival of the god of wealth, He exhibited no fear of old Li's wrath for his deceit. Instead, he greeted the group with a grin and ushered them into his home, wiping a three-legged stool with the tattered sleeve of his garment before inviting old Li to sit. His first inquiry was simply, "Have you brought the money?" Old Li exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Ze, who nodded affirmatively, as he had sensed the impending transaction even before entering the dwelling. This sensation is a response to the air. In a dilapidated old residence, the atmosphere is surprisingly dry and crisp, with ethereal wisps of white smoke swirling around. If there are no treasures to be found here, then where else could they possibly exist? Mr. Li, without further ado, tossed a leather bag onto the table. Lu Popey hurriedly opened it and extracted 15 neatly stacked bundles of banknotes. Without even counting, he remarked, "Mr. Li is indeed a significant buyer. In that case, I can rest easy." Upon hearing this, Mr. Li's expression visibly shifted, revealing a hint of intrigue, while Wang Fu looked at Wang Ze with incredulity. Indeed, Lu Popey glanced around, fixating on the village chief and Mr. Li's driver, yet remained silent. Mr. Li, understanding the unspoken cue, addressed the two men. "I have some matters to discuss with him. Would you mind stepping outside for a moment?" The two, recognizing the hint, exited the room, and Lu Popey turned his gaze back to Wang Ze. Mr. Li stated, "This is Xiao Ze. He is of no concern." Lu Popey hesitated slightly, but upon glancing at the banknotes on the table, he steeled himself and walked into the inner room. The sound of clattering dishes echoed from within, and after a while, Lu Popey emerged. He closed the window, locked the door, and carefully leaned against the wall, listening intently for a moment before placing a wooden box, measuring about half a meter on each side, onto the table. Lu Popey licked his parched lips and murmured softly, "I can hardly make ends meet. Keeping this won't provide sustenance. Our ancestors left it for us, surely for the purpose of ensuring a better life for their descendants. Ha." With a somewhat sinister smile, Lu Popey slowly opened the box and said to the three of them, "I am aware that you are seasoned players in the antiques trade, but today you are truly in for a revelation." Chapter 8. The Jade Birdcage. As soon as the box was opened, Wang Ze found himself momentarily entranced. The radiance emanating from within was so intense that he could scarcely discern the true nature of the treasure. The brilliance alone was at least twice that of the bronze cauldron. He yearned to seize the treasure immediately, to absorb the luminescence that radiated from it. Yet he understood that this was not his time. In a reaction akin to Wang Ze's, both his father and old Li were equally spellbound. Within the box lay a birdcage. It was no ordinary cage that could elicit such awe. The reason for their astonishment lay in the exquisite luster of the cage. The birds within, and even the feeding trough, all imbued with the sheen of the finest jade. The birds were astonishingly lifelike, two vibrant green birds, each feather distinctly visible, their animated eyes seemingly alive with movement. The birdcage stood approximately 40 centimeters tall, featuring slender bars, with the two small birds nestled inside, accompanied by a feeding trough and a water basin beneath them. Old Li swallowed hard, unable to contain his admiration. Indeed, there were divine beings in ancient times. This observation was far from an exaggeration. The birdcage was gray, the birds a brilliant green, their beaks a tender yellow, and their eyes a striking red, while the troughs were elegantly adorned with a delicate floral pattern reminiscent of Song porcelain. Remarkably, the entire birdcage bore no signs of adhesion, indicating that it was sculpted from a single piece of jade. A piece of jade, exhibiting a myriad of colors, is not astonishing. Yet to discern the hues and the extent of coloration prior to any carving, what extraordinary skill must that entail? Even modern instruments falter when faced with jade that can obscure detection signals, leaving one to ponder how the artisans of antiquity possessed such knowledge. Li, his hands trembling slightly, carefully extracted the jade birdcage from its box and placed it upon the table, scrutinizing it fervently through a magnifying glass. After a considerable duration, he exclaimed, "Indeed, it is merely a piece of jade. A treasure, truly a treasure." Wang Ze mused inwardly. Naturally, it is a treasure. Could anything less possess such spiritual essence? Could anything but a treasure imbue other objects with its aura? Wang's father, equally enamored, gazed at it for a while before letting out a sigh. Upon hearing this, Wang Ze inquired about the cause, to which his father merely remarked that while the treasure was exquisite, it was a pity not to keep it for oneself. Li, casting a satisfied glance at Wang's father, was resolute that he would not allow anyone to claim such a rarity. With this birdcage in his possession, he could command respect in the antiquities market of the capital. The mere thought of unveiling the jade birdcage at a future banquet, instantly capturing the attention and envy of all present, filled him with exhilaration, prompting an unrestrained smile to grace his face. Realizing his lapse in composure, he quickly cleared his throat and, adopting a serious demeanor, inquired Lupa, "Young Lu, I have examined the item and am quite pleased. Please state your price." To his surprise, Lupa waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No hurry, no hurry." Oldly raised an eyebrow, his long-held authority radiating instantaneously, causing Lu Popey to momentarily catch his breath. Lu Popey hastily explained, "There is no need to jump to conclusions so soon. You have only observed the surface. To truly appreciate what can be deemed a treasure, you must exercise a bit more patience. Your visit today is quite fortuitous, as the weather forecast predicts rain this afternoon." Mr. Wang, somewhat perplexed, replied, "I have indeed heard today's weather forecast, and it does not indicate any rain." Due to Wang Ze's previous grave illness, he had developed a habit of closely monitoring the weather, as fluctuations in temperature could easily lead to colds, which posed a significant risk at that time. He even paid attention to cloud patterns. Lu Popey chuckled and remarked, "What you've seen is the forecast on television. As you can see, my family cannot afford a television. Therefore, I rely on a different kind of weather forecast." Oldly burst into a laugh. "Oh, are you saying you can read the weather?" With a mysterious smile, Lu Popey replied, "It's not that I can, it's that it can." Following Lu Popey's gesture, the three turned their gaze toward the jade birdcage on the table. Observant Wang Ze noted that at this moment, a small bird's beak was not entirely dry. In fact, it appeared somewhat damp. Jade is sensitive to moisture, as even human perspiration can corrode it to a degree. Thus, prolonged wearing of jade can render it more lustrous and translucent, which is in essence a manifestation of being eroded. The wooden box containing the jade birdcage inherently possesses the ability to absorb moisture, yet this only deepened Wang Ze's confusion. In such a brief span of time, how could the bird's beak become so saturated with condensation? Although time seemed to drag, for the two elderly enthusiasts enamored with the jade birdcage, it passed swiftly. Before long, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, and indeed, the sky darkened as Lu Popey had predicted, with ominous clouds looming overhead, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Upon closer inspection, the damp beak of the bird began to drip water. Lu Popey chuckled, declaring, "On a cloudy day, the bird's beak will inevitably exude droplets. It has never been wrong. How about that? My weather forecasting is quite reliable. Would you agree?" Oldly incessantly affirmed, "Quite so, quite so." Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap resonated in the drafty room, startling the three men, who could scarcely believe their ears upon hearing a bird's call. The sound was reminiscent of a melodious lark, high-pitched and ethereal. Lu Popey erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "As shadows drink from the clear spring, the thunder heralds the bird's triumphant song. This is the secret of my treasure, the unparalleled jade birdcage of ages past." Upon hearing Lu Popey recite his incantation, Oldly fell into a trance, his gaze fixated on the jade birdcage, yearning to consume a whole. He slammed his palm on the table, demanding, "Name your price." However, to his surprise, Wang's father quickly restrained Oldly, who looked at him in bewilderment. After much deliberation, Wang's father finally spoke, "Such a treasure. Surely it cannot belong to an individual." Oldly was momentarily taken aback, before awakening from his reverie. This jade birdcage, even devoid of its enigmatic capabilities, would undoubtedly be regarded as a national treasure, with the addition of its miraculous attributes. How could this nation permit it to reside in private hands? Furthermore, as the saying goes, possessing such a gem is a crime in itself. While exquisite items may be owned, treasures of this caliber are bound to become the coveted prize of every thief. Wang Ze, standing nearby, felt a jolt of alarm. He dreaded the thought of this transaction falling through. Where would he then draw spiritual energy from? As he pondered his strategy, he feigned admiration for the jade birdcage while surreptitiously siphoning its spiritual power. However, this time, he found himself unscathed. The rate of absorption was markedly slower than when he had drawn from the bronze cauldron. To fully absorb, it would likely require a day or two. In his desperation, he resorted to fabricating a tale. Wang Ze cleared his throat and remarked, I seem to recall an incident. His words piqued the interest of those around him, prompting Wang Ze to recount a true story he was familiar with. The largest tomb raiding incident in modern history was the Kuomintang's plunder of the tombs of Emperor Qianlong and Empress Dowager Cixi. If one were to claim that these interconnected tombs housed the second most treasures, it would be impossible to identify the first. Just consider the Summer Palace, which was not only looted but also set ablaze, inciting envy when a nationalist government located the then responsible individual. Only one participant in the tomb robbery remained, while the treasures from 2 vehicles had mysteriously vanished. After enduring severe interrogation, the officials succumbed to the torture without confessing. The whereabouts of those treasures became one of the greatest enigmas in modern history. Among these treasures, the jade birdcage is undoubtedly a remarkable artifact, especially with its abundant spiritual energy, which evokes an irresistible sense of affinity. Yet, this extraordinary treasure remains unrecorded. It is noteworthy that even treasures unearthed by tomb raiders typically leave some trace within certain circles. Thus, it is highly plausible that the jade birdcage had just been stolen or was indeed one of the missing treasures from the 2 vehicles. After listening to Wang Ze's analysis, Old Li and Wang's father exchanged glances. They refrained from immediately succumbing to the legendary tales of tomb raiding during the Republic era, as individuals within the antique trade were well aware of such occurrences. They both contemplated that if this were truly the case, the jade birdcage would certainly be a candidate for purchase. Interestingly, even Wang Ze did not anticipate that his reasoning, crafted to prolong the absorption of spiritual energy, was indeed the truth. It has been said that if you win, say nothing. If you lose, speak as little as possible. Wang Ze had gained time to absorb the spiritual energy. Thus, he chose silence, waiting for the situation to unfold further. Meanwhile, Lu Popi appeared oblivious to the conversation between Old Li and Wang's father, directly extending 2 fingers and stating, I want this amount. A glance warranted 300,000, yet Old Li could hardly believe he was referring to 2 million. Mr. Li proclaimed, deal, and even produced a checkbook inscribing a staggering sum of 20 million. Lu Pippi, though he had maintained a facade of calm and cunning, found himself utterly unsettled upon encountering such an immense figure for the very first time. It was likely that he had never beheld such a colossal number, even during his school days in mathematics class. He did not fear being deceived by Mr. Li. After all, who was Mr. Li? He would never stoop to such a shameless act for the sake of money. Lu Pippi carefully placed the jade birdcage into a box and remarked, very well, this treasure is now yours. However, given the downpour outside, would you consider staying here for the night? He was well aware that his inquiry was futile. A person of Mr. Li's stature would hardly accept an offer to stay here, even if he would pay for it. Stepping outside, he confirmed that the rain was indeed quite heavy. The village chief had grown impatient, exchanging a few polite words before departing. The driver squatted beside the vehicle, sheltering himself from the rain with an umbrella while smoking a cigarette. Mr. Li, who neither smoked nor could tolerate the smell, found this disagreeable. Wang Ze joined them in the car, appearing as if he had something to say, but hesitated. Mr. Li, intrigued, asked, Young Ze, do you wish to express something? Wang Ze pondered for a moment and replied, I believe it is prudent to keep the origin of such a treasure discreet to avoid future complications. Perhaps you might consider storing it with us for a day or 2, claiming it was an unexpected find from our place. What do you think? Chapter 9. The function of spiritual energy. Such a foolish request made Wang's father wish to slap him twice. However, Old Li chuckled and said, well, your idea isn't bad. Let us proceed with it. Wang's father hastily replied, how can this be? A child is being foolish and reckless. How can you agree to this? Old Li patted Wang Ze's head and remarked, "Little Ze seems to like it, doesn't he? He just couldn't let go of it while talking earlier. Although I cannot give this treasure to you, it is permissible for you to play with it for a couple of days. Besides, I have complete confidence in you." Seeing Old Li's response, Wang's father ceased his objections. He too was intrigued by the jade birdcage's peculiar ability to produce a dripping sound, and he genuinely wished to study it in detail. At this moment, the fortunate little Ze was engaged in conversation with the goddess in his mind, discussing the wondrous features of the jade birdcage. Initially, the goddess scorned him with a tone of "You are so uncultured," but then she truly revealed the underlying principle to Wang Ze. It turned out that although each rail of the jade birdcage appeared uniform in thickness and spacing, each one possessed subtle differences. The immense air vibrations caused by thunder would set the rails to resonate, and the sounds produced by the 27 rails would mimic the chirping of birds. As for the dripping water, it was quite simple. The entire piece of jade was cold jade, and when the humidity in the air increased, water droplets would condense. The point of the bird's beak represented the core of the cold jade, naturally resulting in the phenomenon of dripping water. After driving for another 4 hours, they returned home, arriving just before dusk. Old Li truly left the jade birdcage at the Wang family's antique shop, promising to return for it after a couple of days. And then he gracefully departed alone. The father and son of the Wang family exchanged glances, their eyes ultimately fixed upon the jade birdcage. Father Wang remarked, "My son, you really shouldn't have." Wang Ze understood what his father meant and hurriedly replied, "Actually, I have stumbled upon some clues to unravel the secret of the jade birdcage. However, as you are aware, if this secret were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly affect its value. Therefore, I must conduct further research to ascertain whether my conjectures are correct." Father Wang was taken aback, joyfully exclaiming, "Have you discerned it?" Subsequently, Wang Ze relayed the words spoken to him by the goddess, slightly altering them for his father's understanding. Father Wang nodded repeatedly, feeling that this explanation was indeed quite close to the truth. Ultimately, Wang Ze proposed that he remain there alone to continue his research and oversee the birdcage. For if it were to be lost while in his possession, it would be an irremediable loss. As for the jade birdcage's emergence becoming known to the world, that was merely a matter of time. There are no walls that do not let the wind through. Initially, Father Wang harbored some reservations, but upon recalling that his son had navigated the outside world alone for 4 years without incident, he resignedly returned home. It is worth noting that Father Wang faced a stern reprimand from Mother Wang for leaving their son alone in the shop. Meanwhile, Wang Ze, blissfully cradling the jade birdcage, reveled in absorbing its spiritual energy to his heart's content. After much contemplation, he could not resist inquiring of the goddess, "Do you possess the ability to sense which items harbor spiritual energy from a great distance?" The goddess, without a hint of doubt, replied, "Indeed, I am, after all, a goddess." Wang Ze, feeling somewhat awkward, inquired then, "That bronze cauldron appeared just as I fell ill. What a coincidence." The goddess was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering, "Well, that is why they say you're fortunate, haha." In an instant, Wang Ze comprehended the reality of the situation. It dawned on him that he was not on the verge of death due to the absence of spiritual energy. Rather, he had been completely cured. It was the goddess who evidently required spiritual energy, and she had subjected him to torment to motivate his search for it. With a bitter smile, Wang Ze conceded, "Well, let us consider it that way." The goddess, suddenly infuriated, exclaimed, "What? You're reluctant? Don't forget who saved your life. Moreover, do you really think absorbing spiritual energy will bring you no benefits?" Wang Ze was taken aback and quickly asked, "Benefits for me? What kind of benefits?" The goddess chuckled. "Oh, do you wish to know?" Wang Ze awkwardly admitted, "Well, yes, I'm quite curious." The goddess's tone turned icy as she declared, "Then you must never doubt me again. Understand? I am a goddess." At that moment, Wang Ze found this beautiful woman, who claimed to be a goddess, somewhat endearing. After Wang Ze had signed a series of unequal treaties, the goddess revealed a piece of exhilarating news that nearly caused him to collide with a wall. Spiritual energy is indeed the most precious treasure in the human realm, incomparable in its value. It possesses the remarkable ability to transform individuals, rendering them less human or even reminiscent of ancient humanity. The goddess commanded Wang Ze to conduct an experiment, one that might appear foolish and naive at first glance, wherein he would strike his head against a wall. This thrilled Wang Ze, as he fancied himself possessing an ironclad head or some such prowess. However, the outcome was painfully evident. A large bump formed on his forehead, and in a state of bewilderment, he turned to the goddess, who remarked, "You see, it is not as painful as you imagined." Wang Ze came to realize that incurring the wrath of a woman, even one who proclaims herself a goddess, can be a rather daunting affair. Ultimately, she elucidated the effects of spiritual energy on his body. In essence, Wang Ze still could not absorb spiritual energy, yet the goddess could. The energy passing through his body constituted a form of baptism, akin to the cleansing of marrow as described in the Book of Changes. Wang Ze then inquired, given the beneficial properties of spiritual energy, whether the act of siphoning it from others might be deemed somewhat unethical. The goddess chastised him for his undue worry. While spiritual energy is undeniably beneficial, it is not something that everyone can withstand. Should the energy exceed the human threshold, it could adversely affect those who draw near. The impact on physical health is merely the first step. It may even influence one's fortune. While this may sound esoteric, it is, nonetheless, the reality. Wang Ze expressed his skepticism, yet he dared not defy the edict of the Divine Lady. Thus, he continued to absorb the spiritual energy emanating from the jade birdcage. With meticulous attention, Wang Ze could distinctly perceive the energy traversing within his body, ultimately converging in his mind. Those mischievous particles suddenly vanished, and Wang Ze realized they had been consumed by the Divine Lady. He observed the spiritual energy with great seriousness, gradually sensing that his eyes could seemingly perceive them, tiny specks of white light endlessly meandering within him. He could even discern these points of light weaving through his cells, which responded to the luminescence as if they were breathing. It was as though he had been transported to an ethereal cosmos, surrounded by a multitude of twinkling stars. He gradually became entranced by this sublime state until the Divine Lady's sudden, thunderous command jolted him awake, akin to the resounding clang of a great bell. Looking up, he found his father standing before him, a look of deep concern etched upon his face. Just as he was about to inquire why his father had returned so soon, he inadvertently caught sight of the enchanting sunlight streaming through the window. A sudden realization dawned upon him. This disorienting reverie had consumed an entire night, despite his conviction that only a few minutes had passed. With an artful display of innocence, Wang Ze dispelled his father's worries. In the ensuing 2 days, Wang Ze absorbed a wealth of knowledge from his father, while the Divine Lady incessantly absorbed spiritual energy, rarely engaging Wang Ze in conversation. According to her, these insipid energies, in times past, would have been effortlessly consumed in an instant, insufficient even for the minutiae of life. Wang Ze recognized that this ostensibly dignified individual, who harbored a somewhat petulant side, was once again throwing a fit, prompting him to adopt a stance of deliberate indifference. 2 days swiftly passed. On the 3rd day, Old Li appeared early at the Wang family antique shop, eagerly clutching the jade birdcage, utterly enamored. Simultaneously, he extended an invitation to the Wang father and son to attend an evening soiree. Wang Ze found amusement in this, contemplating that men, regardless of age, often retain a childlike disposition, inevitably eager to showcase any novel possession. The invitation to the soiree was readily accepted by the duo. The luminous wine gathering, merely the name of the event, suggested the topics of discussion that would ensue. In the realm of antiques, there exist 2 prevalent terminologies for engaging with such treasures. One is lioli, an ancient term. For instance, when someone exclaims, "Let us visit the lioli factory," it indicates a jaunt through the antique market. The term luminous derives from this very gathering, symbolizing an abundance of exquisite sights. Wang's father relished attending, for those present at such gatherings were invariably connoisseurs of antiques, with sellers scarce and most attendees being collectors. It was akin to gathering a flock of sheep for a wolf to feast upon. Wang Ze, too, harbored intentions of attending this soiree, motivated by 2 aspirations. Firstly, He was aware that this gathering would likely attract a plethora of treasures, perhaps allowing him to encounter another item imbued with spirit. Another reason. This is a banquet. Ever since Wang Ze returned home, he has not indulged in the exquisite delicacies of the mountains and seas. He still reminisces about the glacial water, centuries old, from the Himalayas, paired with the freshwater fish thriving in the icy streams. That unparalleled freshness cannot be fully appreciated through mere imagination. However, this time, his objective is decidedly not rare or challenging, but rather sumptuous cuisine. Li Lao, with nothing pressing to attend to, decided to linger at the Wang family's antique shop for the day, engaging in lively conversation with Wang's father, his demeanor reminiscent of a child lost in delight. Regardless of age, a man must always possess a plaything. By evening, as the sun prepared to descend behind the western hills for a brief respite, the three of them once again embarked in that black sedan towards the venue of the banquet. The gathering is situated in a suburban villa district, within a grand European-style mansion. Merely traversing from the entrance to the main door takes a full 5 minutes, surrounded by meticulously maintained lawns and flower beds, with a few ancient trees flourishing in abundance. Upon disembarking and entering the house, Wang Ze was met with an exceedingly lewd voice exclaiming loudly, "Zhao Zilong? What is so remarkable about Zhao Zilong? 7 entrances and exits at Changbampo? Ha ha, 7 entrances and exits, a mere 14 seconds? What is so impressive about that? Ha 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 ha." Chapter 10. Tales at the banquet. Laughter erupted from the men surrounding him, and it took Wang Ze a moment to grasp that their jesting referred to matters of intimacy between men and women. Fortunately, although he had never personally encountered such experiences, he had at least observed them from a distance, preventing him from appearing entirely oblivious. Seeing the awkward expression on Wang Ze's face, Oldly restrained his laughter, offering a mild admonition. "Young Ze, that individual is Lu Jia. He is known for his crude language, yet he possesses a decent character. His family background is quite substantial, so do be cautious not to provoke him." Wang Ze nodded in acknowledgement, glancing over at Lu Jia, who was undeniably handsome. Wang Ze mused that the term starry-eyed and sword-browed must have been coined for someone like him. Lu Jia stood over 6 feet tall, his physique both slender and athletic, with fair skin complementing a face that exuded a dignified charm. In light of the brash words he had previously uttered, Wang Ze couldn't help but wonder why he wasn't bald. Indeed, men are creatures prone to envy. Just as Wang Ze was contemplating this, old Li, upon arriving at the venue, summoned a few old acquaintances with whom he shared a good rapport. He carefully took out his prized jade birdcage, showcasing it proudly, eliciting gasps of admiration from the onlookers. This scene felt somewhat out of place for Wang Ze. The raucous atmosphere was not to his liking, and his lack of familiar faces made him feel somewhat isolated. In contrast, Wang's father mingled freely, greeting everyone with ease. Fortunately, Wang Ze had come primarily for the culinary delights and soon made his way to the dining table with determination. As he engaged in a fierce battle with a plate of sauced abalone, a voice suddenly interrupted him from beside. "Which family do you belong to? You seem quite unfamiliar. Is this your first visit? You were just observing me, weren't you?" Wang Ze turned around to find it was the young dandy who had remarked, "Zhao Yun is not man enough." Wang Ze felt reluctant to admit that he had been scrutinizing whether the young man was wearing a wig. Instead, he awkwardly smiled, set down his fork, and replied, "No. I merely noticed the lively atmosphere over there, and since I don't know anyone here, I couldn't help but stare a bit longer." The handsome young man flashed a grin, saying, "A newcomer? That makes things easier. Sticking with Lu Ge is definitely the right choice. I'm Lu Jia, and in this entire city, there is hardly anyone who doesn't know me. What's your name? Who did you come with today?" Wang Ze was momentarily taken aback, for Lu Jia's striking appearance and his rather, let's say, dominant demeanor created an overwhelming contrast that left him momentarily disoriented. After they had introduced themselves, Lu Jia, perceiving that Wang Ze was not from his circle and noting his gentle and polite nature, took the liberty of pulling him into the crowd, proceeding to introduce him to each person. Wang Ze mused that Lu Jia was quite the social butterfly. However, it was unfortunate that he had only savored half of the delicious meal. This group consisted of over a dozen individuals, both men and women, young and old, from those in their 40s and 50s adorned with fragrances to young girls cradling dolls. Through Liu Zhe's introductions, Wang Ze learned that these people held modest positions within their families but lived carefree lives devoted to leisure. They chatted about various topics, savored exquisite desserts, and drank fine wine, entirely devoid of any specific purpose or direction, engaging in conversation for the sheer joy of it. Wang Ze found himself at a loss for words, sipping an unknown yet presumably expensive wine in solitude. The conversation swiftly shifted to pets, and the atmosphere ignited with enthusiasm. It appeared that most of the attendees own a variety of animals, ranging from ordinary cats and dogs to leucistic tigers, encompassing a remarkable diversity. Although Wang Ze harbored little interest in the topic, he could not refrain from interjecting when someone spoke of the indescribable bond between humans and animals. Indeed, animals can sometimes defy human expectations. The relationship between humans and animals could be far more amicable. Several individuals suddenly noticed a newcomer in their midst, regarding him with friendly curiosity. Those who do not subject themselves to the torments of power and wealth, whether in poverty or affluence, tend to exude kindness. Liu Zhe, observing Wang Ze finally engage in conversation, encouraged him with a probing, "Oh, prai, due elaborati." Wang Ze offered a subtle smile, one that was uniquely disarming, radiating kindness and gentleness, yet tinged with a hint of detachment. It was a simple, unpretentious smile that emanated strength through its lack of desire. Liu Zhe, captivated by this expression, was struck by the realization that he had frequently encountered such a smile before, reminiscent of his childhood moments spent beside his illustrious grandfather, who bore a similar smile. Wang Ze leaned against the bar, grasping another glass of deep red wine, watching the liquid flow like blood, and began to speak in a leisurely manner. "I have traversed many places before, peculiar and enchanting locales." Wang Ze's voice carried a distant quality, as if he were transported back to those intoxicating days. "I recall one occasion in Siberia where my playful spirit led me astray from my group. The day was bathed in glorious sunlight, yet as evening fell, it began to snow. The snowflakes were truly as large as down feathers. I found myself lost, even in the forest where I might recognize directions. Everything appeared indistinguishable, leaving me utterly bewildered as to which way was the true path. It must have been a rare snowstorm, arriving abruptly, with no mention in the weather forecast, and my phone had utterly lost its signal. I thought I might very well freeze to death in that desolation. At that moment, I mused that if I were to perish at the foot of the Himalayas, it would be somewhat preferable. At least my body could be identified, achieving a kind of immortality. Alas, in Siberia, I would inevitably become the winter provisions for a bear, haha. Wang Ze spoke lightly, yet the atmosphere had enveloped everyone in a palpable sense of life and death. I suppose fortune favored me, for in that visibility of less than 10 meters, I stumbled upon a small wooden cabin. I was aware that hunters and lumberjacks would collaborate to construct such shelters, meant for overnight stays or to weather inclement conditions. Upon entering the cabin, though it was humble and drafty, it was certainly more welcoming than the outside. Moreover, the provisions were ample, even including a piece of Russian sausage. Haha, I found a lamp and finally managed to light it. I realized that the greatest distinction between humans and animals might lie in the fact that animals fear the sight of fire, whereas humans find solace in it. The weather was unbearably cold, rendering sleep impossible. Suddenly, I heard a loud, rhythmic knock at the door. A young girl, visibly anxious, inquired, "Is someone there?" Wang Ze shook his head and replied with a smile, "It's not a person, it's a bear." The girl immediately covered her mouth and gasped in surprise. Wang Ze continued, "To be precise, it is an exceedingly large bear, just barely able to squeeze through the substantial wooden door." The girl exclaimed, "You let it in?" Wang Ze, both amused and exasperated, responded, "It is a very large bear. If it wished to enter, I would have no means to refuse." The others erupted in laughter. The girl then asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Wang Ze replied, "How could I not be afraid?" At that moment, I was contemplating whether I would be devoured in one bite or gradually consumed as a winter reserve. However, in reality, we coexisted peacefully. He continued, The bear merely glanced at me before lying down in a corner of the room and closing its eyes. I thought to myself, given the frigid conditions outside, if humans were reluctant to remain, surely the bear would feel the same. The bear lay there in slumber, leaving me filled with unease, to tremble with an oil lamp in hand. I found myself staring intently, yet as time passed, my eyelids grew heavier, and I succumbed to sleep without realizing when. Upon waking in the morning, my first impulse was to inspect my body, checking which part may have vanished. To my astonishment, I discovered I was lying beside the great black bear. Perhaps the cold had driven me instinctively into its embrace. The little girl, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, "What was that like?" Wang Ze scratched his head and chuckled. I was so frightened that I forgot the sensation. All I remember is that the bear's body was not as foul as I had imagined, but rather bore a hint of pine scent. Lucia then asked, "And what happened next? Did the bear leave?" Wang Ze nodded. Yes, it departed, but not until midday. Bears in winter are notoriously lazy, waking late. Upon noticing my presence, it merely nudged me aside with its paw, as if I were an annoying fly. I offered the sausage I had in the room, and after sniffing it for quite some time, it finally consumed it. After that, it seemed less bothered by my presence. I observed that one of the bear's eyes was blind, marred by a gnarled scar measuring over 20 centimeters, a sight both fearsome and pitiable. Then it departed, leaving as the storm subsided and the sun shone brightly. I fancied it nodded at me, though I cannot be certain. The memory escapes me. I spent over 2 solitary days in a wooden cabin, and after 2 days, the rescue team found me, at which point I was so frozen that I could hardly utter a word. I learned that my location was discovered through my phone's GPS. In retrospect, I realized how foolish I was, as the blizzard had subsided, and my phone was indeed functional. Upon exiting the quaint cabin, I noticed a beehive at the entrance, adorned with honey that had congealed due to the cold. I fancied it might have been a gift from a black bear, but I cannot confirm this. Later, I inquired with a local guide about the likelihood of surviving an encounter with a black bear alone. He asked me to describe the bear, and I mentioned a significant scar above its right eye. The guide informed me that this bear was the king of the forest, adding that if a black bear is well-fed and unafraid of humans, it will not attack. Without need or fear, it poses no threat. Is this not akin to human nature? The little girl then asked, "And what happened afterward?" Wang Ze chuckled and replied, "Afterward, there was nothing more. I left that place and never returned. Thus, I could not behold that bear again. Yet, whenever I find myself alone, it often crosses my mind. Isn't that peculiar?" He chuckled softly. The little girl immediately retorted, "Not peculiar at all. That bear cub is so adorable. It even gifted you honey." Wang Ze smiled wryly and shook his head. I cannot be certain it was indeed him, but the little girl was insistent, exclaiming, It was the bear cub that brought it to you. It is just like the teddy bear I'm holding. Both are good-hearted. Oh, indeed good bears." Chapter 11. Insights and Experiences Suddenly. Wang Ze became the center of attention, as everyone began to inquire if he had any other intriguing experiences to share. Lucia, however, felt somewhat disgruntled, sensing that his moment was being overshadowed. With a hint of resentment, he muttered, "It's still quite a good story," placing particular emphasis on the word story. Wang Ze merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. He continued to narrate numerous tales. For instance, he described a salt flat on Earth, where the scorching sun rendered its surface as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the entire sky with crystal clarity beneath one's feet. Wang Ze remarked that it was truly breathtaking. One could feel an extraordinary connection to the cosmos, enveloped in an unusual tranquility and serenity. He conveyed that one might even hesitate to take a step forward, fearing that such a movement could plunge one into the sky itself. How marvelous is that? He spoke of a particular country that harbors a fish, whose flesh is notoriously unpalatable, yet its scales are astonishingly exquisite, tantalizing the senses beyond imagination. Each translucent, delicate layer seems akin to consuming the wings of an angel. He shared countless stories, many of which were completely unfamiliar to the audience. As Wang Ze recounted each extraordinary encounter in his graceful tone, an increasing number of people willingly transitioned into quiet spectators, drawn closer by his captivating narratives. Even a little girl, clutching a teddy bear, cast glances of disdain at two elderly gentlemen encroaching on her territory, leaving them visibly uncomfortable. Deep learning brings forth one's natural brilliance. To read a myriad of books pales in comparison to traversing vast distances. The path Wang Ze has walked cannot merely be encapsulated by the phrase 10,000 miles. The kind of personality and temperament that emerges from a certain something inadvertently captivates all those present. This something has a rather commonplace name: experience. In ancient villages, travelers and scholars were graciously entertained with fine food and drink, while modern youth tend to congregate in bustling metropolises like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. Some successful individuals even venture abroad to gain insights. All of this is attributable to experience. However, much of this wisdom requires a considerable investment of time and effort to attain. Yet, the prominent figures present, bound by wealth and power, find themselves increasingly distanced from the beauty of the world. Wang's father also realized that his son had unwittingly become the focal point of the gathering. While he felt a sense of joy, he was also tinged with concern. Many individuals who considered themselves the center of attention were being overlooked, and it would be all too easy for them to blame Wang Ze for this embarrassing situation. Wang Ze was not a fool. He understood the concept of knowing when to withdraw. He had no intention of making a name for himself in this upper echelon. Thus, he sighed, expressing his fatigue, and decided to refrain from further discourse. The others hesitated to voice their thoughts, but the little girl was unbothered by such decorum. She playfully implored, "Tell another story, please." What does a storyteller dread most? It is the request for one more tale. Wang Ze, with a reluctant smile, shook his head and conceded, "All right, I shall tell one more, but it truly is the last." He gathered his thoughts, recalling an amusing incident that would surely bring a smile to his face. "I recall an occasion when I ventured to the Amazon, gliding serenely across the glassy surface of the river in a small boat, relishing the enchanting scenery. This experience was truly delightful, provided that the mosquitoes refrained from biting during the day. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered as the waters ahead became tumultuous, swirling with sediment. From a distance, it appeared akin to a pot of murky, boiling water, and suddenly I heard the guide's voice ringing out, "Crocodile," grasping the long oar. The boatman exerted every ounce of strength to paddle back, yet those crocodiles seemed to have targeted us, charging directly forward. Only when they were close did they reveal two rows of menacing, ivory teeth above the water surface. With a sharp snap, they could easily bite off a sizable chunk of the several centimeters thick boat plank, as effortlessly as one might tear a piece of soft bread. The vessel succumbed to their assault, and we were thrown into the water. Terror gripped me, compelling me to swim frantically in one direction. By a stroke of fortune, I reached the shore, but I continued to run until I could muster no more strength. After resting for considerable time, I was suddenly alerted by voices, shouting in a high-pitched tone that I could not comprehend, growing nearer. I initially assumed it was a group of people, and indeed, upon closer inspection, I found them to be human. However, they were bare-chested, with only tattered cloth or animal hide wrapped around their loins. Their bronze skin was adorned with peculiar markings, and their noses, ears, and even chins were pierced with various bones. What particularly caught my attention were the 3 black lines on their foreheads, which I had encountered in a travel guide. It described them as a primitive tribe from the Amazon region, or perhaps savages, with a warning inscribed, "No trespassing." Indeed, I had stumbled upon a tribe of cannibals. I yearned to rebel, yet I was utterly outmatched. In mere moments, I found myself ensnared like a dumpling, my hands and feet bound together, a long wooden pole pinning me in place. Thus, I was hoisted back to their tribe, akin to a lifeless pig. I beheld the rudimentary huts woven from grass in a massive cauldron, large enough, I surmised, to accommodate at least 2 of my frail physique. Rather than preparing me for a swift demise, they bore me to meet their chieftain. At a glance, I could discern that the elderly figure was indeed the leader, adorned with intricate patterns and a nose bone broader than his visage. The venerable chief spoke at length, though I comprehended not a single word. The glimmer in their eyes assured me that I would not be consumed immediately. True to my forebodings, I was confined within a wooden cage, and they tossed me some viscous white substance to consume. It became evident that I had been relegated to the status of livestock. Though I was momentarily safe, I understood that should the hunters of the tribe face a poor haul or new offspring arrive, I would undoubtedly be the designated source of sustenance or the celebratory feast. Yet, I refrained from making a commotion. The docile livestock are seldom the first to meet their end, unlike their more tempestuous counterparts. After several days, the stench within the cage became unbearable, and at last I awaited an opportunity. They were examining my backpack. They poured out everything contained within and, after rummaging for quite some time, found nothing usable or edible, leaving them disheartened as they turned their gazes towards me. It seemed the moment had arrived for me to indulge. Hastily, I pointed at the cans on the ground, calling to them with a wave. I owe a great deal to my father. I had mentioned over the phone that I was struggling with the local conditions, and he had thoughtfully sent me several cans of spicy beef sauce. At that moment, 3 cans of beef sauce lay before me. Having observed my obedient demeanor over the past few days, they were perplexed by my sudden outburst. One particularly clever individual approached me, clutching a can, and began to chatter incessantly. I cautiously gestured for him to hand over the can. Perhaps it held no value for them, as he readily complied. With fervor, I bit into the can, regrettably chipping one of my small canine teeth in the process. I extracted a generous portion of beef sauce and savored a few bites before offering it to him. He appeared puzzled, yet being of bold spirit. He took a small amount and placed it into his mouth. I shall never forget the expression on his face. It was the first time I realized that food could bring such profound joy. I withdrew my hand, and he, in a fit of frustration, flailed about, clearly still desiring more. Recognizing that I had finally gained the upper hand in negotiation, I pointed to the wooden cage and then to my mouth. He shook his head vehemently, but after a moment of hesitation, he ultimately fled. When he reappeared, accompanied by 3 imposing figures, they unlatched the wooden cage and bound me once more, though this time merely restraining my hands. I encountered the leader again and took the initiative to introduce him to the concept of beef sauce. I demonstrated how to spread the sauce on the meat, on a vegetable reminiscent of coconut, and even on fruits. I also taught them the art of opening canned goods, which brought them considerable joy, yet soon after, they still confined me. What could I do for these ungrateful souls? All I could offer them was more indulgence. My secret weapon was not merely the beef sauce, but rather the barbecue seasonings I carried with me, the most vital of which was salt. The cannibals had a penchant for spiciness, a fact I did not gamble on, but rather knew for certain. In such a humid environment, fiery flavors were a primal necessity rather than a mere treat for the palate. While salt was commonplace for us, it was a treasure beyond measure for these savages. Their only sources of salt were the fresh blood and flesh they consumed or a peculiar food known as mohamo. The pure white salt I possessed would undoubtedly leave them astounded, a fact I did not need to ponder. Indeed, I had become an honored guest, imparting to them the methods of seasoning and even the technique of roasting meat. Their hospitality, it unveiled another facet of these wild people. That very evening, 2 exquisite maidens were sent to my grass hut, yet the disparity in aesthetic appreciation was truly vast. They believe that a woman's beauty is determined by the size of her nostrils and the expansiveness of her earlobes. Naturally, I did not succumb to their notions, which led the leader to maintain a cold demeanor towards me for 2 long days. How overly hospitable they are! I have resided in this tribe for nearly a month, yet I still cannot comprehend a single word they utter. Fortunately, body language allows for some rudimentary communication. Since leaving, I have continued to fondly reminisce about those peculiar yet endearing friends. Upon Wang Ze's conclusion, a murmur of sympathy arose among the crowd. The young girl, clearly still unsatisfied, seemed eager to employ her previous tactics once more. Meanwhile, Luja, unable to endure any longer, exclaimed, "I thought the previous tale was quite remarkable, but this one is rather far-fetched. Ascent it, making friends with cannibals? There must be a limit to exaggeration, don't you think?" Chapter 12. The cockroach's brain. Wang Ze merely smiled, choosing not to engage in a dispute. Instead, he produced a palm-sized square plastic bag from his pocket. As the crowd remained perplexed, He continued, narrating his tale. When I departed from the tribe, the chief designated an individual to escort me, and perhaps as a token of gratitude for all I had done, he bestowed upon me 2 gifts. Wang Ze withdrew a necklace made of animal hide, intricately braided, with a pendant resembling both a knife and a wolf's fang, albeit slightly larger than the latter. He also revealed a smaller plastic bag containing some black powder. You see, I have seldom received gifts in my life, so I carry these with me. This necklace, reminiscent of a wolf's fang, was worn by the chief himself. He removed it right then and there to give to me. However, despite extensive research, I have yet to ascertain its true nature. With that, he passed the necklace around for all to examine. Those gathered were indeed connoisseurs of antiquities, possessing knowledge of various peculiar artifacts that far surpassed that of the average person. As anticipated, an elder, likely in his 60s, immediately lunged forward upon sighting the item, grasping it in his hands for a meticulous inspection. He muttered repeatedly, "Is this truly? How is that possible? Yet if it is from a primitive tribe, then it could indeed be plausible." His actions piqued the curiosity of the onlookers, prompting someone to inquire, "Old Wu, do share your thoughts. Do not keep it all to yourself." The esteemed elder, referred to as Mr. Wu, let out a couple of sounds before adjusting his glasses and began. According to historical records, it is said that several centuries ago there existed a species of bird, small in stature yet carnivorous, both unsightly and splendid, though the splendor pertains solely to its beak. The local tribesmen dubbed this avian creature the fighting bird, regardless of its size or ferocity. Any intruder within its territory must engage in combat, armed solely with its formidable beak. The tribesmen also favored crafting weapons from the beak of the fighting bird, as it could be fashioned into the finest spears and arrows due to its remarkable hardness, rivaling that of steel. As he spoke, he slid the necklace across the wooden table, effortlessly carving a V-shaped notch. Mr. Wu continued, however, historical documentation states that the hardness of the fighting bird's beak is second only to jade and diamond. He then turned to Wang Ze, inquiring, "You don't mind, do you?" Wang Ze smiled and shook his head. Mr. Wu proceeded to grasp a whiskey glass and forcefully drew the necklace across its surface. The audience heard a faint squeaking sound, and to their astonishment, the sturdy whiskey glass bore a deep white mark, while the necklace remained unscathed. Mr. Wu, with a firm twist, managed to split the whiskey glass along the white mark, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. It is noteworthy that such a glass possesses a hardness surpassing that of ordinary glass, nearly on par with natural crystal. Mr. Wu, enamored with the necklace in his hand, marveled. "It is indeed genuine." He turned to the crowd and explained, "This fighting bird has been extinct for centuries. Historical records only speak of its remarkable beak, but no one has ever seen it. It was thought to be an exaggeration of historical texts. As for the rarity of this item, consider this. When a thing reaches its zenith in one aspect, it often weakens in another. Take diamond, the hardest substance known. Even when sharpened to a fine edge, it cannot cut through human skin, while an exceptionally sharp knife cannot even slice through glass. The beak of the fighting bird, however, perfectly exemplifies a critical balance, maintaining sharpness while ensuring maximum hardness. No other object can so exquisitely embody the definition of strength and sharpness. It is truly remarkable." Though he harbored thoughts of claiming this object for himself, Old Wu could only return the necklace to Wang Ze under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He said, "This gentleman, I apologize, but I do not yet know your name." "Wang Ze, just call me Xiao Ze," came the reply. "Very well, Xiao Ze. The value of this object lies not in its history, its rarity, or even its utility. Its true worth resides in its scientific significance. If we can ascertain its components, I can confidently state that it would mark a perfect conclusion to the era of cold weapons." Wang Ze smiled and replied, "It is merely a gift from a friend." With this statement, Old Wu understood completely. The essence of the conversation reveals that Wang Ze is, evidently, unwilling to relinquish the item easily, nor does he intend to exploit it for personal gain, embodying a disposition of desirelessness and indifference towards ceding it. However, upon observing the disappointment etched on Old Wu's face, Wang Ze added, "Yet, should the nation require it in the future, I would not mind allowing it to contribute in some manner. This statement finally elicited a satisfied smile from old Wu. Among all present, the one who appeared most humiliated was Liu Jia. Just as he had accused Wang Ze of boasting, the latter produced an irrefutable piece of evidence. Liu Jia suddenly felt a twinge of regret for his petty jealousy and longed to find a crevice to hide within. Yet, being a person of the occasion, he knew a skill known as topic diversion. Liu Jia inquired, "This necklace is indeed extraordinary, but what exactly is that black powder?" Wang Ze scratched his head, slightly embarrassed, and replied, "Well, I'm not entirely certain, but I do know its purpose." It turned out that this black powder was a sacred substance from the cannibal tribe. Whenever a member of the tribe fell ill, they would seek out a shaman to obtain this item, and in the majority of cases, it would miraculously cure their ailments, essentially a type of universal remedy. Before his departure, the chief had specifically requested some of this medicine for Wang Ze's use. After Wang Ze's explanation, everyone gathered to take a closer look, yet, regrettably, no one discerned its significance, not even an elderly man among them who was a physician, as he had never encountered such a remedy. Just as the crowd was losing interest in the black powder, a voice of divine elegance echoed in Wang Ze's mind. This substance indeed possesses the ability to cure certain ailments. Are you truly eager to discover what it is? Confounded. Wang Ze replied, "Of course, I wish to know." "Very well, since you insist. This black powder is derived from the brain of a small creature, which you commonly refer to as a cockroach." Wang Ze's hand trembled uncontrollably, causing the plastic bag to tumble onto the table, garnering the attention and bewilderment of those around him. The divine voice continued, "Moreover, it is not just any ordinary cockroach. It is one of considerable size, larger than your thumb, to be precise." Wang Ze instinctively retched a few times, his face reddening with discomfort, for he had personally placed that powder into the plastic bag and had even licked his fingers to avoid wastage. Observing Wang Ze's reaction, the divine presence seemed to take great delight in his distress. After a moment of joy, she added, "However, it truly has medicinal properties, particularly for severe illnesses. Just yesterday, while watching television, did we not discuss the matter of AIDS? This substance has the potential to cure it, with a success rate of approximately 70%. Wang Ze was so astonished that he inadvertently exclaimed, "What? It can cure AIDS?" The moment the words escaped his lips, he felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, the surrounding crowd regarded him with expressions of disbelief. Embarrassment washed over him, yet he was grateful for his quick wit. He took a deep breath and spoke. "Scientific validation reveals that the brain of a cockroach contains an anti-inflammatory agent capable of combating over 80% of viruses on Earth. I must express my gratitude to my chemistry teacher, cough cough. This black powder is not merely a refined extract from the cockroach's brain, but rather a highly unique essence derived from a colossal species of cockroach that solely inhabits the Amazon. Therefore, it holds a significant possibility of being the only substance in nature that could potentially cure AIDS." His discourse, a blend of fact and fiction, adeptly elevated his previously tarnished reputation. Regardless of whether the audience believed him, they would not dismiss him as a lunatic. A flurry of discussions ensued. Although his claims appeared ludicrous at first, the more one pondered, the more plausible they seemed. Cockroaches, while repugnant, are indeed remarkable creatures. As Darwin aptly stated, in the struggle for existence, the fittest shall survive. Countless species, numbering in the billions, have vanished throughout the annals of Earth's history, and even we, as a burgeoning species, may merely be transient visitors, unaware of the day we might become the unfit, awaiting inevitable extinction. Yet, since the emergence of cockroaches on this planet, they have remained unchanged, unaltered, coexisting with the entirety of known human history, or perhaps even longer. The sole reason is that they are the most fit organisms on Earth, having never undergone transformation. Some scholars posit that should a mutative virus suddenly arise, annihilating all life forms, including microorganisms, the only survivors would be the cockroaches, and they alone. The cannibalistic tribe refers to this substance as the divine object. Remarkably, even when decapitated, a cockroach can survive for 15 days, and its body can endure for 40 days, with death ultimately resulting from starvation. This enduring and ancient entity, which requires no evolution to be embraced by the earth, possesses an almost unparalleled vitality. The amalgamation of these two elements gives rise to a remedy capable of withstanding all ailments. If this is not a divine object, then what truly is? Just as the onlookers grappled with their repulsion and skepticism while gazing at the bag of black powder, a voice unexpectedly interjected, "May I try this medicine?" Wang Ze turned towards the sound and beheld a middle-aged man, of modest stature with a slight paunch, whose face bore a smile, yet emanated an air of authority. At that moment, Lu Zhe was the first to speak, somewhat astonished. "Father, what brings you here? Didn't you have matters to attend to today?" Almost simultaneously, the divine presence within Wang Ze's mind remarked, "Servant, do you see? This individual possesses an aura of spiritual energy." Chapter 13. The divine trickster regarding the appellation of goddess. Wang Ze initially found it difficult to accept. Now, with the additional label of servant affixed to him, how could one endure such indignity? It is evident that Wang Ze is the one sustaining this esteemed goddess. Yet, to his astonishment, she continued, "What? Are you displeased with being called a servant? You ought to feel fortunate. By previous standards, your status could never have risen so swiftly." Wang Ze was nearly consumed by ire. Was it true that in his former identity, he was deemed less than a servant? What then was he? A mere pet? He soon diverted his attention to the goddess's words about Lu Zhe's father possessing spiritual energy. Impossible. Though the man appeared quite spirited, with Wang Ze's enhanced perception of spiritual energy, he could discern that the man bore the pallor of illness. Lu Zhe's father, named Lu Hailan, bore a name that seemed somewhat feminine. It was rumored that his parents conceived him during a seaside holiday. Lu Hailan then inquired, "What? Are you reluctant?" "I can pay for it," Wang Ze hastily responded. No, of course I can provide it for you. The matter of money is irrelevant. I am not one of those itinerant doctors selling snake oil. However, I am curious about the nature of your ailment." Lu Hailan was unreserved, stating that he suffered from a chronic condition that had long remained unresolved. Yet medical examinations yielded no conclusive results. Wang Ze found himself perplexed, mentally querying the goddess. How could a person with spiritual energy be afflicted by illness? The divine being remarked that spiritual energy itself is the root of the ailment. Indeed, spiritual energy is a beneficial entity, yet can be excessively potent, akin to ginseng. It is widely acknowledged that ginseng is beneficial, but administering an aged specimen to a long-term ailing individual could very well lead to their demise. The principle of weakness cannot endure supplementation encapsulates this notion. In the face of spiritual energy, all individuals in this world can be deemed as weak. To put it plainly, ordinary mortals are unworthy of such blessings. Wang Ze, having grasped the reasoning, hesitated before saying, "Uncle, I fear that my medicine may prove ineffective against your ailment." Before Lu Hailan could respond, Lu Zhe furrowed his brow and questioned, "What do you mean by that? How can you assert it is ineffective without even trying? How do you know what illness my father suffers from?" He had initially wished to prevent his father from consuming any cockroach brain, but witnessing Wang Ze, who had been brought in, not only overshadowing him, but also nearly causing him embarrassment, and now refusing to allow his father to take the medicine, was something he could hardly tolerate. Lu Hailan, possessing a broader perspective, intervened, saying to his son, "Do you truly believe you can discern the nature of my affliction? You are young. Be cautious with your words. As for my illness, it is merely something I regard as such." Wang Ze, unreserved and candid, replied, "Uncle, your illness does not reside within your body, but rather in your fortune. As a newcomer, I am unaware of the vast heritage of the Lu family. Yet I can assert with certainty that the once mighty Lu family has surely diminished in strength. Moreover, matters have not been going smoothly. Allow me a moment of folly. Has the esteemed elder in our household been experiencing some inexplicable ailments?" The goddess within Wang Ze's mind nearly chuckled, perceiving that her servant possessed quite the talent for persuasion. She could not help but remark, "Servant, I had not anticipated that you harbored such potential for a charlatan." Wang Ze, feeling rather embarrassed, retorted, "If I am to be a charlatan, might it be possible for my status to be elevated?" To his surprise, The goddess replied with utmost seriousness. A charlatan is merely a servant. In that instant, Wang Ze seemed to grasp an understanding. Meanwhile, Lu Hailon was far from calm. He erupted in fury, exclaiming, "You insolent wretch," and then stormed away. However, Lu Zhe cast a meaningful glance at Wang Ze before turning to follow his father. Wang Ze did not press the matter, merely stating from a distance, "Wealth can be dispersed yet preserved. Without vitality, one cannot thrive." Lu Hailon, having taken a considerable distance, hesitated momentarily, but ultimately did not halt. As Lu Hailon departed, the surrounding crowd fell into an awkward silence, each claiming to have urgent matters, hastily dispersing. The once lively scene was suddenly left with Wang Ze alone, enjoying the tranquility. Even the little girl clutching a teddy bear had been whisked away by someone unknown. At that moment, Wang Ze's father approached, scrutinizing him intently for a while before suddenly delivering a hefty knock upon his forehead. "You rascal! After enduring so many perilous events, you never thought to inform me." Wang Ze chuckled sheepishly and explained, "You cannot blame me. During those times, I was unable to make calls, and afterward, there seemed no need to." What a feeble argument. However, your performance today has indeed been commendable. It seems you were born to mingle among the elite. Alas, you have offended this esteemed figure, and it appears that all your previous efforts have been in vain. Wang's father's concerns are not without merit. The Lu family's immense influence remains somewhat enigmatic, as they are, after all, the fabled hidden clan. Wang Ze remains unfazed, his mind occupied by a goddess of indulgence. And despite his terminal affliction, he appears as rejuvenated as ever, drawing sustenance from the very aura that seems so formidable. What else could he possibly care about? Before departing, he indulges in a lavish feast at the dining table, ultimately returning home with Wang's father in a state of satisfaction, while Li Lao has ventured off with a few companions to partake in further revelry elsewhere. That night, Wang Ze sleeps soundly, perhaps due to his satisfied appetite, oblivious to the events unfolding in two luxurious residences concerning him. In one European-style mansion, a little girl, cradling a teddy bear, animatedly recounts the story she learned that day to her grandfather. Normally, she would be fast asleep at this hour, but tonight she is particularly spirited, repeatedly uttering the peculiar name, Brother Bear. Her grandfather, both amused and exasperated, indulges her chatter, yet the mention of this Brother Bear, who had captivated conversation at the banquet, piques his interest. Meanwhile, another grand estate presents a less cheerful scene, where Lu Hailon stands rigidly beside her father. This is a traditional courtyard, reputedly the residence of a certain prince from the Qing dynasty. Its opulence, however, is accompanied by an air of elegance. The elderly gentleman is quite an eccentric, donned in a yellowed vest, reclining in a wrought-tan chair and gently swaying back and forth. In one hand, he holds a modest teapot, while the other pinches a nameless cigarette. With a balding head, vest, sandals, teapot, and small cigarette, he appears rather disheveled from a distance. Yet his countenance exudes an undeniable integrity. He seems to smile, yet it is as if he is oblivious to those around him, revealing no indication of whom he is directing his smile toward. After sipping his tea and taking a drag from his cigarette, he gazes at the ceiling and muses. Is face value truly so paramount? Since that young lad has revealed the crux of the matter. You, on the other hand, have stubbornly obstructed the path. His voice is unremarkable, yet Lu Hailon finds himself sweating profusely. He opts for silence, aware of the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the old man continues, "I understand you see him as youthful and fear that someone may be undermining you, do you not? Alas, having navigated the world of antiques for so long, you individuals can be rather pretentious. Do not underestimate the youth, for they may rise high one day and not be belittled. I recall my own encounter with a peculiar youth in my younger days, whose attire was even more bizarre. The lad spoke 3 remarks that I deemed humorous, yet, alas, the old man appears to be lost in reminiscence, gazing into the distance with bright eyes, yet devoid of focus. The young man remarked that he harbored a certain disdain for my esteemed elder, perceiving his teeth as unappealing. Yet, he nonchalantly asserted that it would be of no consequence. as it would improve in a mere 2 days. Consequently, 2 days later, I beheld my reclusive elder with his cheeks swollen significantly, having lost a considerable number of teeth. He attributed this misfortune to an accidental mishap. The young man further proclaimed that he was born with an aversion to the colors white and blue, destined instead to embrace the color red, thus unable to evade his fate. As it happened, 2 months later, my father switched allegiances, sacrificing a substantial portion of our family savings for a semblance of peace across generations. The young man also stated that my fate was a paradox of fortune. The first half of my life was replete with glory and the promise of 3 offspring to bring joy to my knees. However, the latter half was destined to witness the transformation of my hair from black to white. The 2.5 predictions of a young man proved accurate. Save for the last half, my aging body was on the verge of the grave. If my grandson were to strive diligently, I could witness the joy of 4 generations under one roof, yet you all live splendidly. The elder then turned his gaze toward his seemingly unambitious second son, speaking slowly. You still do not resemble me, for you do not discern when to listen with your ears rather than interjecting with your mouth. Lu Hailon, feeling somewhat embarrassed, inquired then, should I seek out that young man? The elder pondered for a long moment before dismissing the idea with a wave of his hand. There is no need for that. Fate is a fleeting opportunity, intangible and elusive. Once missed, it remains lost, and there is no reason for regret. In the ensuing days, Wang Ze continued to lead his tranquil life, albeit with the incessant murmurs of the goddess echoing in his ears, incessantly pleading for spiritual energy. Nevertheless, life remained carefree. Even the esteemed Wang family's antique shop in the city saw only a solitary customer, who purchased a zodiac jade pendant as a gift for his girlfriend. He had long since forgotten the events of the banquet, and the only detail that lingered in his memory was the delightful abalone candelicacy, which he contemplated acquiring for a future indulgence. On this seemingly ordinary day, Wang Ze arrived early at the Wang family antique shop, immersing himself in a bound volume with great enjoyment. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, with hurried footsteps indicating a sense of urgency. Furrowing his brow, Wang Ze lifted his gaze to the entrance, only to be confronted by a throng of people surging towards his once quiet establishment. Fortunately, he quickly spotted Lu Zhou within the crowd. Otherwise, he might have mistaken the gathering for a gang disturbance. In fact, he had already retrieved his phone, dialing the number 11 in a state of alarm. With keen observation, Wang Ze noted a piece of black cloth tied around Lu Zhou's sleeve, adorned with a small red patch, an indication of mourning in the family. He felt a wave of astonishment wash over him as he glanced at the goddess, pondering to himself, could it be that my fanciful words have unwittingly come true? Chapter 14. The Lu family's visit. Lu Zhou cast a complicated glance at Wang Ze, then lowered his head and stood respectfully, as if awaiting someone of great importance. Before long, an elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit, supported by a cane, entered the room, akin to a star surrounded by its celestial companions. Wang Ze glanced towards the back of the crowd, noticing that his father was conspicuously absent at such a pivotal moment. The elderly gentleman was none other than Lu Zhongtong, the patriarch of the Lu family, a figure who, in ancient times, would have been regarded as a seasoned veteran of 3 dynasties. Lu Zhongtong's eyes appeared somewhat swollen, and his gait was unsteady. Wang Ze shined quietly, choosing to remain silent and allow the elder to speak first. Lu Zhongtong scrutinized Wang Ze intently, examining him from head to toe. After a considerable pause, he finally found a chair and seated himself. He remarked, as one ages, one cannot compare to the vigor of youth. After just a few steps, I find myself fatigued. Wang Ze smiled and replied, you are still quite robust, esteemed elder. Lu Zhongtong lifted his head, offering a wry smile, and continued, very well, since you are young. Ashanti engaged in the roundabout speech of the elderly. Just the other day, my rather disappointing second son behaved quite irrationally. Concerned about his reputation, emboldened by his advancing years, he came to see you. I ask you this. Is there any possibility of alleviating the misfortune that has befallen our Lu family? If Wang's father were to witness Lu Zhongtong Wang's personal visit to this modest antique shop, he would likely be overwhelmed with excitement. And if he were to hear Lu Zhongtong speak of his own son in such a manner, it would certainly leave him in a state of shock. Who exactly is Lu Zhongtong? Before the liberation, the direct eldest son of a certain magnate in Shanghai, upon meeting Jiang, would certainly be addressed as esteemed nephew. Due to aligning with the right faction at a crucial moment, although they became invisible post-liberation, the presence of the Lu family can still be discerned in many respects. They are a formidable entity, with Lu Zhongtong at the helm of this colossal vessel. Wang Ze, setting aside the matter of resolution, inquired, "Elder, has there been a death in the family?" Lu Zhe interjected, "It is my younger uncle." It turns out that, as the Lu family was on the verge of forgetting the events that transpired at the banquet, Lu Zhongtong's youngest son, a notorious playboy with a penchant for racing, tragically perished during a competition. At that time, over 20 cars were on the track, and the initial accident did not involve Lu's third son, but rather a foreign driver whose vehicle malfunctioned, erupting into flames. Despite the inferno, he dared not halt. Stopping would only allow the flames to engulf the entire car. Fire trucks entered the circuit to extinguish the blaze, but before they could complete their task, the burning vehicle exploded with a thunderous roar, shattering its rear half into smithereens. Miraculously, the driver emerged unscathed, stumbling out and even waving to the spectators. Just when the crowd thought the ordeal had passed, the remnants from the explosion triggered a far more catastrophic collision. Over 10 cars, already moving at a slow pace, were caught in the chaos, some spinning on the ground, others ignited by flames, and a few even tumbling through the air in wild somersaults. At that moment, Lu's 3 sons, who were considered to be in the safest position at the venue, witnessed the incident and immediately halted their vehicle. He stepped out and made his way towards the repair station, being the one furthest from the site of the accident. However, the situation unfolded in a most bizarre manner. A tire, propelled by an explosion, soared across nearly half the racetrack, colliding with the windshield of another car. The driver reacted with remarkable swiftness, remaining calm, and chose to maneuver the vehicle off the track, utilizing the tire barriers along the edge to decelerate. Yet, contrary to his intentions, these supposedly soft tire barriers concealed a discarded lamppost. The car crashed directly into it, launching into the air, spinning 3 times, and shedding countless components. Yet managed to land precariously on the ground. Tragically, a rapidly spinning tire fell directly onto Lu's 3 sons, perfectly capping him. The audience could only witness the shocking transformation of a seemingly whole person, as a dark shadow flashed across his head, leaving behind a headless corpse that staggered forward 2 steps before collapsing. The scene was drenched in blood. In the aftermath of the investigation, it was revealed that none of the other drivers involved in the incident suffered any injuries, not even minor ones. Only Lu's 3 sons met with such a ghastly fate. It was utterly surreal, profoundly eerie. These 2 words echoed in everyone's minds. Upon receiving the news, the elder Lu nearly succumbed to the shock, almost following his son into the abyss. It was precisely due to this incident that the venerable Lu, for the first time in his life, resorted to using a cane. A consequence of a mild stroke. Upon awakening, his first utterance was not a lamentation for his deceased son, but rather a tearful exclamation. He was right all along. The identity of this enigmatic he was known only to Lu Hailon. Thus, as soon as the old gentleman was able to move about, the entire family made their way to the Wang family's antique shop. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's account, Wang Ze felt a deep sense of lamentation, pondering whether the occurrence of such events stemmed from his own words. He also speculated whether it might be the handiwork of the Divine Lady. When the goddess heard his inquiry, she burst into laughter, replying, "You truly overestimate me. No wonder you are my only servant. You possess quite the talent for flattery." She then spoke with earnestness, saying, "The essence of spiritual energy, if not properly contained by the bearer, can alter one's fate, which is a most intricate matter. While I cannot foresee the specific tribulations they may encounter in the future, the outcome is inevitable. Wealth dissipates and lives are lost, though the path remains unclear." Wang Ze nodded in understanding and addressed Lu Zhongtong, saying, "Old sir, please accept my condolences. However, The disruption of fate signifies that certain forces within your family can no longer be restrained. As these forces begin to stir, if not addressed promptly, I fear. Lu Zhongtong's eyes sparkled with determination as he interjected, "Let us not discuss anything else. Simply tell us how you are willing to assist and what actions we must undertake." It is no wonder that Lu Zhongtong is so forthright. After all, that youth once remarked upon him as a white-haired man sending off a black-haired one. Yet he did not specify how many he would send. He certainly did not wish to endure such an experience again. Wang Ze pondered, what else can be done? Simply let me absorb all the spiritual energy from your family. However, he could not articulate this sentiment, and after exhausting all his mental faculties, Wang Ze finally unearthed a few phrases from his memory. Thus, he said, "Fortune, one life, two offerings, three aspects of feng shui. To determine how to resolve this, I must visit your ancestral residence. Indeed, it was a matter of you speak, I act." As Lu Zhongtong promptly arranged for a special vehicle to transport Wang Ze to the ancestral home. While referred to as the ancestral residence, it was, in truth, the very courtyard where Lu Zhongtong currently resided. Prior to the liberation, his family's estate in Shanghai had been reduced to ashes, and post-liberation, to avoid any suspicion, the entire family relocated to the capital, bringing along even the ancestral tablets and the main grave. The moment Wang Ze stepped into the Sihiyuan, the goddess in his mind became restless, clamoring incessantly. He hesitated for a moment, and to the discerning eyes of the Lu family, this hesitation carried profound significance. Lu Zhongtong inquired, "Young sir, do you perceive anything amiss?" The term sir historically referred to teachers and diviners, embodying the notion of respect and reliance. Yet in modern usage, the term has acquired numerous connotations. Lu Zhongtong wished to address him as sir, but felt awkward due to their age difference, thus opting for a compromise by prefacing it with the word young. Wang Ze endeavored to cooperate, feigning an expression of profound suffering, and spoke in a low voice. "This place is suffused with an overwhelming aura of negativity, nearly reaching the threshold of turning the ethereal into the tangible. It is not only us mundane beings who would feel its weight. Even those who possess great wisdom and virtue, if they were to reside here for any length of time, would likely." He sighed. His fabricated tale sent a chill of dread through Lu Zhongtong, who immediately contemplated the demolition of this long-inhabited abode. Wang Ze wandered about, his hands subtly forming an obscure gesture he had learned from television. His true intention was to communicate with the Divine Lady, seeking to ascertain the location of the spiritual energy. Once the Divine Lady provided him with precise guidance, he approached Lu Zhongtong with an air of mystique. "Esteemed elder, the density of this negative energy is exceedingly peculiar. If it were merely a case of heightened negativity, it would typically indicate the presence of a corpse beneath the dwelling or a natural convergence of dark energy. However, this situation is far from ordinary." He reiterated the phrase "far from ordinary" to ensure that when he later requested something, there would be no objections. As anticipated, Lu Zhongtong inquired then, what would be the cause? Wang Ze solemnly declared, "A negative energy point." He continued to elucidate, only a negative energy point can emit such an expansive aura of negativity. Upon observing your family's feng shui, it does not appear to possess the characteristics necessary for such a phenomenon. Thus, it follows that there must be an unclean object within your home, which could even be referred to as a negative artifact. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhongtong seized the opportunity, urging, "Then, young sir, please hasten to locate this negative artifact." Wang Ze nodded, continuing to perform the incantation while wandering restlessly around the area, deliberately taking many wrong turns. After more than 20 minutes had elapsed, he approached the main hall and stopped at a square tile measuring 1 meter on each side. The goddess had informed him that the center of spiritual energy lay here. Wang Ze pretended to stomp his foot vigorously 3 times to ascertain that the ground beneath was hollow, before proclaiming with a sense of righteous authority, "The hidden object lies beneath." Lu Zhongtong was taken aback, momentarily stunned. This main hall had once been inhabited by his father, and after his father's passing, he had chosen not to move in, maintaining the room as it was. For decades, it had remained largely untouched. So how could it now be deemed a place of concealment? Just as Lu Zhongtong was about to inquire, "Are you certain?" a sudden, piercing voice called out from outside. "Where's the fraud? Where's the swindler?" The shout made Wang Ze's calves quiver. After all, he was indeed the very fraud in question. Chapter 15. You deceitful scoundrel. Wang Ze nearly shouted, "The fraud is right here," as he glanced towards the entrance. A young woman with flowing long hair clad in a denim crop top dashed in, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "You deceitful scoundrel. Why don't you hurry up and leave?" The girl was strikingly beautiful, yet Wang Ze remained unimpressed. This was due to two reasons. First, his mind was occupied by an ethereal goddess who was far more enchanting and could not be escaped. Second, the young lady bore a faint but conspicuous scar that extended from her forehead to her chin. Lu Zhongtong felt both embarrassed and troubled. The embarrassment arose from the realization that his endeavors were indeed rooted in feudal superstition. Regardless of how many people believed in it covertly, such matters could not be publicly acknowledged, lest he be exposed. The headache stemmed from this young lady, within the confines of the 49 city, who was unaware of the notorious demon King Shangguan Lingyu. A mere girl, she had triumphed over all opponents since childhood, earning the title of the most formidable young lady in the capital. Moreover, due to a facial injury sustained in her teenage years, she had developed a rather extreme disposition. Any matter that reached her ears would soon reverberate throughout the world. Most importantly, this young lady possessed remarkable intelligence. Lu Zhongtong inwardly cursed the unknown rascal who had leaked the information, suspecting that it was likely his own grandchildren who had let slip. Meanwhile, he found himself saying, "Lingyu, do not act irrationally. This individual is a friend I have invited. This matter does not concern you. Return home and behave yourself." Such a lack of respect. Regrettably, Shangguan Lingyu had become accustomed to her audacious demeanor. In the past, before Lord Lu, she had unceremoniously thrashed his grandson, showing no regard for anyone's dignity. With a haughty snort, Shangguan Lingyu declared, "What's the matter? Did you stumble upon some feudal superstition and find yourself embarrassed? Very well, I shan't converse with you any longer. Today, I shall teach this charlatan a proper lesson." As she spoke, she indeed prepared to strike. Wang Ze hastily stepped back, his gaze flitting between Lu Zhongtong and Shangguan Lingyu, utterly flummoxed. Lu Zhongtong quickly positioned himself as a formidable barrier, endeavoring to appear more fearsome. Though he was acutely aware that such tactics were futile, he had always held a fondness for the granddaughter of an old friend, and his usual approach bore no weight against her. It could be said that Shangguan Lingyu's unruliness was largely cultivated by the indulgence of these elderly gentlemen. Moreover, Lu Zhongtong's progeny were of little assistance at this moment. Had they not noticed Lu Hailon, gazing skyward, pondering whether a particular cloud resembled a loaf of bread? Today was indeed a splendid day with not a cloud in sight. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe, who bore a somewhat dubious reputation, was inspecting his shoes, attempting to discern any minute imperfections to polish away, for a fine young man must maintain a commendable image. As for the other bodyguards and their kin, Lu Zhongtong had not even contemplated their involvement. Seeing a group of softies subdued by a mere girl, Wang Ze had no choice but to intervene himself. He coughed twice and spoke. "Some unexpected events have occurred at Lu's residence, which I believe are related to the artifacts hidden here. Regardless of your belief, if we simply unearth this place, the truth will reveal itself." Shangguan Lingyu's eyes flickered, and she exclaimed, "Very well. Let us uncover it. If nothing is found, then we shall see how you continue to deceive." Lu Zhongtong hastily summoned the house servants, and they began to laboriously lift the tiles. The tiles measured a meter on each side, yet the surrounding gaps were exceedingly narrow. They struggled to extract the old mud from the crevices, seeking something to pry it open, only to find the tiles remarkably thick. In desperation, they resorted to a sledgehammer. Wang Ze repeatedly cautioned them to be careful and to avoid striking the central tile, should the negative energy disperse. Even celestial beings would be powerless to intervene. This warning provoked Shangguan Lingyu to threaten him. After shattering a nearby tile, they discovered it was at least 30 centimeters thick, each tile weighing over 100 pounds. Eventually, they managed to remove a tile, and Wang Ze cautiously brushed away the surface soil. Suddenly, he felt a smooth surface. A gentle tap resonated with the sound of wood. Triumphantly glancing at Shangguan Lingyu, he called for two others to assist in lifting a wooden box measuring over half a meter on each side from the ground. Shangguan Lingyu was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening as she gazed at the box, murmuring, "Is there truly something inside?" Wang Ze secretly breathed a sigh of relief as he carefully pried open the box, revealing 3 layers of red silk cloth within. Remarkably, these silks, having been buried for countless years, remained uncorrupted, truly a marvel. As Wang Ze unfurled the red silk, an overwhelming brilliance suddenly engulfed the surroundings, rendering everything before him eerily intangible. "Treasure! Oh, treasure!" Wang Ze exclaimed inwardly, though he struggled to maintain an expression of feigned composure. As if to say, "Indeed, it is as expected." The radiance gradually diminished, transforming from a state of fervor to one of profound stillness, yet it remained dazzling. In his mind, the goddess rejoiced, her delight reminiscent of a child's exuberance. After acclimating to the intense light, Wang Ze finally discerned the true nature of the object. The artifact, resplendent in an ancient bronze hue, shimmered with flecks of golden light, indicative of a bygone era's metallurgical artistry that blended copper with gold. It stood over 30 centimeters tall and 20 centimeters wide, tapering at the top and swelling at the base, resembling a gourd with a singular belly. Its surface was adorned with exquisite carvings, intricately depicting mountain spirits and sea monsters, while the apex featured a peculiar creature expelling a pearl. Below, 3 cloud-patterned feet lent a semblance to a cauldron upon closer inspection. Lu Zhongtong furrowed his brow, hesitating as he inquired, "Is this a censer?" A flash of insight illuminated Wang Ze's mind. Indeed, it was a censer, albeit slightly larger than the usual kind. He reached out to lift the lid of the censer, only to be abruptly halted by the goddess's commanding voice. "Do not touch." This startled Wang Ze, causing him to tremble, his expression a mixture of surprise and perplexity. To Lu Zhongtong, this scene unmistakably appeared as if the young scholar were engaged in a struggle with an unseen force. The goddess continued, "What an incense burner! Truly, you lack understanding. This is, in fact, In the latter days of ancient civilization's decline, such artifacts emerged, capable of controlling spiritual energy and amalgamating various forms of it." Ahem, I have said too much. Unwittingly revealing secrets, the goddess hastily fell silent. However, for Wang Ze, the information was already ample. Lu Zhongtong cautiously inquired, "Young sir, now that the item has been located, what shall we do next?" Wang Ze feignet asai, state ales. I initially believed that destroying this object would alter the Lu family's fortune. Little did I know that this has existed for far too long, having developed its own influence. It seems this relic was left by your ancestors and surely once provided your family with protection. Yet now, with the imbalance of celestial energies, your generation of the Lu family is unable to restrain the tyranny of the which has turned against you. However, I observe that this incense burner has become intertwined with the Lu family's fate. Destroying it alone would undermine your family's very foundation. Thus, alas, it is indeed a conundrum. Lu Zhongtong found the discourse enigmatic, but the more he pondered, the more he felt it to be true, and his sentiments towards the incense burner grew increasingly complex. When one speaks of treasures unearthed, especially such an exquisitely crafted item, who could possibly resist its allure? He yearned to cherish it once the had dissipated. Moreover, his father had never revealed the existence of such a precious artifact before his passing, suggesting that the information had only been passed to his late elder brother. Thus, it became evident that this object held immense significance. Yet now the family's fate hangs in the balance, entirely dependent on this diminutive incense burner. He was initially torn, yet the thought of obliterating it was equally compelling. For no treasure can outweigh the importance of ensuring progeny. Lu Zhongtong's countenance shifted dramatically as he finally sighed. Then, "Young sir, please illuminate a path for me." Wang Ze, assuming the guise of a worldly sage, declared, "I cannot present a singular choice, but rather 3 paths for the esteemed elder to consider." The first option is to retain it, to bury it once more. While the Liu family of this generation may lack the capacity to subdue the malevolent artifact, one cannot discount the emergence of an extraordinary individual who might alter their fortunes. Liu Zhongtong vigorously shook his head. This must not come to pass. If we wait for such a figure, our family shall surely, alas. Wang Ze understood that he would not choose this path, hence he introduced it first, intending to dissuade him from such thoughts. The second option is to shatter it on the spot. While this would undoubtedly undermine the Liu family's foundation, it ultimately leads to mere loss of wealth and power. Human life is of paramount importance. Liu Zhongtong began to waver again, pondering for an extended period before he finally uttered, "Transitioning from luxury to frugality is a daunting task. Young sir, please proceed with the third option." Having reveled in opulence during his youth, Liu Zhongtong could relinquish power and riches, yet he pondered the fate of his unfilial offspring. How would they survive without the family estate? Moreover, should he destroy the ancestral legacy, he feared facing his forebears in the afterlife, filled with shame. The third option. Sigh, do you truly wish to hear the third option? Sigh. Wang Ze exhaled deeply twice, displaying a profound reluctance. The third point is that I shall take this object back and use an ancient array to confine it, ensuring the Liu family's foundation remains intact while avoiding the influence of dark energy. Liu Zhongtong's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly inquired, "Is that truly possible?" This method is excellent, yet why does the young master hesitate to speak? Wang Ze, appearing somewhat awkward, replied, "The ancient array has long been lost. By mere chance. During my travels through the vast world, I managed to acquire a fragment. If I were to utilize it now, it may be an eternity before I encounter another." Liu Zhongtong suddenly understood. The young master's reticence stemmed from the immense effort required for this task, and he had not mentioned any form of compensation throughout their conversation, leading one to naturally consider striking. Liu Zhongtong chuckled and said, "I see that you are quite young, and while those of the world beyond may not concern themselves with such matters, one must eventually marry and raise a family, which will undoubtedly incur significant expenses. As you're a person of the outside realm, you may not be well versed in the ways of wealth. Now that you have rendered our Liu family such a considerable service, it is only appropriate that I assist you in return. 20 million. Should that prove insufficient in the future, you need only speak." In truth, Wang Ze did not seek compensation. He merely wished to provide himself with a more substantial reason for taking the alchemical furnace. Upon hearing Liu Zhongtong mention marriage and children, Wang Ze instinctively wanted to refuse. But when he heard the figure 20 million, he was indeed tempted. As he pondered this, the onlooker Shangguan Lingyu suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, at last I understand. You deceiver, what a heavy scheme you weave." Chapter 16. The incense burner or the alchemical furnace. Shangguan Lingyu directly addressed Liu Zhongtong, imploring, "Grandfather Liu, please do not be deceived by him." Liu Zhongtong, bewildered by her outburst, stammered, "What do you mean by this?" Shangguan Lingyu replied, "His incessant chatter is merely a ruse to abscond with this precious artifact. Consider, all his actions are solely aimed at seizing it." Her words struck true. Wang Ze, observing from behind, was drenched in cold sweat, pondering how this young girl could possess such astute insight. Indeed, the stereotype of big-breasted and brainless seemed utterly unfounded, as her modest figure belied a sharp intellect. Yet, Wang Ze chose not to clarify, for excessive explanation often leads to misinterpretation. Consequently, Liu Zhongtong took on the role of the admonisher, his voice booming, "Cease this nonsense at once. The affection we elders have for you is not a license for your reckless behavior. This matter concerns the very survival of the Liu family. What are you raving about? You allege he seeks to steal the treasure? Yet, even I am unaware of the ancestral relics hidden here. How could a mere outsider possibly know? Moreover, we sought him out. This is serendipity, a rare opportunity for our family. I had hoped to leverage this encounter to resolve matters with my old comrade, but instead, you have become increasingly outrageous. Are you oblivious to the plight of the Shangguan family?" His stern rebuke left the young girl momentarily speechless, her heart heavy with indignation. Women are often like this. They believe that their actions, even if they may lead to disastrous outcomes, are in your best interest. Despite being scolded, they do not experience a moment of epiphany. Instead, they feel a sense of grievance. Tears brim in their eyes as they direct all their frustrations towards Wang Ze. Shangguan Lingyu pointed at Wang Ze and exclaimed, "Is it him? Is it merely fate?" "Nonsense. Very well, you claim it is fate, don't you? Now that I have encountered him today, what benefits can he possibly bring to me? Tell me, what fortune can you offer? If there is none, I shall shatter this incense burner, and you shall not take it away." When a woman throws a tantrum, even deities retreat, let alone a mere Wang Ze. What is even more outrageous is that the goddess in his mind reacted even more strongly, declaring that if she cannot take the alchemical furnace today, they shall perish together. You see, when the goddess throws a fit, she does not even utter the deceitful words of Wang Ze may die, but I shall survive. Wang Ze's head felt heavy as he sensed the two women contending against one another from afar. He resolved to assert himself as well. However, men, by nature, can quickly feel anger, but it dissipates just as swiftly. With a sigh, Wang Ze mustered a semblance of a smile, albeit one that appeared rather grim. He stated, "Given that old Liu has made an introduction, it can indeed be considered a stroke of fortune. Thus, I shall bestow upon you an extraordinary opportunity." This statement left everyone present momentarily stunned. No one expected that what was initially a mere utterance would truly come to fruition. Wang Ze gazed upon Shangguan Lingyu's face, lamenting. She was originally an exceedingly beautiful young lady, yet alas, this scar rests upon her fate's threshold. Oh, this is merely a saying regarding physiognomy, the injury here. Even the finest medical expertise cannot entirely erase scars. Shangguan Lingyu instinctively touched her face, a fleeting expression of pain crossing her features. Nevertheless, she retorted, "I like it. So what? I take pride in the scar upon my face." Wang Ze chuckled softly. "If that is the case, then this opportunity shall not be granted to you. Should you admit your desire to remove the scar, wishing to restore your beauty, I could assist you. Otherwise, it is also acceptable. Suppressing such a formidable evil spirit indeed consumes much effort. Should you break it, it would save considerable trouble." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhongtong grew discontent, exclaiming, "What do you mean by that? She is not even a member of our Lu family. How could she be the one to decide? Young sir, do not let your anger towards this girl hinder significant matters." At that moment, Shangguan Lingyu found herself in a state of inner turmoil. Though she harbored doubts about Wang Ze, the fact that he had indeed uncovered treasures within this ancient abode instilled in her a sliver of belief, 1% to be precise. And that 1% of belief was more than sufficient for her to lower her head in the pursuit of restoring her appearance. What is of utmost importance to a woman throughout her life? Undoubtedly, her visage holds a prominent place. If one were to possess an unattractive appearance, it might be bearable. However, Shangguan Lingyu was exceptionally beautiful, and she had countless times captured half of her face in photographs, cherishing the enchanting figure reflected therein. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke in a voice as delicate as a whisper, "Can it really be removed?" The Shangguan family had sought out renowned physicians far and wide for the sake of this scar. Wang Ze, who dared to mention the theory of life's obstacles, understood that the Shangguan family had undoubtedly explored every conceivable method, and the persistence of that scar spoke volumes, providing Wang Ze with ample justification for spinning a tale. He merely inquired, "Do you wish to?" Shangguan Lingyu gritted her teeth and declared, "Yes." Wang Ze contemplated mocking her thoroughly, yet this desire clashed somewhat with his true intentions. He silently retrieved an ancient porcelain vial from his pocket, his fingers gliding over the mouth of the bottle several times before he resolutely twisted it open. After centuries, this vial was being opened for the first time, and as its opener, Wang Ze felt a pang of regret. He proceeded with great caution, almost eliminating any motion that could cause tremors, even his voice barely above a murmur. "Could someone fetch me a container?" Upon hearing this, someone promptly brought forth a bowl. Wang Ze shot a fierce glare at the individual and remarked, "Smaller." Consequently, another person presented a wine cup. Only then did Wang Ze express satisfaction. and his meticulous actions ignited a profound curiosity among all present regarding the porcelain vial in his possession. Notably, Lu Hailon and his son, who had a penchant for antiquities, gazed at the vial from a distance, perceiving it as a relic of considerable age, yearning to snatch it away and examine it closely. Wang Ze gently pressed the bottle, pouring out a minuscule amount that even he found somewhat embarrassing. He poured out a little more, quickly sealing the bottle and tucking it into his bosom, before he finally took a few heavy breaths. It was not due to nervousness, but rather because he had refrained from breathing too forcefully moments earlier. Shangguan Lingyu squeezed her small head beside him, anxiously inquiring, "What is this? Is it medicine? Ugh, how stingy." Upon seeing the mere speck of powder resting at the bottom of the cup, she could not help but mock him. Wang Ze shot her a fierce glare. He was not inherently miserly. Such behavior as digging one's fingers after relieving oneself, and then tasting it was far beneath him. However, this substance was exceedingly precious. Each minuscule portion diminished its quantity, and should it be exhausted, the sole legacy from his ancestors would be lost. Wang Ze turned to Lu Zhongtong and asked, "Do you have any wine? It must be fine wine." Lu Zhongtong, eager for Wang Ze to assist the Lu family in altering their fortunes, was also curious about the nature of the powder. In an unprecedented move, he produced a bottle of exquisite wine that he had cherished for 30 years. The bottle bore no label, or perhaps the passage of time had rendered it unrecognizable. Yet, the battered ceramic vessel alone spoke of the wine's extraordinary quality. Even Lu Hailon, who typically favored inferior wines, could not suppress a gulp of envy as he remarked, "Dad, you truly are generous." As soon as the wine bottle was uncorked, an extraordinary aroma wafted through the air, enveloping the main hall in its lingering embrace. Wang Ze took the bottle of wine, fully aware of its exquisite quality. Yet he deemed even the finest wine less precious than his own medicinal concoction. Without hesitation, he poured some into the cup. However, as the wine flowed from the bottle, he silently lamented, "What a waste." The liquid resembled congealed fat, its hue akin to amber, and it exuded a fragrance reminiscent of delicate silk and bamboo melodies. Such a wine could only be crafted by renowned distilleries before liberation. It was indeed a treasure that diminished with each sip. As the liquid swiftly mingled with the powder, a curious transformation occurred. The resplendent amber color rapidly faded, leaving only a viscous white. Wang Ze gazed intently at the bottle, unable to resist the temptation. He lifted it and took a sip right before the host. This unexpected act left everyone present momentarily stunned. Although Wang Ze was not a connoisseur of wine and hardly ever indulged, he succumbed to the allure of its aroma, committing a beautiful mistake. After relishing the moment, he noticed the atmosphere had grown somewhat awkward, prompting him to stammer, I merely wish to see how this wine interacts with the medicine." Lu Hailon, visibly agitated, retorted, "You should have tested it before pouring. Now that it's poured, what is the point of testing?" Lu Zhongtong intervened, halting his son's outburst with a stern glare, then turned to Wang Ze, saying, "Since you enjoy it, allow me to gift it to you." As he spoke, Wang Ze noticed a slight tremor at the corners of his mouth. Lu Zhongtong felt a pang of regret, yet he understood a profound truth. Individuals like Wang Ze, those of extraordinary caliber, if they accepted a token of goodwill, would undoubtedly return a far greater favor in the future. For instance, the trilingual youth I once encountered. Had I not invited him to share half a roast chicken, it seems unlikely he would have confided so much to me. He often regrets not having treated him to a few more. After all, it wouldn't have cost much. Just as Wang Ze was about to decline, Lu Zhongtong interjected, "If you refuse to accept it, I shall smash it, treating it as an offering to our ancestors." Wang Ze could only manage an awkward smile, pondering that not only had he deceived the lad out of his treasure, but now he was also trying to swindle him out of fine wine. Indeed, he seemed to possess a latent talent for trickery. Just as they were playfully disputing over a bottle of wine, Shangguan Lingyu could no longer contain her impatience and exclaimed, "What comes next? Speak quickly." A group of grown men found themselves in an awkward position, chastised by a mere girl. Wang Ze scratched his cheek and replied, "Well, this is my first time using it, or rather." He suddenly straightened his gaze and spoke solemnly. "For centuries, This medicine has never been employed until today. Centuries? Is it truly an ancient artifact? Centuries? Then, is it not well past its expiration date? Can still be used? Chapter 17. The efficacy of the ancestral divine medicine. Wang Ze could hardly muster the energy to respond to such inquiries. Do you understand what a divine medicine is? It is a remedy so potent that even celestial beings would resort to its use. With utmost seriousness, Wang Ze declared, although I have never personally experienced this medicine, I am aware of its side effects, namely, the area where it is applied will itch intensely, an itch so unbearable for an ordinary person that succumbing to the urge to scratch would result in permanent scars, rendering it irreparable. Without a moment's hesitation, Shangguan Lingyu replied, "Let us proceed." Her words struck Wang Ze as somewhat peculiar. He extended the wine cup towards her and selected a chopstick as the applicator. Curiosity got the better of him, prompting another question. It's an itch that one would rather die than endure. Are you truly prepared for this? Shangguan Lingyu nearly choked on her breath, exclaiming irritably, "Must you be so overly cautious? Aren't you a man?" In a fit of anger, Wang Ze seized the chopstick and jabbed it toward her face. "Ouch, be gentle. You've missed. That is my nose. Why must you use the pointed end? Are you intentionally seeking revenge?" In a swift motion, Wang Ze managed to release the pent-up frustration within him, and the minuscule amount of medicine was evenly applied across her face. Shangguan Lingyu hurriedly produced a small mirror, inspecting her reflection from left to right. Unavoidably, she exclaimed, "This medicine is indeed remarkable. Just a thin layer applied, and the scars become nearly imperceptible. Even if it cannot cure, it can certainly be used regularly." However, as she spoke with fervor, Shangguan Lingyu suddenly felt an intense itch and pain in the area where the ointment had been applied. How quick the reaction was! Shangguan Lingyu mumbled, "Ouch! It itches, it truly itches." In an instant, she felt as though countless ants had descended upon her face, relentlessly biting at her skin. The itch was indeed unbearable. To make matters worse, the sensation intensified, almost as if her very bones were itching. With a cry of despair, Shangguan Lingyu tumbled to the ground, rolling frantically. Her mouth spewed forth curses, ranging from Wang Ze's ancestors to the future generations of his lineage. Her demeanor was no longer that of a young girl, but rather resembled a raucous woman in her 50s or 60s. She even accused Wang Ze of orchestrating this torment against her. Starting with vehement curses, she soon transitioned into tearful pleas for mercy. Lu Zhongtong was astonished. He had never seen this girl, known for her steadfastness, ever plead for leniency. How unbearable must the itch be to reduce such a strong-willed woman to this state? He even began to believe that Wang Ze was indeed scheming against Shangguan Lingyu. Thus, he remarked, "Young sir, although Lingyu has acted inappropriately, she is still just a little girl, lacking understanding. There is no need for you to." Wang Ze waved his hand, gesturing toward Shangguan Lingyu's cheek, and said, "Old Lu, take a closer look." Lu Zhongtong turned his gaze towards the source of the sound and beheld the pallid visage, which gradually transformed into an ashen black, reminiscent of white paper ignited and reduced to charred remains. Despite Shangguan Lingyu's desperate thrashing and agonized cries, her hands remained several centimeters away from her face, resolute in their refusal to make contact. "Let me perish. Allow me to die. For mercy's sake, in my suffering." Shangguan Lingyu's howls grew increasingly despondent, and Lu Zhongtong, being an elder, could hardly bear to witness such torment. Thus he inquired, Is there no means of alleviation?" Wang Ze nodded and replied, "Render her unconscious." Lu Zhongtong hesitated, yet recognized this as a viable solution. However, as he raised his cane and approached, he found himself unable to proceed. The others, too, refrained from intervening, fearing retribution from the girl afterward. At long last, after Shangguan Lingyu had shattered the hearts of all present with her anguished cries, the pallid hue finally succumbed entirely to darkness, a process that spanned a full 20 minutes. This signified that she had endured relentless torment for the entirety of that duration. Yet even so, she had not dared to touch the area where the ointment was applied. The resilience of a woman was evidently on display. Lying on the ground like a defeated beast, Shangguan Lingyu gasped for breath, her tears having rendered her face a mere canvas of despair, her body quaking uncontrollably from spasms. After a considerable period, she shyly glanced at the gathered crowd, yet with utmost seriousness, committed each face to memory, signaling that retribution was inevitable. Who permitted them to witness my suffering? Who allowed them to remain indifferent? Shangguan Lingyu contemplated malevolently. Wang Ze remarked, "All right, it's time to remove the ointment." He held great confidence in this remedy, for its ingredients were among the essential elements that once unlocked the seal of the goddess. How could it be anything less than extraordinary? Hearing his words, Shangguan Lingyu was eager to take action, yet as her hand reached halfway, tension gripped her once more. Wang Ze gently encouraged, "Go ahead, trust me." His voice seemed imbued with an enchanting power, filling her with renewed confidence. Gritting her teeth, she decisively peeled off the entire patch with a swift motion. A collective gasp escaped the lips of all present. Their curiosity piqued as they focused intently on the unfolding scene. The previously grotesque scars on her face had transformed, revealing skin as tender as that of a freshly peeled egg, radiating a delicate pink hue. Were the remnants of scars. Upon witnessing the astonishment of those around her, Shangguan Lingyu hastily retrieved a small mirror that had fallen to the ground. As she looked into it, tears flowed freely once again, but this time, they were tears of joy. Lu Zhongtong, eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed, "Is there truly such a miraculous potion in this world?" Meanwhile, the goddess, in a dispassionate tone within Wang Ze's mind, remarked, "What a waste." Noticing Wang Ze's confusion, the goddess elaborated, "Even in my era, this herb would be considered a divine rarity. In this world, where spiritual energy is so scarce, it is even more precious and elusive. In simpler terms, the minuscule residue of this potion far surpasses the value of the spiritual essence contained within a pill furnace. Alas, I hope the cauldron contains something worthwhile. Otherwise, it will be a disappointment." The tone of her speech suggested an ownership over the matter. Wang Ze noticed that the goddess intriguingly mentioned that the cauldron held something. What could that possibly be? He observed a throng of individuals surrounding Shangguan Lingyu, incessantly discussing her beauty, while some had already cast their avaricious glances towards Wang Ze's embrace. Wang Ze hastily cleared his throat, stating, "Since the opportunity has been seized, it is time for me to fulfill the subsequent tasks. Is it not?" This remark served as a reminder to Lu Zhongtong, who, through the earlier exchange, felt his fleeting doubts dissipate entirely, prompting him to swiftly place the incense burner into Wang Ze's arms. Just then, Lu Zhe rushed in, panting heavily, and Wang Ze realized that this fellow had been conspicuously absent, the reason for which remained unknown. Lu Zhe handed a card to Lu Zhongtong, who glanced at it briefly, nodded, and then promptly transferred the card into Wang Ze's possession. Upon closer inspection, Wang Ze discovered that it was a resplendent golden bank card. Lu Zhongtong chuckled. "This modest sum shall serve as an advance wedding gift from this old man to the young gentleman. Ha! You are no longer a youth. It is high time to consider marriage." The card contained the previously agreed-upon figure of 50 million, which was certainly not a trivial amount. However, Lu Zhongtong had altered their initial agreement, presenting it as a gift, clearly recognizing the potential greater value in Wang Ze and deeming it worthy of a more substantial investment. Wang Ze, lacking understanding in such matters, felt a tinge of disappointment upon seeing merely a single bank card, perhaps devoid of substantial funds. Nevertheless, he courteously tucked it away. He then wrapped the in red silk, cradling it in his arms, and directly pocketed the exquisite bottle of wine before striding towards the door. Halfway through, he abruptly turned back, observing the group rendered somewhat bewildered by his actions. He tapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh dear, I almost forgot." With that, he retraced his steps and gently tapped the foreheads of each member of the Lu family with his index finger. In truth, he intended to siphon the spiritual energy accumulated within them. Such energy was beneficial to Wang Ze while being poisonous to the others. Afterward, he turned once more to leave, but Lu Zhongtong, now alert, hastily remarked, "Young sir, your decisiveness is truly commendable. I had intended to treat you to a meal, but since you prioritize urgent matters, it is imperative that we arrange a special vehicle to escort you home." Wang Ze, feigning reluctance, acquiesced to the proposal. However, just as he was about to step out of the Lu residence, a small hand firmly grasped his sleeve. Turning around, he was surprised to find Shangwan Lingyu, her tear-streaked face still evident. "What is it?" Wang Ze inquired. Shangwan Lingyu, somewhat shy, stammered, "Could you? Oh no, would you accompany me for a moment?" Wang Ze, intrigued, responded, "For what purpose? Where are we going?" Shangwan Lingyu lamented, "My grandfather has also fallen ill with a peculiar affliction and now lies bedridden." Wang Ze scrutinized her from head to toe, discerning that she harbored no concealed spiritual energy. Excluding this aspect, Wang Ze was nothing but a charlatan. How could he genuinely cure ailments? Thus, he feigned a look of regret and replied, "The affairs of the Lu family remain unresolved, and I cannot afford the time to attend to illnesses. Our fates have diverged. It is best not to impose." Upon hearing a matter concerning their family's safety, Lu Zhongtong interjected to dissuade her, saying, "Indeed, this situation is at a critical juncture, and the young master is stretched thin. You should not press him." Shangwan Lingyu, displeased by this, pouted and retorted, "Then let him first attend to my grandfather." Lu Zhongtong faltered for a moment, then, in a fit of anger, declared, "One must adhere to the principle of first come, first served. No matter how one views it, the Shangwan family must take a back seat to the Lu family." It was quite absurd for a man who had upheld his authority throughout his life to argue over the principle of precedence with a mere teenager. Unyielding, Shangwan Lingyu shot back, "Very well. You and my grandfather are sworn brothers. Have you forgotten the vows you took on the same day in the same month?" Lu Zhongtong hesitated once more, realizing that his selfishness might not reflect well upon him, and turned to Wang Ze, saying, "This girl is being unreasonable. However, she does make a valid point. The old man Shangwan is indeed in a precarious situation. Not long ago, the hospital issued a critical illness notice. It is only due to his robust constitution that he has endured for so long. Otherwise, perhaps after the young gentleman has concluded matters concerning our Lu family, he could pay a visit to the Shangwan family." Chapter 18. The national treasure and the peanuts. In an instant, the old man became a mere fence-sitter. Wang Ze lamented inwardly, for while others played the role of a pig to deceive a tiger, he found himself to be the pig masquerading as the tiger. Yet what recourse did he have? Wang Ze had never been adept with women, and having accepted something from the Lu family, it would be rather impolite to outright refuse. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Ze replied, "Very well, I can pay a visit to the Shangwan family. However, the matter concerning the Lu family is indeed urgent. I must hasten back to seal the incense burner, as it has already been unearthed, and without the earth's weight to suppress it, it could lead to far greater repercussions. Therefore, I promise you, once I have resolved this issue, I shall be the first to visit the Shangwan family. What do you think?" Shangwan Lingyu wrestled with her thoughts for quite some time, even contemplating the idea of simply abducting him. Yet, she was acutely aware of his extraordinary abilities and feared that should she misstep, it could lead to dire consequences. After a moment of hesitation, she reluctantly said, "Very well, but you must be prompt." Wang Ze exhaled a sigh of relief and nodded before dashing out the door. Yet, just as he took a couple of steps, his sleeve was seized once more. With a hint of exasperation, Wang Ze inquired, "What is it now, Miss Shangwan?" Shangwan Lingyu regarded him with suspicion. "You were just brushing me off." Wang Ze was on the verge of asking, "How did you know?" But instead he responded, "What makes you say that?" "Because you didn't even inquire about our address." "Ah." Wang Ze mused that he had indeed been a bit too hasty. He hastily fabricated an excuse. "Well, I thought that once the matters concerning the Lu family were concluded, I ought to report back here, and at that time, I could simply have them escort me to your residence, thus negating the need to inquire about your address." However, Shangwan Lingyu was not easily deceived and retorted sharply, "No, I must know where you reside." The principle is akin to the saying that while a monk may flee, the temple remains. Wang Ze, caught between amusement and exasperation, replied, "Should I commend your wit or chastise your folly? I am summoned by the Lu family, who are well aware of my abode. Why not let them guide the way?" Shangwan Lingyu was momentarily taken aback. Her cheeks instantly flushed, and she shyly relinquished her hold, abandoning her earlier domineering demeanor. Wang Ze finally departed from the Lu residence and made his way to the antique shop owned by his family, his heart brimming with excitement. After spending approximately 2 hours in the shop, his father, who had been absent for the day, finally returned. Upon entering, Wang's father exclaimed, "I was wondering, Xiao Ze, where have you been today? You left without a word, even leaving the shop unattended. I feared you had been kidnapped." "Wait, are you drinking? I thought you were not fond of such indulgences." "Oh, this wine smells delightful. And you only have peanuts? Very well, I shall call for some dishes. Let's enjoy a fine drink together today." His voice abruptly ceased as he noticed the wine bottle casually set aside by Wang Ze, the indistinct label, and the 4 obscure digits, 1816. The year 1816, during the reign of Emperor Jiaqing of the Qing dynasty, marked the 21st year of his rule and the year of the rat. It was a year that witnessed a historic famine in southern China. This year also marks the occasion of trade discussions between Britain and the Qing dynasty. Furthermore, it is noteworthy as the year when China witnessed the emergence of its first distillery employing European-style bottles, the inaugural use of Arabic numerals on these bottles, and the first instance of blending Chinese and foreign techniques in winemaking. This establishment is known as Yu Qin Shao, as elegantly inscribed in blurred characters upon a bottle's center. Thus, if the wine in Wang Ze's possession is indeed authentic, it would be a bottle of unparalleled value, boasting a history of over 2 centuries within the annals of Chinese heritage. Yet, such a precious bottle is slowly vanishing from Wang Ze's grasp. What have you done?" Wang's father bellowed, akin to a fierce tiger pouncing upon its prey, cradling the bottle in his arms, his brows furrowing in rage as he shouted at his own son. Wang Ze stood there, momentarily stunned. What is the meaning of this? Instinctively, he almost poured the liquid down his throat. "Stop! Oh no, do not drink." Wang Ze hastily halted, bewildered by his father's sudden frenzy. Wang's father cautiously sealed the bottle, then leaned down to inspect its base, where he discovered a crimson mark inscribed with the characters Jingde, Jiaqing. It is indeed tribute wine. Wang's father, typically restrained in his language, exclaimed a curse in front of his son, revealing the extent of his agitation. Meanwhile, Wang Ze was alarmed and hurriedly inquired, "Father, what has happened to you?" Wang Ze's silence seemed preferable, for when he spoke, his father's fury escalated as he thundered, "What has happened to me? I wish to know. What has happened to you? Speak. Whence did this bottle of wine originate?" Wang Ze was somewhat taken aback, stammering, "It was a gift from a friend." Wang's father replied, "A friend? Which friend possesses such generosity?" With no other choice, Wang Ze concocted another tale, claiming that he had become acquainted with Lu Zhe at a banquet, who then presented him with a bottle of wine. He did not intend to conceal the truth. Rather, he believed that if he revealed one detail, the others might also slip out, particularly the matter of having a goddess residing in his thoughts. Cough, cough. Better left unsaid. The reasons? Too intricate. Upon hearing this, Wang's father sighed in relief and muttered, "From the Lu family? No wonder. Only a family of their stature could manage such a gift. Wait, you must return this wine immediately. How much have you consumed?" "A half." "Oh no, a small portion." Wang's father lamented, "This is disastrous. We are bound to encounter trouble." Wang Ze was utterly perplexed and asked, "What is the issue? Even if the wine is somewhat precious, it was a gift. How could it possibly lead to trouble?" "Somewhat precious. Do you have any idea that it might be impossible to find another bottle of such caliber in all of China, let alone one that surpasses it? You are treating a national treasure as if it were mere peanuts." Wang Ze was left speechless. He recognized the wine was exquisite, but he had not anticipated its exceptional value. Nonetheless, he felt no concern. At most, should any benefits arise in the future, he would simply keep the esteemed Lu elder in mind, for that was surely the intention behind the gift. Wang's father, still aggrieved, exclaimed, "What? Have you lost your tongue? Why are you silent?" The wine. He glanced at the half-filled cup remaining for his son. Though the vessel was small, it still contained 2 or 3 coins worth. He also noticed that the surface of the wine had become slick with grease, indicating it could not be poured back. Thus, Wang's father snatched the cup and drained it in one gulp. After finishing, he contentedly belched, licking his lips and sighing, "Indeed, this is exquisite wine." Wang Ze felt a wave of frustration. He mused that while other families had sons vying with their fathers for a taste of wine in his household, the roles were reversed. He tentatively inquired, "Is it delicious? Shall we have another cup?" Wang's father retorted, "Pa, dare you drink again? Are you not afraid of shortening your life? This is a 200-year-old wine. Alas, I have not lived in vain. I have savored such fine wine in this lifetime. A privilege that even the most exalted elders might not enjoy." "Ha ha!" Wang Ze probed once more. "Should we return it then?" Wang's father, with a glint in his eye, replied, "On what grounds? Since it has been delivered, there is no logic in returning it. That would be a slap in the face. Even if it was sent by mistake, we can always return it if they come asking for it." Subsequently, under Wang Ze's awkward gaze, Wang's father placed the bottle at the center of the display cabinet, surrounding it with numerous decorative items. As he arranged them, he murmured, "This truly elevates the standard. With this, my little shop will be much more impressive." Wang Ze, feeling embarrassed, began to speak, but Wang's father immediately interjected. "Do not even think about it. I believe. No room for beliefs." A bottle of fine wine granted a father and son an enjoyable evening, epitomizing the allure of antiques. However, upon returning home, Wang Fu found that his son, Wang Ze, stubbornly resolved to spend the night in the shop, where his experiences transcended mere enjoyment and ventured into the realm of exhilaration. The goddess decreed that the elixir furnace could only be approached at the stroke of midnight. Initially, Wang Ze harbored some confusion, but as the hour approached, he placed the furnace upon a priceless Zetan table worth millions. The goddess insisted that only after she dismantled the furnace's protective barrier could Wang Ze dare to open it. Inside lay an elixir, yet the duration of its cultivation or the nature of the elixir remained uncertain. One thing was clear: to act recklessly could lead to regrettable consequences for both. The goddess instructed Wang Ze to steady the furnace with his hands while she traced an unknown incantation within his mind. Suddenly, a burst of white light erupted from his consciousness, enveloping his hands and surging towards the furnace. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy collided with the furnace, leaving Wang Ze with a resounding buzz in his head, accompanied by the goddess's piercing scream, before he succumbed to darkness. When Wang Ze finally regained consciousness, he glanced at the clock, realizing it was already 3:30 in the morning. He had been unconscious for 3.5 hours. Immediately, he called out for the goddess in his mind, and after a prolonged silence, her weak yet exhilarated voice responded, I am fine, but, my devoted servant, you have once again demonstrated the astonishing nature of your fortune. It is now time to open the alchemical furnace." Wang Ze complied, cautiously lifting the lid, fearful of being overwhelmed once more by that peculiar wave of energy. Yet, the anticipated turbulence did not manifest. Instead, before Wang Ze's eyes lay 3 resplendent elixirs. Each pill was approximately the size of a thumb, exquisitely rounded to perfection, resembling small spheres of pure gold placed upon an ancient dish. Curiously, the 3 elixirs seemed to pulsate gently. Wang Ze rubbed his eyes to affirm his vision, and then inquired with a hint of bewilderment, "Are all elixirs like this?" The goddess replied, "Certainly not. These elixirs are truly exceptional. One can surmise, the alchemist who initially crafted these potions could hardly have anticipated their evolution to such a remarkable degree. If we were to quantify these elixirs, I would assert that 70% of their value stems from prolonged nurturing by this ethereal energy, even reaching a level where they can autonomously absorb the spiritual essence of the world. As it stands, these elixirs remain docile. Should they truly attain the status of spiritual entities, I fear that, given my current recovery, I would be utterly incapable of unsealing them." A cascade of unfamiliar terminology enveloped Wang Ze, instilling within him a profound sense of the elixir's wonder, and he could not help but feel fortunate for his serendipity. After all, had the original alchemist extracted the elixirs earlier, he likely would not be in existence now. Yet, alongside this relief, a shadow of trepidation loomed over him. If these elixirs truly exist, then, do the legendary figures capable of reshaping the very fabric of reality also exist? Should they encounter themselves and discover a frail goddess residing within their minds. What predicament would they then confront? Chapter 19. The power and anomalies of the elixir. Wang Ze gazed at the charming and resplendent elixir and inquired, "What purpose does this elixir serve? What are its effects?" The goddess responded succinctly, "I do not know." Thus, they found themselves in a quandary. Aware that the elixir was indeed a remarkable substance, yet uncertain whether it was safe to consume or how it should be ingested, Wang Ze proposed, "Perhaps we should sample a small amount first, to discern its effects before deciding whether to consume it." The goddess hesitated for a considerable time before conceding. "It seems we have no choice but to proceed in this manner." Wang Ze picked up one elixir, admiring it in his hand, growing increasingly fond of it, to the extent that he found it difficult to contemplate consuming it. With a sigh, he reminded himself that he possessed two more. Even if he were to waste one, he would not feel regret. The one deserving of sympathy was the earnest alchemist who had crafted it, yet lacked the fortune to enjoy it. With this thought, his spirits lifted significantly. He brought the elixir to his lips, gently licking it, only to discover it bore no flavor, akin to licking a mirror. He began to doubt whether he could even bite into it. Just as he opened his mouth to take a bite, the elixir unexpectedly quivered twice and leaped directly into Wang Ze's throat. He found his breath constricted and instinctively swallowed, producing a gulp as it slipped down. The goddess was taken aback, and in a panic, she exclaimed, "Spit out, it's too late." Indeed, it was too late. The elixir had been consumed. Akin to a fizzy tablet dropped into a glass of cola or a powder keg tossed into a grenade. In an instant, Wang Ze's abdomen transformed into a terrifying battleground, where the invader was the elixir and the victim was Wang Ze's body. Oh, it hurt so much. Wang Ze watched in horror as his belly swelled to a size larger than that of a pregnant woman, only to shrink back down, more slender than a Barbie doll. During his previous battle with brain cancer, he had endured excruciating pain without uttering a cry or shedding a tear. Yet this time, he screamed, his wails filled with profound despair. Think of a way." The last remnants of his rationality urged the goddess to act swiftly. But at that moment, the goddess had no time to spare for him. An overwhelming, inexplicable force had already ravaged her sanctum beyond recognition, and the injury she had sustained from igniting the alchemical furnace had yet to heal, now compounded by further harm. She stood there lost in thought, her mind drifting through memories from eons ago. Despite enduring millennia of imprisonment, she found herself unable to escape the fate of annihilation. Had she truly been forsaken by the world? Was she no longer welcome in this realm? Meanwhile, Wang Ze, in his agony, had succumbed to a state of delirium, calling out in confusion, "Brain cancer? Gunshot wounds? What sins did I commit in my past life to deserve such punishment from the heavens? I'm going to die. I can't. Is the universe determined to destroy me? How absurd, what a farce. O heavens, you wish to doom me. Yet I shall carve a hole in the sky. Since this world offers me no refuge, I shall create one for myself." He raised his fist, his teeth stained with blood, and with bloodshot eyes, he struck his abdomen with a fierce blow. Bang! The resounding noise reverberated, causing the entire room to tremble. And in that moment, Wang Ze blissfully succumbed to unconsciousness. As the morning sun's gentle rays filtered through the window, they graced Wang Ze's face. He painfully opened his eyes, blinked a few times, and hastily closed them again. The light was blinding. After a few muffled groans, he opened his eyes once more, scanning his surroundings with a puzzled expression, and couldn't help but chuckle at himself. "Ah, the place remains unchanged. It seems I have miraculously survived once again." But then, he was abruptly silenced by a shocking revelation. He had unexpectedly discovered an object, a sight that filled him with astonishment. This object he had seen before, yet he never imagined it would reappear before him, gazing at him with a hint of curiosity. The goddess, the divine figure clad in golden armor, floated before Wang Ze, contemplating his frantic awakening. Wang Ze stammered, "Why you can? Come out?" The goddess gracefully turned, smiling. "What? Are you displeased that I have emerged?" Wang Ze continued to stutter. I was asking, how did you come out?" At last, he managed to regain his composure. The goddess elucidated the circumstances that allowed her to appear before Wang Ze. It turned out that the divine being resided within his mind, and what Wang Ze perceived was merely an illusion. However, one must not underestimate this apparition. Although invisible to others, she could still exert influence over her surroundings. In essence, she resembled a transparent entity. The crux of this peculiar situation lay in an extraordinary elixir and Wang Ze's rather thoughtless actions. What? I am. What is gone? Divinity. Wang Ze exclaimed in astonishment. The goddess cast him a disdainful glance and replied, "Are you so afraid of death? If you were truly fearful, you shouldn't have acted recklessly yesterday. Do you regret it now?" A rare smile graced the goddess's lips, rendering Wang Ze momentarily speechless. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and stated, "It is your energy reservoir that has been depleted. In fact, every individual, including ordinary people, possesses an energy reservoir that can store spiritual energy, innate energy, and true energy. It's akin to the inner strength depicted in recent films. It is merely a form of true energy. Unfortunately, yours has been shattered by your own hand. Congratulations. You may well be the only person in this world without an energy reservoir." Wang Ze's expression turned to one of despair as he nearly wept then. "What is there to congratulate? Tell me, how long can I possibly live?" The goddess decisively extended a finger. "A year? Another year?" The goddess shook her head. "A month? Heaven!" Before Wang Ze could express his astonishment, the divine lady shook her head. "Could it be a day?" The divine lady directly stated, "It is but a second. Those devoid of a chi cannot survive even a second." "My heavens! Finis hitum. Then why am I still alive?" The divine lady couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "I thought you wouldn't ask, being too engrossed in lamentations." The truth is, Wang Ze's self-destructive attack inadvertently yielded a fortuitous outcome. Firstly, the elixir was not a poison. However, it was indeed a miraculous concoction, nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth over countless epochs, transcending the realm of ordinary pills and far beyond what a mortal could endure. For Wang Ze's current predicament, it was more lethal than the most toxic poison. Yet, Wang Ze was fortunate. Firstly, his spirit was resilient, daring to defy fate in dire circumstances. Secondly, he had the divine lady in his mind. Although she had no means to manage this immense energy, she could serve as a vessel, providing Wang Ze a glimmer of hope. Moreover, Wang Ze's reckless punch fortuitously shattered his chi, allowing the frenzied energy of the elixir to invade, not only preventing his demise from the shattered chi, but also reconstructing it, resulting in a qualitative transformation. According to the divine lady, Wang Ze now possessed a device capable of containing spiritual energy. The formation of this new chi was something even the well-versed divine lady could not comprehend. Nor could she predict the heights Wang Ze might reach in the future. There was but one thing that vexed her. The reorganization of the chi had consumed the majority of the energy from the elixir, and yet, the minuscule remainder was sufficient to restore the goddess to the point where she could manifest her shadow into form, if only all the energy had been absorbed by her. "Never mind," she mused. "It is at least a far quicker recovery than anticipated. I shall not hold it against him for seizing my spiritual essence. Alas, after all these years, I remain remarkably magnanimous. Ha ha ha." Wang Ze observed the goddess's peculiar expression, sensing that she was not contemplating anything favorable. Nevertheless, his thoughts were primarily focused on attuning to his own body. Fully awakened, he discovered a warm current moving back and forth within his lower abdomen, a small area, yet distinctly palpable. The goddess informed him that this was his newly formed extraordinary chi. Filled with pride, Wang Ze promptly named it Spirit C, much to the goddess's disdain. She detested the term Spirit C, and why was that? Simply because it would usurp nourishment. As Wang Ze resumed absorbing the spiritual energy from the elixir furnace, he noticed that this time, the energy did not flow entirely into his mind as before. A small portion stealthily entered his lower abdomen, the very location of the Spirit C. With each additional thread of spiritual energy infused, Wang Ze could distinctly feel himself growing stronger. It was akin to a weary individual who, after several sleepless nights, finally indulges in a restorative slumber. or a famished person who relishes a hearty meal after a long day of hunger. He was filled with joy, yet the goddess displayed a considerable displeasure, exclaiming with a delicate yet commanding tone, "Cease your spirit, see from absorbing." Wang Ze offered an awkward smile, gazing at the goddess's exquisite visage, and replied, I cannot control this." He recognized that at this moment, the goddess was being unreasonable, quite unruly, and undeniably selfish. Nevertheless, in such instances, he found himself more enamored with his lofty goddess. For, indeed, she was utterly endearing, was she not? When Wang's father, delayed in his work, unexpectedly discovered his son flailing about in his room, muttering phrases like 18 dragon-subduing palms, he could not help but think maliciously, "Surely, he has indulged too much in fine wine, and it has gone to his head." This thought was tinged with a hint of envy and jealousy. Wang Ze sheepishly ceased his antics, having initially believed that since he could now harness spiritual energy, he must have absorbed a century's worth of prowess, making the mastery of techniques like the 6 meridians swordplay a trivial pursuit. However, the reality was that aside from feeling somewhat stronger and more vigorous, he remained significantly distant from those legendary figures. After engaging in mundane conversations with his father and acquiring some knowledge about antiques, he found himself at a loss for activities as noon approached. Just as they were about to head out for a meal, Wang's father suddenly remarked, I nearly forgot. This morning, a young lady called for you, referring to you as master and inquiring if you had completed that matter. When did you come to know such an unusual girl?" Chapter 20. Traffic Accident. Wang Ze was drenched in sweat, pondering the persistence of this young girl who was so prompt to call him on the very same day. Was she truly that enthusiastic? He mused about how no one had ever shown such interest in him before. But then again, she was merely seeking a treasure. Wang Ze explained, "Oh well, she's a classmate of mine, known for her sense of humor, haha." Wang's father, with a knowing glint in his eye, remarked, "Oh, a classmate, you say? When will you bring her home for us to meet?" Wang Ze chose silence, thinking to himself how irrelevant that conversation was. After all, he had just reached an age where he could indeed consider dating. Nevertheless, whether he sought her out or not, she would inevitably come around. The days passed in a leisurely manner. Aside from eating and sleeping, he devoted himself to absorbing spiritual energy. Elderly visited once, exchanging a few idle words before departing. However, he had developed a keen interest in mysteriously sourced wine, leading to a lively debate between the two old men. Wang Ze also attempted to consume the other 2 pills, yet the goddess intervened, asserting that although the energy of the first pill had been expended, it had primarily transformed Wang Ze's energy reservoir. Given their current strength, they were not yet capable of accommodating another pill. Reluctantly, Wang Ze acquiesced, enduring the awkwardness of guarding his treasure. Fortunately, the spiritual energy contained within the alchemical furnace was so abundant that it would sustain them for a considerable period. This stretch of time was so tranquil that even Wang Ze began to believe he could lead a life of simplicity. Yet, an unexpected guest made a grand entrance. In recent days, Shangguan Lingyu found herself spending nearly every moment at the Liu residence, observing as each member of the family gradually regained their health and the young lad's life became increasingly delightful. This only heightened her sense of urgency. Today, she could no longer contain herself. Disregarding the counsel of those around her, she resolutely appeared at the entrance of the Wang family's antique shop. Mr. Wang was present today, and the thought of their secret being uncovered left Wang Ze in an awkward predicament. He found it nearly impossible to explain how, after 4 years of wandering the world, he had transformed into a charlatan. Almost instinctively, he rushed to Shangguan Lingyu's side, whispering urgent warnings into her ear, emphasizing the need to conceal his identity and abilities. Although the request seemed somewhat peculiar, Shangguan Lingyu, driven by her desire for assistance, felt a profound sense of respect and gratitude towards Wang Ze, leading her to acquiesce. However, the actions of these 2 young individuals were perceived by Mr. Wang as having a deeper significance. The old man, with a foolish grin, exchanged a thumbs up with his son, causing Wang Ze to break into a cold sweat. Fearing that his father might utter something irreparable, Wang Ze hastily interjected, Dad, we have some matters to attend to, and I'll be back for dinner this evening. Before Mr. Wang could respond, Wang Ze seized Shangguan Lingyu's hand and dashed out of the shopping center. Along the way, Shangguan Lingyu, puzzled, inquired, "Is he your father? Why are you keeping this from him?" Wang Ze, burdened with unspoken troubles, finally understood the truth behind the saying. A single lie necessitates the creation of additional lies to sustain it. He began, "Well, the thing is those well-versed in mystical arts inevitably face four deficiencies in life: wealth, kin, offspring, and fortune. One will always lack one of these. The reason for concealing this from family is to prevent them from being burdened should any tragedy occur. Alas, those who unveil heavenly secrets must face divine retribution. I cannot discern whether my assistance to others is right or wrong." Listening intently, Shangguan Lingyu found Wang Ze somewhat pitiable. However, she responded, "It is undoubtedly right. You are saving lives and performing good deeds. I doubt that heaven will truly punish you." Even she did not fully believe her own words. In both television and novels, fortune tellers seldom yielded favorable outcomes. Yet, they lay her selfish desires. Wang Ze sighed, "I hope so." The divine lady observed the two youngsters and couldn't help but chuckle, gently patting Wang Ze's head in comfort. "You possess extraordinary talent. It is your guidance that is exemplary." Shangguan Lingyu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "Whom were you addressing?" Wang Ze quickly shook his head. "No one. It merely reminded me of something, haha." Though he could perceive the presence of an unparalleled beauty beside him, others remained oblivious. This greatly pleased Wang Ze's heart, yet he still felt slightly out of place. Shangguan Lingyu drove a charming BMW Mini, a vehicle that seemed rather incongruous with her vibrant personality. As Wang Ze sat in the car, he idly fiddled with the interior decorations. Despite his extensive knowledge, he remained rather unfamiliar with automobiles. The crux of the matter lies in his infrequent use of vehicles, relying solely on his own 2 feet. The two engaged in a sporadic conversation when, all of a sudden, Shangguan Lingyu emitted a startled exclamation, swiftly turning the steering wheel and slamming on the brakes. The car spun twice on the road before hurtling directly toward a large truck. Wang Ze's face was pressed against the window due to inertia, and in that fleeting moment, he witnessed a reckless sports car vanish ahead of him. Helpless, he observed as the goddess transformed, seemingly inflating like a balloon. She extended her body out of the car, one hand shoving the truck away while the other grasped a nearby pole, tearing through several segments of the fence, until the Mini finally slid past the truck and came to a halt by the roadside, rubbing her forehead, which had collided with the steering wheel. Shangguan Lingyu was drenched in cold sweat and took a while to regain her composure. The first thing she did was unleash a torrent of curses. "What the hell? Are you in such a rush to meet your maker? Once I unleash the trident, if I don't run you over, I won't share your surname." Wang Ze awkwardly wiped the saliva that had sprayed onto his face and innocently replied, "Feel free to curse, but is it necessary to aim your wrath at me?" Turning back, he discreetly gave the goddess a thumbs up, to which she proudly lifted her chin. Shangguan Lingyu vented her frustrations for quite some time, perhaps tiring herself out, before finally ceasing her relentless and venomous tirade. However, her hand, still trembling as she turned the key in the ignition, betrayed her lingering anxiety. This seemingly trivial incident, nonetheless, illuminated for Wang Ze the stark realities and emotional nuances of life in the country. The car that nearly overturned the Mini in a rear-end collision showed no intention of looking back, accelerating away with greater speed. Meanwhile, the massive truck that almost transformed the Mini into scrap metal continued on its way after the harrowing incident, releasing a cloud of black exhaust as it vanished into the distance. Wang Ze harbored no doubts. Had an accident truly occurred, the crowd would be more inclined to gawk than to intervene. In his recollection of a certain nation, was the act of strangers climbing into vehicles to rescue victims merely a fabrication? Were the relentless rescue teams that braved hunger and fatigue in search of those trapped in the mountains also fictitious? With a silent sigh, he reminded himself, "If I cannot bear to watch, I must at least change myself." The small car continued its journey, albeit at a significantly reduced pace, prompting a chorus of honks from behind. After merely 10 minutes, they encountered a major traffic jam ahead. After waiting a few minutes in stillness, the flow of vehicles remained unyielding. Shangguan Lingyu slammed her palm against the steering wheel, exclaiming, "Today is just my rotten luck." Suddenly, she turned to Wang Ze with a serious expression and said, "Perhaps what you mentioned about fate might hold some truth. This is my first time driving you, and look at all the misfortunes that have befallen us." Wang Ze felt utterly innocent. He had merely been speaking off the cuff. It seemed to have struck a chord with this young lady. Leaning out the window to survey the situation, a sudden realization struck him. He declared, "Let us get out. There must have been an accident up ahead." "Well, no kidding. I'm not oblivious to that. The rare traffic jam." Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Ze swiftly opened the door and stepped out. Shangguan Lingyu rolled her eyes and reluctantly followed suit. In such circumstances, there was no need to lock the car, even if one were to steal it and achieve divine prowess. The gridlock would render any escape futile. After walking a few hundred meters, Wang Ze surveyed the scene before him and let out a sigh. Just as he had surmised, it was indeed the sports car that had rear-ended a Mini and collided head-on with a large bus. The entire body of the car was crumpled, the cockpit severely deformed, and blood was incessantly trickling from the door. Shangguan Lingyu, who had caught up, quickly covered her mouth in shock. This couldn't possibly be the result of my curse, could it?" Wang Ze paid her no heed, instead focusing on the onlookers who were capturing the moment with their phones. Aside from a few individuals calling for help, not a single person had stepped forward to assist. Meanwhile, anguished cries continued to emanate from within the bus. Wang Ze propelled himself forward with urgency. Shangguan Lingyu shouted, "What are you doing? What do you think? I'm here to save lives." The cries indicated that the injured still had some strength left, making them not the primary target for rescue. Rather, it was the mangled sports car that warranted immediate attention. Humanity has an unfortunate tendency to engage in reckless endeavors, such as relentlessly pushing the limits of vehicle performance without any means to ensure safety at such speeds. Wang Ze called out twice, but received no response. With gritted teeth, he reached out and gripped the mangled car door, wrenching it off with a mighty roar as if snapping a mere chocolate bar. The interior was now exposed, and Wang Ze couldn't help but gasp. The driver's body was contorted into a grotesque shape, an impossible posture that would have allowed him to bite his own back had he still been alive. He was undoubtedly deceased. In the passenger seat, a young woman was slumped over, her face obscured by long hair. A pool of blood marred the windshield directly in front of her forehead. Wang Ze's brow furrowed, and he swiftly moved to the other side of the vehicle, repeating the process to tear off the opposite door. The woman's body was trapped within the mangled seat. Wang Ze was compelled to dismantle the seat to extract her. The passenger seat, while often more perilous than the driver's in a collision, offered one advantage. The body was spared the crushing confinement of the steering wheel. Chapter 21. The crisis on the bridge after successfully rescuing the woman. Wang Ze gently laid her down on the ground and removed his jacket, folding it into a makeshift pillow for her head. It was at this moment that he remembered to check her neck for a pulse to ascertain whether she still had heartbeat. Just as he was about to proceed, the divine lady suddenly interjected, "There's no need to check. She is fine, merely unconscious." "How do you know?" he began to inquire, but before he could finish his sentence, Wang Ze obediently fell silent. Who was she? She was the divine lady. If she declared that the woman was alive, then she was undoubtedly alive. Even if she were to be dead, she could still be revived. Having dealt with the sports car, Wang Ze hurriedly made his way to the coach. The door of the coach had already been opened, and most passengers, bearing minor injuries, had alighted and were either making phone calls by the roadside or anxiously waiting. Those who remained on the bus were the ones unable to exit on their own. The coach, despite being involved in the same incident, sustained relatively minor damage due to its larger size. However, this did not imply that the individuals inside were unscathed. Wang Ze promptly approached the driver's seat, as the front door had been deformed, necessitating that passengers exit through the rear door. Without Wang Ze needing to ask, the divine lady stated directly, "The driver is deceased, and the woman next to him has also perished." Wang Ze paused, caught off guard. Although he had little experience with cars, he had ridden in large coaches numerous times. He understood that the woman sitting beside the driver was most likely a tour guide, and it was common for such individuals to be related to the driver. The demise of these two individuals may very well result in yet another child entering this world devoid of parental care. With a powerless sigh, Wang Ze shifted his gaze towards the other injured souls. Suddenly, a hand grasped his calf with a grip so tight it sent a chill down his spine. Here, apart from the two deceased occupants, there was no one else. Looking down, relief washed over him. The hand merely extended from beneath his seat, presumably belonging to someone trapped beneath the weight of it. As he pulled aside the seat, his heart sank once more. Lying on the ground, gazing upward, with a face turned purple from distress and trembling in agony, was a child scarcely over 10 years of age. Where are this child's parents? Was the first thought that crossed Wang Ze's mind. Please, let not be the driver and his wife. He hastily lifted the boy into his arms, bellowing as he forcefully kicked open the front door of the vehicle, which swung wide, carried by the wind until it collided with the mountainside. Indeed, a tempest of emotions surged within Wang Ze, sorrow, regret, and anger. For even at this moment, not a single person had rushed forward to assist him in rescuing those in peril. The sole distinction among the onlookers was their increasingly louder discussions. Each bore an expression of tension, their pity seemingly akin to that of a Buddha, yet who would step up to aid these unfortunate souls. After exiting the vehicle, he gently laid the child on the ground, yet the boy's complexion remained pallid, his mouth opening in vain, unable to utter a word or produce a sound of distress. Wang Ze's brows knitted tightly as he cast a helpless gaze toward the goddess of mercy. The goddess, with a hint of haughtiness, raised her head and remarked, "His throat is deformed. It seems a fracture has obstructed his trachea." Upon hearing this, Wang Ze felt a flicker of hope and hastily inquired, "Is there a chance for rescue?" However, the goddess furrowed her brow, expressing her impatience as she replied, "It's far too troublesome." Wang Ze, taken aback, stared incredulously at the goddess's exquisite visage, unable to believe his ears. Noticing the once submissive Wang Ze gazing at her with an audacious glare, the goddess was seized by a sudden fury. "I am a goddess, not a savior. Do you expect me to squander my precious powers on these insignificant insects? I have not yet descended to such levels of tedium." Hearing her words, Wang Ze fell into a profound silence, his expression blank and vacant, as if a pallid mask had been affixed to his face. The most beautiful aspirations within him shattered in an instant. The goddess, confronted by his gaze, felt an unsettling jolt in her heart, as if something precious had been lost. With a sharp exclamation, she declared impatiently, "Enough. I shall save him, but do not regard me with such a lifeless stare. However, upon returning home today, you are doomed. I shall employ 10. Indeed, 10 methods to punish you for your disobedience." As she spoke, the goddess drew her long sword from her waist and aimed it at the boy's throat. With a startled cry from Wang Ze, the goddess deftly flicked her sword, dislodging a piece of white bone from the boy's throat, yet miraculously, there was no trace left upon his neck. A long sigh escaped his lips as the boy inhaled the air, tinged with a hint of blood, yet strangely sweet. Wang Ze gazed at the sulking goddess, and for reasons unknown, his spirits soared, wishing fervently to embrace her and plant a fervent kiss upon her lips. Yet he understood that such an impulsive act would be akin to courting disaster. His attention then shifted to the goddess's long sword, which had been drawn from its scabbard for the first time. He had anticipated a magnificent and resplendent sight, but instead, he beheld a blade marred by scars and in a state of disrepair, utterly unbefitting of the goddess's noble and beautiful visage. Though the goddess appeared petulant, she let out an awkward huff and remarked, "What are you staring at? Hurry and save those people. Is this not the very sort of thankless endeavor you relish?" Her words jolted Wang Ze from his stupor, and with a startled exclamation, he rushed back to the coach, evacuating the remaining injured. However, most of the casualties were afflicted with leg injuries or concussions, and he felt it inappropriate to trouble the goddess any further. After toiling for over a quarter of an hour, fatigue overwhelmed Wang Ze, and sweat drenched half of his body. He lifted his gaze to the onlookers, those elegantly poised gentlemen who merely observed without intervening, only to find their attention was not on him or the injured, but rather on a distant point. Curiously, he turned to follow their gaze, and behind the coach, he spotted an elevated bridge with a road winding through the mountains, nestled between two peaks. At that moment, a civilian van was perched precariously atop the bridge. This was not the sole concern of the onlookers. Rather, it was the vehicle's precarious position that captured their attention. Although the van had not collided directly with the large bus that had slammed to a halt, it had nonetheless sustained damage, having struck the railing of the bridge. Half of the van was resting on the bridge, while the other half dangled ominously in midair. A gust of wind would cause the van to sway slightly, eliciting gasps of anxiety from the crowd. Wang Ze, still drenched in perspiration, felt fresh beads of sweat trickle down his face. He had not even had a chance to exchange a word with the starry-eyed Shangguan Lingyu before he sprinted towards the bridge. As he drew closer, he was startled to hear the sound of a child's cries emanating from within the van. Quickening his pace, he reached the front of the vehicle in mere seconds. Through the window, he beheld a man and two children inside. The man, seated in the driver's seat, remained motionless with his head bowed, blood streaking down his cheek. The two children were shaking their father while casting fearful glances at Wang Ze, their wails echoing in despair. Wang Ze, aware of the precariousness of the situation, refrained from acting rashly, understanding that the vehicle could plunge at any moment. He moved to the rear of the van, where the double doors were designed for loading and unloading goods. With all his strength, he yanked the doors open, carefully climbing into the vehicle. At that moment, the entire van trembled violently. Instinctively, he spread his arms wide, stabilizing himself until the vehicle gradually regained its equilibrium. Stealthily crawling to the front seats, he gently uttered, "Do not cry, my dear ones. Your brother is here to save you." At such perilous moments, the weeping children posed a significant risk, for if they were to become unruly, the danger would escalate further. Fortunately, Wang Ze possessed a rather unassuming countenance, while it may not entice the affections of young maidens. It rendered him less likely to be mistaken for a villain. The two children ceased their sobbing, their wide eyes curiously scrutinizing Wang Ze. He continued, "Now, listen to your brother. I will first rescue you, and then I shall save your father. All right?" The children nodded obediently. A sense of relief washed over Wang Ze as he crawled over to lift one child, who squirmed slightly before settling into stillness. In no time, he successfully extricated both children from the confines of the van, and the arriving Shangguan Lingyu swiftly assumed the role of a temporary caretaker, dutifully tending to the two youngsters. Meanwhile, Wang Ze re-entered the van to rescue their father. Upon closer inspection, his brow furrowed once more. The distinction between a good vehicle and a dilapidated one often reveals itself in moments of crisis. For instance, this inexpensive domestic van had the steering wheel lodged perilously against the man's waist, pinning him firmly to the seat. Wang Ze cautiously settled into the passenger seat, reaching out to forcibly wrench the steering wheel free. However, as soon as he exerted force, the van began to sway violently, sending a chill of sweat cascading down Wang Ze's back. He calculated swiftly, realizing that even if he tore the steering wheel away, the vehicle would undoubtedly plummet. Yet he would have time to drag the man out. Assessing the sturdiness of the steering wheel and estimating the man's weight, he even mapped out an escape route, determining which row of seats to avoid. However, at that moment, all his actions abruptly ceased as if time had frozen. This was due to his inadvertent glance at the windshield, where he discovered that beneath the elevated bridge lay rows of tightly packed houses. Should the car fall, it would inevitably crash into one of those homes, and at this hour, it was lunchtime. Perhaps a family was joyfully partaking in a well-deserved meal. Yet now, even if he remained perfectly still, the vehicle's slight swaying indicated a downward trajectory. The weight of Wang Ze was considerably greater than that of the two children, and he pondered the unknown weight of the goddess. His mind raced with calculations. If he positioned himself at the rear of the car, he could prevent its descent. Regret flooded him as he chastised himself for not thinking of a way to pull the car up earlier. Though it might have been somewhat outrageous, it would have been preferable to the dire consequences of a human life at stake. Resolving to act, he attempted to rise and move towards the back of the vehicle. However, after the tumultuous struggle, the car had already crossed a critical threshold. The moment he stood, it threatened to topple over. Wang Ze hastily sat back down, cradling the injured man's head, remaining perfectly still. Chapter 22. Who says heroes are no more? Indeed, the vehicle ceased its violent swaying, achieving a semblance of balance. The goddess suddenly proclaimed, "You can swiftly carry him out. I assure you that the moment you depart from the vehicle, I will secure it upon the bridge, preventing it from plummeting below." Having been by Wang Ze's side for quite some time, she could discern the thoughts and concerns occupying his mind. Wang Ze's eyes gleamed momentarily before dimming once more. He replied coldly, "Do not attempt to deceive me. I am aware that such a feat is unattainable. If you possessed such immense power, you would not have allowed us to spin so many times on the ground when the mini was rear-ended." The goddess hesitated, then exclaimed, "What if I cannot? Am I to witness you plummet alongside this insignificant creature? Shall a divine being such as I, endowed with godhood, perish alongside you, a mere servant? Have you lost your mind?" Wang Ze, however, remained silent, tightly cradling the man's head to keep his neck as straight as possible, ensuring unobstructed blood flow and breathing. The man had sustained a head injury that required immediate attention, yet they were compelled to remain in the vehicle for the time being. Wang Ze needed to strike with absolute precision, attuning his body to the subtle movements of the vehicle, making timely adjustments to counteract the sway, striving to keep the van as stationary as possible. Once the van could endure no longer, he would choose to kick open the door and leap out with the man. However, this does not guarantee that he would truly land on the bridge. Perhaps he would plummet alongside the vehicle below. He was uncertain whether the sheer height of several dozen meters would be fatal. Yet from the earlier words of the goddess, he understood that death was indeed a possibility. Time. He must battle against time. This was not Wang Ze's first encounter, and it certainly would not be his last. Shangguan Lingyu was astonished, and the onlookers were equally dumbfounded. They had previously pondered why Wang Ze did not hastily extricate the injured, but upon witnessing the van seemingly stuck with its nose pointed downward, clarity dawned upon them. Even the slightest movement or a gust of wind could send that brave soul tumbling into the ravine alongside the victim. Yet at this moment, they comprehended that the courageous individual, Wang Ze, still had the chance to emerge from the vehicle, even though his departure would signify the death of the man inside. The reason for their astonishment lay in Wang Ze's choice to remain silent, echoing the stillness of the scene before them. The once bustling highway into the city was now so quiet that one could hear the beating of their own heart. Time passed slowly. Wang Ze's sweat had thoroughly soaked his clothing, and the bitter liquid trickling down his forehead stung his eyes, yet he did not wipe it away. If he could control his heartbeat, he would wish for his heart to take a brief respite, granting him more time and greater possibilities. At last, a long-awaited breeze swept through the mountains, stirring the vehicle and shaking Wang Ze's heart. The vehicle suddenly swayed violently, producing a piercing sound as its body scraped against the bridge. The car was on the brink of plummeting. Wang Ze roared in desperation. He was unwilling to accept his fate, yet he found himself with no alternative. With a fierce grip, he yanked the steering wheel aside and kicked the door open, clutching the man tightly as he prepared to leap out. However, the car was descending too swiftly. In that fleeting moment of opening the door, Wang Ze caught a glimpse of the bridge's side and realized he appeared to have run out of time. With a resounding crack, it was as if something had been pulled taut to its breaking point. The falling vehicle came to an abrupt halt, leaving Wang Ze and the man dangling perilously on the verge of falling. In a moment of panic, Wang Ze turned around to see a firefighter shouting at him, "It's all right. The car has been secured. You're safe." During those harrowing 10 minutes of Wang Ze's endurance, the fire brigade finally arrived at the other end of the bridge, securing a cable to the van just in the nick of time. Wang Ze was rescued, and soon after, an ambulance whisked away several injured individuals. With a sigh of relief, Wang Ze, upon seeing several excited firefighters approaching him, hurriedly took the small hand of Shangguan Lingyu and dashed toward their vehicle. At last, he had evaded their grasp. Yet, just a few minutes later, a post from a mobile phone user surfaced on Weibo, rapidly circulating within a modest circle. The article was titled, "Who Says Heroes Are No More?" While this video was deemed inspiring, In an age of information overload, such grassroots content clearly paled in comparison to the allure of celebrity gossip. After a brief period of fervor, it was inevitable that this video would not make it to the portal website, and thus it became submerged in the vast sea of information. Nevertheless, some individuals did catch a glimpse of the video and express their opinions. In a secluded cluster of buildings nestled within a dense forest, one particularly long-haired individual, who insisted on styling his hair upright, exhibited a distinctly disdainful demeanor. What heroes? Is this truly heroism? How can those of us who genuinely serve our nation and its people continue to exist? Why should I not create a video to promote myself properly? Not far from him, a man clad in white was meticulously trimming his nails with a knife that measured nearly 30 centimeters in length. He jestingly admonished, "You shouldn't rely solely on the internet. What if you inadvertently unleash a virus? I will not come to your defense." The long-haired man immediately retorted, "Do you think I could unleash a virus? If I don't create a few to torment them, it would be an act of mercy." Boss, come over here and take a look. This is quite peculiar. Doesn't he resemble the person you shot in the head?" The man in white cast a glance and promptly stood up, leaning closer to the screen, a hint of malevolence curling at the corners of his mouth. "Not merely resembling. This individual is indeed the one I shot in the head, yet he did not perish." The long-haired man, taken aback, inquired, "Boss, you knew he survived?" The man in white nodded, stating, "I have known for quite some time, yet the old geezers above do not wish for us to kill innocents within our borders." Hypocrisy abounds. Do they not realize that if this young man were to be captured by foreign organizations and subjected to severe interrogation, my team would be in grave danger? Ha ha ha. Yet, as fate would have it, I discovered him here. He. The handsome visage juxtaposed with a sinister smile sent shivers down Chang Mao's spine. The small mini continued for over half an hour before finally halting in a villa district on the outskirts of the city. During this journey, the individual known as Shangguan Lingyu, the reincarnation of the Oriole, surprisingly changed his demeanor, uttering not a single casual remark. Instead, he earnestly began to elucidate the circumstances of his family. The Shangguan clan, tracing its lineage back to the Han dynasty, is distinguished by its rarity of surname and the periodic emergence of exceptionally talented individuals, ensuring the family's enduring legacy. Shangguan Lingyu, however, was not entirely cognizant of the current magnitude of the clan's influence. He merely understood that there were connections in the court and talented individuals striving in the business realm. Furthermore, he had an uncle who returned home only once every few years, each visit shrouded in mystery, leaving even his own family unaware of his true identity. For reasons unknown, since the passing of Shangguan Lingyu's great-grandfather a few years prior, the family situation has steadily declined. While they could still be deemed affluent, it paled in comparison to their former glory. Particularly troubling was the affliction that seemed to plague the male members of the family, rendering them weak, with diminished appetites, and even intermittent episodes resembling epilepsy. Yet, upon examination at the hospital, no conclusive findings emerged. Shangguan Lingyu had heard her grandfather mumble about how the old patriarch had departed in haste, seemingly without a peaceful end, which implied a lingering unrest that cast a curse upon the entire family. This was precisely why Shangguan Lingyu harbored such disdain for charlatans, even going so far as to confront frauds in others' homes. The turmoil wrought by those deceitful lot had turned her household upside down, leaving her with psychological scars or even mental afflictions, compelling her to wish for confrontation whenever she encountered Quack. Her summoning of Wang Ze was prompted by her grandfather's deteriorating condition. A man once vigorous enough to ride horses and swim in winter now found himself bedridden. Having grasped the situation, Wang Ze's spirits unexpectedly lifted. It was not that he found joy in others' misfortunes, but rather he perceived a striking similarity between the tribulations of the Shangguan family and those of the Liu family. There was a considerable likelihood that the Shangguan clan was similarly ensnared by spiritual afflictions. Upon arriving, Shangguan Lingyu transformed into the image of a refined young lady, gracefully leading Wang Ze ahead. This sudden change left him feeling quite unsettled. After traversing past numerous villas, they arrived at a Japanese-style residence. The wooden structure, steeped in antiquity, surrounded by a charming little pond, appeared picturesque. Yet, Wang Ze could not help but furrow his brow, as if echoing the thoughts within him. Shangguan Lingyu remarked with a light laugh. So the master is but a naive youth after all. I simply have little fondness for such pretenses. This is known as the huffing style, which flourished in Japan but has its origins in China. And just look at the artificial hills in the courtyard. They are a perfect embodiment of the ancient Tang heritage. Hee. No wonder my grandfather would take so long to explain the history whenever he brought guests home. Oh. Wang Ze felt somewhat embarrassed about his own illiteracy and shifted the topic. Why didn't you drive in? It's simply because my family disapproves of my little car, always insisting that we haven't fallen to such a state. You see, they're essentially half-country bumpkins, believing that the larger the car, the more impressive it is. Listening to her complaints, Wang Ze discerned her deep affection for this family hidden beneath her grievances. He quietly resolved to assist them to the best of his ability, regardless of whether it truly had anything to do with spirit. As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, Shangguan Lingyu called out, "Grandfather, I'm back." Yet, the reply came from a woman's voice, notably youthful. "Oh, Lingyu has returned. Come inside quickly. Where did you go to play today?" Passing through the exquisite and tasteful courtyard, as soon as Wang Ze entered the house, he saw a young woman standing elegantly by the table, setting down a plate of food while turning to say, "The meal is still warm. You must be exhausted after a day of play, so have a bite first." As she spoke, she faltered, gazing at Wang Ze with a mixture of surprise and a hint of ambiguity. That look made Wang Ze feel quite awkward. Shangguan Lingyu, perceptive as ever, hurriedly interjected, "Oh dear, grandmother, you're thinking too much. He is the master I invited." "Ah, gomoter." Wang Ze's agape mouth could easily accommodate half a cantaloupe. Chapter 23. The eerie Shangguan family. Wang Ze attentively surveyed the beautiful woman whom Shangguan Lingyu referred to as grandmother. Shangguan Lingyu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, hastily clarified, "This is my grandmother. My grandfather's, his new companion." Wang Ze suddenly grasped the situation, internally acknowledging the old man's boldness in pursuing a younger partner. However, upon hearing the term master, the lovely matron displayed a countenance of disdain. Wang Ze, accustomed to such reactions, brushed it off without concern. Yet, as he surveyed the surroundings, a sense of unease enveloped him. The room bore no trace of spiritual energy. Following Shangguan Lingyu into the inner chamber, he beheld an elderly man reclined on an antiquated bed, ensconced beneath thick blankets, with only his head and face visible. The old man laboriously turned his head and uttered, "You have returned." Upon recognizing the man's visage, Wang Ze could not suppress a faint gasp. What lay before him was hardly a human face. It resembled a skull adorned with a yellowish hue. Beneath the parched skin, the atrophied muscles writhed sluggishly, while the old man's eyes appeared lifeless, akin to those of a deceased animal. Wang Ze's initial thought was that the beautiful woman had poisoned him, intent on harming this old bull. Yet he quickly dismissed this notion, reasoning that, given the Shangguan family's wealth, they would undoubtedly conduct thorough and systematic examinations. Since the hospital could find no indication of poisoning, it was clear that this condition was not the result of toxins. The elderly man slowly extended a hand from beneath the covers, seemingly reaching out to greet Wang Ze. That hand, frail and withered, resembled a desiccated branch. Wang Ze's confusion had shifted from pondering why he had become this way to questioning how he could still be alive in such a state. Shangguan Lingyu introduced Wang Ze's purpose for this visit to her grandfather, who awkwardly began to pose pretentiously. After wandering through the opulent villa for some time, it became apparent that only the three of them resided there, devoid of any servants. Regardless of the intentions with which the beautiful woman had married the elderly man, it was evident that her domestic skills were exceptional. Furthermore, Wang Ze couldn't help but wonder why Shangguan Lingyu lived with her grandparents. Were her parents? It was a question he felt too hesitant to ask. Yet, the longer he lingered in the house, the more he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. In a vast residence, there lay a paralyzed elder, the beautiful woman casting occasional glances at him, while the lively young lady chatted incessantly. The flowers and plants outside thrived abundantly. Yet Wang Ze perceived their colors as muted, reminiscent of faded photographs submerged in water, evoking a sense of yellowing and obscurity. A gentle breeze swept through, and in this late summer season, Wang Ze suddenly felt a chill against his back. He tensed instinctively and glanced at the goddess, who was currently engaged in a cold war with him due to previous events. The goddess frowned slightly and said, "Let us leave quickly. I have a terrible feeling." Wang Ze was taken aback and exclaimed, "You sense nothing unusual?" The goddess nodded earnestly. Wang Ze felt a sudden rigidity in his limbs, and after much swaying, finally found himself beneath a grand tree. To his astonishment, he glanced at the trunk and was startled to discover a human face seemingly emerging from the bark. With a gasp, he instinctively stepped back, summoning the courage to gaze again at the trunk, only to find that the face had vanished without a trace. Raising an eyebrow, he cautiously approached the tree, shifting his position several times, only to realize that there was indeed no face. Rather, the peculiar texture of the bark created an illusion that resembled a visage from a certain angle. Letting out a heavy sigh of relief, Wang Ze chuckled at himself, reflecting on the irony of being a seasoned traveler, yet succumbing to fear of phantoms. Just then, an unexpected chill coursed through him as a pale hand suddenly rested upon his shoulder. His eyes widened in terror, every hair on his body standing on end. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the slender fingers were adorned with long, crimson nails. Unable to restrain himself, Wang Ze let out a piercing scream, only to be met with an even louder shriek in response, one that seemed oddly familiar. Summoning his courage, he turned to see Shangguan Lingyu sitting on the ground. Her finger pointed at him, tears streaming down her cheeks. With a heavy sigh, Wang Ze admonished her, "I must say, do you not realize that scaring someone can lead to dire consequences? Why would you sneak up on me without a word?" Yet, to his bewilderment, Shangguan Lingyu continued to retreat, her trembling finger still aimed at him, her mouth agape, rendered speechless. Wang Ze was taken aback, instinctively turning his head slowly. Smack! To his surprise, the goddess had struck him heavily, exclaiming, "It's me." The goddess furrowed her brow, murmuring, "It's impossible. How could she see me?" Wang Ze hurried to comfort Shangguan Lingyu, only to find her gaze suddenly clouded with confusion as she peered intently behind him. Upon seeing Wang Ze approach, she suddenly cried out, "There's a ghost. You come here quickly. Just now there was a ghost behind you." A female ghost. It was so terrifying. Wang Ze was momentarily stunned, pondering why she could no longer see it. He inquired, "You mentioned a female ghost? How do you know she was female?" Shangguan Lingyu, still shaken, stammered, I couldn't see clearly, but she had long hair." "It's good that you couldn't see clearly." Wang Ze sighed in relief, taking Shangguan Lingyu back inside the house. He reassured her, "Don't be afraid. You must have just imagined it. You've been under a lot of stress lately. Experiencing hallucinations is quite normal. You need a rest. I looked back just now, and there was nothing there truly. However, all right, trust me, I am a master after all, haha." "Oh, perhaps I'm just too exhausted." Wang Ze noticed that she had finally stopped fixating on the matter, so he casually asked, "Why did you slap me earlier? You could have given me a heads up. I nearly jumped out of my skin." Shangguan Lingyu was taken aback, puzzled. "Slap you? Was it me? I don't think so." As Wang Ze was about to utter the words to quibble, a sudden realization rendered him speechless. His gaze fell upon Shangguan Lingyu's hand, and he noticed, to his horror, that her nails were devoid of any red polish. "Whose hand is that?" An icy chill raced down his spine, and he felt an overwhelming urge to flee from the eerie abode, yearning to return home. After dismissing Shangguan Lingyu, Wang Ze retreated to a corner, earnestly addressing the divine figure before him. "Did you see that just now?" The latter shook her head affirmatively. Wang Ze pressed further. "Are you certain you are not toying with me?" She nodded decisively. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ze managed a strained smile. "It seems this transaction is one I cannot undertake." When he sought Shangguan Lingyu again, he found her gaze brimming with anticipation. Yet, he regretfully declared, "I apologize. My understanding is rather shallow. I cannot comprehend the matters at hand, and I am truly powerless." Shangwan Lingyu was momentarily taken aback, tears welling up her eyes as she lamented. How can this be? Wang Ze steeled himself. Well, since my presence is no longer required here, I shall take my leave. You need not accompany me. I can hail a cab myself. Farewell. With that final utterance, he practically fled the estate, ignoring Shangwan Lingyu's calls as he did not look back. After covering a considerable distance, a sudden impulse compelled him to glance back, and that fleeting look nearly blinded him with shock. A colossal shadow loomed over the villa, and upon closer inspection, it revealed the form of an extraordinarily large woman. Dark mist swirled as if manifesting into an arm, beckoning towards him. Wang Ze swallowed hard and turned to say, You claimed that nothing could be seen, didn't you? The goddess furrowed her brow and replied, You can see it? How is that possible? Oh heavens! Is it too late? Wah! What do you mean too late? Just as Wang Ze was about to inquire further, a sudden sharp pain pierced through his lower abdomen, as if thousands of steel nails were impaling him. He collapsed onto the ground, and, employing the inner vision technique he had recently learned, he gazed within himself. The sight that met him sent a cold sweat cascading down his back. Before him, a mass of black mist was fiercely battling against the minuscule amount of spiritual energy he had painstakingly accumulated, each force vying for dominance over Wang Ze's spiritual sea. The ominous black vapor was evidently malevolent, and if it were to infiltrate his spiritual sea, he could scarcely fathom the consequences. However, Wang Ze's spiritual energy remained in the accumulation phase, rendering him incapable of exerting control. Furthermore, the goddess had yet to instruct him on how to harness his energy. All he could do now was muster encouragement. Anxiously, he implored, You must think of a solution, and since you can see this black mist, why did you not inform me sooner? The goddess replied, devoid of emotion, Oh, if I tell you now, will you heed my words? Upon hearing this, Wang Ze felt an overwhelming sense of dread, thinking to himself that he must not offend women. They are relentless in their pursuit of vengeance, and even the goddess is no exception. He pondered, Perhaps I can find a way out of this. I shall heed your every command from now on. If you instruct me to head east, I shall not venture west. If you bid me catch a dog, I shall not touch a chicken. Wait, why do I sound so much like Xiao Jing? Alas, what am I to do? Oomph. With a cold snort, the goddess took action. Although she was vexed by Wang Ze's disobedience, she deemed this lesson sufficient. After all, they could not truly perish together. The goddess formed a series of intricate gestures, muttering waste under her breath, before channeling an immense surge of spiritual energy, infinitely more potent than what resided within Wang Ze, into his abdomen. With this external assistance, Wang Ze's spiritual energy surged, boldly driving back the encroaching dark forces. Just as the black mist seemed on the verge of total annihilation, the shadow atop the villa thickened ominously, and a stream of darkness surged forth, forcefully invading Wang Ze's body. The goddess was momentarily taken aback, her expression darkening noticeably. She rapidly altered her gestures dozens of times. Yet the spiritual energy she could summon was merely sufficient to contend with the dark forces on equal footing, putting aside the clash between the goddess and the shadow. At that moment, Wang Ze found himself in a realm of agony beyond comprehension. Imagine a colossal hammer striking your back while a sharp sword pierces your chest and abdomen. Could such torment be borne by any mortal? Chapter 24, Cosmic Shift. Yin-yang convergence. The goddess's hair levitated, stirred by an unseen zephyr, her gaze intensifying with somber gravity. With a resolute clench of her teeth, she exclaimed, Enough. To think that a moment's peak could incite such a cataclysm. All the spiritual energy I've patiently accumulated through long suffering. Abdicating her spellcasting, the goddess swiftly retrieved the long sword from her waist. The blade pirouetted thrice in the firmament before plunging directly into the crown of Wang Ze's head. The dilapidated sword underwent a surreal transformation, radiating a blinding, ethereal luminescence, its form twisting into incorporeality. The shadowy entity, as if unleashing its ultimate gambit, transmuted its humanoid silhouette of darkness into a swirling vortex. At the vortex's epicenter, the ominous rumble of nether lightning reverberated. In a fleeting instant, The vortex expelled a tendril of darkness that pierced Wang Ze's posterior. One could only imagine the sheer peculiarity of Wang Ze's expression at that juncture. The vortex, as if having discovered a conduit for release, behaved like an immense hourglass, ceaselessly pouring into Wang Ze's corporeal form. In Wang Ze's perception, the cosmos had bifurcated into distinct realms of monochrome, ebony and ivory. They engaged in relentless attrition and territorial encroachment, their discordant clamor audible to the ear. Wang Ze, having relinquished all resistance, or rather, never having been afforded the opportunity to offer any, passively allowed the dueling energies to writhe and coil within his abdomen, locked in perpetual conflict. In the tangible world, an umbrageous cloud formation suddenly materialized, as dark as ink and as heavy as iron, looming over the populace and stifling their breath. A few peals of thunder accompanied by flashes of lightning shattered the nearby batteries, as the lightning danced along the power lines, plunging everything into profound darkness. It is worth noting that it was still midday. Following the tempest, a fierce wind arose, toppling trees, skewing streetlights, and causing the tightly shut windows to rattle ominously. The local residents were rendered speechless, believing that the apocalypse had finally arrived. They lacked the courage even to glance out their windows. Unbeknownst to them, amidst the torrential wind and rain, a frail figure stood in an unusual posture in an open space. Wang Ze stood upright, yet his torso bent at a 90-degree angle forward, exposing both his forehead and posterior, as if two luminous beams had impaled him like a pig on a barbecue skewer. Indeed, he endured this grilling torment until he blissfully fainted, only to awaken in agony, repeating this cycle, while his once robust nerves had long been ravaged beyond recognition. If this were a case of forced violation, he could only wish for the perpetrator to find satisfaction swiftly. Yet, what no one anticipated was that within the depths of Wang Ze's lower abdomen, a fissure suddenly manifested in the realm he dubbed the Spirit Sea. It resembled a crack in a shattered glass. With a resounding crack, even the goddess, who felt as if her heart was breaking, was momentarily taken aback. Almost in the blink of an eye, boom! The peculiar aura he had recently formed, which he referred to as the Spirit Sea, was suddenly obliterated into dust. In this fierce struggle between two types of gases, they finally came into genuine contact. The resulting effect was akin to fire mingling with magma. A tremendous explosion nearly shattered the goddess's transformed humanoid form. She reacted with remarkable swiftness, retreating into Wang Ze's mind. Unfortunately, the shadow was not as fortunate, being completely dispersed by the blast, reduced to a swirling vortex, its remnants fluttering about like scraps of paper in the air. That force was cataclysmic, as if intent on annihilating the entire world. Wang Ze's body resembled a leaf caught in a tempest, perpetually on the brink of destruction. Suddenly, the goddess emitted a sharp cry, opening her mouth to expel a mouthful of her essence, which splattered onto Wang Ze's abdomen in a desperate attempt to preserve his life. A glimmer of crimson pierced through the monochrome chaos, and in the next instant, as if replaying a scene, an overwhelming tempestuous energy was instantaneously absorbed into Wang Ze's being. The goddess was momentarily taken aback. Her intention in releasing her essence was solely to protect Wang Ze's heart and lungs. How could such a phenomenon arise? As the energy was absorbed, the world fell into an eerie tranquility, with both energies converging in Wang Ze's abdomen, swirling in harmonious coexistence, starkly contrasting yet pursuing one another, resembling the Taiji yin-yang symbol. At this moment, Wang Ze had risen to his feet, his eyes tightly shut, yet his expression exuded an indescribable calm, akin to that of a transcendent sage. However, the goddess understood that, in reality, he was utterly unconscious. The goddess gazed curiously at the continuously spinning yin-yang fish, pondering for quite some time before finally unraveling the sequence of events, which made her involuntarily emit a wry smile. It turned out that she had long since discovered the formidable dark energy residing within the residence of the Shangwan family. Initially angered, she intended to teach Wang Ze a lesson, to frighten him adequately, so he would understand that departing from her decisions was not an option. In this world, where there exists positive spiritual energy, it is only natural that a corresponding malevolent force exists. However, the goddess never anticipated that this malevolent energy had evolved to the level of possessing vague consciousness. Upon perceiving the accumulation of spiritual energy within Wang Ze's body, how could it resist the temptation to invade? It is known that when relying upon matter, one can only exist as a lonely soul, but if one relies upon living beings, one can continue to ascend and even metamorphose. The reason the goddess, trapped within the black stone for so long, not only failed to enhance her prowess, but instead fell to such a humble state is due to this very phenomenon. Moreover, this dark energy was exceedingly cautious. Instead of rushing into Wang Ze's body recklessly, it chose to infiltrate gradually, which allowed even the goddess to remain oblivious. However, Wang Ze unexpectedly departed the Shangwan residence ahead of schedule, which caused the dark energy to completely shred its disguise, leading to a direct attempt to seize both person and land. Thus, the subsequent confrontation between the black and white energies unfolded. However, war, in all its manifestations, can only yield suffering. The fierce struggle between the forces of light and darkness culminated in the catastrophic destruction of the spiritual sea they fought over, leaving the host, Wang Ze, on the brink of death. Yet, whether it be spiritual energy or malevolent force, they are ultimately devoid of consciousness. Perhaps the source of malevolence retains some semblance of awareness, but remains powerless to control the ensuing chaos. Just as all seemed destined for annihilation, the divine blood of the goddess played a pivotal role. Though her power diminished, reduced to a soul residing within the mind of a mortal, she remained a goddess. Her blood was still the essence of divinity. This divine essence, embodying creation and adept at restoration, instantaneously forged within Wang Ze a vessel of divine caliber, an entity more extraordinary than the spiritual sea itself. The forces of light and darkness, perceiving a glimmer of hope, ceased their conflict and desperately sought refuge within this newfound vessel, thereby establishing an astonishingly harmonious unity. The reason Wang Ze was able to absorb all surrounding spiritual and malevolent energies was that this unity formed a suction cup, drawing an energy to facilitate the creation of the yin-yang fish. Consequently, within Wang Ze's being, two entirely disparate energies emerged, one luminous and one shadowy, one yin and one yang, one righteous and one malevolent, coexisting in serene rotation, as if they had existed in this manner for eons. This spectacle left the goddess in a state of profound astonishment, marked by a resounding exclamation and an inquisitive contemplation. What is this? How can this be possible? The enigmatic yin-yang symbol on Wang Ze's lower abdomen had become so elusive that even the divine goddess could not discern its significance, let alone comprehend its potential utility. In the realm of reality, with the vanishing of the dual energies of black and white, all anomalies had returned to a serene state. As clouds dispersed, thunder ceased, and rain gave way to clear skies. At that moment, the drenched Shangwan Lingyu finally spotted Wang Ze, who stood with his eyes closed in an open space. Amidst the scorching sunlight that rendered the air hazy with vapors, Wang Ze appeared as though he had stepped into an ethereal realm, exuding an indescribable grace and elegance. Shangwan Lingyu was momentarily entranced, a flush of crimson creeping upon her cheeks. She hastily shook her head and rushed over, gripping Wang Ze's shoulder and shaking him vigorously. It turned out that when the tempest first approached, Shangwan Lingyu had been anxious about Wang Ze braving the torrential downpour against Grandma's advice, resolutely setting out to seek him. Wang Ze, roused from his reverie, blinked his sleepy eyes and instinctively murmured a greeting. He had returned to the Shangwan residence, and having endured the battle between black and white, he could hardly believe that this abode could still harbor any lingering darkness. In truth, there was none. The once dim Shangwan estate now basked in radiant sunlight. Particularly, the ailing patriarch of the Shangwan family suddenly opened his eyes wide, taking in a deep breath and exhaling slowly, his muddled gaze regaining a semblance of sharpness. He felt as though the oppressive weight upon his chest had significantly eased. Shangwan Lingyu was incensed by Wang Ze's casual greeting of morning. She had risked her life to seek him out, and yet he could sleep while standing? Most perplexing was the torrential rain. There was no shelter nearby, yet he remained utterly dry. Meanwhile, she resembled a drenched chicken, particularly in summer when a girl's attire is scant. The rain had rendered her undergarments conspicuously visible, and Wang Ze was shamelessly staring at her waist and chest with wide eyes. How could she not be furious? She forcibly dragged him back to the Shangwan residence, her anger simmering, yet she found no outlet for it. In her mind, a hypothesis formed. This bizarre weather was conjured by Wang Ze, intended to cure the Shangwan family. Rationality insisted this was utterly implausible, yet she could not suppress her belief in the notion. However, Shangwan Lingyu was a clever woman, well aware of what to say and what to withhold. She resolved to regard Wang Ze as a benefactor, especially upon returning home to find her grandfather laboriously attempting to sit up, his spirits visibly lifted, thus reinforcing her conviction. Wang Ze stood beside the old man's bed, smiling as he inquired, "Feeling better, old sir? But do take care not to rush. Your body requires proper recuperation." Shangwan's grandfather nodded politely, showing little interest in this young man, whose looks were hardly striking. The attitude of his grandmother was even more disdainful. The con artist who had left was now brazenly back. Though they hailed from a scholarly family, no harsh words or violent confrontations had yet transpired. Wang Ze initially had no intention of returning with Shangwan Lingyu. However, upon stepping into the residence, he resolved to remain, for he distinctly perceived a faint white glow emanating from beneath the old master's bed. Chapter 25. A sensitive heart. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wang Ze resolved to delve into the matter concerning Shangwan Lingyu. Exiting the residence of the esteemed Shangwan patriarch, he settled alone in the main hall, where naturally, Granny Shangwan would not serve him tea. He found solace in his solitude. At this moment, the voice of the divine lady re-emerged, brimming with pride. "How do you intend to express your gratitude this time? If it weren't for my intervention, you would have long since been lost to the abyss." She claimed all the credit for the outcome. Wang Ze could only muster a wry smile, responding, all right. Just state your wishes, and I shall comply. Is that sufficient? However, why do you not manifest as a specter?" The mere mention of this incited the divine lady's ire, and she retorted, "How dare you even ask? If it weren't for the need to rescue you, would I have expended the spiritual energy I painstakingly accumulated over all this time? Do you have any idea that I have even coughed up blood? Do you understand the significance of a drop of divine blood? Oh, how unfortunate I am to be entangled with a wretch such as you." Upon hearing this, Wang Ze could no longer bear the absence of the divine lady's exquisite visage. The realization of her sacrifices for him struck him profoundly, akin to a miser suddenly depleting his entire fortune. A surge of urgency compelled him to glimpse the divine lady once more, and miraculously, he truly beheld her. Before him, reality shimmered, and in the next instant, he found himself enveloped in a vast, white expanse, with a great tree standing at its center. He recognized this place, having encountered it during his unconscious state after being shot. Gazing beneath the tree, he discovered the goddess, her lips pouted and knees drawn to her chest, sitting on the ground in an adorable display of sulkiness. Wang Ze felt a surge of curiosity and, with a mere thought, drifted closer until he found himself beside her. This marked the first occasion he beheld the goddess's true visage so intimately. The ethereal projections had always been too indistinct to discern as clearly as now. Enraptured by her beauty, he found himself lost in admiration. Sensing his gaze, the goddess instinctively turned her head, and that fleeting glance startled her greatly. She promptly leaped back, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "How did you get in here?" Wang Ze was somewhat bewildered by her reaction and floated forward a bit, replying, I don't know. Please don't hide from me." To his surprise, as he advanced, the goddess retreated further, her eyes wide with alarm. A spark ignited in Wang Ze's eyes, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he inched closer to her. "Don't come any closer, please. Go away." The goddess, increasingly flustered, felt her once fair complexion pale even more. As Wang Ze drew nearer, she could even see her own reflection in his eyes. Overwhelmed by fear, she suddenly found her courage and shouted, "That's enough." Raising her hand, she struck him with a flurry of blows, causing him to yelp in surprise. To her astonishment, he did not retaliate. This emboldened her further as she unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, declaring, "If you dare to enter again, I shall break your legs." Wang Ze indeed fled from his mental space, awkwardly gazing at Shangguan Lingyu, who had just emerged after changing her attire. In truth, it was Wang Ze who felt intimidated. Having long been under the influence of the goddess's formidable presence, he never harbored intentions of competing with her. The reason the goddess feared him was that if Wang Ze were to penetrate her domain, it would signify that his consciousness could now operate independently, thereby granting him the ominous ability to devour. Regardless of the goddess's past splendor, she now existed merely as a wisp of a ghost. To be consumed would mean her utter obliteration, ultimately bestowing boundless benefits upon Wang Ze, perhaps even her divine essence. At this moment, Wang Ze had just acquired a peculiar power that even the goddess could not comprehend, while she had nearly exhausted all her strength. The stark contrast between their states was evident, providing ample justification for the goddess's trepidation. Observing Wang Ze's flushed face of embarrassment, Shangguan Lingyu mistakenly assumed he was still feeling guilty about his earlier glimpse of her, which momentarily elevated her spirits. She approached him and said, "It's almost noon. Let me treat you to a meal." Wang Ze cleared his throat twice and replied, "The meal can wait. There's something we need to discuss." Shangguan Lingyu thought Wang Ze was about to bring up expenses and shyly responded, You haven't spoken with my grandfather yet, and you've already taken care of matters." I'm not particularly wealthy." Wang Ze was taken aback, pondering whether this young lady had discerned something. It is inconceivable. When one is unable to comprehend their own circumstances, how could another possibly understand? He shook his head and remarked, "It is not about money, cough. Your family situation. The reason I left earlier was to address certain matters that could pose a danger to you. However, I have also encountered misfortune, as I was caught in a tempest upon stepping outside. Though I managed to resolve part of the issue, there remain lingering hazards concerning your home." Shangguan Lingyu was taken aback and urgently inquired, "Is it still unresolved?" "That is precisely why I have matters to discuss with you. Does your family possess any unique treasures? Perhaps something hidden beneath your grandfather's bed?" Before Shangguan Lingyu could respond, a resonant voice thundered from behind, "There are indeed treasures, but I wonder if you possess the skill to retrieve them." Wang Ze abruptly turned around to find grandmother pushing a wheelchair in which sat the elder Shangguan, who had just been resting in bed. Wang Ze met the disdainful gazes of the four eyes before an inexplicable ire surged within him. He gestured towards the elder Shangguan and then at Shangguan Lingyu, finally managing to utter a single word, "Good," before turning on his heel and striding out. This time, regardless of how Shangguan Lingyu called after him, he did not look back. While one may survive the tribulations of fate, self-inflicted misfortunes are inescapable. In the presence of individuals incapable of discerning right from wrong, he found himself devoid of words. Although obtaining treasures imbued with spiritual energy may seem less advantageous, Wang Ze had not yet reached a point where he would forsake his dignity for such energy. Upon returning home, it was already past 6 in the evening. Merely navigating through the sprawling villa district to locate his vehicle consumed 2 hours of his time. He could not fathom why the affluent persistently choose to isolate themselves in such a manner. Observing his son return alone, visibly irked, Father Wang wisely refrained from inquiring about the cause. Instead, he endeavored to lighten the mood with a few jokes and personally prepared an additional 2 dishes for dinner. Wang Ze comprehended his father's intentions, feeling a blend of amusement and exasperation. Yet he found himself unable to articulate it directly. The ensuing days could be aptly described as a blend of idleness and frustration. Although the Wang family's antique business consistently yielded transactions exceeding 100,000, clientele remained scarce. The source of his vexation stemmed from the lack of spiritual energy. The divine lady occasionally resorted to petulance or coldness, relentlessly testing Wang Ze's patience. He could not help but feel a twinge of regret, pondering whether it would have been better to endure the situation a bit longer. Fortunately, the elixir furnace retained ample spiritual energy, sufficient for the divine lady's daily needs. Otherwise, after a few instances of her antics, Wang Ze might have been compelled to bow in apology. However, the divine lady was not without her limits. Amidst her tumult, she imparted a wealth of knowledge to Wang Ze. As she put it, he had leveled up and was now entitled to acquire certain things from her. Among the most crucial lessons learned was the absorption and refinement of spiritual energy. The ethereal energy resembles a mist, interspersed with various impurities. More importantly, it is exceedingly diffuse. However, Wang Ze, having acquired the ability to store this energy, can employ a method of compression to purify it. Upon realization, Wang Ze finds himself akin to a chef, dedicated to providing the goddess with high-quality ethereal energy. What distinguishes this from mere toil? Even more infuriating is the stipulation that he is permitted only to refine it, never to devour it for himself. Any transgression results in a session of ideological re-education, which brings him considerable distress. The languid afternoons of summer serve as a catalyst for idleness. Wang Ze settled himself on a small stool at the entrance of the Wang family's antique shop, observing the ebb and flow of people in the marketplace, dozing intermittently. Rarely did he pay attention to the other proprietors in the vicinity. For instance, adjacent to him stood a clothing boutique, and further along, a luxury watch repair shop. He had never graced either with his patronage. Years of travel have instilled in him a fondness for casual attire, which, though seemingly loose and insubstantial, is remarkably practical and durable, offering great comfort. Reflecting on his life, apart from the uniform he wore in school, it appears he has only donned various forms of casual wear, which indeed seems rather monotonous. The thought of school uniforms inevitably conjures memories of his former classmates. 4 years have elapsed since those days of collective struggle and preparation for the college entrance examinations, and it is likely that those companions are on the brink of graduating from university now. In the current job market, opportunities are scarce, and not everyone possesses the same familial support that he does. Lost in these reflections, he was suddenly roused by a voice. "Wang Xiueba, are you still alive?" The voice bore a hint of familiarity. Wang Ze turned his head, and a subtle smile graced his lips. "Ruan Xiaojing, if you are alive, why should I not be?" Ruan Xiaojing was one of Wang Ze's few companions, a mischievous friend from their high school days when they often engaged in mischief together. During the summer, when girls donned light and breezy attire, even if they were required to wear school uniforms on top, they would invariably opt for short skirts below. In such instances, Wang Ze would play the role of one who accidentally dropped his eraser or pencil, while Ruan Xiaojing would eagerly volunteer to assist in the search. Despite his earnest efforts, he could never seem to find it, ultimately compelling Wang Ze to join in the futile quest. In truth, the two were nestled beneath their desks, covertly stealing glances at the girls' undergarments. Although the view was predominantly a monotonous white, their amusement was ceaseless, and they found great satisfaction in the endeavor. The title of Wang Xiueba, or study overachiever, was a moniker bestowed upon Wang Ze during his school years. Naturally intelligent and possessing a remarkable tenacity, he consistently secured the top position in his class, inciting a deep-seated resentment among those who strive to catch up from behind. The term study overachiever was first uttered by a girl after a final examination, during which Wang Ze had developed a penchant for arcade games, finishing just 1 point ahead of the second-place contender. This left the girl in a state of despair as she watched him head straight to the arcade after school, while she labored diligently to seize her chance, only to fall short by that single point. Upon the announcement of the results, the girl wept uncontrollably, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Ze, exclaiming, "Academic prodigy," before fleeing in embarrassment. In an instant, Wang Ze's name reverberated throughout the halls of number 3 high school. Ruan Xiaojing playfully punched Wang Ze's shoulder, her face alight with excitement, and exclaimed, "Where have you been all these years? None of our classmates have heard from you. We only knew you were still alive." Chapter 26. The Blade Cannot Pierce. Ruan Xiaojing. Upon their first meeting, the two individuals engaged in an unceasing conversation. Wang Ze warmly invited him into the shop, where they sat at the exquisite, valuable 8 immortals table. Wang Ze even took the liberty of brewing tea for him. Ruan Xiaojing sighed. "It has only been a few short years. The changes are profound, alas. I can hardly get in touch with any of my high school classmates. When we do meet, it is merely for idle chatter and a meal, and afterward, we part ways without further contact. Xiaoze, do you think that the bond between people have diminished in this world? Wang Ze replied, everyone is preoccupied with making a living. It is an inevitable circumstance. He preferred not to delve deeper into this topic, sensing that Ruan Xiaojing held some untold stories within his words. He shifted the conversation. What brings you to this mall? As anticipated, Ruan Xiaojing eagerly opened up, speaking at length about his recent experiences. Although he had not officially graduated, he had commenced his job search a few months prior, merely awaiting the opportunity to collect his diploma from the school. The unified graduation period for university students had become a recruitment frenzy, with individuals of varying educational backgrounds vying for positions, making it increasingly difficult for students to secure worthy employment. The school was quite progressive, as during the last semester of their senior year, no academic tasks were assigned, allowing students to utilize this time ostensibly for internships, which in reality served as a means to seize available opportunities ahead of others. The reason Ruan Xiaojing found himself in this mall was that he had just attended an interview at a nearby company, which had not gone well. As he departed, he overheard the HR personnel muttering softly, "Dress like that, and you come looking for a job? We're not hiring for physical laborers." This profoundly stimulated Ruan Xiaojing, whose dressing habits could be described as embodying the debauched academy style. In simpler terms, it meant unwashed, mismatched, inappropriate, and unpleasing to the senses. In a fit of frustration, he promptly sought out a nearby shopping mall to purchase a professional outfit. To his surprise, he soon encountered Wang Ze, who appeared to be lost in thought. With a servile demeanor, Ruan Xiaojing inquired, Xiaoze, are you familiar with any shop owners here in the mall? Perhaps you could secure a discount? Though Wang Ze genuinely did not know anyone, he felt it would be rather ungracious to decline a request from an old friend he had not seen in years. Thus, he replied, well, let me accompany you while you browse. With that, the two of them stood up and exited the store, hanging a sign that read out for business on the door, which was a convenience of having a shop located in the mall. However, Wang Ze was not optimistic about this venture to buy clothes. While he did not disdain the idea, he was certainly not naive. The specialty stores within this mall were quite upscale, primarily featuring international brands, with few domestic products. For instance, they found themselves in front of a store prominently displaying the stark black and white letters, which belonged to the renowned Versace. The designs were simple, the colors unembellished, and the prices steep, epitomizing understated luxury. Claimed to possess avant-garde and personalized designs, the garments looked flamboyant on models, yet appeared clean and minimalist when worn by customers. Nevertheless, the cost was indeed exorbitant. A long t-shirt costs nearly 3,000 yuan, yet it lacks even a single print, presenting a monotonous and dull appearance. If one were to purchase an entire outfit from this store, it would be akin to draping oneself in a vehicle like a Santana. Ruan Xiaojing picked up a price tag and, upon seeing the excessive zeros, couldn't help but stick out her tongue in disbelief. With a mix of reluctance and disdain, she tossed the garment back and promptly exited the shop. Although Wang Ze seldom paid attention to the ambience of the mall, he had to admit that it was quite pleasant. The marble floor gleamed brilliantly. It seems polished to perfection, resembling a mirror. Each store boasted its unique decor, strikingly unconventional yet harmoniously integrated with the surrounding environment, which was truly delightful. Moreover, the shops were not cramped. Rather, there was a sense of spaciousness, with casually placed chairs for resting in the aisles and real flowers adorning the space. Overall, it was a lovely venue. Ruan Xiaojing sat wearily on a chair, lamenting, "Sigh, even with a discount, unless it's a mere 10%, I still can't afford it. I heard that fresh graduates earn only about 1,000 a month, and after toiling for 2 months, they still can't afford a single t-shirt. Xiaoze, what are we supposed to do in our generation?" Wang Ze also took a seat and surveyed the surrounding stores, replying, "Each person has their own way of living." Ruan Xiaojing chuckled softly, saying, "But Xiaoze, you really haven't changed at all, still wearing that same expression of indifference. You speak so little, and while your words may seem nonsensical at first, upon reflection, they often contain profound truths. Yet, have you truly traveled so extensively? How much could this possibly cost?" The two began to engage in a casual conversation, one with an abundance of time to squander, and the other anxious but unable to rush the process. In truth, Ruan Xiaojing's family background was not particularly affluent. While he could manage a comfortable life, any aspirations beyond that were out of reach. His disheveled, academic style was partly a reflection of the lethargy typical of a single man, and partly a consequence of his family's circumstances. Misfortune had led him to pursue a degree in geology. After all, when it came time to select a major post-entrance examination, it was ostensibly a choice. But what did a 17 or 18-year-old truly understand about their own passions and strengths? Their primary concerns revolved around which girl was appealing and which video game was engaging. The choice of a geology major was, in fact, quite commonplace. To gain admission to a school with less stringent requirements meant settling for the least desirable program. What about the future? That was a consideration for another day, as 4 years seemed like an eternity. Yet, in reality, it was not. Wang Ze gazed at this rare friend of his and recalled a phrase learned during their school days. When one is successful, they should aid the world. When one is impoverished, they should cultivate oneself. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Is your job search going smoothly? Do you have any goals?" Ruan Xiaojing was taken aback. This was the first time Wang Ze had broached such substantial topics since their reunion. With a hint of resignation, he replied, "How could it possibly be smooth? Unlike you, Wang the scholar, who could choose any university at will, my school's reputation is lacking, and my major is quite unconventional. Finding a job is anything but easy. As for goals, for now it's simply sustaining myself." Wang Ze chuckled and inquired, "What is the effort for?" Ruan Xiaojing's face flushed, and she playfully scolded, "You mischievous rascal. Modern youth often set seemingly simple goals, such as making a living or just getting by, yet numerous jobs meet these criteria. Yet none seem appealing to the younger generation." Wang Ze asked, "Are you fond of antiquities?" Ruan Xiaojing was momentarily taken aback and replied, "You're not contemplating employing me as a cheap laborer, are you?" Her gaze turned serious as she fixed her eyes on Wang Ze. Feeling somewhat awkward under her scrutiny, Wang Ze understood that working alongside friends could complicate matters. Some might be concerned about reputation, while others might worry about personal connections. Hastily, he clarified, "I didn't mean it that way. Please don't take it to heart." Wang Ze presumed Ruan Xiaojing would be offended for touching upon sensitive matters, but unexpectedly, she exclaimed, "Oh no, what do you mean you didn't mean it? You ought to mean it, and I should take it to heart." Wang Ze was taken aback and asked, "Are you suggesting that?" Ruan Xiaojing interjected, "What else could it mean? If your shop is short-staffed, why look elsewhere? Hiring me would be far more convenient and reassuring, wouldn't it? Besides, what kind of bond do we share? We have a history of sneaking glances at girls' underwear. You can't let such opportunities slip away to outsiders." Wang Ze felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and quickly glanced around to ensure no one had overheard this exchange. He regretted his youthful indiscretions and was determined to keep such matters private. He chuckled helplessly at Ruan Xiaojing and said, You haven't changed much in these 4 years." Seeing that Wang Ze remained silent, Ruan Xiaojing grew anxious and urged, "Stop rambling about irrelevant matters. Is there a chance or not? Besides, does your talk even work at home?" Wang Ze replied with a smile, "You've seen our antique business. My father is someone who needs to be out and about. I find it rather dull to stay cooped up, and I have other matters to attend to. If the shop remains unattended for too long, it will adversely affect business, and I'm not particularly fond of cleaning." Ruan Xiaojing immediately exclaimed, "I love cleaning. It's my greatest passion. Just look at me. Disregard my attire. I'm young and vigorous, capable of climbing high and crawling under tables. Moreover, who wouldn't relish such a leisurely job? Cough, cough, I mean in the antique trade, who wouldn't he enjoy it, huh?" Wang Ze sighed with a wry smile and said, "All right then, I'll discuss this with my father tonight. It should work out." Ruan Xiaojing promptly insisted, "It shouldn't just be a possibility. It must be certain. My future livelihood depends on you. I've already told my family that I've secured a job, and they've ceased sending me living expenses. I've been surviving on instant noodles for half a week. I'll come here to help tomorrow. It's settled. I know your father has always doted on you. Surely he will heed your words? Let us not wait until tomorrow. Let us make it today. How about we consider today the start of my trial period?" As he spoke, He hurriedly dashed back to the Wang family's antique shop, procuring a cloth from somewhere to wipe surfaces vigorously, occasionally glancing back at Wang Ze with a goofy smile, muttering, "Look how dirty it is here. It's simply unacceptable without someone to clean." Wang Ze found himself in a moment of helplessness. Throughout his life, he had always been an obedient child, seeking permission from his parents before bringing home stray cats or dogs. Yet now, having brought back a living person, he found himself surprisingly unconcerned. The reason lay in his newfound capabilities and income, bolstered by the presence of a goddess-like figure supporting him. His demeanor, character, and thoughts had all undergone a transformation, though he remained blissfully unaware of it. On the first day of work, enthusiasm was palpable, with Ruan Xiaojing serving as a striking example. Within less than an hour, she had diligently cleaned every nook and cranny, now ardently scrubbing a bronze artifact. Wang Ze chuckled wryly, "Xiaojing, ahem, it's best to leave a bit of patina on that piece." Ruan Xiaojing paused in surprise, quickly recognizing her error, and sheepishly replied this. "It can't be too expensive, right? No worries, just deduct it from my salary." Wang Ze could only continue to shake his head with a bemused smile. "Oh, hee. The young master is here." A deep voice suddenly resonated from behind Wang Ze. He turned, puzzled, wondering what brings him here. Chapter 27. A visit from the Shangwan family. Before Wang Ze could utter a word, Ruan Xiaojing rushed over with a smile and exclaimed, "Welcome. Please come in." Wang Ze found himself at a loss for words as he observed Ruan Xiaojing behaving like a cheerful innkeeper, ushering in a large group of people. Leading the entourage was none other than the esteemed elder of the Lu family, Lu Zhongtang, followed closely by Lu Zhe and a throng of idle companions. Behind them trailed 3 or 4 men in black, accompanying a wheelchair. The occupant of the wheelchair was somewhat unrecognizable to Wang Ze. Yet the elusive figure of Shangwan Lingyu, who followed closely, revealed that the individual was indeed the elder of the Shangwan family. It was precisely their presence that compelled Wang Ze to refrain from greeting the Lu family members right away. Instead, he retreated to the inner hall, leisurely seated himself, and poured himself a cup of tea. Lu Zhongtang, wearing a smile, took a seat and remarked, "Ah, it has been a few days since I last saw you. Young sir, I see you have even hired staff for the shop. Indeed, someone as busy as yourself ought to delegate the management of the establishment." Adhering to the adage that one should not strike a person who offers a smile, Wang Ze returned the smile and said, "Why is the elder not at home enjoying familial bliss, but has chosen to visit me once more? Are you here to oversee my work? Fear not. That matter has been resolved." A wave of joy surged within Lu Zhongtang, who then continued, "What you say, young sir, is quite untrue. In fact, my purpose for visiting this time is..." However, Wang Ze raised a hand to halt Lu Zhongtang's forthcoming words, instead stating, "As for the notion of fate, while you may regard our meeting as a fortuitous encounter, to me it is merely a singular focus. There are matters to be attended to and relationships to be forged. Yet no wonder I am perceived as lacking in human sentiment." Lu Zhongtang was taken aback, pondering how this old man Shangwan had offended such a formidable deity. The latter had come forth with resolute words, rendering Lu, the negotiator, powerless. He shrugged his shoulders and turned to the individual in the wheelchair, saying, "Shangwan Qing, it is not that I lack effort, but rather that I possess little influence. As for the specifics, it will be best if you address them yourself." With that, he casually reached for a teacup, poured himself a cup of tea, and leisurely began to sip, completely indifferent to the throng of bewildered individuals standing around. The person seated in the wheelchair was none other than the venerable old master of the Shangwan family. The last time Wang Ze had seen him, he was gaunt and emaciated, yet now, merely days later, he appeared notably more robust. Although still slender, his features were beginning to reveal their former elegance, suggesting that in his youth, he must have been remarkably handsome. Perhaps that youthful grandmother was not solely interested in the wealth of the Shangwan family. Wang Ze, casting a casual glance, noticed that the malevolent aura surrounding Shangwan Qing had dissipated, yet there remained a palpable accumulation of spiritual energy in his limbs. He had once inquired of the divine lady about the effects of malevolent and spiritual energies on the human body. Exceptionally, she had provided him with a lesson. The malevolent energy, formed from the aggregation of dark, resentful spirits, often embodied grievances and obsessions, while spiritual energy was the quintessence of the universe. A radiant essence derived from the sun, moon, and all that is luminous. However, both forms of energy could be lethal. The distinction lay in their methods. Malevolent energy inflicted harm in a subtle manner, gradually corroding vitality and tormenting individuals to the brink of losing their humanity. In contrast, spiritual energy was far more direct in its lethality, shattering fortunes and manifesting as illness. Wang Ze could not help but feel a sense of shame. While the malevolent forces could be understood, the benevolent ones wielded the power to exterminate 9 clans, revealing the wondrous nature of all things in the world. Shangguan Qing's expression darkened as he reflected on the explanation provided by his granddaughter, realizing he had made a grave error. Yet, feeling his health improve and the residence transform from its former state, he thought that offending someone was simply a matter of avoiding further contact. However, within a few days, his recently restored health encountered yet another setback, and this time it was more severe. He found himself unable to move his limbs, resembling a semi-vegetative state. This predicament reminded him of his granddaughter's words about matters that were not yet resolved. Having previously interacted with individuals from the mysterious sects, Shangguan Qing was aware of their unyielding temperaments, regardless of their actual capabilities. To seek resolution, he understood he would need to find an intermediary. Thus, he sought the assistance of Lu Zhongtong. Unfortunately, the old man, after offering a few commendatory words, distanced himself from the matter, claiming it did not concern him. Shangguan Qing then turned to Shangguan Lingyu, who shot a fierce glare at her grandfather, indicating that their relationship had undoubtedly been strained, likely due to numerous arguments. Ultimately, with a resigned sigh, Shangguan Lingyu stepped away from the crowd and approached Wang Ze, whispering softly, "It is all my fault for not handling the situation beforehand, which led to this misunderstanding. Will you forgive me?" In truth, the root cause of this predicament lay with Shangguan Lingyu herself. Having invited Wang Ze for an examination without adequately informing her family had resulted in mutual misunderstandings. She certainly believed that she had matured and could take charge of certain matters, but in reality, it would be best left unspoken. Wang Ze remained unfazed, casually remarking, "The opportunity has passed. Why persist in this?" In her urgency, Shangguan Lingyu exclaimed, "Do you expect me to kneel before you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhongtong secretly shook his head, contemplating that this young girl still harbored naivety, mistakenly equating her status with that of her peers, unaware that individuals from outside their circle adhered to their own customs. Moreover, this was a plea, so where was the equality? Yet, unbeknownst to them, Wang Ze was a false persona. Although he possessed genuine capabilities, he did not belong to their world. Observing the girl's determination to take a hard stance, he felt compelled to soften his own. Ahem. Well, why go to such lengths? All right, no kneeling. Please don't cry. I admit my fault. Is that not enough? The spectacle of their interaction left the onlookers wide-eyed. Lu Zhongtong mused that young men were indeed naive, while young women could swiftly resolve matters. He pondered why he did not have a beautiful granddaughter of his own. Meanwhile, Shangguan Qing grew suspicious, beginning to doubt Wang Ze's integrity. Shangguan Lingyu wiped away tears that had not even fallen, indignantly stating, "You better not regret what you said." Wang Ze could only smile wryly. Shangguan Lingyu then dashed to Shangguan Qing, retrieving a thick cloth bag from his lap and hurriedly returning to place on the table. "This is what was under Grandpa's bed. I feared you would make excuses, so I brought it directly." Wang Ze had long sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Otherwise, he would not have allowed these individuals to enter his establishment. Feigning indifference, he casually stroked the fabric bag twice and remarked, "Well, this indeed saves me some trouble." With a few deft movements, he unfastened the bag, revealing a square box, entirely obsidian, roughly 30 centimeters in height, adorned with numerous diminutive squares. As soon as the bag was opened, the surrounding looters instinctively vacated the premises, taking up positions outside. Wang Ze found it peculiar that wealthy individuals always traveled in throngs. Did they not realize that such ostentation reeked of insecurity. He shook his head and redirected his focus to the square box. Crafting a couple of spells pilfered from the Divine Lady, though ultimately futile, it lent an air of authenticity to his actions. He tapped the box several times, playing his part meticulously before observing it closely. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the tiny squares on the box were, in fact, movable. They were intricately connected, resembling a puzzle board, with the box comprising 6 such puzzle boards. Each face possessed a solitary empty square, suggesting a similarity to the puzzle board concept. Yet Wang Ze found himself in a quandary. The squares were not uniform in size. Some rectangular shapes occupied 2 spaces, while others, even longer, claimed 3 squares, and there were even larger ones. Instantly, 3 characters flashed in his mind. Huarong Dao. A traditional puzzle game involves the movement of wooden blocks to ultimately place one block into a designated square. However, Wang Ze seriously counted the blocks before him and sadly realized that there were a total of 108 blocks on just one side. Was this not an infinitely more challenging riddle than the traditional Huarong Dao? Could this be what was referred to as an ancient combination lock? It seemed rather cruel. One could imagine that even its owner might not remember how to unlock it. Furthermore, it was unclear which block represented Cao Cao. It was uncertain whether placing a specific block into the empty space would solve the puzzle. After a prolonged silence, Shangguan Qing finally spoke. This object has been in the Shangguan family for quite some time. I once attempted to unravel its mystery during my leisure, but alas, after several decades, I have yet to succeed. Upon hearing this, Wang Ze felt overwhelmed. He thought to himself that the head of this family must possess extraordinary wisdom. If they had spent decades without solving it, how could he possibly crack it? He was no Conan. It's just a child's plaything. Don't worry. I will solve it in no time, he declared. The speaker was none other than his revered goddess, a being of divine intellect, far surpassing that of mere mortals. Though her emotional intelligence was occasionally questionable, Wang Ze smiled confidently. Placing his hands on the box, he mentally urged himself, I must solve this, otherwise I will be greatly embarrassed. With an air of pride, the goddess assured him, rest assured, and began to issue her commands. Left up, right up. Time gradually passed, and the entire store fell into a profound silence. All eyes attentively fixed on Wang Ze as he meticulously maneuvered the wooden blocks atop the wooden box. The only sound that permeated the air was the gentle friction of wood against wood. After more than half an hour, having moved nearly 1,000 steps, one side of the cube transformed from chaotic disarray into a clear design, a peculiar bird with but a single leg. Is it solved? Has it truly been solved? Gasped the crowd in astonishment. Another 2 hours elapsed, and only one block remained to unlock all 6 faces of the cube. Wang Ze exhaled deeply, stretching leisurely, glancing at the surrounding audience with a faint smile as he pushed the final block into place. Yet this piece was evidently heavier than the others, offering considerable resistance as he applied pressure. During this process, Wang Ze distinctly heard a faint rustling emanating from within the cube. Just as the block settled, the cube emitted a pronounced click, a sound loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. To their astonishment, the cube seemed to elevate slightly, and upon closer inspection, a narrow fissure appeared at its center, where there had previously been a smooth surface, catching everyone off guard. However, none felt the tremor of surprise more profoundly than Wang Ze. For in that fleeting moment of the cube's opening, a thick, nearly liquid white radiance surged forth from its periphery, reminiscent of dry ice releasing vapor, enveloping the space in a misty embrace. Chapter 28. The wits of a small shop, the goddess suddenly exclaimed. So it is. No wonder the Shangguan family has been plagued by malevolent energy. The aura of this treasure is overwhelmingly potent, and with the 7 Ling 8 treasure box suppressing it, it is bound to accumulate such malevolence. Wang Ze was indifferent to the name of the box, although he was curious about how the goddess recognized the objects of this world. He cared little for the dissipated malevolence. After all, what is gone, and there is no need to dwell on it. His primary concern lay in understanding the nature of this treasure, which possessed such a remarkable aura. As he slowly lifted the upper half of the box, a sliver of light emerged from within. This light was not pure white, but rather had a hint of green, and it was visible to others as well. "Is that light?" Shangguan Lingyu, being rather naive, exclaimed instinctively. Wang Ze abruptly flung open the box, revealing a perfectly round pearl resting silently inside. The pearl, roughly the size of an egg, boasted an exquisite roundness and a captivating blue hue, most notably radiating a gentle green glow. Once the box was fully opened, the illumination from the room caused the green light to fade, as if it had never existed. "A luminous pearl?" Shangguan Lingyu gasped once more, her eyes sparkling with wonder. The luminous pearl is often referenced in films and dramas, yet it is merely a legend. Do luminous pearls truly exist? Indeed, there are only two known in the entire world. One resides in the British Museum, while the whereabouts of the other remain a mystery. What is the luminous pearl? It possesses a remarkably intricate scientific name: meteorite-derived cold light diamond. Indeed, in ancient times, the so-called luminous pearls were merely ordinary, inexpensive fluorites. The true luminous pearls are opaque diamonds imbued with vibrant colors, brought forth from extraterrestrial meteorites. The crowd, as if invigorated by a surge of energy, crowded around to gaze fervently at the luminous pearl, neglecting the presence of Shangguan Qing, the owner of this treasure, who was unable to move, watching the excitement from afar, her inner turmoil palpable. Yet, none could fathom the vision of the luminous pearl through Wang Ze's eyes. As an ancient saying goes, the firefly illuminates the dragon palace as if it were daylight. In Wang Ze's perception, the luminous pearl emanated an ethereal aura that illuminated the entire room, rendering everything fantastical. He took a deep breath, feeling the essence akin to flowing silk surge into his body through his mouth and nose, swirling within his abdomen before transforming effortlessly into a liquid state, only to be mercilessly drawn away by the goddess. If only a fragment could remain. Wang Ze lamented silently. He cleared his throat, pulling the crowd's attention back to the present. Among them, Ruan Xiaojing appeared the most incredulous. Since the moment they entered, he had gaped in astonishment as two influential figures, accompanied by bodyguards and drivers, engaged in casual conversation with his current boss's former classmate, seemingly conducting some peculiar business while beseeching Wang Ze. Most astonishingly, the bodyguards were clad in Armani attire. What world is Xiao Ze currently inhabiting? Is this still reality? Did I oversleep during the interview and have yet to awaken? The relentless shocks left Ruan Xiaojing's mouth agape, with saliva trickling down to his chin, entirely oblivious to it. Wang Ze scanned the surroundings, noting the fervent gazes that suggested he would need to exert considerable effort to retain this prized possession. It was not out of greed. Rather, if he failed to secure such a high-quality source of spiritual energy, his days of fortune would likely come to an abrupt end. The goddess might even consider it an act of kindness if she did not opt for mutual destruction. Wang Ze cleared his throat and remarked, as expected, "The oppressive yin energy of the Shangguan family is potent enough to directly affect vitality, even inducing hallucinations. Indeed, it is a deadly weapon." The mention of a deadly weapon restored the crowd's emotions to a more stable state. Lu Zhongtang was the first to inquire. "Isn't it supposed to be a yin instrument? Why is there now a deadly weapon?" Wang Ze fabricated a response. "When the yin energy reaches a certain threshold, we can refer to it as a yin instrument. However, once the energy has escalated to this extent, it must be deemed a deadly weapon. You may not perceive it, but from my perspective, this room has become so shrouded in darkness that it is impossible to discern any figures suffused with thick, black yin energy. The art of deceit, it seems, becomes increasingly refined and boundless." After scrutinizing the luminous pearl for a moment, he abruptly gestured, saying, "You all should take this back with you." The crowd was taken aback in astonishment. Shangguan Qing initially breathed a sigh of relief, but soon sensed something amiss and hurriedly inquired, like old Lu, "I shall address you as young master." "What do you mean by that?" Wang Ze scoffed lightly and replied, "What does it mean? Is it not evident? It signifies that I am unable to contend with it. I possess but a singular ancient formation, and at present, it is suppressing the Lu family's incense burner. Furthermore, Even without the Liu family's predicament, I cannot be certain that my precious formation could subdue your deadly weapon. Thus, it is better for you to seek someone more capable." Before the crowd could react to his words, the divine lady in his mind was already in a frenzy, her tiny fists incessantly pounding against Wang Ze's temples. Her lips hastily murmuring, "We shall perish together. I am prepared to fight you." Wang Ze secretly chuckled to himself, thinking, "My divine lady, do take it easy. I am merely employing a strategy of feigned retreat to lure the opponent." Disregarding the divine lady's tantrum, Shangwan Qing, true to his name, wore a deepening shade of blue. He had keenly observed the recent state of the Liu family. A clan that seemed to be on the decline had suddenly experienced a resurgence, with not only the health of its members improving, but also signs of revival in various enterprises. Though he was reluctant to believe it, having encountered countless charlatans in his search for external aid, while the Liu family had found a true master with just one attempt, he could not deny the reality. Most importantly, after Wang Ze's spell, his own health had improved remarkably, and he had gained 20 pounds in just a few days. Yet now, Wang Ze claimed he would no longer assist. How could he possibly accept such a notion? Shangwan Qing, filled with anxiety, implored, "I beseech you, young sir, to devise a solution. The Shangwan family has thrived for millennia. It cannot come to an end under my watch." To put it plainly, the elder was gripped by the fear of death. Had circumstances not improved, he might have resigned himself to the inevitable. Yet, when a glimmer of hope for survival emerged, who could remain composed in the face of mortality? Wang Ze, however, remained non-committal, retreating to his seat to sip the now tepid tea. Shangwan Qing quickly signaled his granddaughter, who, with great reluctance, approached Wang Ze once more. She spoke sweetly, offering a flurry of attentions, pouring tea and massaging his shoulders, rendering him almost euphoric. Wang Ze sighed deeply and remarked, "It is not that I am unwilling to assist. Truth be told, who would turn down easy money? Yet, I'm truly at a loss. This lethal instrument requires the application of Samadhi true fire for 49 days to quell the malevolent energies. Moreover, there exists a considerable risk of backlash during the process. Alas, it is a case of more harm than good." While he outwardly declined, a subtle opportunity lingered. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Qing sensed a flicker of hope and quickly replied, "Esteemed young sir, your profound skills and benevolence towards humanity will surely shield you from any misfortune. Why not give it a try? If it proves futile, then it is simply the fate of the Shangwan family, and I shall not press further." His words bore the weight of a hero in decline, stirring a profound emotion within the listeners. Wang Ze exhaled heavily and said, "If that is the case, then I shall reluctantly make an attempt. Please leave this object with me, and return in 50 days for my verdict." Upon hearing his agreement, the members of the Shangwan family breathed a sigh of relief, their concerns regarding the fate of the luminous pearl dissipating entirely. However, Lu Zhongtang's heart grew uneasy. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke, "Perhaps, young sir, it would be wiser to resolve the matters of the Liu family entirely before addressing this pearl. What do you think?" He had heard that the stakes were extraordinarily high and feared that this young gentleman, driven by youthful impulsiveness, might meet with untimely demise. If that were to occur, the Liu family's fortunes would not yet be fully restored, and he would suffer a significant loss. Shangwan Qing, infuriated, shouted, "You old scoundrel! It was already excessive not to offer your support, and now you seek to obstruct this matter? I will not let this go. Once I regain my strength, you shall see." Lu Zhongtang felt exceedingly awkward. By rights, the strength of the Liu family now surpassed that of the Shangwan family. Yet, having grown up under Shangwan Qing's imposing presence, he dared not confront him directly. Wang Ze, concerned that a rift between the two would jeopardize their plan, hastily interjected, "Rest assured, old Master Liu, now that the incense burner is placed within the formation, it will operate normally even without my supervision. The restoration of the Liu family's fortunes is merely a matter of time. However, the luminous pearl is indeed of utmost urgency. I fear Master Shangwan's health cannot endure much longer. According to my calculations, he is currently unable to move his limbs, and his breathing has become labored. Time is of the essence. Throughout this ordeal, Shangguanqing had refrained from disclosing his condition to anyone. Now, upon hearing Wang Ze's astute observations, his confidence in Wang Ze grew considerably. Indeed, it was true that one often finds what they seek when least expected, and he felt a sense of solace in his heart. Overall, the situation was resolved in a manner deemed perfect. Shangguanqing was satisfactorily ushered away, while Shangguan Lingyu departed with lingering glances over her shoulder. The Lu family left with a hint of reluctance. Lu Zhongtong solemnly inquired why his card had not been utilized, to which the other could only respond with an awkward smile. Lu Zhe, as a peer, was oblivious to the older generation's etiquette concerning individuals like Wang Ze, casually suggesting that they gather together in the future to allow him to experience the nuances of worldly pleasures. Speaking of worldly pleasures, Wang Ze's encounters were no less than Lu Zhe's. However, he understood that Lu Zhe alluded to aspects unsuitable for the young, which stirred within him a hint of anticipation. Yet, upon witnessing his own foolish grin and drooling expression, the goddess decisively quelled any inappropriate inclinations before they could flourish. "You must not go." Wang Ze stuck out his tongue, realizing that his goddess bore a striking resemblance to his own housekeeper. As the crowd dispersed, only Ruan Shaojing remained, waving towards the door, seemingly oblivious to the fact that everyone had already left in their vehicles. Wang Ze turned his gaze to the luminous pearl, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He nearly pounced upon the pearl with the ferocity of a tiger seizing its prey, wishing to swallow it whole. Yet, in that very moment he grasped the pearl, he noticed beneath it a yellowed piece of paper. Chapter 29. The Treasure's Enigma. Upon grasping the note, he hastily clutched the box and retreated into the inner room, securing the door tightly behind him. For he had uncovered a monumental secret. This note elucidated the origins of the luminous pearl. The provenance of this remarkable gem was extraordinary. It was first documented among the northern Chang tribes, when a meteorite unexpectedly fell upon a village, turning over 100 souls, men, women, and children, into ashes. The tribal leader, passing through the area, discovered the village had been reduced to ruins, and amidst the debris, he found the subtly glowing pearl beneath the remains. Perceiving it as an ominous artifact, the tribal leader entrusted it to the high priest for safeguarding, until Genghis Khan unified the northern ethnic minorities, at which point the pearl, concealed for centuries, changed hands. After enduring centuries of turmoil, it was acquired by an official who bartered it for opportunities of advancement and wealth. The reigning power at that time was none other than Empress Cixi. From the decline of the Han dynasty to the rise and fall of the Qing dynasty, the luminous pearl witnessed the vicissitudes of emperors and the fortunes of the state, ultimately finding its way into the possession of Wang Ze. Yet, the true significance of the pearl was not what stirred excitement or trepidation in Wang Ze, but rather the fact that Empress Cixi, enamored with the gem, had it placed in her mouth upon her death, interred alongside her boundless treasures. This implies that the luminous pearl was not merely a priceless treasure. It was, in fact, the key to unraveling the mystery of the theft of the tomb of Qianlong and the disappearance of its treasures. Astonishingly, the densely inscribed note detailed the entire account of the treasure theft and its concealment. It turns out that the ancestor of the Shangguan family, specifically Shangguanqing's father, was a high-ranking official in the nationalist government, responsible for the illicit acquisition of treasures. It was also he who instigated a tempest of bloodshed. After a series of brutal conflicts among officials, he emerged as the sole survivor. Though the account is succinctly encapsulated in the phrase, surviving alone amidst death, the peril inherent in those events is self-evident. Most notably, he inscribed a treasure map on the reverse side of this yellowed paper. One can surmise that, burdened by the weight of his misdeeds and the possession of national treasures, he was destined to meet a tragic end, leaving no trace of the method to unlock the box. After deeply imprinting the map in his memory, he ultimately chose to incinerate the paper. The implications of this treasure were too significant. Should it fall into the hands of nefarious individuals, it would surely incite another wave of bloodshed. Yet, the goddess shamelessly claimed the treasure as her own, memorizing the map and urging Wang Ze repeatedly to embark on a quest for it. Wang Ze left astounded. In retrospect, the pervasive aura of malevolence surrounding the Shangwan family becomes explicable. The luminous pearl was originally a possession of Empress Dowager Cixi. Legend has it that her corpse remained uncorrupted after her death, even exhibiting signs of youthfulness, attributed to the spiritually potent pearl that had fused with her very essence. The moment the luminous pearl was extracted, her body began to decay rapidly, reaching a level of decomposition that would typically require years, yet transpired in merely over a minute. This event is also documented on a small slip of paper. When the soul departs from the body, it becomes a wandering spirit, inevitably drawing a gathering of malevolent energy, compounded by the power of spiritual essence to a substantial degree. Wang Ze couldn't help but sigh. A life of wealth and honor. Yet one still wishes to possess treasures after death. Isn't that merely inviting others to desecrate one's remains? Throughout history, which noble's grave has truly been preserved? Emperor Qianlong vowed during his lifetime that should he break his oath, he would meet a miserable end, and after death, be exhumed. The principles of cosmic justice are unerring. Can one expect a lifetime of glory to be honored in death? Even heaven may not accommodate such desires. Wang Ze, lost in contemplation, momentarily lost track of time until he was jolted by a series of loud knocks at the door. It was Ruan Xiaojing, concerned that Wang Ze might have fainted from laughter, desperately pounding on the door. Upon opening it, her first words were, "Is the antique trade truly that easy? Are people really crying and clamoring to bring their treasures here?" Wang Ze, with a furrowed brow, realized that this matter was indeed difficult to explain and replied, "You will understand in due course." After a short while, as the mall was nearing closing time, Wang's father finally returned to the shop. Looking as if he had undertaken a monumental endeavor, Wang Ze shared the incident regarding Ruan Xiaojing with his father, who, without a moment's hesitation, agreed to his son's proposal. The reluctance of antique shops to hire outsiders stems from a fundamental issue of not knowing the roots or backgrounds of potential employees. Generally, antique shops abide by the principle of one deception. 2 encounters, 3 hoards. There is no antique trade that is entirely honest. If an item is elevated to an ultimate status, and everyone declares it genuine, then it indeed becomes so. An encounter refers to a stroke of luck, also known as finding a hidden gem, akin to winning the lottery. The essence lies in hoarding. One must possess foresight and intellect, targeting a particular category for substantial accumulation in anticipation of appreciation. Additionally, one ought to discern whether a specific object will experience a surge in popularity in the near term. This latter consideration often renders an item pivotal to one's fate. Success begets opulence, while failure may lead to ruin or even flight. If a shopkeeper were to pilfer a prized possession, where would one find solace in their despair? In essence, those engaged in the antiquities trade often invest their entire fortunes in these singular items, perpetually wary of theft. Nevertheless, Wang's father harbored no concerns regarding Ruan Xiaojing, for this child was among the few who had visited their home during their student years, effectively growing up under Wang's father's watchful eye. He understood her character intimately. Despite Ruan Xiaojing's seemingly slick and audacious demeanor, she was fundamentally a good-hearted individual. As the marketplace closed, the trio returned to their respective homes. Undeterred by the myriad of objections from his goddess, Wang Ze resolved to return home that evening. He required the spiritual essence from the alchemical furnace each night and had not seen his mother in several days. Wang's mother was a woman of traditional values. As his father often remarked, she hailed from a distinguished family of scholarly repute, though the specifics of her lineage were never disclosed. Indeed, she was an exceptionally virtuous wife and mother, characterized by her few words, graceful demeanor, judicious conduct, and culinary prowess. Upon entering the house, Wang Ze called out loudly, "Mom, I'm back. I'm starving." His mother, momentarily startled, felt the plate in her hand tremble slightly. Taking a deep breath, she turned and gently replied, "Yes, dear, I will prepare something for you." That evening, Wang Mu busied herself for nearly 2 hours, preparing an array of exquisite dishes that filled the table, leaving Wang Fu with a bittersweet feeling as he muttered, "Usually, I am satisfied with just one dish. Yet upon my son's return, she conjures up such a lavish spread. Wang Mu, however, chose not to respond, diligently serving food into Wang Ze's bowl. If he took a bite of the dish and then lost interest, she would promptly place that dish in front of Wang Fu. Conversely, if Wang Ze relished a dish, it would be placed in a location that Wang Fu could only reach by standing up. The evident bias was unmistakable. After a satisfying meal, Wang Fu stretched and remarked, "I am quite tired from today's journey. I will retire to my room." With that, he headed back to the bedroom, leaving the mother and son to engage in casual conversation. Although Wang Mu exhibited numerous little gestures at the dining table, she made an effort to remain silent until the meal concluded and tea was served, at which point she would select trivial topics to discuss. The two conversed for quite some time until Wang Mu occasionally glanced towards the bedroom. It was only when the sound of snoring emanated from within that she suddenly said, "Xiao Osha, I suspect your father may be having an affair." Wang Ze, taken aback, sputtered his tea and looked incredulously at his mother, who wore a serious expression, thinking to himself how formidable a woman's intuition could be. Could it be that Wang Fu truly had an affair? Certainly not. In truth, they had already disclosed this matter to Wang Ze during their conversations, while only Wang Fu remained oblivious, believing he had orchestrated everything flawlessly, planning to surprise them after the fact. Wang Ze then revealed the truth of the situation to his mother. Recently, Wang's father, through the introduction of acquaintances, has infiltrated an elite circle of affluent women. Although these high society ladies still cherish diamonds, exquisite jewelry, luxury cars, and opulent residences, they have developed a newfound passion for antiquities, particularly jade bracelets. Bracelets crafted from meticulously sourced materials, imbued with a rich history, have become their current obsession. As an antiquities dealer, Wang's father naturally emerged as a close confidant within this circle of noble women. His ulterior motive, however, revolves around a significant transaction. Years ago, he befriended a Burmese leather merchant, a term denoting a type of intermediary who often procures goods directly from their source. This connection holds considerable potential, especially considering that Myanmar at this time is under the control of armed warlords who regulate the jade trade. Wang's father intends to leverage this merchant to acquire a substantial quantity of premium jade, preferably raw stones that have been stored for years. He plans to present these exquisite pieces to the affluent women, allowing them the pleasure of selecting and crafting their own personalized bracelets. What woman could possibly resist such an alluring offer? However, frequent interactions with these ladies inevitably leave a hint of perfume on him, arousing suspicions from Wang's mother, which is entirely understandable. Wang Ze reassures his mother, urging her not to worry. What kind of women are these? They are accustomed to receiving gifts worth millions, even tens of millions, and the men behind them occupy formidable positions. Thus, there is no cause for concern regarding Wang's father's involvement. Upon hearing this, Wang's mother indeed feels relieved, though she still chides him, remarking on the peculiarities of the situation. Wang Ze can only respond with a dry smile. However, he always felt that there was something amiss in this transaction, though he could not quite articulate what it was. Since he could not discern a rationale, he reassured himself that his father, having labored in the antique trade for many years, undoubtedly possessed a broader perspective than his own, and there was no need for him to be concerned. Upon returning to his small room that evening, he gazed at the myriad cartoon posters adorning the walls, suddenly feeling a sense of alienation. He chuckled to himself, realizing that he too had once been youthful indeed. The multitude of extraordinary experiences had accelerated Wang Ze's maturation, granting him a degree of sophistication. Yet he had sacrificed much of his childhood innocence in the process. He extracted the luminous pearl from his pocket, a conclusion reached after numerous discussions with the goddess. Even when at home, he must continuously absorb spiritual energy. If others were to discover that he casually carried an invaluable treasure in his pocket, their thoughts would be unfathomable. Thus began the relentless purification of spiritual energy. Wang Ze inquired, "What is so remarkable about this spiritual energy? Ordinary people would either be harmed or perish upon contact. It resembles a malevolent artifact more than anything else." The goddess, unsurprisingly, was taken aback, her expression conveying a sense of hopelessness as she replied, "Such a divine essence as spiritual energy is beyond the capacity of mere mortals to endure. Yet, if one can harness it, it indeed has the capacity to bestow upon ordinary individuals the ability to attract good fortune and avert misfortune, while also enhancing physical constitution and dispelling toxins and ailments. Ah, you audacious young man, how dare you scheme against me?" Chapter 30. Crafting Spiritual Artifacts. Wang Ze flicked his tongue and said, You have seen through me. However, I believe we should indeed find a way to offer some benefits to others. After all, they have entrusted such treasures to us. If we fail to provide tangible advantages, I fear." The goddess pondered for a moment and found merit in his words. After a considerable struggle, she finally imparted a technique of spiritual attachment to Wang Ze. In truth, Wang Ze was not overly concerned that others might reclaim the treasures. After all, he had resolved their life and death matters. Yet, he felt a lingering discomfort regarding the deceptive nature of this method, despite being the one to initiate the trickery. A sense of guilt stirred within him, prompting a desire to reciprocate, a natural inclination of human nature. The goddess directly transmitted this skill into Wang Ze's mind, and he felt a momentary dizziness before suddenly realizing that his memory had expanded with remarkable clarity. Wang Ze marveled this. "This is incredibly convenient. Truly, your skills are unparalleled." The goddess retorted, "What is so surprising about it?" Yet, her tone betrayed an unmistakable pride. Wang Ze sighed again, having acquired this new technique. "I cannot immediately put it to use. I am so excited that I cannot sleep." 1 minute later, phew, the goddess was utterly exasperated. A phantom emerged from Wang Ze's head, raising a tiny fist to strike his head while playfully exclaiming, "Lazy bum." However, as the fist was raised with force, it descended lightly, almost as if caressing Wang Ze's cheek. The goddess gazed at Wang Ze's face, descending slowly, her arms resting on his chest as her delicate fingers traced circles on his cheek. She murmured softly, "Just what kind of person are you? How can you possess such mutable destiny?" Her eyes were gentle, her tone silken. In the night breeze, her long hair seemed to dance with the gauze curtains, and her body radiated a soft, pearlescent light under the moonlight, appearing exquisitely beautiful. Subsequently, the goddess noticed an object that dared to outshine even her, a luminous pearl. Its gentle, cyan glow wasn't dazzling, yet it permeated the entire room, illuminating everything with clarity. The goddess's brow furrowed slightly, then a mischievous smile played on her lips. The goddess resolved to confiscate the treasure. She reached out, but as her hand neared the pearl, it moved, and not just anywhere, but into Wang Ze's palm. As if melting, the luminous pearl seeped into his hand, vanishing almost entirely in a blink. Alarmed, the goddess feared the pearl would cause trouble again, harming Wang Ze. She hurriedly tried to wake him, but to her surprise, no matter what she did, she couldn't rouse him. What was happening? She attempted to extract the luminous pearl, but the closer her hand got, the faster it burrowed in, leaving her in a quandary. One could only watch helplessly as the luminous pearl vanished entirely within Wang Ze's grasp. A profound sense of powerlessness enveloped the goddess, stirring a sudden urge to weep. How vibrant and extraordinary she once was, commanding respect even from the esteemed 5 elders of the world. Yet now, she found herself bullied by a mere night pearl. She collapsed against Wang Ze's chest, listening to the heavy heartbeat that only humanity could possess. If this were indeed a punishment for her greed, then let her perish. At least this time, a foolish boy was by her side. Having just regained a semblance of strength, the goddess could barely manifest her ethereal form. Beyond her amassed knowledge, she felt akin to a wandering spirit, utterly powerless against such a spiritually rich entity. Yet, the goddess was mistaken. Although the luminous pearl had entered Wang Ze's body, it inflicted no harm upon him. Instead, it traversed through layers of barriers, coming to rest within his lower abdomen, precisely atop the peculiar yin-yang fish dial, suspended there like a gem placed upon a dish. Suddenly, the yin-yang fish seemed to take notice of the pearl's presence, emitting 2 streams of black and white energy from its dual eyes, intertwining and ensnaring the luminous pearl. Ultimately, The white stream entered the black eye, while the black stream entered the white eye, creating a fascinating cycle. The divine lady was stirred by this unexpected occurrence, gazing in astonishment at Wang Ze's abdomen, murmuring to herself, just how many astonishing events will this fellow experience? Meanwhile, Wang Ze found himself immersed in a vivid dream. In this dream, two colossal dragons, one black and the other white, were locked in a fierce battle, their ferocity staining the heavens and the earth with blood. Wang Ze attempted to intervene, but was flung aside by the tail of one of the dragons, just as he felt utterly helpless. A cerulean orb of light materialized above the two titanic beasts, causing them, who seemed to have battled for eons, to suddenly halt and charge towards the blue sphere. A phrase abruptly crossed Wang Ze's mind. The twin dragons play with the pearl? Or perhaps, the pearl draws the twin dragons? No longer engaged in their conflict, the two dragons emitted two streams of energy that directly enveloped Wang Ze. He felt his body becoming translucent, every organ and even each bone visible. He too radiated an extraordinary, indescribable luminescence, which ultimately faded, leaving only a trace upon his palm. With a hint of disappointment, Wang Ze sighed, realizing he had awoken. Opening his eyes, he saw the divine lady perched at the head of the bed, idly grooming her nails. Though Wang Ze did not see the merit in tending to her ethereal form, bright sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, and he realized that this dream had consumed the entirety of the night. His mother's voice drifted in from outside. "Are you awake?" Hee, this child must be utterly exhausted, sleeping until the afternoon. Wang Ze hurriedly replied, I'm awake. The breakfast remains lavish, an exquisite blend of Eastern and Western cuisines, though it could be considered more akin to lunch. In a hurry, I returned to the shop, only to find that Wang's father had already left, leaving behind only Ruan Xiaojing, who was dozing off. Upon seeing Wang Ze enter, Ruan Xiaojing quickly rose, grabbing a cloth to wipe the tables. Wang Ze couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, if you keep wiping like that, you might well remove a couple of tails worth of material, and that would be quite a loss for me. Ruan Xiaojing, with an awkward grin, found himself at a loss, unsure whether to continue wiping or to stop altogether. Wang Ze reassured him, it's perfectly normal for this antique shop to be so quiet. If you find it dull, you might consider reading some relevant books. At least it would provide you with some understanding. After a moment of contemplation, he added, why not fetch me a few copper ingots? I find myself rather idle and wish to practice my carving. Of course, this was a mere pretense. While he indeed intended to carve, the ultimate goal was to create a spirit-conserving device, essentially a spiritual artifact. Contrary to Wang Ze's thoughts, the crafting of such artifacts cannot involve jade, despite the fact that many jades could potentially become spiritual artifacts. However, jade artifacts are uncontrollable, imbued with innate spiritual energy that is often detrimental to human benefit. The saying divine jade possesses spirit captures this notion well. The materials that can be worn and utilized by ordinary individuals are, in fact, copper products. Before long, Ruan Xiaojing returned from the hardware store with several copper ingots, brass, bronze, and white copper, each measuring about 10 centimeters square. The sweat on his brow attested to the weight of these materials. In discussing the crafting of magical artifacts, it seems that the most rudimentary bronze alloy is ironically the most suitable material, as the goddess herself has deemed otherwise, possibly due to historical reasons. The rugged yet intricate-minded Ruan Xiaojing even procured a set of carving tools for him, although Wang Ze found them largely unnecessary. Upon awakening, the first thing Wang Ze did was examine how his dream-induced, mutated hand differed from reality. The results were astonishing. His hand could emit a faint white glow, albeit only a mere centimeter in length. This luminescence could effortlessly slice through the bedside table, leaving a cut as pristine as a mirror. Was this not akin to a laser knife? Fortunately, he could retract it. Otherwise, he might have inadvertently inflicted a grievous injury upon himself, particularly as an uninitiated young man. Despite possessing a handy tool, the art of carving remained a daunting challenge, especially for a novice like Wang Ze. He attempted to carve a 10-centimeter square block of copper, ultimately reducing it to a fragment scarcely larger than his thumb, with the end result being indecipherable. Two holes, accompanied by one larger hole flanked by two smaller ones. He described as resembling a skull. However, when he presented it to Ruan Xiaojing, she marveled, "Your carving resembles a bowling ball." At least it was evident that it was a spherical object, which could be considered a compliment of sorts. Wang Ze was disheartened, yet he found his creation endearing. Perhaps it was the 2 hours of labor and the fact that it was his inaugural masterpiece that lent it a sense of sentimental value. Following the method of spiritual inscription imparted by the goddess, he meticulously etched a mark upon the copper sphere. Subsequently, he drew a drop of blood from the tip of his finger and let it fall onto the surface. In a fleeting moment, he fancied he saw the copper sphere glimmer. Rubbing his eyes, he found that the sphere remained unchanged, and thus he dismissed the thought. Yet within this copper sphere, a trace of spiritual energy indeed resided. Though not overtly apparent, it emitted a subtle radiance. Is this the essence of spiritual energy? Wang Ze murmured to himself as he held it under the light, unable to discern its true nature. Although uncertain of its utility or whether it possessed the miraculous qualities spoken of by the goddess, there was no means of verification at present. Nevertheless, Wang Ze found a certain pleasure in the artistry of engraving. At the very least, it served as an admirable pastime. After carving 2 or 3 more, he decided to abandon the pursuit of perfection, allowing himself just over an hour for the task, the nature of the object remaining somewhat ambiguous even to him. As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, signaling the imminent closing time of the shopping center, Ruan Xiaojing was engaged in her final round of tidying up when an unexpected familiar patron entered the shop. Wang Ze emerged from the back room and was taken aback to see the elderly Lu Zhongtong, who, unlike his usual entourage, had entered the store alone. Wang Ze smiled warmly, muttering to himself, "What brings this old fellow here?" Chapter 31. The Spirituous Wine. Lu Zhongtong beamed with warmth, his demeanor tinged with a hint of obsequiousness. His purpose for visiting was surprisingly simple: to present Wang Ze with a small pouch of green plums. These plums, seemingly ordinary, were indeed larger and more rounded than those commonly found in the market, their tender green skin glistening enticingly. Wang Ze, skeptical of their mundane nature, inquired further, prompting Lu Zhongtong to ponder for quite some time before revealing the truth. These plums were fruits from a tree in Wui Mountain, reputedly the very source of the ancient saying green plums brewed into wine. Initially, Wang Ze struggled to grasp the significance, but upon reflection, he was overwhelmed with delight. The tale of green plums and wine had echoed through the ages for millennia, and the fact that this venerable tree still thrived was nothing short of miraculous. Though the fruit may not possess extraordinary properties, its esteemed lineage was enough to make one salivate with anticipation. Lu Zhongtong presented this rare treasure to Wang Ze, having heard that individuals from the outer realms cherish such unique items, regardless of their actual potency. Merely being rare was sufficient. Wang Ze smiled appreciatively, acknowledging the thoughtful gesture. He then hesitated momentarily before retrieving the small bronze bowling ball from his pocket, ultimately deciding to solemnly entrust it to Lu Zhongtong, advising him to wear it with care. Without elaborating further, Lu Zhongtong regarded the shiny, newly minted copper sphere with curiosity, finding it perplexing. Beyond its gleaming appearance, he discerned little merit in the peculiar object. He naturally assumed this was a practice piece crafted by the young master, being astute in human affairs. He expressed great delight and requested Wang Ze to drill a hole in the bronze ball so he could fashion a cord to hang it from his waist. Wang Ze, with an air of appreciation, excitedly obliged. Thus, for the first time in his life, Wang Ze exchanged his meticulously crafted spiritual artifact for a small pouch of green plums. Before returning home, he deliberately poured out over 2 taels of the treasured ancient liquor, which Wang's father had solemnly placed on the shelf, leaving just under half a bottle behind. Upon entering the house, his first request was for Wang's mother to bring him a small aluminum pot and an alcohol stove. He placed a green plum inside, poured in 2 taels of the national treasure, and prepared to concoct a brew of plums and wine. The ever-silent goddess could no longer tolerate the scene and coldly remarked, "Though not a rare treasure, these are still aged goods. Must you treat them so carelessly?" Wang Ze retorted with conviction, "Ascent wine meant to be consumed? No matter how exquisite the plums, they will eventually spoil, rather than letting them fall prey to pests. It is better to dispose of them promptly. The goddess rolled her eyes in exasperation, conjuring an ethereal form, and with a swift motion, she sent him aside. She then focused her attention on the small pot of plum-infused wine, performing several intricate gestures. Wang Ze, filled with curiosity, watched intently. After nearly 10 minutes of concentrated effort, as the incantations flowed forth, the once murky liquor and fresh green plums underwent a remarkable transformation. Most strikingly, the green plum gradually vanished, while the viscous liquor became increasingly murky, ultimately resembling a puddle of green sludge. The goddess let out a sigh and instructed Wang Ze, "Drop a single drop of blood into it." Wang Ze paused in surprise, stammering this might not be appropriate. The goddess raised an eyebrow and retorted, "You are utterly incapable of channeling your spiritual energy. There exists no alternative but to draw blood. Do you wish for me to squander my energy on such a frivolous endeavor?" Wang Ze silently grumbled to himself, thinking, "Your spiritual energy is valuable, but mine is not. After all, I painstakingly extracted it from your very essence." Nonetheless, he complied and let a drop of blood fall into the mixture. The vibrant red blood mingled with the green sludge, and contrary to his expectations of staining the liquor, it transformed instantaneously into a transparent, crystalline liquid, with only a faint green hue dancing within. Wang Ze widened his eyes in astonishment and asked, What is happening?" The goddess, with her nose held high, declared haughtily, "Foolish servant, you know nothing of spiritual liquor." As she spoke, she lifted the small pot, inhaling the aroma with delight, murmuring to herself, "It has been ages since I last indulged. Although it pales in comparison to the finest wines, it is better than nothing." With that, she poured the liquor into the mouth of the ethereal figure, and, astonishingly, the liquor was indeed consumed. Wang Ze blinked in disbelief and suddenly exclaimed, Wait. My liquor, my plum, my blood." The goddess's countenance flushed crimson as she cast a resentful glare at him. Chiding miser, she then proceeded to pour a scant 3 measures of wine into the adjacent teacup. From the treasured vintage, a mere 2 taels augmented with green plums, she apportioned but a tenth of the generous 3-tailed draught. A pained expression flickered across Wang Ze's face before he succumbed to a resigned sigh. He gingerly lifted the teacup, barely touching it to his lips. Such was the preciousness of the liquid that even the slightest tremor could lead to its untimely consumption. Yet, even that fleeting contact suffused his entire palate and mind with a rich, yet invigorating sensation. A moment of disorientation followed, leaving him feeling lightheaded, as if treading on cotton. The surrounding air felt like countless gentle hands caressing his body. This sensation, exquisite, the goddess, with evident pride, observed him, inquiring, "Well, surely my spirituous liquor surpasses the mundane beverages of you mortals?" Surpass is an understatement. Wang Ze mused inwardly. He discerned that the goddess was becoming increasingly haughty. Could this be her true nature? Was her previous lofty demeanor merely a facade? Alas, women are intricate beings. The goddess continued her vaunt. "This spirituous liquor is not merely palatable. Should a mortal partake, though it cannot render one invulnerable, it shall fortify the body." As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Ze felt a surge of warmth rushing from his abdomen to the soles of his feet and then ascending to the crown of his head. He involuntarily shivered, and in a short span of time, fine beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Even Wang Ze, who was not well versed in traditional Chinese medicine, recognized this state as unblocking the meridians and revitalizing the body, capable of alleviating long-standing ailments. After savoring the essence of the divine liquor and grasping its effects, he placed the tea bowl back on the table. The goddess paused for a moment and inquired, "Do you not like it?" Wang Ze shook his head and replied, "I will save it for my parents." The goddess was taken aback, glancing at the small pot in her hand. Instinctively, she reached for it but halted midway, then drank the entire contents of the pot in one gulp, muttering, "They are not my parents." Wang Ze suddenly laughed heartily, his gaze towards the goddess softening with warmth. During dinner, Wang's father returned home, weary from his travels. The 3 of them gathered around the dining table, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. Wang Ze proudly presented the divine liquor, which merely coated the bottom of the tea bowl, to his parents, claiming it was a medicinal brew acquired from an extraordinarily capable friend. His parents exchanged puzzled and awkward glances before sipping the mere 3 taels of liquor. Initially indifferent, they found it unforgettable after tasting it. The couple sat in silence on their chairs, entranced for a full half-hour. With Wang Ze's dantian now infused with the dual energies of yin and yang, he himself was akin to a semi-spiritual entity. If he could experience such profound effect from the divine liquor, how much more so would it impact his ordinary parents? The Queen Mother exhaled a breath reeking of alcohol, her eyes shimmering with curiosity as she inquired, "Is there more?" Upon asking, her cheeks flushed, for it was perhaps the first time a parent had boldly requested something from their child. Wang Ze smiled contentedly and replied, "For now, this is all there is, yet I shall seize the opportunity to ask her for more in the future." Wang father and Wang mother exchanged glances, realizing that their son had indeed transformed somewhat after 4 years of wandering. Although they wore expressions of regret, they remarked, "Such fine treasures are not something one should ask for lightly. We shall consider our enjoyment of them sufficient." Wang Ze nodded in agreement, though he contemplated when he might enlist the divine lady to also partake in some labor. After the tumultuous episode of drinking plum wine, Wang Ze's life returned to a monotonous tranquility, setting aside the fact that he had sold several pieces of Qin bronze and Song porcelain at the Wang family antique shop. It was Lu Zhongtong, the venerable elder, who recently found himself at the center of a significant scandal. The day after delivering the plums, Lu Zhongtong became the laughingstock of the antique community in the capital. While it is customary for enthusiasts of antiques and jade to adorn themselves with one or several pieces of jewelry, whether it be jade pendants, Hitian jade bracelets, or even stringed beads of aged wood, what Lu Zhongtong wore was utterly singular. He sported a brass ball the size of a thumb hanging from his waist, swaying awkwardly beneath his suit, an unmistakably peculiar sight. Yet, the vibrant hue of the brass suggested it was a new acquisition, albeit crafted so poorly that it was nearly unrecognizable. Some friends would jestingly tease old Lu, suggesting, "If you truly have nothing to wear, why not try this jade pendant of Emperor Qianlong's?" Lu Zhongtong's face would flush with embarrassment. He had contemplated removing it more than once, yet he feared that the moment he did, he might unexpectedly encounter Wang Ze. After all, he had clearly promised to wear it faithfully. If the other party were to see him without it, would that not be an affront? Lu Zhongtong consoled himself internally, thinking, if you young ones can indulge in your non-mainstream trends, why can't we older folks partake as well? One day, he accepted an invitation from an old friend to gather at an ancient tea house in the countryside, rumored to boast a century of history. The establishment was filled with antiquities, all relics of a bygone era. Each year, countless visitors would come to exchange treasures, as those in the antique trade prefer to phrase it rather than buy and sell. However, the proprietor resolutely refused to part with any items, regardless of the high prices offered. Guests were free to browse and handle the wares, yet they remained steadfast in their unwillingness to sell. Curiously, this time the proprietor was eager to sell an old wooden chair to Lu Zhongtong's friend, who was elated beyond measure and promptly summoned several companions to join him. After navigating through winding roads, Lu Zhongtong finally arrived at the tea house, where he noticed a considerable number of patrons, greeting both acquaintances and strangers alike. Shortly thereafter, the proprietor served him tea. A rather peculiar figure dressed in a coarse linen pullover and satin lantern trousers, complemented by intricately patterned cloth shoes. The scene felt as if one had stepped back into the late Qing dynasty. He was not young, his hair a shade of white, and he walked with a slight tremor. Yet, it was his eyes that captivated. They sparkled with an undeniable brilliance from a distance. The old shopkeeper set down the teapot and cups, offering no greetings or idle chatter, and turned to attend to other customers. Lu Zhongtong had visited this place several times, always in search of treasures, and had grown accustomed to the shopkeeper's demeanor. However, just as the shopkeeper turned away, his body suddenly froze. His slightly hunched back straightened abruptly, and his already bright eyes seemed to emit two piercing beams, fixated intently on Lu Zhongtong's waist. "Where did you acquire that treasure?" His voice was deep, resonating with an unspoken strength. Chapter 32. The life-saving artifact. Lu Zhongtong was momentarily taken aback by the imposing presence of the old shopkeeper. He then glanced at his waist, where, apart from the striking copper orb, there was naught else. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, "Are you referring to this ornament?" The old shopkeeper raised an eyebrow, setting down the tray he held, and with his hands clasped behind his back, he retorted, "Aside from it, what do you possess that could be deemed a treasure?" Lu Zhongtong felt somewhat bewildered and began to explain. This was a gift from a young gentleman. However, halfway through his sentence, a sudden realization struck him, and he hastily amended, "Are you suggesting that this is a treasure? On what grounds?" To his surprise, the old shopkeeper cast him a complex glance and turned to leave. Yet not without muttering to himself, "The blind man finds a mirror. The pearl sinks into the vast sea." Lu Zhongtong was left in a daze, pondering the meaning of those two idioms, both implying that his small copper orb was indeed a valuable item, unbeknownst to him. Before he could pursue the shopkeeper for clarification, a friend of his, eyes gleaming with excitement, rushed towards him. "Quick, take it off and let me examine it," the friend exclaimed. "That old shopkeeper has an extraordinary eye. He can spot even the finest replicas at a glance, discerning the true worth of genuine items effortlessly. Yet, I've never heard him express such praise before." Lu Zhongtong passed the copper ball to his friend, who initially brimmed with excitement, but soon his enthusiasm waned, ultimately tossing the object back into Lu Zhongtong's hands with an awkward smile. "However, I never anticipated he would misjudge it as well. Clearly, this is a new piece, and I cannot even discern what it is imitating. Perhaps it is some kind of rare, one-of-a-kind item," he chuckled, albeit a bit forced. Lu Zhongtong reflected on this, realizing that this was merely a trinket carved casually by Wang Ze, and he, who knew its origins well, had unwarrantedly become overly excited. Indeed, such a reaction was unwarranted. His friend ultimately purchased a chair from the antique dealer for 500,000, a decision made due to the chair's age and slight instability, prompting the seller to part with it. In truth, the tea served here was not particularly delightful. Even if it were, it hardly justified the lengthy journey of over an hour to this remote locale. The crux of the visit lay in the enjoyment of the exquisite utensils present. For example, the chair Lu Zhongtong was currently seated upon was of superior quality compared to the one sold for 500,000, while the aged rosewood table before him was marked as price to be determined. With the transactions proceeding smoothly, the group exchanged jovial banter before dispersing in their respective directions. Seated in his vehicle, Lu Zhongtong playfully handled the copper ball at his waist, noting that while it may be somewhat unappealing, it possessed an indescribable charm, perhaps falling into the category of enduring beauty. Suddenly, the sound of a long flute pierced the air, and the vehicle jolted slightly as a large truck laden with timber sped past. The driver quickly turned to shout an apology, to which Lu Zhongtong gestured that it was of no consequence, though his brow involuntarily furrowed. The driver explained, "Currently, in the freight industry, fuel prices are high, taxes are steep, and various fees abound on the roads. Without overloading or maintaining a certain speed, it is exceedingly difficult to make a profit. These individuals truly have it tough." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhongtong's mood improved considerably. He reflected on the misfortunes the Lu family had endured and recalled his own struggles in his youth, toiling hard in arduous labor. Fully aware of the hardships and helplessness faced by the common people, who does not wish to drive safely, who does not desire to return home peacefully each night, to a warm hearth surrounded by family. However, just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the driver suddenly shouted, "Watch out." It turned out that the very truck that had just overtaken them was attempting to pass again, only to encounter an oncoming vehicle. In a frantic maneuver, the driver swerved. But due to the excessive load, the truck could not regain control. It swayed perilously before tipping over onto its side, at nearly 100 kilometers per hour. Halting was no simple task. Once the truck fell, the logs it carried broke free from their bindings, scattering across the road, some rolling wildly, while others stood upright. The oncoming vehicle was struck squarely, coming to an abrupt stop, executing a somersault before crashing onto its roof in the center of the road. with several logs landing atop it, crushing it flat. The overtaken truck FA log, having stood upright, plunged into Lu Zhongtong's vehicle, piercing through one end and emerging from the other, transforming the entire car into a mere skewered lamb. Subsequently, several other vehicles became ensnared in this tragic calamity, while the majority managed to halt in time, awaiting the arrival of rescue personnel. The paramedics, arriving belatedly, were tasked primarily with the grim duty of recovering the deceased. Though the vehicles were robust, they appeared exceedingly fragile on that high-speed roadway. What, then, of the human condition? The rescue team wore expressions of grim determination as they navigated the scene, some of them succumbing to waves of nausea. Suddenly, a cry erupted from a vehicle that had been impaled by the log, now billowing smoke. A wave of astonishment swept over the crowd, who rushed towards the sound, fervently attempting to extricate the injured. Having witnessed countless harrowing scenes, the appearance of a survivor was akin to a ray of hope piercing through relentless rain. With a flurry of activity involving chainsaws and crowbars, they finally succeeded in freeing the so-called victim, only to discover that he was by no means an injured party. Lu Zhongtong emerged unscathed. Aside from the splatters of the driver's blood, he had not lost a single hair. The log had entered through the car window, grazing just beneath his ribs and penetrating the seat, while the rescuers found him in a position reminiscent of one casually embracing a stout piece of timber. The contorted frame of the vehicle had inflicted no harm upon him, as he occupied a space perfectly suited for one. Just as Lu Zhongtong was extricated and compelled to lie on a stretcher, the vehicle erupted in a deafening explosion. Even if the paramedics were delayed by a mere minute, Lu Zhongtong would have found himself in a life-or-death predicament. The crowd could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Indeed, it was nothing short of a miracle. Once his terror had subsided, Lu Zhongtong realized that the only thing he had lost was the copper ball that he had hung at his waist. Subsequently, amidst the charred remnants of the vehicle, he discovered the flattened and scorched copper disc. A shiver ran down his spine as he came to a profound realization. His survival was attributed to this very copper ball. The old shopkeeper had not erred. It was indeed a treasure, a life-saving artifact. At that moment, it was clear that the copper ball had absorbed the brunt of the disaster, the harm that should have befallen him. After a cold sweat, his gratitude towards Wang Ze was boundless, yet he equally yearned for another such treasure, perhaps two. The more, the merrier. Early the next morning, Lu Zhongtong, laden with an assortment of peculiar gifts, disregarded his family's pleas to rest for a few more days, and accompanied by a new driver, made his way to Wang's antique shop. However, upon arriving, he encountered only Yuan Xiaojing, who was dozing off. After learning the reason for his visit, he promptly left his gifts and took a seat in the carriage. It turned out that just the day before, Old Li had once again graced Wang's antique shop. But this time, he was not there for idle chatter. He had come to invite the Wang family to join him for a grand event. The Wang family readily agreed and hastily packed their belongings to accompany Old Li. This grand event bore a rather unrefined name, the Antique Appreciation Tour. However, the composition of the members is impeccable, nearly encompassing half of the antique community in the city. This grand event is divided into 3 segments. The first segment, termed Hainan Tour, is somewhat misleadingly named. It is essentially an opportunity to attend a grand antique market. This market convenes only once a year, and its location is in the relatively inaccessible Hainan, where the transactions conducted are, of course, understood without saying. The second segment, Stone Gathering, naturally involves the manipulation of jade, an endeavor that intrigues both men and women alike. The third segment, which is of particular interest to Wang Ze, is the Desert Expedition. This does not merely refer to a journey through a desert region to experience the local customs, although such arrangements are indeed included. Primarily, it involves organizing an auction in a certain area of Inner Mongolia. Historically, as a region adjacent to the northern frontier plateau and once part of the Silk Road, Inner Mongolia has now become a hub for treasure hunters, where many tomb raiders commence their pursuits. Wang Ze's intentions are not solely to acquire a few unearthed artifacts. Rather, it is the map tucked beneath the luminous pearl that captures his attention. This map, which marks the location of a legendary treasure, distinctly indicates the site of the greatest unsolved treasure mystery in history. Right there. For Wang Ze, flying is an utterly commonplace affair. Fortunately, his father's business is thriving. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging to sustain Wang Ze's expenses over the past 4 years, despite his frugality, which extends to rarely staying in hotels. Sipping the exquisite wine specially provided in first class, Wang's father smacked his lips and sighed, "Alas, it is all your friend's fault. With such fine wine available, everything else I taste seems utterly bland." That day, never mind. Clearly, Wang's father was unable to forget the divine concoction crafted by the goddess herself. Their presence in first class was not a mere indulgence of luxury, but rather a privilege funded by another. Mr. Li believed that Comrade Xiaoze could bring him good fortune. The previous jade birdcage had been nothing short of astonishing, allowing him to dominate numerous grand gatherings with an air of unparalleled arrogance. Yet, no matter how splendid or peculiar the treasures, prolonged exposure ultimately leads to indifference. Having savored the feeling of being the center of attention, Mr. Li was fervently yearning for another priceless gem. Thus, the first-class arrangement, a form of bribery, was an offer that the Wang father-son duo could not refuse. The organizers of this gathering were indeed putting forth great effort. Upon disembarking the plane, they were whisked away in a luxurious new Mercedes-Benz 600, complete with a mini refrigerator and an array of delectable snacks, providing an utterly comfortable experience. Wang Ze turned his gaze to the window, feeling that while cultural landscapes were indeed delightful, they could never rival the sheer grandeur of nature. The ocean, for instance, seemed to him an endless marvel, and he could hardly mention the bikini-clad beauties at the beach without longing. However, despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, none could fathom that a goddess was incessantly whispering in his ear, questioning, "Have humans finally discovered the secret of flight? And will this metal block truly not fall? Should you dare to engage in such actions again, I shall ensure our mutual destruction." Chapter 33. The Antique Fair. Upon finally disembarking, Wang Ze rubbed his somewhat numbed ears and inhaled a breath of fresh air laced with the scent of the sea. Once again by the seaside, he mused. The grand edifice before him was undoubtedly the venue for the gathering, where a week-long fair was set to commence, naturally open at any hour of the day. Wang's father, eager to witness the spectacle, had declined old Li's suggestion of meal first, opting instead to have the vehicle brought directly to this location. Though termed a fair, the building bore little resemblance to one. Its lofty beams and unadorned facade resembled more a warehouse or factory, hardly befitting the exquisite and rare antiques one might expect. Yet, as the trio stepped into the factory, they quickly realized their apprehensions were unfounded. Before them sprawled dozens of stalls of varying sizes, each manned by at least 3 individuals, a vendor, an introducer, and a security personnel. Some of the larger stalls boasted as many as 4 or 5 salespeople. Were it not for the impeccably clean floors, the complete absence of raucous noise, and the lack of any rowdy individuals loitering about, one might easily mistake it for a bustling market. Oldly timely elaborated, this space operates entirely freely, which prominent players do not have items they wish to offload. With a certain deposit and a recommendation from acquaintances, one can set up a stall here. Of course, most spots are pre-reserved, as evidenced by the decor that aligns with each stall's offerings. Wang Ze inquired with curiosity, "Are all stalls arranged in such a manner?" "Certainly not. This is the outdoor exhibition, while the indoor one is organized by Big Head. Most of the items here are merely for display, and they will only sell if someone surpasses their psychological threshold with a bid. This serves as a means for several prominent dealers to flaunt their capital, much like an auto show." The 3 individuals strolled leisurely, glancing at various booths in quick succession. Li Lao, feeling a twinge of curiosity, inquired, "Well, Xiaoze, are there any items of higher caliber among these?" Wang Ze chuckled softly and replied, "It seems you are in search of a jade birdcage, sir. Such treasures are indeed rare and elusive. As for these items displayed for sale, how many opportunities do you think there are for us to find a hidden gem?" Every individual here is well-versed in their field. Though Li Lao recognized the wisdom in Wang Ze's words, he could not quell his eagerness. After all, The thrill of treasures lies significantly in the act of trade. He remarked, "I shall take a look around for now. Call me if anything arises," and then ventured into the crowd to appraise treasures on his own. The Wang father and son exchanged a knowing glance and could not help but smile wryly. Since entering, Wang Ze had been assessing the entire building, and to his disappointment, he had yet to discover a single item imbued with spiritual essence. He recalled the words of the goddess, who had once mentioned that encountering so many items of spiritual energy in such a short span of time was beyond mere fortune. With no hope of finding spiritually significant artifacts, Wang Ze's enthusiasm waned. He could only await the conclusion of the exhibition in the coming days, eager to journey to Inner Mongolia for further exploration. Nevertheless, this venue is replete with intriguing aspects. For instance, numerous vendors have crafted their own lists, adorned with photographs, descriptions, and even authentication reports from certain experts. Wang Ze mused that the words of such experts are indeed valuable. Even a mere trinket can command a lofty price once it is bestowed with their endorsement. However, the reality is far more complex. Should an expert resort to deceit and be exposed by their peers, the reputation they have painstakingly built within the community would vanish entirely. While the antique trade may be a treacherous domain rife with mutual deception, the importance of credibility here far surpasses that of other industries. Furthermore, the art of haggling is quite distinctive. He observed an individual extending a hand for a handshake, only for the shopkeeper to drape a towel over their clasped hands, maintaining the grip while their expressions shifted dramatically until one party eventually bowed their head, signifying the conclusion of the handshake. This practice is an ancient method of negotiation, aimed at ensuring discretion in the transaction. Without such a ritual, should a buyer acquire an item valued at 10,000 for merely 100, it could jeopardize the pricing of all the shopkeeper's other wares, which may not exceed that 100 mark. Moreover, this method of bargaining is not universally understood. For instance, the initial handshake requires one to declare a number. 3 taps of the thumb indicate a figure in the threes, while 5 taps of the index finger append 5 zeros to that number. When negotiating, bending the middle finger signifies erasing a zero, not merely discarding the decimal, but rather eliminating an entire zero, effectively offering a 10% discount. Indeed, this method is rather uncommon. Typically, one would perform the "I love you" gesture prevalent in rock music, which signifies having. A series of gestures resembles a code. Once a buyer extends a hand, the seller instantly recognizes them as an aficionado, and thus the price seldom soars too high. Observing the ebb and flow of transactions, Wang Ze felt an irresistible urge. After all, he possessed a bank card bestowed upon him by Li Zhongtong, which he had yet to utilize. Each shop here was equipped with a card reader. How could he not indulge himself? Having perused a few stores without finding anything that particularly captivated him, Wang's father expressed indignation at his son's apparent lack of diligence and ventured off alone, leaving Wang Ze to explore on his own. As he strolled past a stall, the modest setup caught his eye: a proprietor, an assistant, and a bodyguard, the latter appearing to be one of their own. By chance, Wang Ze glanced over and let out a soft exclamation, drawing closer to inspect the stall more closely. His interest was piqued, for this vendor specialized in bronze artifacts. Having recently embraced the title of a sculpture enthusiast, he felt compelled to examine these exquisite pieces that showcased ancient craftsmanship. He picked one up, turning it over to study the intricate patterns. The vendor, meeting his gaze briefly, smiled but remained silent, standing quietly beside him. After scrutinizing the item for 20 minutes, Wang Ze, feeling somewhat fatigued, rubbed his eyes. It was then that the vendor spoke. "Young man, do you have an affinity for bronze artifacts?" Wang Ze, with a sincere smile, replied, "Yes, I have recently taken up sculpting and wish to glean insights from these treasures." The shopkeeper, not yet advanced in age, at most in his 40s, exuded a sense of cleanliness and efficiency. Upon hearing Wang Ze's reasoning, he suddenly appeared enlightened and enthusiastically remarked, "You must take a look at this. It is an artifact from the Qin and Han dynasties. During that era, the technique of casting was not yet prevalent, and most small bronze items were still meticulously handcrafted, showcasing the artisanship of the time. Observe the intricate carvings. They possess an air of antiquity and strength. Undoubtedly the work of an experienced and aged craftsman. Who knows, it might even belong to a historical figure. Regardless of whether Wang Ze intended to make a purchase, the shopkeeper began to share his extensive knowledge with great enthusiasm, imparting valuable insights about the art of carving. It turned out he was also an aficionado of his craft. After conversing for nearly an hour, Wang Ze turned and inquired, "Why are there so few customers in your shop? Have I monopolized your time with idle chatter?" The shopkeeper chuckled heartily and replied, "Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to neglect business for the sake of conversation. Alas, bronze artifacts have indeed fallen out of favor. They are rarely purchased but frequently sold. I do not possess any exceptional pieces. Thus, the footfall of visitors has naturally diminished. To mention patrons, you, my friend, are only the second today." In truth, from the very onset of the bronze craze, some analysts had deemed it a mere bubble. Porcelain is fragile, and gold can be melted, they argued, for bronze artifacts can endure through the ages and are not easily destroyed. How could a grave robber not emerge with several items from a single dig? Even from a moderately affluent burial site, one could unearth commendable bronze artifacts. However, the number of those who appreciate bronze artifacts is limited, and the market continues to be inundated with products. Even amidst fervent speculation, sustainable growth remains elusive, leaving the market in a state of stagnation, devoid of the vitality found in other categories. Wang Ze discerned the melancholy in the vendor's words, observing the stall brimming with a dazzling array of bronze items. He realized that the vendor, driven by personal passion and flawed market insight, had invested all his resources into this niche. Now, in a tepid market, it was evident that his livelihood was likely in jeopardy. During their conversation, Wang Ze absent-mindedly toyed with a knife coin, approximately 10 centimeters in length and 3 centimeters in width. Due to the ravages of time, the inscriptions and engravings had faded into obscurity, save for one striking detail, the words 10 liang, inlaid with gold. As he caressed the coin, emotions stirred within him, such as the nature of relationships, whether between lovers or with antiquities. Wang Ze lifted the knife coin and inquired, "How much is this?" The vendor launched into an elaborate discourse, asserting that this knife coin held significant historical value, being among the oldest of its kind, and the gold inlay further heightened its worth. He ultimately quoted a price of 5,000. Wang Ze was taken aback, pondering how something that had endured for millennia could be valued at such a modest sum. In response to Wang Ze's skepticism, the vendor readily informed him that less remarkable coins were plentiful at prices exceeding 1,000. Wang Ze shined, "All right," and proceeded to retrieve his wallet, producing his bank card as he stated, "I will pay by card." The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, but soon delightedly processed the card payment for Wang Ze. In truth, 5,000 yuan was not even the base price for this knife coin. The shopkeeper simply did not expect that this seemingly ordinary young man would purchase an item without haggling. After signing the receipt and retrieving his card, Wang Ze tossed the knife coin into the air and remarked, "So this is mine now?" The shopkeeper chuckled wryly, replying, "Yes, it's yours, but do take care with it. After all, it is a rare item, and it would indeed be a pity if it were to get damaged." Wang Ze felt a smile tug at his lips. Typically, when someone sold an item, they would hardly concern themselves with how it was treated afterward. People would even echo, "That was a spectacular drop." Clearly, this shopkeeper had a genuine affection for bronze artifacts. Observing the lackluster state of the shop, Wang Ze was struck by a sudden idea. I happen to have an item I wish to sell as well." The shopkeeper, displaying a rather generous demeanor, replied, "Sure, as long as it isn't too precious. I can certainly make you a fair offer. Let us see what you have." However, Wang Ze shook his head and clarified, "I do want to sell, but not to you. I simply lack the means to open a shop. I was hoping to use your space for a bit. How about we split the proceeds 70-30? The shopkeeper was taken aback, furrowing his brow as he pondered this proposition. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "You're not trying to sell me a counterfeit, are you? That would be unacceptable. I require a deposit here." Wang Ze hurriedly shook his head and insisted, No. This item is so genuine that it would be impossible to forge, and anyone who lays eyes upon it can immediately discern its antiquity. So rest assured, I would never deceive you." The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, pondering what in this world could be so unmistakably identifiable by its age at a mere glance. What could possibly be so genuine that it could not be counterfeited? Even pure gold has been known to be adulterated. While lost in thought, he observed Wang Ze casually retrieving an object from his pocket, causing the shopkeeper's eyes to widen in astonishment. Chapter 34. The Dance of Dragons and Serpents. After a considerable pause, the shopkeeper exclaimed in anger, "Are you jesting with me, young man?" The object presented by Wang Ze indeed fulfilled the two criteria he had mentioned. It was crafted from bronze, requiring no embellishment, and its polished surface gleamed brightly, revealing its age at a mere glance. Wasn't it just freshly crafted? This item was, without doubt, the second masterpiece in Wang Ze's sculptural journey, a bronze disc. Upon completing this creation, even Wang Ze had forgotten what he initially intended to carve. Was it a dragon? A serpent? Regardless, he had persistently pursued the notion of coiling, and thus a bronze disc was born. Wang Ze placed the highly polished disc, nearly mirror-like in its sheen, upon the stall. "My friend, do you truly think I have the leisure to amuse you? Besides, do I appear to be such a trivial person? And this piece of yours? Of course, it's for sale. It may not fetch a high price, but surely it can't be sold for less. 10 coins, surely someone will buy it. Well, fine. Since there are no customers around, I suppose I'll indulge your folly." Wang Ze, feeling a surge of excitement, took a seat behind the stall, positioning his bronze disc in a conspicuous location. Remarkably, his words proved effective. The stall, previously unremarkable and overlooked, began to attract several potential buyers who paused to take notice. The shopkeeper scratched his head in bewilderment, pondering how it was possible that so many people found this object appealing. In truth, this is not astonishing. It is quite simple. Really, imagine a stall brimming with antiques, where suddenly, at the most central and prominent position, a dazzling object catches the eye. Who could resist the urge to take a closer look? The reason for their curiosity lies in the fact that they could never fathom that someone would place a mere polished piece of bronze material among the relics for sale. A crowd gathered, examining the item from every angle, eager to pick it up, only to be halted by Wang Ze. While the other items could be handled freely, this particular object was strictly off-limits for casual inspection. The intrigue deepened as a curious onlooker inquired, "What is this?" "A dance of dragons and serpents," Wang Ze proclaimed. "And how much for this dance of dragons and serpents?" "A minimum of 100,000. Feel free to bid as high as you wish." The essence lay in the aura he exuded. Having long played the part of a mystic, his commanding presence was indeed capable of captivating the spectators. Thus, even now, no one berated him as a madman. Instead, their curiosity only intensified. The initial questioner spoke up again. "You have given us merely a name, an era, a function, and an origin, yet we remain ignorant of its purpose, and you demand 100,000? How can we possibly place a value?" Wang Ze responded with unwavering confidence. "An era? Can you not see? It must be new. As for its function, well, it can be hung or tucked away. It is simply what it is. Use it as you please. If you wish to crack walnuts with it, that is entirely up to you. As for its origin, I cannot disclose that. Rest assured, it was neither stolen nor seized. You may purchase with confidence." The first to speak was incensed by this discourse. "Purchase with confidence? Are you jesting with us? Where is the dragon, and where is the snake?" Amidst this, another voice interjected, "Please, let's not lose our temper or resort to foul language. This copper coin, ahem, the carving embodies an essence, primarily highlighting a notion of completeness. Everything in existence, when left unperturbed, inevitably gravitates towards a circular form. The dragon may lie, and the snake may coil, even celestial bodies around." Ignoring Wang Ze's verbal sparring with the buyers, 2 elderly gentlemen were drawn to the commotion outside. One of them, if Lu Zhongtong were present, he would certainly recognize as the peculiar proprietor from the strange tea house. The other, appearing equally aged, had his hair slicked back, a pair of golden-rimmed spectacles perched upon his nose, and was clad in a tailored suit of rich texture, revealing a high-quality waistcoat beneath. He exuded an air of affluence, sophistication, and upper-class refinement, unmistakably a businessman. From a distance, The tea house proprietor spotted the object of Wang Ze's fervent promotion and quickly whispered a few words to his companion, whose eyes gleamed with excitement. Meanwhile, Wang Ze continued to extol the virtues of this item, the atmosphere thickening to the point where it felt as if someone might brand him a lunatic. Yet curiously, the onlookers remained, seemingly intent on witnessing the outcome. As Wang Ze grew increasingly parched from his discourse, he finally declared in frustration, "Will anyone buy? If there is no bidding, I shall take it. Slow down. I'll offer 100,000. The elderly gentleman in traditional attire initially intended to observe the proceedings, but upon noticing that the principal had decided not to sell, he promptly called out a price. Wang Ze was taken aback and regarded the bidding elder with a knowing glance, reflecting on his own artistic sensibilities. Indeed, he had encountered an aficionado. The crowd, hearing the bid, paused momentarily, their first thoughts leaning towards the notion that the individual was merely a shill. After all, no one is foolish. Satisfied, Wang Ze proclaimed 100,000. Is there anyone willing to outbid that? The onlookers were inwardly scoffing. Are you dreaming? Yet at that moment, a deep and resonant voice suddenly called out 1 million. Wang Ze recognized the voice and turned to see that it belonged to Lu Zhongtong. How did he arrive here? It was indeed quite a feat for Lu Zhongtong to make it on time. Upon learning that Wang Ze and his son had departed some time ago, he immediately made a series of phone calls to ascertain old Li's itinerary. Subsequently, he rushed to the airport and boarded his seldom-used private jet, hastening to arrive at this venue. This was the reason he could arrive promptly despite departing several hours later than Wang Ze. Lu Zhongtong squeezed through the astonished crowd and approached Wang Ze, somewhat reproachfully stating, "Young sir, if you're off on a journey, you ought to inform me in advance. My old bones haven't been active for quite some time. Moreover, if you intend to sell this treasure, a simple word to me would suffice. I assure you I would not haggle. A person of your stature ought not to expose himself in such a manner." Upon noticing Wang Ze's momentary interest, he hastily seized the opportunity to say, "Why not let us finalize the deal? Just tell me how much pocket money you desire." Before Wang Ze could respond, the initial bidder, an elderly merchant, approached. Upon hearing Lu Zhongtong's words, his expression soured noticeably. "My dear fellow, your manner of speaking is rather misplaced. Business is governed by reason, not familiarity. While it may not strictly adhere to a first-come, first-served basis, to suddenly retract the goods is rather inappropriate. Wouldn't you agree?" Lu Zhongtong, equally displeased, turned to glare at the old merchant, only to realize that he bore a certain familiarity, as if he had encountered him before. Clearly, anyone who left an impression on Lu Zhongtong could not be of ordinary stature. Whether it was right or wrong was not the point of discussion. The true value of this treasure was not something just anyone could comprehend. To leave it in the hands of an amateur would not only diminish its worth, but also tarnish the reputation of the young gentleman's, well, talents. At that moment, the tea house proprietor emerged, addressing Lu Zhongtong with a knowing smile. "You played your part quite convincingly a few days ago." He referred to Lu Zhongtong's earlier pretense of feigning madness during an inquiry from the tea house owner. The old proprietor continued, "As you rightly stated, this item is not universally understood. Yet we are not ignorant either. Now that we have seen it, there is no reason for us to relent. Given that this is an auction without a cap, it ultimately depends on who is willing to invest, does it not?" This statement brought a smile to Wang Ze's face. How delightful it was to profit without entangling personal favors. The elderly merchant, seizing the moment, boldly declared 2 million. The figure was uttered as if it were merely a number, rather than a towering stack of banknotes reaching 2 meters high. The atmosphere here is lively, with two individuals fervently bidding as if fueled by a surge of adrenaline. This commotion has piqued the interest of the event organizers. One of the officials hurriedly approached to ascertain the cause of the excitement, and upon casting his eyes upon the venerable merchant clad in traditional attire, he was momentarily taken aback, only to be subsequently overwhelmed with exhilaration. The official rushed to his side, respectfully stating, "Are you the esteemed Mr. Wang Guosheng?" The name Wang Guosheng is well known within the commercial realm. No one navigating this sphere could possibly be oblivious to it. Even successful American entrepreneurs are well acquainted with his name. as his image frequently graces the pages of Time magazine. A Chinese tycoon, a philanthropist, a financial expert, an overseas Chinese expatriate, a member of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, the chairman and CEO of Wanrong Group. These illustrious titles encapsulate a figure whose mere stamp of his foot could send tremors throughout Asia. Indeed, the highest echelons of the domestic treasure appraisal event had extended an invitation to him, albeit with little expectation of his attendance. Now, witnessing this titan in person, the official felt compelled to ingratiate himself. Mr. Wang Guosheng, engrossed in the thrill of bidding, was momentarily displeased by the interruption. The perceptive official, recognizing the discontent, quickly interjected. "Who is so lacking in decorum as to disturb our esteemed Mr. Wang? It is a rare honor for you to capture his attention with your trifling items. Yet you dare to compete with him? Are you unaware of the magnitude of Mr. Wang's wealth?" His tone dripped with sarcasm. Yet as soon as his contemptuous gaze fell upon Mr. Wang, he was utterly flabbergasted, wishing he could deliver 2 sharp slaps to his own face in disbelief. His gaze fell upon the furious Lu Zhongtong. Who is Lu Zhongtong, one might wonder. Wang Ze, addressing him repeatedly as young sir, could hardly fathom the influence that name embodies. Lu Zhongtong hails from a legendary, almost mythical family within the Celestial Empire, with their power intricately woven into the realms of commerce, politics, and the military. The extent of Lu Zhongtong's influence remains a mystery to all. However, it is known that after an elderly gentleman once shared a cup of tea with him, the international gold prices surged by 3 percentage points the following day, thereby laying a foundation for capital recovery in the Celestial Empire. Such power and audacity are indeed remarkable. Yet, this very figure found himself publicly scolded by the event's organizer, accused of being unfamiliar with human sentiments in front of a crowd of onlookers. The organizer's heart raced to an alarming degree, for these 2 titans were truly formidable beings. It was akin to deities clashing, and while others sought to evade the fray, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire, here he was, leaping into the fray himself. Truly, he must have neglected to consult the almanac before stepping out. Casting glances to his left and right, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, and he proposed, "Since both of you are eager to acquire this treasure, it would be unbecoming to engage in a heated dispute before such an audience. Allow me to suggest a solution that may be agreeable to both esteemed gentlemen. This exhibition indeed features an auction, held twice daily for a total of 4 sessions, with tonight's event scheduled as planned. However, given your early arrival and the value of your time, our organizing committee has decided to expedite the auction, presenting this treasure for bidding. Would that not create a splendid tale to recount?" No wonder he held such a significant position within this grand venue. His ability to navigate the winds of circumstance was truly masterful. The 2 elderly gentlemen found merit in his words, particularly the phrase "flushed face and red ears," which aptly described their own predicament, undeniably unrefined. The entire affair unfolded with dramatic twists and turns, leaving many in a state of confusion. Furthermore, rumors circulated that an auction was imminent, and those who were well acquainted with the identities of the 2 gentlemen began to ponder whether those with ample resources should seize the opportunity to acquire the dragon dance and serpent movement. Chapter 35. The unexpected appearance of the old ginseng amidst the flurry of activity from the organizing committee. The first auction of the exhibition commenced a remarkable 7 hours ahead of schedule. On the second day of the exhibition, known for attracting the highest number of visitors, the large auction hall, with a capacity of over 800, was filled to capacity, sparing the responsible parties from potential reprimands. However, an auction is still an auction. Given the extraordinary interest in the bronze disc, it was designated as the grand finale of the day's proceedings. This arrangement necessitated that the 2 prominent figures wait until the end, which sparked a slight wave of dissent among them. Mr. Wang Guosheng turned to the elderly shopkeeper beside him, his tone laced with deference. "Are you certain you did not misread? Is it truly that kind of treasure?" The old shopkeeper raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Do you doubt me?" Wang Guosheng hastily replied, "I would not dare. I am merely contemplating whether to negotiate with the bank for a larger sum of cash. As you know, my funds are not permitted to circulate extensively in the mainland." While he hesitated, Lu Zhongtong had already made several phone calls, each focused on raising funds. He lamented to Wang Ze, "For such a treasure, why do you not sell it to me directly? Instead, you leave me here to lose face." "I say, young sir," Wang Ze interjected, "did I not give you one already? Why do you ask again? By the way, what about my debut piece?" Lu Zhongtong, exasperated, tapped his forehead and recounted the events of the past. After listening, Wang Ze feigned calmness, yet his heart was tumultuous. The words of the goddess about seeking fortune and avoiding calamity had indeed manifested to such an extraordinary extent. Thus, to sell this item seemed rather presumptuous. After pondering for a moment, he spoke, "Since my treasure has spared you from one disaster, it is only fitting that you will surely find peace in the future. Therefore, you truly need not purchase it this time." Lu Zhongtong offered a wry smile, reflecting that one could never have too many life-saving items. Furthermore, he had a large family to consider. Having endured the agony of losing a child, he had come to understand not only the essence of humility but also the preciousness and fragility of life. As the auction commenced, a well-dressed and charismatic host took the stage, accompanied by enchanting women clad in alluring attire, presenting treasures for bidding. Buyers were eager to procure both the beautiful women and the exquisite items in tandem. The first auction piece, traditionally chosen to make a splendid debut, was indeed a remarkable artifact. As the display attendant unveiled the treasure, the audience erupted in applause. It was a pair of flails, a type of close combat weapon, one long and one short, crafted from 8-sided cast iron. Legend has it that this very weapon was wielded by the renowned Qin Xiong, also known as Qin Shu Bao, whose secret technique became known as the killing flail, subsequently passed down through proverbs. However, the item on auction was no ordinary flail. It was adorned in a lustrous purple-gold hue, glimmering with a sandy, star-like radiance, truly the fabled purple gold. In ancient times, purple gold was an alloy of copper and gold, often infused with cinnabar to enhance its rich crimson hue. The pair of flails, weighing over 40 pounds, is noteworthy. One must recognize that such aged purple gold is, by weight, worth more than gold itself. The auction house's large screen displayed the intricate carvings on the flails, exquisite and delicate to the point of being considered a work of art. Even more remarkable were the scars left by sword strikes upon the flails. This indicates that the item had been utilized in the past, and in ancient times, only a great general or a legendary martial artist could afford such weaponry. The auctioneer jested, stating that the item was anonymously auctioned and could not disclose its origins, though buyers would be informed. At this moment, everyone comprehended. Another treasure unearthed by some tomb raider from an unknown grave. It was considered extremely inauspicious in ancient times to bury weapons in a tomb, except for one category, the personal weapons of a commander. Such a weapon, imbued with the aura of a fierce general and having been trapped for years, was indeed the ideal artifact for warding off evil and providing protection for a dwelling. Bids erupted in a cacophony. One should never underestimate the depth of the wallets of those who appear modest, for without substantial wealth, they would not even qualify to attend this appraisal event. In no time, the value soared into the tens of millions. Wang Ze remarked to Lu Zhongtong, "This item is excellent. It is perfectly suited for safeguarding a home. Why is Mr. Lu not interested?" Lu Zhongtong smiled gently and replied, "As fine as this item may be for home protection, it pales in comparison to the bronze talisman of the young gentleman." Talisman? Wang Ze was taken aback, feeling a sense of delight at this designation. Two individuals were engaged in conversation when Wang Ze's phone chimed. It turned out that both his father and elder Li had learned about the auction being held earlier than anticipated. After meeting up, they had spent quite some time searching for Wang Ze, feeling quite anxious in the process. Wang Ze informed them of his location, and shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the auction venue and found him. Upon spotting Lu Zhongtong, Elderly was momentarily taken aback. He then discreetly tugged at Wang's father's sleeve, signaling him to refrain from speaking out of turn. Meanwhile, he cleverly opted to feign indifference. After exchanging polite greetings, Elder Li and Wang's father requested to have 2 seats moved, allowing them to join the proceedings. Although the auction was poised to yield astonishing sums, The venue itself appeared rather modest. Regardless of one's status or enigma, no private boxes were provided. Instead, attendees sat in rows of chairs akin to a cinema. The dim lighting obscured the faces of those seated nearby, rendering the atmosphere decidedly public, reminiscent of a movie theater. Curious, Wang Ze inquired and learned that this venue had indeed once been a cinema. As the auction unfolded, Elderly felt somewhat constrained sitting next to Lu Zhongtong, who was notorious for his unpredictable temperament. After all, Elderly was slightly younger and had once been harshly reprimanded by him over a certain matter. Wang's father made several bids, but his modest attempts were utterly eclipsed by the titans of industry present, quickly drowned out by the cacophony of competing offers. With a hint of resignation, Wang's father shook his head. Wang Ze then asked, "Dad, is there anything you fancy?" It cannot be said that there is a fondness or aversion. Rather, these are merely a few easily transferable items, and the price I have quoted is my utmost limit. Any higher would render transactions exceedingly difficult. Upon hearing this, Wang Ze comprehended that his father primarily identified as a merchant, rather than a genuine aficionado of antiques. At last, they arrived at the penultimate auction item, which was initially intended to be the Paisida, or assistance. The prospects of future auctions and the potential monetary offerings depended significantly on this crowning piece. Unfortunately, due to the emergence of an eccentric copper sphere, it found itself relegated to second to last place. Nonetheless, this did not detract from its status as the centerpiece of the entire auction, nor from its intrinsic value. Thus, Wang Ze observed a rather peculiar occurrence. Within an auction predominantly featuring antiques, medicinal herbs made an unexpected appearance. The instant this item was unveiled, the goddess once again began to tap at his consciousness. The host, unable to contain his exhilaration, proclaimed, 5-flower, 9-leaf Changbai ginseng, measuring 3 inches and 3/10 in length, weighing 9 taels, with a virtual length of 1 foot and 7 inches, embodying the essence of pure gold, with a starting bid of 10 million, no upper limit. Ginseng, upon reaching 60 years of age, will develop 9 leaves. Each time it bears 9 leaves and subsequently flowers, an additional blossom emerges. Thus the 5-flower, 9-leaf signifies a 300-year-old ginseng. The term length of ginseng refers to the plump portion, measuring approximately 10 centimeters, with a width of less than 1 centimeter. However, when measured alongside its roots, it extends to over half a meter. Essence of pure gold pertains to its quality. Essence indicates the ginseng's body is flawless, devoid of any blemish or damage that would compromise its vitality, while golden body refers to the ginseng's hue, which exhibits a golden undertone. A characteristic attained only when it is unearthed and preserved within a jade-like enclosure, shielded from sunlight, untouched by the earth, and unexposed to malevolent winds. 10 million may seem like a considerable sum, yet it merely represents the base price. When it comes to auctioning, the figures can be utterly staggering. After all, the saying goes, a family treasures an old ginseng root. In a frigid night, it can save a life, highlighting the value of possessing a piece of aged mountain ginseng, which can be a lifeline in times of urgent need, preventing an untimely demise. Such ancient ginseng, aged for many years, is indeed a rare treasure. Just last year, at the International Ginseng Festival held at the foot of Changbai Mountain, a ginseng king was sold for 3 million, and it was merely 60 years old. According to legend, during a certain dynasty, a low-ranking official presented a century-old ginseng to the emperor and was subsequently promoted to the rank of a provincial governor, akin to a modern-day governor wielding significant military and political power. American scientists have verified that ginseng contains a substance known as huangjing, which is believed to possess remarkable potential in treating late-stage tumors. But this unique component can only be found in wild ginseng that has matured for over 20 years. Regardless of its efficacy, ginseng remains one of the most familiar and coveted treasures among the Chinese people, its market now resembling that of antiques. Therefore, bringing it to this auction is indeed both reasonable and justifiable. Wang Ze, troubled, rubbed his temples. The goddess's antics were too overwhelming. He felt utterly helpless. While he might have had a chance to deceive someone outside, at this auction, where transactions involved genuine currency, his modest resources were woefully inadequate. Wang Ze inquired about the reason behind the goddess's fervent desire, to which she merely revealed that this item was exceedingly beneficial for her. He pondered the implications if he dared not procure this extremely good thing for her. A shared demise, perhaps? Wang Ze thought with anguish. What am I to do? As he was engulfed in despair, he suddenly noticed Lu Zhongtong beside him, leisurely raising a placard, extending 3 fingers in response to the previous bid. 23 million. Could there be a higher offer? It is worth noting that this wild ginseng was already on the brink of extinction, a 300-year-old specimen. One could only encounter such a treasure in the realms of martial arts novels. Now, this exquisite item lay before everyone. One must not let it slip away, lest they be consumed by regret. The host was beside himself with excitement. However, Wang Ze was tormented, bewildered by how swiftly the bids had escalated to over 20 million. When did money become so frivolously spent? What to do? What to do? Perhaps I should just let the goddess have her way for a few days. Even selling myself would not suffice to acquire this. Wait. A sudden epiphany struck Wang Ze as he turned to gaze at Lu Zhongtong, who increasingly resembled a foolish benefactor. Chapter 36, consumed to him. Wang Ze cleared his throat, capturing everyone's attention before continuing. Esteemed Elder Lu, I have recently discovered an ancient prescription that requires aged ginseng as an ingredient. Alas, procuring such a venerable specimen is proving rather challenging. Indeed, I would be willing to part with my own bronze sculpture in exchange. The implicit meaning was clear. I desire aged ginseng. Procure it for me promptly, and I shall bestow upon you a protective charm. Lu Zhongtong, with his years of accumulated wisdom, was not oblivious to Wang Ze's intent. He hastened to reply, in that case, please await its inclusion in your medicinal preparation, little sir. He spoke as if it were a trivial matter, yet his excitement was barely concealed. Wang Ze's calculations were precise in every aspect, save for one oversight. Young man, why are you soliciting items from others? Wang's father, the critical element overlooked by Wang Ze, upon hearing his son's thinly veiled request for valuable possessions, could not restrain himself from interjecting, despite Li Lao's prior intervention. Wang Ze was inwardly vexed, wondering how to explain the situation to his father. Should he reveal the truth? But secrets are seldom kept, and divulging the truth would invite the scrutiny of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. After much deliberation, an idea struck him. Well, it's not that I'm seeking to acquire it, but rather attempting to devise a pretext for bestowing something upon Elder Lu. As for what this is, over the past few years, one particularly memorable encounter was with an elderly beggar. Upon seeing his pitiable state, I offered him some money and tended to him. Unexpectedly, the old beggar presented me with several copper carvings. Logically, I should have declined them, yet they appear to hold little value. Considering it was an expression of the elderly man's goodwill, I accepted them. To my astonishment, this beggar turned out to be a once-renowned sorcerer, well-versed in the art of divination, yet burdened by a sense of loneliness and desolation. What a pity! However, these artifacts are indeed genuine treasures capable of warding off misfortune and inviting good fortune. As the saying goes, windfalls should be dispersed if they can be, so after keeping some for personal use, I resolved to share a portion, hoping to exchange them for something more practical. After articulating my thoughts, Wang's father remained skeptical, yet found himself intrigued by the copper carvings. He couldn't help but inquire, what about the share for your mother and me? Wang Ze, drenched in sweat, had initially intended to refine his carving skills to create a more aesthetically pleasing gift for his parents. With his father directly mentioning it, he could only respond, all the pieces are at home. Of course, there are portions for you and mother. They're currently serving as a protective charm in our house. Wang's father grumbled, honestly, you have such fine items, yet do not bring them out for a look. Are you afraid I might sell them? As the two continued their conversation, the price on the other side escalated to the staggering figure of 50 million. Lu Zhongtong glanced at the engrossed father and son, suddenly realizing the considerable impact Wang's father had on his grand plan. With a quiet greeting to Mr. Li, the latter promptly dragged Wang's father outside the venue, euphemistically referring to it as continuing to shop on Taobao. Meanwhile, the auction for the old ginseng gradually reached a fever pitch, though not wildly exuberant. Several affluent individuals calmly uttered figures that would leave the average person in sheer disbelief, creating an atmosphere that felt somewhat suffocating. Ultimately, with each unwavering bid of 1 million, it became evident that Lu Zhongtong was determined to secure the item. After a few wealthy patrons withdrew, he acquired the extraordinary old ginseng for the staggering sum of 300 million. Wang Ze experienced a bittersweet pleasure, although he had alleviated the torment imposed by the goddess. The debt of gratitude he now owed was considerable. After all, 1 billion in cash could nearly construct a modest shelter. He couldn't help but reflect on the ancient tale of the wise ruler who, amidst the flames of war, entertained himself merely to elicit a smile from a beautiful woman. His own situation was not dissimilar. However, he pondered whether that concubine could rival the goddess in beauty, suspecting she could not. With 3 firm strikes of the gavel, it was settled that as long as Lu Zhongtong could produce the funds, the item was his. Just as some bewildered bidders prepared to leave their seats, the host unexpectedly announced, "Now, we present the final auction item of the evening. What it is, I cannot say. Its purpose remains a mystery to me, and even its value eludes my understanding. Yet, this object has undeniably become the grand finale of tonight's auction." Following this, a close-up of a copper coin appeared on the screen. The host mused to himself that, in any case, he had managed to keep those who intended to leave, and his task was deemed accomplished. Whether or not the item would sell was no longer his concern. "All right, everyone, I shall refrain from further commentary, as there is little else to say. The starting price is set at 0, with no upper limit for bids. Please, do place your offers," he called out with fervor. Though he genuinely doubted anyone would be foolish enough to bid on such an item, perhaps a few aficionados of copper artifacts might offer 10 or 20 at most. Then, a staggering bid of 10 million echoed through the room, rendering the host, who had anticipated a mere spectacle of ridicule, utterly speechless, his forced smile nearly giving way to tears. The bidder was none other than Wang Guosheng, whose financial constraints led him to reluctantly part with his beloved century-old ginseng. However, this item, revered by the old gentleman as a treasure, was something he could not afford to let slip through his fingers again. Thus, he initiated a remarkably high bid, effectively sidelining the less committed participants. He understood that this battle was ultimately confined to himself and Lu Zhongtong. With the prospect of obtaining the prized ginseng drawing near, Wang Guosheng was entirely indifferent to the potential value of his copper sculpture. After all, his affinity for such artifacts was not unique, and this copper disc was neither the first nor the last of its kind. Its worth was negligible, and he could part with it without a second thought. Lu Zhongtong, on the other hand, exuded an air of possession, boldly declaring 20 million. As these two titans engaged in their bidding war, the surrounding elite, who had initially come to observe and ponder, found themselves increasingly perplexed, particularly those who had recognized the 2 prominent figures from the moment they entered. Is there something particularly special about this object? They pondered. Some even speculated whether it was somehow related to a treasure map or a martial arts manual, as described in novels. Otherwise, how could such an unremarkable copper coin incite such fervor among the 2 distinguished individuals? The crowd, who had initially witnessed the spectacle of the treasure snatch at the stall, proudly whispered to those around them, extolling the virtues of this copper coin and recounting how fiercely the 2 prominent figures contended for it, claiming that the very early commencement of the auction was instigated by this coin. Faced with such bidding, Wang Ze felt a twinge of embarrassment. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a copper rod, which could be considered his sole finished product. At least the disparity between his expectations and the final outcome was minimal. He envisioned crafting something akin to the judgment rod he had seen a friend use in a game. After all, they were all just rods. Lu Zhongtong cautiously reached out to accept it, and in that brief moment, he even turned back to place another bid. Wang Ze remarked, "That's already enough. Let's not bid further." Lu Zhongtong simply replied, "The more, the merrier," and place another bid. Wang Ze helplessly tapped his forehead, and just then, a hostess emerged from backstage, carrying a large wooden box, which she delivered to Lu Zhongtong's side. Wang Ze felt a surge of excitement, yet simultaneously harbored some grievances. It would have been far less troublesome if the old participant had come to him sooner, but surely It shouldn't be handed over in such a manner. Where was the secrecy? Where was the safety? This event organization team. They ought to learn a thing or two from the auction house in Xiangwan. Somewhat disgruntled, he snatched the box from Lu Zhongtang's hand, immediately noticing the fervent gazes surrounding him. He silently cursed his misfortune, pondering how to remedy the situation when he suddenly heard the goddess's urgent voice exclaim, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and consume it." As the auction approached its conclusion, Lu Zhongtang, having bid on the aged ginseng, found his funds significantly lacking and ultimately failed to wrest it from Wang Ze's grasp. The copper coin was sold for 67 million, and after deducting the 10% auction house service fee, Wang Ze still profited a modest 60 million. During the rich versus rich spectacle, an individual clad in a hooded sweatshirt also made a bid, but the 12 million he offered was hardly worth noting, thus escaping anyone's attention. This enigmatic figure, after announcing his bid, turned to leave, casting a fierce glance at Wang Ze as he passed by, his eyes glimmering with a hint of red. Just as Lu Zhongtang, with a look of regret, turned to say, "Fortune is not in my favor. I have missed my chance." He was astonished to see Wang Ze stuffing a piece of ginseng into his mouth. The ginseng, with a hardness akin to ironwood, was audibly crunched, as if he were munching on a carrot. "Young sir, this is unwise," Lu Zhongtang exclaimed, not purely out of concern for the ginseng, though that played a part, but rather fearing that such a potent herb, consumed in this manner, could lead to disastrous consequences, including bleeding from the orifices. Moreover, he marveled at how Wang Ze managed to bite into it all. The older the ginseng, the more desiccated and resilient it becomes, requiring a specialized ginseng knife for slicing, accompanied by ingredients such as old hen to temper its potency. Otherwise, it may lead to an ineffective nourishment. At this moment, nearly half of the ginseng had been gnawed away, with the severed end emanating a rich aroma, suggesting a profound medicinal potency. Vongsha, with the aged ginseng in his mouth, mumbled indistinctly, "The dantian serves as a furnace, merging the medicine within. It won't lead to fatality." Lu Zhongtang, however, remained apprehensive, pondering how it could possibly be harmless. Merely inhaling the ginseng's fragrance left him feeling invigorated and cool-headed. He feared that even a small morsel of the ginseng's roots could result in a calamitous outcome. And yet here was Wang Ze, audaciously chewing the entire root. The omen was dire. Ultimately, Wang Ze swallowed the entire ginseng, leaving no trace of even the slender roots. What had once been a priceless medicinal herb worth 13 million had now completely vanished. Satisfied, Wang Ze burped and muttered, "It tastes dreadful." Lu Zhongtang, who had been poised with his phone ready to dial emergency services, nearly choked in disbelief. After observing for a few more minutes, and confirming that Wang Ze appeared to be unharmed and was preparing to rise and depart, Lu Zhongtang could not help but exclaim, "You truly are a remarkable individual." Observing that he had consumed such an expensive ginseng without a hint of discomfort, Wang Ze had already earned the title of extraordinary being. Others may not perceive the underlying struggle, but in truth, Wang Ze was grappling with an unbearable heat rising from his lower abdomen, as if it sought to dissolve him entirely. Chapter 37. The stone gathering. Wang Ze contemplated to himself that the goddess was indeed indifferent to her own peril. Just moments ago, he had harbored doubts, yet she insisted that there was nothing amiss and compelled him to consume the ginseng on the spot. Fortunately, Wang Ze's body had been extraordinarily strengthened by the infusion of spiritual energy. Otherwise, he might have shattered a row of his own teeth. However, soon thereafter, a wave of heat began to surge towards his brain, as if a vacuum were drawing it in. The goddess sat cross-legged beside a great tree, her palms facing the heavens. A white mark on her forehead radiated boundless brilliance, and the streams of warmth seemed to intertwine like countless threads, merging into her form, rendering her divinely ethereal. Although the goddess was absorbing the heat, her pace was evidently slower than the explosive energy emanating from the ginseng. Wang Ze quickly urged Lu Zhongtang at his side, "Find me a quiet place." Noticing the red mark that had appeared on Wang Ze's forehead, Lu Zhongtang hastily sought assistance from the event staff. The exhibition had already been equipped with private rooms for the discreet exchange of particularly sensitive treasures. which had remained in use for 2 days, thus benefiting Wang Ze. Upon entering the private chamber, Wang Ze surveyed his surroundings, ensuring there were no surveillance devices. He promptly lay on the ground, rolling about in an effort to cool himself through the earth's energy. Suddenly, the goddess commanded sharply, "Do not move. Calm your mind and closely observe the reactions of the yin-yang fish in your lower abdomen. Your body has undergone a transformation, and I possess no suitable techniques to impart to you. You must navigate this journey through your own exploration. However, this medicine is imbued with an abundance of vital energy, which is exceedingly beneficial to your body. The extent to which you can absorb it depends on your own fortune." Upon hearing this, Wang Ze promptly sat up, closed his eyes, and assumed a meditative posture. After enduring the initial agony, he once again entered a state of internal vision. To his dismay, he discovered that the yin-yang fish in his lower abdomen, along with the luminous pearl constituting the anterior spiritual sea, were relentlessly pursuing the stream of yellow heat like an eagle chasing a chick. This heat was slippery and evasive, skillfully avoiding absorption by taking advantage of the immobility of the spiritual sea. Wang Ze understood that this yellow gas must be a precious substance. Otherwise, his disobedient spiritual sea would not be so fervently in pursuit. The considerable time he had squandered had evidently allowed the majority of the yellow gas to be absorbed by the goddess. What a waste! He hastily attempted to direct the spiritual sea to encircle and intercept the yellow gas. To his astonishment, the previously uncooperative spiritual sea began to comply enthusiastically, filling him with exhilaration. No matter how cunning the yellow gas was, it could not outsmart a skilled hunter. It was akin to the interaction between an adult and an infant, providing endless delight in its pursuit. Before long, under the relentless absorption efforts of Wang Ze and the goddess, 2 great suction cups, the yellow gas within his body had nearly vanished. In its place, the blue luminous pearl began to transform into a green hue, clearly infused with yellow. Moreover, it emitted a series of radiant glows, appearing exceptionally pure and sacred. Wang Ze's body felt revitalized, as if he had been endowed with boundless vitality. He felt capable of running a marathon without breaking a sweat. This is increasingly reminiscent of Superman, yet I find no opportunity to test it. After a rare moment of introspection, Wang Ze resolved to visit the goddess, for the real was undeniably more captivating than a mere illusion. Upon glimpsing the tree, he beheld the goddess, radiant and poised beneath it, engaged in peculiar movements reminiscent of calisthenics. Noticing Wang Ze's presence, the goddess's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she glared at him, exclaiming, "What brings you back here? You persistent specter? This is my domain. Ahem, I have often wondered why this place harbors a tree." Wang Ze, feeling a twinge of defiance that quickly dissipated, adopted a coy demeanor, almost resembling a bashful maiden. The goddess replied, "This is your tree of life. Should I sever it, your existence would cease. Is that truly the case?" "Of course not. However, I am perplexed as to why such a tree resides within your mind. I shall simply regard you as an anomaly." Oh, in truth, the goddess was well aware of the nature of the tree. Yet she would never divulge this knowledge to Wang Ze. If possible, she would keep it from him forever. "Well then, have you finished with your inquiries? Depart swiftly. And remember, you are not permitted in this space without my consent. Do you understand?" "Ah, mutual destruction? It's good that you comprehend." Wang Ze retreated from the depths of his mind, restoring his normal vision. He surveyed the surroundings of the chamber and, relieved, noted the absence of any cataclysmic phenomena akin to those encountered previously. At that moment, the goddess emerged, and Wang Ze perceived that her ethereal form had solidified considerably, allowing him to glimpse her thighs, although her calves remained a wisp of azure smoke. The goddess appeared visibly exhilarated and proclaimed, "My dear servant, you have once again accomplished a feat for me. When I fully regain my powers, you shall undoubtedly be rewarded." Observing her haughty demeanor, Wang Ze felt perplexed. The being he encountered in his mind and the one before him seemed to embody 2 distinct personas. Why, in 2 separate contexts, did she exhibit such contrasting attitudes? Was it not said that the presence or absence of undergarments could evoke two entirely different emotional responses? Wang Ze instinctively directed his gaze toward the depths of the goddess's thighs. "What are you staring at?" "In nothing." "What were you saying just now?" I said. "Oof. Curse it. Should you dare to disregard my words again, I shall not hesitate to punish you." I mentioned that I have regained a modicum of divine power. "Rest assured, with this goddess's favor upon you, you shall undoubtedly be the happiest person in the world." In his heart, Wang Ze scoffed. Ever since her arrival, he had morphed into a deceitful sycophant. In her so-called favor, who knew what fate awaited him? Perhaps the destiny of a scorned rat was not far off. As the auction concluded, the day's exhibition also drew to a close. Upon emerging from the secret chamber, Wang Ze exchanged a brief greeting with Lu Zhongtong before leaving him behind to seek out his father. When Wang's father saw that Wang Ze had returned empty-handed, he felt a modicum of relief, blissfully unaware that his son had consumed the old ginseng. Although Old Li had not procured any treasures with Wang Ze's assistance, he still arranged for the father and son to stay in a luxurious 5-star hotel, nearly securing a presidential suite. As someone who had experienced the world, Wang Ze noted that aside from the spacious rooms and plush carpets, the 5-star establishment bore little distinction from lesser-rated hotels. However, the small refrigerator beneath the vanity was quite commendable, stocked with a plethora of chilled beverages, many of which were unfamiliar brands. Seizing the opportunity while Wang's father was in the shower, Wang Ze indulged in a copious amount of drinks, feeling particularly heated himself and in need of hydration. Thus, when Wang's father emerged, wrapped in a towel, he was greeted by the sight of numerous empty cans surrounding a slightly inebriated Wang Ze, who was enthusiastically inviting his father to join in the revelry. That night, Wang Ze could not recall when he succumbed to slumber. He only remembered uttering a rather boisterous remark before drifting off. The following morning, he awoke with a slight headache, pushed open the window, and allowed the sea breeze to wash away the remnants of his intoxication. From a distance, he could hear the sounds of merriment by the shore, brilliant sunshine, azure skies, and the sight of sunbathers in bikinis, all exuding a sense of blissful ease. By noon, having refreshed himself, Wang Ze made his way to the dining hall, where his father and Old Li were enjoying their lunch. On this day, Wang's father appeared somewhat awkward, as the small bottles in the wine cabinet contained exquisite spirits, which Wang Ze had squandered several tens of thousands on throughout the night, leaving him unable to hold his head high before Mr. Li. Although he had expressed a desire to settle the bill himself, it was evident that Mr. Li would not permit such a thing. Initially intending to reprimand his son, he found himself at a loss for words upon recalling that this fellow had managed to consume half a bottle of national treasure wine merely paired with peanuts. Under the mistaken impression that Wang Ze appreciated a fine drink, Mr. Li had specially ordered 2 bottles of 1986 Lafite for the lunch, not due to Wang Ze's assistance, but rather because old master Lu Zhongtong regarded Wang Ze with particular favor. In the ensuing days of the exhibition, nothing particularly extraordinary transpired, save for the remarkable transformation of the bronze artifact shop. Since 2 influential figures had clashed over a bronze round cake at the auction house, industry insiders speculated that the era of bronze artifacts was poised for a resurgence, leading many to begin acquiring stock to varying degrees. Another significant change was Wang Ze himself, who found himself with an unexpected windfall of 60 million in savings, leaving him bewildered on how to spend it. To put it plainly, he was dazed by wealth. He had encountered the finest of things and had tasted delicacies that money could scarcely procure. In truth, he felt quite fulfilled in life. Considering the temporary futility of the money, Wang Ze handed it directly to his father, who was evidently taken aback for quite some time. Ultimately, Wang's father resolved to send Wang Ze in search of the old beggar, reasoning that since the origin of this money was the beggar, it was only fitting for the Wang family to provide for his twilight years. Wang Ze, in a sweat, fabricated a tale claiming that the beggar had already passed away. As he uttered those words, an overwhelming sense of discomfort enveloped him. Days swiftly passed, and Wang Ze found himself almost entirely absent from the exhibition, indulging in a life akin to that of a prince by the seaside, basking in the warm sun, sipping on freshly squeezed, all-natural juices and savoring an array of exquisite seafood. The only thing missing was a beautiful maiden to delicately peel grapes for him, accompanied by unscrupulous merchants or rogue scoundrels. The former could undoubtedly relish a life of carnal bliss, while the latter could validate their prowess. Alas, Lu Zhongtong trailed him like a shadow. And while Wang Ze did not mind the idle chatter, it was the sight of the bodyguards, clad in formal suits even under the blazing sun, that dissuaded any ruffians from causing trouble. As for the beautiful women, they naturally cast flirtatious glances his way. After all, who could resist the allure of a five-star hotel room, key dangling from his wrist? It would attract a swarm of admirers. To claim that Wang Ze was impervious to their charms would be utter nonsense. Yet, with the opportunity to travel finally at hand, he found himself still tethered to his father. Even if his father was oblivious, a goddess stood beside him, arms crossed, with a mere admonition of, "Do not let me see those common harlots." Wang Ze was resigned to play the role of the supposed homosexual whispered about along the shores. Reluctantly departing from the southern coast, he boarded a plane back to Beijing, where the Stone Gathering, a grand exhibition of jade and precious stones, awaited him. For Wang Ze, this event held even greater allure than the last. Stones, specifically jade and raw gemstones, are inherently imbued with a natural aura that is simply irresistible. Upon disembarking from the plane and switching to a car, the father and son duo made their way directly to a place known as Qianju, without even returning home. One might assume from a name that it is a quaint tea house or a modest jade shop. Yet, in reality, it is the largest jade trading venue in the capital. As they entered Qianju, Wang Ze's first impression was akin to stepping into a museum. A dazzling array of exquisite jade artifacts was displayed within glass cabinets, showcasing a rich tapestry of history and artistry, ranging from ancient to contemporary pieces, all clearly priced. What piqued his interest further was the pricing system. The price tags were affixed prominently outside the displays, divided into several sections. The topmost line featured printed numbers, indicating the seller's anticipated price. Below that, there were two designated spaces labeled bidding price and negotiation price, allowing buyers to inscribe their desired amounts based on personal preference and judgment. The bidding price surpasses the listed price, with several figures and identifiers left behind, clearly indicating a competitive interest. The highest bidder would claim the prize. Additionally, the negotiation price allowed for direct reductions, with some buyers slashing the price by half. Each entrant was assigned a number upon entry, and Wang Ze received the identifier 1107. Chapter 38. Sister Hong, however, the prices of these jade artifacts are indeed formidable. For instance, a jade bracelet, which appears to be sculpted from azure ice, is marked at 700,000, with bids climbing to 701,000. Wang Fu is not particularly interested in jade, as his primary focus lies in antique collection. To him, even the finest jade cannot compare to a Song Dynasty official kiln's drip emerald vase, the legendary blue and white porcelain. After wandering for a while, Wang Ze discovered only a jade bracelet imbued with a hint of ethereal aura, yet he soon spotted a familiar face, Lu Zhe. It is nearly impossible to overlook Lu Zhe in any gathering he graces. At that moment, Lu Zhe was vociferously berating the staff while pointing at a blood jade bracelet, exclaiming, "I've even taken off my pants, and this is what you show me." Wang Ze, listening in, broke into a cold sweat, pondering how this individual's manner of speaking was entirely incongruous with his intelligence. Lu Zhe's sleeves were always adorned with an unusual emblem, reminiscent of a certain university's crest. Wang Ze had recognized it as the insignia of Mensa, signifying that the wearer is a member of an elite club for individuals with exceptionally high intelligence. Thus, witnessing someone of such intellect converse like a rogue was quite an anomaly. Wang Ze approached Lu Zhe with a chuckle and, upon learning the reason for his outburst, felt a sense of helplessness. It turned out that Lu Zhe was currently pursuing a young model who, standing at barely 5 feet 5 inches, hailed from an affluent background, making her unattainable through mere financial means. Consequently, Lu Zhe was intent on catering to her whims. The enchanting young model who captivated Lu, indeed, has a penchant for jade bracelets, particularly a fascination with the blood jade depicted in the image. In essence, blood jade is merely natural jade imbued with other elements that impart a red hue, yet the term natural bears immense significance. Take, for instance, this blood jade bracelet before us, crafted from exquisite icy jadeite. Yet one cannot ascertain which unscrupulous merchant employed chemical means to infuse it with streaks of crimson. The quality of the jade bracelet is inherently remarkable, leading many, including Liu Jia, to believe it to be genuine blood jade. He boasted to the lady that he could procure the item forthwith, only to bring money today and invite a friend for appraisal, who promptly recognized it as artificially enhanced red. This revelation incited Liu Jia's fury, and disregarding his image, he erupted in public indignation. Yet again, it is the allure of beauty that has wrought this calamity, sighed Wang Ze in consolation, although this may not be authentic. With such a vast array of varieties here, surely one can find a true blood jade? As a person of stature, do you truly need to make such a scene? Liu Jia pondered, feeling the weight of discontent, and exclaimed, "Bring your manager here. If I do not receive a piece of blood jade today, do you believe I won't shatter this place?" Ah, he has provoked that young master, threatening to demolish their establishment. Such youthful fervor indeed burns brightly. A voice, slick and oily, emerged from behind. The presence felt before the figure was seen, as a potent scent of perfume nearly overwhelmed Wang Ze. Turning around, he beheld a lady of no more than 30, and she was unmistakably a lady. For her attire was strikingly reminiscent of a mistress from a dramatic series set in a wealthy household. With an oval face and a complexion as fair as porcelain, she had long, raven hair elegantly styled into a bun at the nape of her neck, adorned with a jade hairpin. Clad in a striking crimson cheapao, the slit nearly reached her waist, revealing her long, slender legs, smooth and supple. She wore towering purple high heels, the heels extending at least 10 centimeters. In her hand, she gracefully wielded a fan, which seemed to emit an alluring fragrance as she fluttered it. Her overall attire exuded an air of ancient charm, reminiscent of the legendary courtesans of yore. Initially, Wang Ze intended to hastily advise Liu Jia that a gentleman should not engage in conflict with a lady. But to his astonishment, upon seeing her, Liu Jia immediately became flustered. "Oh, Miss Hong, is this establishment yours?" Liu Jia appeared as startled as a mouse confronted by a cat, unsure of where to place his limbs. Miss Hong, with a teasing demeanor, replied, "Oh, so you still remember this humble servant? Were you not planning to dismantle my establishment? Come now, would you like to start with me?" Liu Jia wore a comically distressed expression as he implored, "Miss Hong, please do not jest. I truly had no idea this was your establishment. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to act so recklessly. However, I must ask, how was I unaware that you had opened a shop?" Miss Hong, with a playful glance, said with a smile, "There are many things in this city of Sijiu that you remain oblivious to. Would you like me to enlighten you sometime?" Liu Jia shook his head vigorously, akin to a bobblehead doll, repeatedly insisting it was unnecessary. Someone in Miss Hong's position would never overlook any detail or individual, even if that person was inappropriately dressed for the occasion. "Xiao Jia, who is this handsome young lad? Is he your friend?" It is indeed a rare occurrence that someone as discerning as you would take notice of an individual like me. In a single sentence, Hong Jia not only praised Liu Jia, but also lauded Wang Ze. Regardless of the veracity of her words, Wang Ze felt a sense of comfort, thinking to himself that there are indeed those in the world who possess keen insight. Liu Jia glanced at Wang Ze and, with a hint of complexity in his heart, stated, "He is not my friend, but rather a lifelong companion of my grandfather." Upon hearing this, not only did Hong Jia appear astonished, but Wang Ze too was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that Liu Zhongtong had long ago convened a family meeting at home and issued a crucial directive. The young master, referring to Wang Ze, should be treated with utmost respect by all members of the Liu family, with only he himself allowed to stand on equal footing. Hong Jia scrutinized Wang Ze from head to toe, even leaning in to sniff near his shoulder, pondering to herself, "There is nothing particularly remarkable about him. He doesn't smell like the flesh of a revered monk. How could that stern old fellow recognize you as a friend?" As Hong Jie drew closer, her fragrance became even more pronounced, mingled with a subtle hint of milk, causing Wang Ze to internally exclaim, "I can't bear it." Regarding her inquiry, Wang Ze could only respond vaguely. "It's simply a matter of affinity. It's not as complicated as you might think." Hong Jie, with her finger resting on her chin and a furrowed brow, remarked, "That's not quite right. I too sense that you possess a unique fragrance, surely indicating some hidden secret." Wang Ze hastily sniffed himself, finding no scent suggestive of neglect in personal hygiene. After what seemed like a moment of struggle, Hong Jie suddenly declared with a generous spirit, "Since you are a friend of old Lu, you shall be regarded as an esteemed guest. Allow me to serve you today." The way she articulated the word serve left Wang Ze nearly choking on his own blood, as he secretly wondered if a romantic encounter had finally come his way. However, he soon noticed that Luja shuddered at the mention of the word, which ignited a flicker of concern within him. Indeed, this service was merely a literal interpretation. Hong Jie did not usher Wang Ze into a private chamber for him. Instead, she led him on a tour of the entire Xian residence, proudly showcasing several of her prized collections. As they conversed, Wang Ze discovered that Hong Jie was not merely the facade she presented. Rather, she exuded shrewdness and embodied the essence of a strong woman. Moreover, as he drew closer, he realized that Hong Jie possessed remarkable beauty. Though her eyes hinted at a certain allure and her crimson lips resembled a pool of spring water, a closer inspection revealed her features to be remarkably pure, as if delicately sketched with a few strokes in a traditional Chinese painting. Simple, yet imbued with spirit. Hong Jie, adorned in high heels, towered half a head above Wang Ze, and as they walked together, they resembled a pair of siblings, while the timid Lu Zhe, who accompanied them, appeared much like a little follower. Wang Ze found Lu Zhe's demeanor quite perplexing, prompting him to inquire a few times, yet the latter remained resolutely tight-lipped. Instead, Hong Jie burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Lu Zhe, he has been taken care of by a few of my good sisters." What was going on? Several years prior, he emerged from the privileged circles, professing to be a seasoned libertine. However, it was immediately apparent that he was, in fact, an unworldly academic and, without a doubt, a novice in matters of the heart. Since he desired to experience a more amorous existence, and out of respect for old Lu, I felt compelled to facilitate his wish. Consequently, I enlisted a few companions to escort him to a secluded chamber. Chuckles. Word has it that his initial foray lasted a mere 10 minutes. Lu Zhe interjected emphatically, reiterating 10 minutes. Wang Ze, far from being naive, surmised that it was certainly not a duration of 10 minutes. Therefore, a unit of time smaller than minutes would be. Wang Ze cast a sympathetic glance at Lu Zhe, who appeared utterly distraught. "What are you looking at? You'll likely know better." Amidst the jesting and playful insults, a sense of camaraderie seemed to develop among the three, a departure from their earlier adherence to social formalities, allowing for more candid conversation. Wang Ze also learned that this Sister Hong was quite a figure in the capital. Her origins remained a mystery, and no one seemed to care. All that was known was that, as a teenager, she had appeared with a sum of capital and subsequently engaged in investments and commerce. She single-handedly managed to thrive in the complex and turbulent environment of the capital, maintaining connections with several prominent families, which was a source of astonishment to many. Nevertheless, being a woman, she inevitably faced unwanted attention, regardless of her accomplishments. Once, there was a wealthy heir who claimed he would conquer Hong Jie within a month. Yet before the month had elapsed, he indeed found himself in her bed, albeit on a hospital cot. Consequently, rumors began to circulate that Hong Jie belonged to a certain hidden lineage, while others suggested she was the mistress of a powerful figure, and so forth. Regardless, these whispers conveyed a singular message to the world. She is a woman not to be trifled with. Furthermore, Hong Jie navigates her affairs with discernment and generosity, earning an excellent reputation across various circles. Although the business realm inevitably invites envy, it is widely acknowledged that there is indeed a place for Hong Jie within the confines of this city. As Hong Jie and Lu Zhe recounted their stories, Wang Ze couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy, reflecting on how the world remains unchanged, a constant throughout millennia. During their conversation, Hong Jie noticed Wang Ze idly toying with a knife coin, and unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Do you have an affinity for antiques, Xiao Ze?" Since acquiring the coin at an exhibition, Wang Ze had taken to handling it, even adding a few tricks, such as making it spin between his fingers like a pen. It was not so much a passion, but rather a casual interest. He did not concern himself with its value, merely enjoying the whimsy of play. "Ah, you are quite perceptive," Hong Jie remarked, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, she proposed, "How about I gift you a jade pendant? It would be perfect for summer play, providing a refreshing touch, and with time, it might even gather some good fortune, far better than the patina of your bronze trinket." "No, thank you, Wang Ze began to decline, but before he could finish, Hong Jie seized his arm and led him toward a room within. Lu Zhe, with a resigned sigh, lowered his head and followed suit, saying as he walked, "Do not show favoritism. I'm still in need of a piece of blood jade. Sister, do grant me one as well." Chapter 39. The Raw Stone and Young Master Ji, in residence, is a quaint three-story building, where the innermost room on the top floor is not a significant reception area, but rather a small partition filled with glass display cabinets. The walls are adorned with various types of jade, resembling a treasure trove of precious stones. Sister Hong retrieved a jade pendant from one of the glass cabinets. It was a pristine white, supple in texture, measuring approximately 12 centimeters in length and 5 centimeters in width, elegantly shaped like an egg. A red Chinese knot dangled from it, indicating its considerable worth. Wang Ze hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "Such an extravagant gift, I cannot accept it." Sister Hong smiled alluringly and replied, "No matter how valuable, it is merely a trinket. What is more beneficial than having numerous friends? Consider it a token of our meeting. In the future, do not ignore me when you see me outside, just like Xiao Zhe, who goes to great lengths to evade me." Her words flowed effortlessly, making it rather difficult for Wang Ze to refuse. Moreover, the jade did appear exquisite, and it felt pleasant to hold. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Ze finally acquiesced, saying, "Very well, I shall graciously accept it. However, this is merely a plaything. With it, my old coin becomes obsolete. Perhaps I shall gift it to you as a token of my greeting." With that, he genuinely pressed the old coin into her hands. Sister Hong accepted it with a bemused expression, thinking to herself that this young man's actions were whimsical and, moreover, returning a gift with something deemed inferior felt rather frivolous and immature. Yet, upon witnessing this exchange, Lu Zhe's eyelids twitched involuntarily as he fixated on the old coin, his eyes glimmering with avarice. Lu Zhongtong had long declared in a family meeting that whoever could procure a piece of bronze from Wang Ze would have their wishes fulfilled. However, he emphasized that one must never approach Wang Ze with a request, rendering this task peculiar in the eyes of the Lu family. Hong Jie discerned Lu Zhe's odd behavior. Glancing at the broken copper in her hand and then at Lu Zhe's dog-like eyes, she gave it a slight shake, to which Lu Zhe's eyes mirrored the motion. A sly smile crept across her face as she jested. "Is this for you?" Lu Zhe's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement, but he quickly coughed awkwardly and stammered, This can't be right. It was given to you by someone else." "But if you—" Before he could finish, Hongji interjected, "Of course. That's utterly impossible." She instinctively sensed that this seemingly worthless object was indeed a treasure, yet her cleverness prevented her from inquiring about the specifics from Wang Ze. Instead, she procured a red string adorned with a Chinese knot, threading it through the hole in the ancient bronze coin, and earnestly secured it around her waist. The antique coin perfectly aligned with the slit of her cheongsam, resting against her smooth, voluptuous thigh, creating a remarkably harmonious appearance. As if the two were destined to complement each other, Wang Ze couldn't help but admire a woman's keen sense of fashion, while he also found himself swallowing hard at the sight of her exquisite leg. He mused that the warmth of his palm still lingered on the coin, now pressed against that lovely thigh. Cough, cough. Hongjia, naturally aware of Wang Ze's gaze, felt a slight flush on her cheeks, but immediately extended her leg forward, revealing even more of her fair skin, playfully asking, "Would you like to touch it?" Wang Ze was taken aback, while the former burst into hearty laughter. "All right," said Hongjia, No more jokes. The raw stone appraisal event is about to commence. Let us hasten to join the excitement. Wang Ze hesitantly withdrew half of his hand, muttering siren under his breath as he followed her, captivated by her graceful silhouette leading the way to the venue. Upon arriving, Wang Ze soon realized that Hong Jie's mention of excitement was not mere hyperbole. The venue, contrary to the term, was merely an independent room on the second floor of Xian Pavilion, occupying nearly half the space and filled with raw stones of various sizes. Against the walls, cutting tools were neatly arranged. These raw stones, unprocessed jadeite, resembled lumps of coal, and until they were cut, one could not ascertain whether they contained any jade. Hence, the act of purchasing raw stones is often referred to as gambling on stones. The origins of this batch of stones were quite intriguing. At that time, Myanmar was embroiled in an endless and tiresome conflict, and the warlords controlling the jade mines were in dire need of funds to procure military supplies, naturally setting their sights on the jade. Previously, the majority of raw stones were simply sliced and carelessly displayed for merchants from various nations to purchase, while the sales of uncut stones constituted a mere fraction of the market. One warlord discovered that by refraining from cutting the stones to mitigate risk, he could significantly enhance his profits even by selling the raw stones alone. Thus, the raw stones extracted in the last 6 months from an aging jade mine were all showcased in this room. The final yield from a mine often bore a resemblance to waste, with a diminished probability of containing jade, a fact that Hong Jie duly announced to all present. In this instance of stone gambling, apart from earning transportation and venue fees, as well as discreetly acquiring several raw stones with a high probability of yielding valuable jade, Hong Jie essentially functions as an intermediary. Women are inherently drawn to gambling, and as soon as she entered the venue, Hong Jie eagerly pulled Wang Ze and Lu Zhou around to inspect the raw stones. Although it is termed a gathering, it is far more liberating than other gatherings in the Celestial Empire, allowing free entry and exit along with casual observation, with the option to pay and take possession of the goods on the spot. Hong Jie inquired, "Why don't you give it a try, Xiao Ze? It's quite fascinating. For instance, take this stone." She pointed to a raw stone approximately half a meter in diameter, priced at 100,000 if it yields jade. It could instantly escalate to several 100,000 or even 1,000,000. However, if nothing is found, one would still need to pay us a $50 garbage disposal fee. What do you think? Isn't it intriguing? Wang Ze, perspiring profusely, thought to himself, with such a grand enterprise, does she truly care about a mere $50? This is simply an attempt to annoy people. It's already distressing enough if nothing is found, and then sigh women. He shook his head and replied, "I think I'll pass. I've never been particularly lucky." "No worries, it's merely for fun. How about you choose a stone, and I'll cover the cost?" Wang Ze realized that this woman was quite adept at pressuring others. Reluctantly, he said, "All right, I'll select one, but I'll pay for it myself." Wang Ze pointed at a raw stone and asked, "What about this one?" Hong Jie shook her head and said, No, that one do. The patterns are horizontal, but not circular. It's likely just a chunk of waste material. That one is off the table." "Then what about this one?" The three individuals began to leisurely wander about, and whenever Wang Ze selected a piece of raw stone, Hong Jie would meticulously analyze it for quite some time, employing a plethora of technical jargon. Although the terms were beyond his comprehension, he could at least discern the implication that it was deemed unsuitable. The trio engaged in cheerful conversation, garnering the attention of nearby patrons. Among them was a man with deeply furrowed brows. He appeared to be in his 20s, nearing 30, adorned in ostentatious designer attire, with a Patek Philippe commemorative watch gracing his wrist. His face, though reasonably handsome, was slathered in a thick layer of makeup, reminiscent of a minor celebrity from the television industry. He inquired of a nearby staff member, clearly agitated, "Is Hong Jin not here to accompany me today? Just entertain that rustic fellow?" Unbeknownst to Wang Ze, who was clad casually, he had been labeled as rustic by others while he continued to select raw stones. The staff member replied, "Well, you know how the boss is, rather easygoing." "Who is that guy, and where does he come from?" I'm not sure. I've never seen him before." The man's expression darkened further, and he muttered with disdain, "Whoever that fool is, daring to encroach upon my territory, just wait." At that moment, Wang Ze stood before a gigantic raw stone, towering over a meter in height, perplexed as he asked, "Why is this one so large? Is it truly a single piece of stone? If jade were to emerge from it, wouldn't it weigh several hundred pounds?" Hong Jie chuckled softly. "Oh, how naive your thoughts are. Although small, rough stones occasionally yield jade of considerable size, the majority tend to produce only diminutive fragments. For instance, this particular stone might only unveil a piece of jade no larger than a fist, or perhaps nothing at all." While engaged in conversation, a sardonic voice suddenly emerged from behind. "What does an ignorant novice know about gambling on stones? Have you even considered the weight of your own presence?" Wang Ze turned around in confusion, realizing the remark was directed at him. Meanwhile, Hong Jie helplessly rubbed her temples, forcing a smile as she turned to greet the speaker. "Young Master Ji, why didn't you give me a heads up before your arrival? I would have welcomed you personally." The individual addressed as young Master Ji retorted, "What do you mean no heads up? Would I even come to your little shop without one?" Hong Jie felt a surge of frustration. Her words had merely been politeness. Yet young Master Ji took them literally. In the bustling city of Sijio, she was not one to shy away from confrontation, as those who sought to harass her were often unwise enough to do so, while those equipped to challenge her would never dare. However, exceptions existed, and this oblivious young master from the Ji family was one of them. Why? Simply because his surname was the same as the current esteemed elder. Thus, he held the privilege to be unreasonable, to lack understanding, and to speak without thought, while others were obliged to smooth over his blunders, just as Hong Jie was compelled to do in this moment. Alas, it must be that his subordinates failed in their duties, neglecting to inform me of such crucial news. Just wait until I deduct their wages. Jiang Xiao felt somewhat satisfied with the response and shifted his focus onto Wang Ze, whom he referred to as Fly. "Hey, where did you spring from?" Wang Ze was taken aback, gazing quizzically at this unfamiliar young star, wondering how he had offended him. Furrowing his brows, Wang Ze replied, "I am not Sun Wukong. I lack the ability to leap forth from stone. As for myself, I am merely an ordinary citizen, a commonplace individual." Although Jiang Xiao acted with reckless abandon, it did not imply that he was genuinely foolish. Having the illustrious Hong Jie of the 49 cities personally accompany him was a privilege not afforded to an ordinary person. Stop pretending to be confused. My time is precious. I have no leisure for your devious games. I do not care who you are. In short, keep your distance from this woman. Do you understand? Wang Ze turned to glance at this woman, his eyes conveying a plea for assistance. Yet Hong Jie merely appeared to be relishing the unfolding drama. In truth, she too harbored doubts regarding Wang Ze's identity. However, he was remarkably discreet, and now that someone was paving the way for her, she had no intention of intervening. Wang Ze helplessly shook his head, having grasped Hong Jie's thoughts, and turned back to Jiang Xiao, saying, Jiang Xiao, may I address you as such? The woman you refer to is someone I am encountering for the first time today. I do not concern myself with your identity or intentions, but attempting to win a woman by undermining other men is hardly a reliable approach, especially considering it is you who has misunderstood the situation from the outset. Ji Shaoxian was taken aback, as was Hong Jie, and even Lu Zhe found himself momentarily stunned, wondering if this was still the same young master who had once strutted before his grandfather like a proud peacock. What a misunderstanding. Did he truly need guidance in the art of courting women? Wang Ze could only smile wryly and shake his head, realizing that any attempt to advise against the use of harsh words might provoke even more ferocity in the other's retorts. Chapter 40. The Supreme Dragonstone Seed, Ji Xiao. I confess that I am utterly inexperienced in the realm of romance. I'm still a novice. How could I possibly compare to someone as seasoned and commanding as Ji Xiao? However, during my travels in Italy, I encountered the musings of a worldly gentleman. He spoke of various types of women. One type is enamored with wealth. As long as you shower her with sufficient riches, not only will she accompany you, but she will also tolerate your extravagant escapades. Another type seeks love. If you offer her affection, she will follow you regardless of your financial status, power, or even physical condition. Then there exists a type that desires both money and love. And according to the gentleman, such women are best avoided due to their insatiable appetites. The remaining category consists of women who neither seek wealth nor love. They will follow you no matter your circumstances. Yet, the gentleman also advised against pursuing these women, labeling them as foolish. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao listened intently, feeling that the wisdom imparted was strikingly accurate. He mused that had he encountered that Italian sage, they would have surely bonded as kindred spirits. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Ji Xiao could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired, so, did that Italian elder offer any advice on how to handle such women? His gaze occasionally flickered towards Wang Ze. Wang Ze chuckled softly and replied, "Indeed, he did, and interestingly enough, this particular type happens to be the very wife of that gentleman." "Oh." Ji Xiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Do tell, do tell." Wang Ze, undeterred by Wang Ze's piercing glare, leisurely continued his narrative. "Jokes aside, the most elusive goddess resides within her own mind, and does she truly care about a few fleeting glances? Successful women, particularly those of striking beauty, often do not seek wealth, and may even profess a disbelief in love. Yet what is love in essence? It does not solely encompass passionate kisses or the tumultuous experiences of heartache and joy. Love for money can equally represent warmth and security. In moments of exhaustion, it is a comfort to have someone who quietly prepares a sumptuous meal or gently massages her shoulders, offering a serene yet affectionate smile. Each morning, she awakens to the gaze of enamored eyes, embraced by strong, reassuring arms and a vigorous heartbeat, perhaps accompanied by a shy remark, "Forgive me. I couldn't help but be captivated." As she emerges from the office, weary from the day's toil, she might discover a person waiting patiently for her, adorned with a warm smile, perhaps holding an umbrella or donning a trench coat. During her illness, a devoted individual might traverse the city, perspiring yet exhilarated, to present her with a cherished childhood delicacy at her bedside. And after each restless night filled with pain, she would find anxious eyes watching over her, smiling and offering simple yet unconvincing words of comfort. Having concluded his thoughts, Wang Ze blinked, pondering for a while before murmuring, "It seems rather difficult." Yet, Wang Ze succumbed to a reverie, her tone contemplative as she inquired, "Xiao Ze, do you think such men truly exist in this world?" Wang Ze, with a nonchalant shrug, replied, "How would I know? You." Sigh. "Where is that Italian gentleman now?" Ji Xiao inquired. "I wish to seek him out and learn from him." Wang Ze chuckled silently. "Our meeting was merely a fleeting encounter. Even if we were to cross paths again, he might not recognize me." A look of regret crossed Ji Xiao's face as he approached Wang Ze and patted him on the shoulder. "You've let a rare opportunity slip away. You ought to learn more." At that moment, Wang Ze shivered at Wang Ze's previous remark, as if something precious had been lost within her. Yi Shao, having shifted his demeanor, draped an arm around Wang Ze's shoulders, incessantly chatting away. "What was your name again?" "Vongsha." "That name seems rather ominous. Where do you work? Who's in your family?" "Ah, you enjoy traveling too?" "So do I. Have you ever noticed the rust on the Eiffel Tower?" "I never caught a whiff of it. However, French women are truly delightful. Their figures, but what brings you here today? Are you also interested in gambling stones?" "Excellent. Let us see who possesses better fortune." Just moments ago, he had seemed intent on causing harm, yet now he resembled an old friend reunited after many years. This was precisely what Wang Ze had hoped for. Emotions of anger and joy were vividly displayed on their faces and in their words. Such individuals, unrestrained by pretense, can effortlessly forge lifelong friendships, or conversely, become lifelong adversaries without cause. For Wang Ze, the former was certainly preferable. After all, one could easily befriend a chief of cannibals. What challenge remained for a scion raised in a honeyed environment? What truly warrants concern and vigilance are those who perpetually wear a smile. They have donned their masks for so long that they may scarcely remember how to remove them. Any minor grievance can accumulate within them, evolving into the very dagger that strikes from behind. The impetuous young scions of the capital are akin to the unrefined raw stones scattered about. A mere endeavor to unearth them may yield either delight or disappointment. Behind the two, Wang Ze stomped her foot heavily, still fuming, yet resolutely following along. However, She began to grasp why Wang Ze had become Lu Zhongtang's confidant, though she had misjudged the direction. The BB of young Master Ji was not mere bravado. He was affluent and intended to triumph through sheer quantity. In no time, he selected several raw stones, and without hesitation, sent one to the cutting machine, disregarding the angle and simply cleaving it down the center as one would slice a watermelon. One particular stone yielded over 80% jade material, a veritable treasure, with the jade exhibiting a luscious, verdant hue reminiscent of semi-water jade. Yet, in his haste to sever the most vibrant core, he reduced what could have been crafted into a magnificent piece in a mere bangles. The elderly gentleman tasked with assisting in the appraisal incessantly polished his spectacles, letting out sighs of lament. The onlookers, drawn by the spectacle, also expressed their regret. Nonetheless, young Master Ji remained unfazed, declaring, "What do you think? With such a substantial yield of jade, I am assured of victory, am I not?" Wang Ze chuckled softly, choosing not to respond, instead making his way toward the smaller raw stone nearby. When engaging with the extravagant elite, it is imperative to navigate the delicate balance. One must not merely bow and scrape, lest one be perceived as a sycophant. When a moment calls for a firm rebuttal, it is essential to strike decisively. The raw stone, approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, appeared diminutive once the uneven surfaces were disregarded, remaining unnoticed by others. Wang Ze gently caressed the stone and, devoid of any air of frivolity, declared, "I shall purchase this one." Ji Xiao was taken aback momentarily before erupting into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Are you truly considering this? Such a small piece, even if it is entirely jade, pales in comparison to my own. Are you conceding defeat?" Though he chuckled, a hint of disappointment lingered in his eyes. Wang Ze replied, "The outcome of victory or defeat can only be discerned upon opening. Is this not the very essence of the thrill in stone gambling?" Hong Jie chimed in, "The value of jade is not determined by size, but primarily by quality." Her words carried a deeper meaning, though she held little expectation that Ji Xiao would grasp it. Wang Ze nodded and stated, "This is the one I choose. And today I shall only open this piece, pitting it against half a card of your raw stones." Upon hearing this, Hong Jie felt a surge of concern. She was bewildered by her own thoughts, fearing that Wang Ze might embarrass himself in front of the crowd. "Xiao Ze, perhaps we should reconsider? Or select a few more. If funds are tight, I can." Wang Ze resolutely waved his hand and asserted, "This is the only one, and I will personally open it." With that, he lifted the raw stone and made his way alone towards the opening area. Though referred to as cutting, the process is indeed intricate, with various techniques involved. Yet it ultimately revolves around the concepts of grinding and cutting. There stands a large cutting machine, its diamond wheel continuously bathed in water to prevent the jade from fracturing. However, Wang Ze opted not to cut, but to grind, meticulously placing the raw stone upon the grinding wheel, gradually erasing the pitch-black surface. After only a few strokes, the vibrant green emerged. The onlookers gasped, exclaiming, "It truly is a magnificent piece of jadeite." With a few more strokes, the surrounding black stone was eliminated, revealing a verdant hue that was scarcely smaller than the original stone, indeed a sight of unparalleled saturation. What was most peculiar about this jade material was its extraordinary hue. It was so vividly green, almost luminescent, resembling a colossal piece of green jelly, seemingly pliable to the touch, rather than a substance with hardness rivaling that of diamonds. It bore no filaments or patterns, devoid of impurities or fibers. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, grappling with the fact that this visually enticing jade, tempting enough to provoke a bite, remained unrecognized in terms of its water content. The seasoned appraiser was initially taken aback, followed by a surge of astonishment as he hurriedly approached with a small flashlight, unceremoniously pushing aside the crowd to illuminate the stone fervently. He exclaimed, "Good heavens! Is it truly the old dragon variety? How many years has it been since I've encountered such a specimen?" Upon uttering the name Old Dragon, the collective knowledge of the audience surged forth, for indeed, considering the quality of the jade, what else could it be but the unparalleled and exquisite dragon stone variety? An experienced collector, quick to react, exclaimed, "Are you selling this jade? Name your price, and I shall not haggle." His call drew the attention of those present, prompting an enthusiastic chorus of buyers, some even thrusting business cards into Wang Ze's hands. The old dragon species, also known as dragonstone, is one of the rarest gems that can genuinely be described as round and lustrous. Even the exceedingly rare glass-type jade pales in comparison to it. This jade is valued by carat, and in many respects, it surpasses diamonds in worth. The most significant factor is that it boasts a diameter of 20 centimeters. If carved into jewelry and released into the market, affluent ladies would surely vie for it with fervor. Dare one refuse to sell it? Would one not believe they might face destruction of their establishment? What? That brazen woman wishes to purchase it too, and has even made a reservation? Does she think herself worthy? Among the eager buyers, several jade merchants were particularly fervent. Some had even begun to make calls, desperate to leverage any connections to secure this fortuitous piece of jade for themselves. With such a rare gem in their possession, the prosperity of their jade shop would be assured. This treasure requires no sale or advertisement. Merely displaying it in the shop would attract reporters. No grand sign can rival the allure of the actual gem. Recall how Juzatang flourished simply because they cultivated a few centuries-old Ganoderma lucidum trees? Yet, they all overlooked the fact that the starry-eyed Hongjia, at that moment, was none other than Wang Ze's acquaintance. Hongjia hurriedly pulled Wang Ze closer, casually brushing her exquisite leg against his, sending a delightful shiver through him. Her voice had the power to transform even a most steadfast man into a puddle of mush. Xiao Ze, do you know that my establishment is the finest in the 49 city? It is a pity, however, that it lacks a prized treasure. You know how much I adore jade. Wang Ze blinked, momentarily lost in the reverberations of her words. Fortunately, the goddess herself playfully kicked him in the head, jolting him back to reality. Ah, this. Hongjia, do you want it? But I haven't finished yet. What? Almost everyone in the room exclaimed in unison. Chapter 41. The jade of the He family. Hongjia grasped Wang Ze firmly, her face adorned with a pleading expression as she implored, "My dear ancestor, while Ji Shao squanders his wealth on commonplace items, this is indeed a treasure of a century. A rarity so exquisite that the surviving specimens can be counted on one hand, most of which reside in museums. Can you bear to see such a divine artifact squandered?" Wang Ze hesitated, his expression clouded with uncertainty. "But I truly haven't finished yet." Seeing his reluctance to relent, Hongjia could not bear the thought of him recklessly damaging the already flawless jade. With a sharp tone, she declared, "You wish to proceed? If you are intent on unveiling it, then you must first pierce 3 holes in me, or else abandon this foolish desire." A tumult of emotions surged within Wang Ze, nearly causing a nosebleed. He mused to himself, though he had never tasted the fruit of experience, had he not at least witnessed its essence. To speak of holes, could it not be interpreted as precisely 3? As a youthful virgin on the cusp of manhood, how could he possibly entertain thoughts of such 3 cuts and 6 holes? Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he resolutely proclaimed, "I shall proceed." Upon witnessing his unwavering stance, Hongjia found herself at a loss for words and shifted her gaze to the others. Even Ji Shao, the so-called spendthrift, stepped forward to voice his dissent, saying, "I concede, dear Ze, this object is indeed rare and pleasing to behold. Let the professionals handle the cutting. Perhaps they could leave us a piece suitable for a finger ring, as my hands are currently unoccupied." Wang Ze's attitude towards men and women was distinctly different. This time, he remained silent, directly carrying the dragon stone towards the cutting machine. This was not merely grinding, it was cutting, wielding the great blade. The dragon stone had earned its name from the ancient belief that encountering it was akin to glimpsing a divine dragon. After a long-awaited moment, witnessing its imminent destruction was unbearable. Hongjia clung desperately to Wang Ze, refusing to let him proceed. Yet, Wang Ze's robust physique proved too formidable. He dragged her forward, her high heels scraping against the ground with a squeaking sound. The scene appeared somewhat comical, yet none present could muster a laugh. In the jade industry, strict customs prevailed. The owner had absolute authority over the treatment of the jade, and outsiders were prohibited from intervening or exerting pressure, only able to offer counsel. Actions like those of Wang Ze could only be deemed appropriate among friends. Otherwise, the onlookers would have eagerly devoured Wang Ze, curious to ascertain the foulness of his flesh that could nurture such a bad-tempered heart. As the machine emitted a sharp crack, a collective sigh of dismay swept through the crowd. Wang Ze made a decisive cut along one side, resulting in an uneven division akin to a miscut watermelon. With another slice, he removed the remaining portion, leaving only a central jade disc. A wave of relief washed over the crowd, grateful that the volume of the material was still substantial. However, when their gazes fell upon the jade disc, their mouths gaped in shock, for it was hollow. Everyone could clearly see the scenery behind through the hollow center, which measured a substantial 5 to 6 centimeters in diameter. "How can it be hollow?" exclaimed Wang Ze in astonishment. Many raw stones are hollow, particularly among minerals like amethyst, but such a phenomenon is rare in high-quality jadeite, which typically becomes denser and more valuable toward the center. It was unexpected that this exquisite jade was hollow. Could it be that the saying extremes beget opposites truly applies here? If there were nothing superior, would it simply resort to being hollow? This creator must be quite sly. Wang Ze, however, expressed confusion, saying, "Where is it hollow? It clearly exists." "What?" Wang Ze instinctively pressed her finger against the so-called hollow area, only to be met with an icy resistance. She quickly leaned in for a closer inspection, and after a moment, she lifted her head, beginning to salivate. "What kind of jade is this? It's even more transparent than glass." Upon hearing this, the elderly appraiser, nearly driven to madness by Wang Ze, hurried back to his seat. Rummaging through an old, worn-out bag, he retrieved a tattered volume, its title barely discernible, and eagerly flipped through its pages. His eyes lit up, and he sank weakly into his chair, muttering, "Such treasures truly exist in this world." The crowd was infuriated. Had he not been frail and aged, there would surely have been a few slaps exchanged. Wang Ze urged, "Quickly, speak." The elderly gentleman hurriedly adjusted his spectacles and recited a passage from a book, prompting exclamations of miracle from the assembled crowd. The text depicted a renowned artifact, the He Sure Bai, a treasure familiar not only to the citizens of the nation, but also to foreigners. It is unnecessary to mention how one man sacrificed 2 legs for this jade disc, or how the phrase priceless was coined in its honor. Nor should we delve into the wars it incited or its eventual transformation into a seal, venerated by future generations as the nation's greatest treasure, the imperial seal. Focusing solely on the accounts of the He Sure Bai, it is described as a hollow circular disc, intricately adorned with carvings of dragons and phoenixes, an image that resonates deeply within the collective consciousness. The contemporary jade buckle frequently seen is indeed reminiscent of this hollow design. However, the book asserts that the He Sure Bai is not hollow. If it were, it could not have been sculpted into the imperial seal. At its center lies jade, a form that is nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In ancient times, glass was unknown, crystal was unappreciated, and diamonds were non-existent, leading to a lack of comprehension regarding completely transparent materials. Consequently, those who hastily glanced at the He Sure Bai and recorded its appearance were oblivious to its solid nature. The jade at its core is an entity known as jadeite, a substance that remains unchronicled. Jade possesses spirit, and if it possesses spirit, a vast mineral deposit would inevitably yield a core, the essence of its being. Jadeite, purged of all impurities, is thus colorless, with an exceptionally dense structure that renders it smooth. Its hardness rivals that of diamonds, its transparency surpasses that of crystal, and its luster competes with that of spring water. This is jadeite, a substance confined to legend, one that has never been witnessed by any mortal. Perhaps in the fate of a nation, there can only exist one such remarkable artifact. The lost He Sure Bai of the Celestial Empire, and in foreign lands, is the object held by Wang Ze. Upon hearing the venerable appraiser's description, the gazes of the onlookers had transcended mere fervor. With a diameter of 5 to 6 centimeters, it could barely accommodate a jade bracelet. Yet who possesses such an immense heart? This object, even in its mere presence, justifies the title of national treasure. After a prolonged period of exhilaration, rationality reclaimed its dominion over Wang Ze's thoughts. She stated with gravity, "Xiao Ze, you must expedite the sale of this item, preferably today. This is not something one individual can possess. To hold jade is to bear guilt, remains an immutable truth across all epochs." In truth, Wang Ze's conviction that this jade contained genuine jade, or rather his initial selection of this piece, was grounded in a simple yet profound reason. He could distinctly sense the ethereal aura emanating from the raw stone. Amongst the multitude of raw stones and jade artifacts in the venue, only this particular piece radiated spiritual essence. Initially, he intended to purchase it hastily, but upon realizing that this raw stone was not favored by the crowd, he chose to bide his time, planning to acquire it before his departure, thus avoiding the need for immediate cutting and allowing him to absorb its essence at home. After all, the concentration of that spiritual energy was not exceedingly high, merely 1% of that found in a Dan furnace. He had originally adhered to the principle that even a grasshopper is meat, but in his desire to outshine Ji Xiao in this matter, he chose to act on the spot. Little did he anticipate that such a precious item would emerge, and at that moment, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. He yearned to boast with bravado, exclaiming, "I shall hold it in my hand and see who dares to touch it." Yet, upon reflecting on his family and the nation, which might also covet the treasure, he reconsidered, realizing that adopting the guise of immortal citizen in exchange was hardly worthwhile. After much contemplation, he settled on saying, "Well, Hongjie, you are aware that I am not particularly enamored with jade. It would indeed be a waste for me to possess it, so I would prefer to pass it on to you. You can utilize it to recover the jade you have crafted on site. That seems reasonable, does it not?" Happiness arrived too swiftly. Hongjie's head buzzed with disbelief as she exclaimed, "Are you serious?" "Of course I am sincere. However, could you fashion me a larger ring from the transparent material? After all, it is a rare encounter, and I wish to have a memento." "No problem at all. Yet, I believe it best not to alter the piece too much, as its essence is a work of art in itself. Perhaps, if there are any surplus edges, I could craft a small pendant for you as well." Wang Ze, drenched in sweat, thought to himself that even before the item was in her possession, she was already being frugal, despite her assurances. Yet when it came to women, he felt utterly powerless and merely replied then, "Feel free to do as you wish." Thus, a piece of jade, not merely rare, but unheard of even among the most seasoned experts present, jasper, found its way into Hongjie's pocket. Without a doubt, by the end of the evening, numerous jade enthusiasts, particularly those in positions of power, would flock here in search of the divine jade. Those who were eagerly bidding for jade just moments ago are now gnashing their teeth in envy. For the beautiful lady possesses an undeniable advantage. With a mere flutter of her eyelashes, she has secured the precious gem. It seems that the young man who procured the jadeite is not of commendable character. Consequently, the crowd has turned their jealousy towards Hongjie and Wang Ze. Despite this minor interlude, the stone gambling event continues unabated. This twist of fate has not dampened the enthusiasm of the attendees. Rather, they are invigorated, fervently bidding and opening stones as if fueled by a surge of adrenaline. It is understandable. Often when one batch of raw stones yields exquisite jade, others follow suit, as they are mined from the same pit. Yet, jadeite is not as commonplace as cabbage, and its emergence is far from guaranteed. Had it not been for the capricious ambitions of the Burmese warlords seeking to profit by selling raw stones, they would have unearthed this rare gem unseen for centuries. If only Hongjie's appraisal team possessed Wang Ze's discerning abilities, this particular raw stone would likely not have graced the venue. Had Hongjie not incited Ji Xiao to provoke Wang Ze, the latter would not have participated in the stone gambling. Such is fate. Luck is an elusive and intangible force, ever present, whether acknowledged or not. Even the goddess herself laments that fortune is not so easily grasped. Initially, it was anticipated that only a modest portion of the raw stones would be sold today. However, unexpectedly, long before the conclusion of the event, the stones were swept away in a frenzy. Amidst a chorus of sighs, the final raw stone, under the scrutiny of all, revealed a jadeite of the size of a fingernail, leading to the premature conclusion of the raw stone trading fair. Hongjie paid little heed to trivial matters. delicately cradling 3 pieces of jade that, when assembled, formed a sphere. She hurriedly ascended to the 3rd floor's artisan workshop, undeterred by the excitable craftsmen around her. Instead of utilizing any of their services, she insisted on contacting Master Qi, who was nearing 80, to emerge from retirement. The phrase comparable to the he sure by seemed to rejuvenate the elderly man who, despite lying in a hospital bed within 4, arrived in less than 2 hours. Without uttering a word, he seized the tools he had employed for decades and began to work on the 3 pieces of jade. Tears streamed down his face as he beheld the jadeite's transparency, surpassing even that of glass. He wept like a child before uttering a single phrase and commencing his labor. Longevity, indeed, is a blessing. Remarkably, the elderly man, who required assistance even while walking, sat upon a stool after touching the jade. Exuding a steadiness akin to that of a statue, his keen gaze as sharp as the chisel in his hand. Chapter 42. The strange trio. Wang Ze could not help but contemplate that the manner in which Master Qi worked was, in itself, a veritable work of art. This was far more credible than the so-called masters showcased on television today. He felt a sense of relief regarding his decision. A truly exquisite piece must be entrusted to the hands of someone capable of handling it, rather than being subjected to reckless experimentation. It was akin to placing a top-tier sports car in the hands of someone who had only driven 30 kilometers in their entire life. What a travesty that would be. Since their arrival, Wang's father and the elder Mr. Li, who had remained silent, joined the throng of spectators. Although Master Qi was not fond of being observed, he unusually invited everyone to witness this carving and even called his great-grandson aside. Wang's father patted Wang Ze on the shoulder. "Do not hold back. Your actions this time were commendable. You have truly matured. I might not have been able to relinquish what you did." Wang Ze understood that his father was referring to his decision to part with the chalcedony. From the moment Wang Ze arrived at the raw stone venue, his father had been observant, monitoring his interactions with Ji Xiao, the stone opening, and the transfer process. He took note of everything, saying nothing. He felt his son had grown, to the extent that he could no longer merely describe it as a source of comfort. At the banquet, countless stories became the unspoken focus of the elite, while the raw stone venue once again emerged as a center of undeniable attention. In the eyes of his father, Wang Ze appears to be adorned with a radiant halo, standing out remarkably and conspicuously wherever he goes, reminiscent of the once reticent academic prodigy he used to be in school. He neither competes nor contends, neither strives nor seizes. He maintains a dignified composure, neither servile nor arrogant, neither aggressive nor timid. The focal point is unmistakably there, capturing all attention with its commanding presence. Akin to that of an emperor, Master Qi dedicated over 3 hours to his craft, despite the gentle urging of his family to take a break. During this span, he accomplished only 2 tasks. First, he extracted the entire chalcedony with utmost care to preserve the dragon's stone as much as possible. Second, he fulfilled the somewhat awkward request of Hong Jia, crafting a chalcedony ring for Wang Ze. Master Qi worked with unwavering caution and frugality, delicately carving a ring from a protrusion of the chalcedony. After meticulous attention to detail, what emerged was a seemingly diminutive ring, its surface as smooth as a mirror, boasting extraordinary transparency, so much so that it could easily go unnoticed unless scrutinized closely. The overall design depicted a dragon, its body intricately intertwined. This small ring captures the essence of an entire dragon, a feat that few could accomplish, yet Master Qi succeeded, laboring with his frail body in a concentrated endeavor for 3 hours. When examined under a 10-fold magnifying glass, one could discern the scales along the dragon's body, the whiskers appearing as if they were poised to flutter. The most evocative aspect was undoubtedly the eyes, which, delicate as a strand of hair, exuded an air of majesty and vitality. Wang Ze carefully adorned his finger with the ring, initially appearing quite indistinct. However, at a certain angle, the refraction of light revealed a pure, soft white halo that radiated elegance and beauty. It is no wonder that in ancient times, jade was described as 3 parts material, 7 parts craftsmanship, emphasizing the significance of the artistry involved in its carving. In contrast, modern artisans, relying on machinery for engraving, have shifted their focus predominantly to the raw materials rather than the skill itself. Even those who sell jade tend to price it by weight, with the intricacies of craftsmanship considered an afterthought. It seems that the exquisite art of the white-clad wielding a blade, sculpting a dragon from fine jade, may soon fade into obscurity. As Wang Ze showcased his acquisition, the onlookers expressed their envy, wishing fervently that they could be the ones wearing such a ring. They possessed ample wealth and valuable possessions, yet a unique item like this was truly irreplaceable. Such exceptional materials, artistry, and design undoubtedly marked it as a one-of-a-kind treasure. Master Qi, while carving, seemed to emanate a certain aura that captivated the audience, rendering them oblivious to fatigue. It was only when he paused that they began to feel the strain in their backs and necks. Gazing at the transparent jade stone, slightly larger than a duck egg, and feeling the refreshing coolness between his fingers, Wang Ze mused that encountering so many marvels in a single day was more than sufficient. Ignoring Hong Jie's repeated entreaties, he chose to return home with his father. Naturally, upon arriving home, Wang Ze could not resist another display of his find, leaving his mother in a state of admiration. When he mentioned that he intended to craft a bracelet from the dragon stone jade material for her, his mother was so delighted that she indulged in an extra bowl of rice, abandoning her usual refrain of wanting to lose weight. The stone gathering will remain open for a few more days before embarking on a journey to Inner Mongolia. In any case, Wang Ze and his father have little fondness for jade artifacts. They have seen the finest specimens and thus prefer to stay at home, awaiting the summons from elderly. This waiting period extends to 3 days, during which Wang Ze finds himself once again toiling as a mere labor for the goddess. One fateful morning, before Wang Ze could step outside, he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find Hong Jie standing there, her face adorned with a beaming smile as she cradled a wooden box. "Why, my esteemed guest has arrived, and you do not invite me in at once." With a day's worth of insight, Hong Jie had effectively seen through Wang Ze, recognizing his utter helplessness when it came to women, especially beauties, and resolved to act as she pleased. Wang Ze, wearing a resigned expression, replied, "Yes, I shall prepare some slippers for the esteemed Hong Jie." As she entered the house, Hong Jie surveyed her surroundings for a moment, complimenting the tasteful decor before taking a seat and opening the box on the table. Inside, the striking emerald hue revealed a jade bracelet of the dragonstone variety. Wang's mother emerged from the inner room, intending to greet their guest, but her attention was immediately captivated by the jade bracelet. She murmured, "Many of my friends wear jade bracelets, and I have seen the displays in various jade shops, yet I have never encountered one so exquisite." With a chuckle, Hong Jie replied, "Auntie, this is made from dragon stone material, which is incomparable to ordinary jade artifacts. You cannot fathom how many people have been knocking at my door these past few days, pleading for this jade material. Were it not for the knowledge that this bracelet is intended for you, I might not have been able to step outside at all." A few words brought Red's sister and Wang Mu significantly closer, and with her beaming smile, it was difficult for anyone to openly chastise her. Wang Ze, understanding the moment, swiftly picked up the jade bracelet, insisting on adorning his mother's wrist at once. Initially, Wang Mu declined, expressing that the item was too precious to wear and lamenting the potential heartbreak should it accidentally break, insisting instead on keeping it safe. Wang Ze, feeling helpless, was ultimately persuaded by Red's sister, who with a few gentle words led Wang Mu into the restroom. After a bit of soap, Wang Mu accepted the bracelet. Wang Ze couldn't help but chuckle silently, pondering how swiftly friendships among women could blossom. Beneath the box lay a bank card, which Wang Ze recognized as the jade money gifted by Red's sister, and he unceremoniously pocketed it without inquiring about the amount. Intriguingly, Red's sister never mentioned it throughout their interaction. Initially, Wang Ze intended to send this enchanting woman away after receiving her gifts, but to his surprise, the two women hit it off splendidly, engaging in endless conversation that extended into the afternoon, with Red's sister even staying for lunch at his home. Throughout this time, it was primarily Wang Mu who spoke while Red's sister listened, and the discussions revolved mainly around Wang Ze, recounting both his embarrassing childhood moments and his proud accomplishments. However, Red Sister did share some unfortunate news. Master Chi had passed away. Master Chi, hailed as the preeminent jade carver for the past 20 years, left behind an irreplaceable legacy, and his sudden departure was undeniably a monumental loss for the jade industry. Most importantly, it seemed that with Master Chi's passing, there would no longer be anyone worthy of the title master of jade carving in this world. Master Chi was undeniably exhausted, tirelessly devoting himself day and night to the exquisite jade pieces, even foregoing meals and rest in their presence. At nearly 80 years of age and suffering from severe illness, he remained resolute, dismissing all advice to take a break. However, his relentless efforts bore fruit. The dragon stone jade material was skillfully transformed into a myriad of objects such as bracelets, pendants, jade bowls, and designs of cranes amidst pine trees. With scarcely any waste of the precious material, the jadeite was meticulously shaped into an almost flawless sphere, with even the offcuts crafted into smaller items. The Pisceida Arcistance was the sphere, upon which Master Chi intricately carved Wang Ze, etching an astounding 10,000 characters in the most suitable fonts, rendering the once unremarkable piece strikingly beautiful. Upon completing the 9,999th character, he abruptly paused, sighed deeply, and remarked, "A few final words must accompany perfection." He then peacefully passed away with a smile, at the age of 79. Wang Ze sighed heavily, tenderly handling the copper materials he once used for carving, his fingers caressing them thoughtfully. Subsequently, Hong Jie shifted the conversation, revealing that officials from the state sought the jade orb, intending to display it in the palace museum. With a hint of sarcasm, she remarked that the item would likely be relocated within a few days. The visitors departed in disappointment. Determined, Hong Jie resolved to dedicate a small room exclusively for this singular artifact, ensuring Master Chi's name would be prominently inscribed beneath it. As long as this jade bead remains, it is believed that no one will forget the elderly man who dedicated his entire life to a singular pursuit. Hong Jie departed from the Wang family with an air of suddenness, hastily wiping her mouth after dinner and leaving as abruptly as certain men who escape without settling their debts. Late summer lingered, still bearing the oppressive heat of the season. Yet the carefree essence of summer had diminished significantly. On the 5th day, Oldly arrived as promised, and the father and son set forth once more on their journey. They boarded the plane, once again in first class. However, unlike their previous trip with only 3 companions, this time they were joined by an additional person, a woman. This was none other than Shangwan Lingyu. Upon hearing old Lu's murmurs about the young gentleman being unable to take his eyes off women, and how something of great value was given away so easily, old Shangwan took it to heart and promptly offered his granddaughter. Shangwan Lingyu found herself in an exceedingly awkward position, but fortunately, Old Li was astute and adept at easing the atmosphere, making their quartet appear less conspicuous. Before they could even board, a trio caught Wang Ze's attention, for they were exceedingly peculiar. Chapter 42. The Peculiar Trio, 2. At the forefront stood a boy of around 16 or 17, diminutive in stature with a youthful visage. He strode ahead with an assertive gait, clad in garments that were evidently handcrafted, their loose fit feeling somewhat anachronistic for the current era. His smile, however, radiated an undeniable authenticity. Following closely behind was a woman, approximately 24 or 25 years of age. Even Wang Ze, accustomed to the presence of divine beauties, could not help but acknowledge her striking allure. Although her attire was simple and casual, it was at least in line with contemporary fashion, and coupled with her nearly flawless hair, she exuded an intriguing blend of maturity and freshness. The third individual was even more peculiar, a tall, imposing black man in his 30s, dressed in a tailored black suit that accentuated his formidable presence. The sheen of his bald head made him resemble a presidential bodyguard straight out of an American film. As they brushed past one another, it was merely a fleeting moment of curiosity. However, upon boarding the aircraft, Wang Ze realized that this trio was also traveling on the same flight. He paused momentarily at the boarding gate, inadvertently obstructing their path. The seemingly gentle and demure beauty suddenly furrowed her brow and stepped in front of the young man, gesturing to push Wang Ze aside while coldly uttering, "Do not block the young master's way." Instinctively, Wang Ze stepped aside, pondering the icy demeanor of this woman. To his surprise, she then addressed the young master with a voice as soft as a whisper, "Young master, watch your step, take your time, no need to rush." Her tone was so gentle it could melt the glaciers of the Arctic, and her smile resembled the blossoms of summer. This left Wang Ze feeling quite unbalanced, pondering the stark disparity between men. After stifling a sigh of frustration, he finally found his seat and hoped to gradually dismiss the recent sense of defeat. However, he was soon interrupted by a gentle voice saying, "Young master, please wait a moment." Furrowing his brow, Wang Ze turned to see the woman diligently polishing the seat with a fine silk scarf, taking her time before gesturing for the young master to sit, while the young master himself appeared entirely at ease. What misfortune is this? Wang Ze mused. Once everyone was settled, within 5 or 6 minutes, the flight attendant finished her safety briefing, and the plane ascended into the sky. To Wang Ze's irritation, the young master had the woman assist him in fastening his seatbelt. Did he possess hands merely for decoration? At that moment, Wang Ze glanced at the young master's hands and noticed a golden ring adorning his right hand index finger, though he could not ascertain whether it was indeed made of gold. The hue seemed to outshine even gold itself. Perhaps the presence of an additional woman rendered the three men somewhat restrained, resulting in a noticeable reduction in conversation. Regardless of the reason, Wang Ze found himself unconsciously observing the young master and his entourage since boarding. An hour passed, during which the young master gazed out the window, his innocent eyes sparkling with excitement, almost ready to exclaim in joy, while the woman appeared to be blissful. Meanwhile, the black bodyguard seemed to wear an invisible mask, his expression rarely shifting, were it not for the occasional blink of his eyes. Wang Ze might have suspected he was a mere automaton. The aircraft remained steady as the flight attendant began to navigate the aisle with a cart to serve refreshments. First class, as expected, offered an array of exquisite beverages. Wang Ze opted for a refreshing fruit juice, savoring it slowly. Casting a discreet glance behind, he noticed that the young gentleman had also chosen a fruit juice, but upon receiving it, he audaciously inquired, "How much is this? Is it expensive?" The surrounding passengers overheard his question and couldn't help but stifle their laughter, categorizing this first-class passenger as a country bumpkin. The flight attendant, struggling to contain her amusement, observed the boy's clean attire and innocent demeanor. With warmth in her voice, she replied, "Young sir, this juice is complimentary. Feel free to enjoy as much as you like." Unfazed by the potential embarrassment, the young gentleman cheerfully exclaimed, "Oh," and proceeded to drink heartily. Just when it seemed the moment would pass without further incident, a woman abruptly stood up, retrieving several 100 yuan bills from her wallet and tossing them onto the cart. With an icy demeanor, she stated, "The young master said this needs to be purchased. Do you understand?" The flight attendant was taken aback, awkwardly reaching for the bills in an attempt to return them. "That's not permissible. The airline has regulations," she began, but the woman's expression grew even colder. "Regulations? What the young master says is the regulation." The flight attendant was momentarily stunned by the unreasonable tone. As she prepared to offer further explanation, the woman suddenly struck the black bodyguard sharply on the head with her wallet, the sound echoing throughout the entire first-class cabin. Remarkably, the bodyguard did not react with anger. Instead, he stood up abruptly, resembling a towering fortress, obstructing the flight attendant's path. His accent was impeccable and with a deep voice. He commanded, "Take it and leave." The flight attendant, momentarily taken aback, hastily pushed her cart to the next seat, daring not to return the money. Wang Ze furrowed his brow, contemplating the palpable aura of menace emanating from this imposing figure. During his travels abroad, he had encountered the legendary special forces and mercenaries. Yet none exuded such a formidable presence as the man before him. An almost farcical incident unfolded around him, yet the young master remained unfazed, leisurely sipping his juice while gazing out the window as if none of this pertained to him. At that moment, Wang's father nudged him with his elbow and whispered, "These three are not to be trifled with." Observe the young man's wrist. He was a Patek Philippe, a gift from the queen. Chapter 43. The airport murder, the wristwatch, a relatively recent addition to the realm of luxury items, is often deemed a consumable, with the intrinsic value of individual pieces overshadowed by the prestige of the brand. Even antique timepieces rarely fetch their original price. However, exceptions do exist, and the Queen's Patek Philippe stands as a notable anomaly. Once, a prodigious watchmaker dedicated immense time and effort to craft 11 of the most advanced and delicate wristwatches of that era. He managed to secure a minuscule booth at a prestigious watch exhibition to showcase his creations. As the largest watch fair in the world at that time, the watchmaker's booth was regrettably deserted, receiving little attention. It was not until the final moments of the exhibition that fortune smiled upon him. A discerning woman purchased all 11 watches, intending to add them to her collection and gift them to friends. This moment propelled the Patek Philippe brand into the limelight of watch enthusiasts worldwide, for the woman was none other than Her Majesty, the Queen of England. Thus, a top-tier brand was born, one that has endured for over a century. Yet, what became of those 11 exquisite watches? A portion was graciously bestowed by the Queen to various nobles and prime ministers, while she retained only 3 for herself. Collectively, these 11 timepieces are revered among industry insiders as the Queen's Patek Philippe. They are not merely remarkable creations of the finest watchmakers. They bear the Queen's personal endorsement and, most importantly, represent the genesis of a century-old legacy. How extraordinarily precious they are. Yet, it is astonishing that such a timepiece adorns the wrist of a youth whose identity warrants contemplation. Wang Ze scrutinized him more closely, discovering that this young master was indeed spotless. Save for slightly soiled shoe soles, his entire being devoid of any dust. After finishing his drink, the young master was promptly attended to by a lady who took out a silk handkerchief to meticulously wipe his hands, inciting Wang Ze's ire. What further incensed him was the absurdity of the dining scenario, where the young master merely opened his mouth to signify readiness, while the lady delicately fed him with a pure silver spoon, a gesture one might reserve for an infant. Wang Ze mused bitterly. However, once satiated, the young master appeared drowsy, prompting the lady to assume an oddly uncomfortable position to cradle him against her, covering him with a silk blanket and continuously patting him gently. This infuriated Wang Ze, who glanced at the nearby Shangguan Lingyu and contemplated the goddess residing in his mind, feeling an overwhelming sense of indignation. Yet, truth be told, it was merely envy and resentment. The disparity in treatment was stark. Who wouldn't desire such a woman by their side? With such a companion, what more could one ask for? The ancestors must be rejoicing in their graves. At that moment, the young master, who had been peacefully asleep, suddenly opened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon Wang Ze, inquiring, "This young fellow, why do you keep staring at me?" I. You travel frequently, do you not?" "Oh, indeed, I have wandered to many places in recent years. How did you know?" "Without further ado, I too harbor a curiosity about you, dear sir. For instance, might you be of a dual personality?" Wang Ze, taken aback by the seemingly nonsensical inquiry, responded with perplexity. "What leads you to that conclusion?" The young master continued, "You perpetually hold a magazine, yet you yourself do not peruse it. The duration of your gaze on each page varies significantly, and you flip through the pages with remarkable swiftness. Furthermore, the pages on which you linger are particularly inclined towards subjects that captivate women. Notably, your attire does not suggest any effeminacy. Thus, I am led to believe that you harbor another persona within." A sudden jolt of realization struck Wang Ze, and beads of cold sweat formed on the nape of his neck. Indeed, he had been leafing through the magazine, compelled by the fact that the goddess, after a lengthy flight, had grown quite bored and insisted he procure a magazine for her entertainment, incessantly commanding him to turn the pages. Little did he expect that such a trivial act would unveil the complexities of his mind. Embarrassed and drenched in perspiration, Wang Ze stammered, "Well, it's merely a matter of flipping through out of boredom. Nothing so intricate. Alas, children do delight in idle speculation." This remark, however, elicited discontent from the lady, who shot him an icy glare that pierced through him. Hastily, Wang Ze sought to redirect the conversation. Are you also traveling? It is truly enviable for a young gentleman to have such delightful company on his journey. The young master, his face flushing with rarity, pouted in reluctant protest. I've already stated that I could manage alone, yet they insisted on accompanying me. Nevertheless, I'm not here for leisure. I possess a premonition that significant events are to unfold in the north. Since I find myself with idle time, I might as well witness the unfolding spectacle. Significant matters. What significant matters? Where do you come from? Wang Ze inquired further. Oh, I see. Then for where do you hail? The accent was truly indiscernible. Your Mandarin is exceptionally standard. Before the young master could utter a word, the woman cast a vigilant glance in his direction. Yet, she did not hinder her master's intentions in the slightest. Her attentive care and absolute obedience ignited a pang of jealousy within Wang Ze. The young master remarked, "Where do we come from? We reside in the outer city of the 4-9 city, in a modest apartment. Though small, it is rather comfortable, except for Xiaohong, who unfortunately must stay in the bathroom." Initially, Wang Ze perceived this as a jest, but he immediately noticed the large, dark-skinned man, referred to as Xiaohong, wearing a sorrowful expression, casting a resentful glance at his master. Wang Ze then asked, "So, are there others in your family?" The young master replied calmly, "No, it is just the three of us left." Wang Ze was momentarily bewildered. Had he not been deceived, it meant that a lad of merely a decade or so, adorned with the world's most exquisite timepiece, accompanied by the most beautiful maid and a formidable black bodyguard, was residing in a humble apartment, leading a life of austerity. At the very least, one would expect that under favorable circumstances, he would have traveled by airplane and would not be overly excited upon discovering a chicken leg in a boxed meal. However, how could they afford to occupy first-class seats? Aside from the slightly larger seats, the exorbitant prices were simply astonishing. Upon noticing the peculiar expression on Wang Ze's face, the young master suddenly whispered in a hushed tone, "However, this time we shall indeed acquire wealth. The significant matter I allude to is my intuition that a trove of treasures will soon be unearthed in the north, and I shall partake of the bounty." Wang Ze felt a jolt of surprise. The young master had mentioned 3 matters, 2 of which struck at his own secrets. How unsettling. He awkwardly replied, treasures? Indeed, a rather astonishing notion. The young master's gaze abruptly transformed, losing its innocence and resembling a fathomless abyss, as if capable of piercing one's innermost thoughts. "Astonishing, you say? I had assumed your purpose for this journey was precisely to seek out these treasures." He spoke without any concern for being overheard, while both groups of 7 individuals turned their astonished gazes toward Wang Ze. He opened and closed his mouth several times, yet could not formulate an adequate excuse. The young master continued, "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Gu Tianyi, the foremost Tianyi in the world. This is my maid, Tianyi, and this one is my multifaceted bodyguard and errand runner, Xiao He, famously known as the Black Cat." Wang Ze was relieved to see the topic shift, fully aware of the pitfalls of drawing more attention to oneself. "I am Wang Ze, and this esteemed gentleman is Lao Li, quite renowned in the antique trade. This is my father, and this young lady is the daughter of a friend of Lao Li who happened to join us on this trip." Introducing those around oneself is an art form, and both parties opted for the simplest and most direct approach, as if neither was particularly concerned about the specific identities of the other. Gu Tianyi smiled and said, "Since we are already acquainted, we are no longer strangers. Given that our destinations and objectives align, why not journey together?" As he finished speaking, the maid Tianyi and the bodyguard Xiao He shot fierce glances at Wang Ze, indicating that should he utter a single no, they would not hesitate to act. Wang Ze was troubled. His purpose for coming to Inner Mongolia was indeed the treasure. Not to mention how the others had come to know of it. He had not even confided in his own father, making it impossible to have outsiders in his vicinity. The demeanor of the 3 suggested they would not easily relent, especially as he had yet to ascertain Gu Tianyi's background, leaving him reluctant to sour the relationship. After careful contemplation, Wang Ze realized that he might not even locate the treasure site this time. If he declined, it would only deepen their suspicions of him. Fortunately, he decided to acquiesce. Gu Tianyi smiled mysteriously and remarked, "I knew you would not refuse." Wang Ze inquired, I have been pondering why you would associate the treasure with me. Do I have treasure written on my face? Moreover, in this modern era, who would still believe in such fanciful things? Gu Tianyi pointed to Wang Ze's hand and said, "The item you wear, I have seen it once before, yet such a thing would never belong to an outsider. Therefore, if I am correct in my intuition, the only person connected to the treasure must be you. I do not believe in fate, but I do believe in luck." Wang Ze could only smile wryly, realizing that the trouble had unexpectedly stemmed from the chalcedony ring he wore. Suddenly, he pondered how Gu Tianyi had encountered the jade seal. Aside from his own piece, it seemed that, had Gu Tianyi indeed seen the imperial jade seal? How could that be possible? Yet, when Wang Ze inquired about this matter, Gu Tianyi merely smiled enigmatically, revealing nothing, and resumed his facade of an innocent youth, nestling in the maid's embrace and acting coyly, which made Wang Ze's teeth itch with annoyance. After a few hours of turbulence, the plane finally arrived at its destination. As the group of 7 stepped into Ho-Hod Airport, they were abruptly confronted by a throng of police officers. In fact, the entire plane's passengers were detained. Upon learning the reason, they discovered that amidst their idle chatter during the journey, a murder had occurred on the very same flight. Before long, Wang Ze and his companions witnessed medical personnel hurriedly wheeling a stretcher past them, covered by a large white cloth. Yet the outline unmistakably revealed that a lifeless body lay beneath. At this moment, the captain and the air marshals finally informed everyone of the situation. To prevent panic during the incident, they had concealed the truth for several hours. Many passengers began to voice their dissatisfaction. As a considerable number were aboard this flight to partake in the desert tour, individuals of notable stature in society who were being unjustly detained. Not only were they wasting precious time, but their dignity was also at stake. Initially, the discontent was expressed through murmurs. But when a particularly hot-tempered individual erupted in loud expletives, it ignited the fury of all the passengers. Amidst a cacophony of shouts and curses, individuals even resorted to pushing the on-duty personnel, with some escalating their frustrations to the point of vandalizing airport facilities. The notion that the law does not punish the crowd led to a lack of action from the police, who refrained from detaining these passengers. Ultimately, the chief of police personally intervened to elucidate the situation, providing all detained passengers with an account of the incident. However, the narrative revealed itself to be devoid of substance. One affluent businessman from the South, who was also partaking in this so-called desert tour, had initially raised a ruckus with a flight attendant due to his inability to secure a first-class seat. This confrontation prompted the cabin crew to instinctively avoid him. Yet, during a break, a responsible flight attendant chose to cover him with a blanket, only to discover that the businessman, slumped over with his head down, had tragically passed away. The well-trained flight attendant refrained from alarming the others, instead summoning air marshals to contain the surrounding passengers and to seal off any information regarding the incident. As for the circumstances surrounding the businessman's death, its timing, cause, and nature remained shrouded in uncertainty. Consequently, every passenger aboard the aircraft, alongside the crew members, became a potential suspect. Chapter 44. The mystery. The director regretfully informed them that without determining the cause of death and identifying the murderer, none of them could absolve themselves of suspicion. Nor could they leave the airport. Only by ascertaining the cause of death and meticulously inspecting each passenger's belongings, while maintaining comprehensive records, could they hope for release, albeit without complete exoneration. Although the director's reasoning was sound, most passengers found it difficult to accept. Their own time evidently held greater significance than the lives of others. Simultaneously, another incident unfolded. The young heir, having consumed 2 chicken legs accompanied by a substantial portion of rice, found himself inexplicably hungry. Gu Tianyi's hunger might have seemed trivial to others, but for Tianyi and Xiaohei, it was akin to the sky collapsing. For Wang Ze, however, it was simply bothersome. Tianyi exclaimed, "The young master is hungry. Oh dear, how could anyone be so heartless as to let him suffer in such a manner?" Xiaohei added, "Alas, the young master's temper is notoriously poor when he is hungry." Gu Xiaoyu declared, "I am hungry." Even the goddess herself remarked, "You must find him something to eat quickly. He exudes an aura that feels quite unsettling." Unsettling? Wang Ze was taken aback. If even the goddess felt apprehensive about his presence, What could that possibly signify? The airport authorities promptly assured that they would arrange the finest fare for Gu Tianyi. However, Gu Tianyi was evidently throwing a tantrum, demanding roasted lamb legs, with Xiao He grumbling nearby. Roasted lamb legs? What is that? It has been ages since I last indulged in it. A group of 6 expressed their helplessness towards Gu Tianyi. Even the usually adept at soothing children, Tianyi, chose to concede, realizing that her efforts would be futile. The director, furrowing his brow, approached, assuring everyone that as long as they cooperated, all requests would be met to the best of his ability. Unexpectedly, Gu Tianyi interjected, "Is it true that we will be released once the culprit is found?" The director responded affirmatively, stating that if the perpetrator was apprehended and it was established that everyone was innocent, not only would they be set free, but a formal apology would also be extended from the entire police force. Given the gravity of the situation, it was evident that the director was harboring a pent-up frustration. Gu Tianyi then inquired, "Why then, must you transport the body?" The director was momentarily taken aback, pondering why this young child was so inquisitive, yet he could only respond patiently. "The body must be returned to the precinct so that the forensic team can swiftly ascertain the cause of death." Gu Tianyi, tilting his head, asserted, "Are you not aware that the optimal moment for investigating a crime is at the scene itself? Such actions of moving the body can result in the loss of up to 60% of crucial evidence." The director faltered, having never encountered such a notion before, but he presumed it to be mere childish nonsense. However, Gu Tianyi seemed to perceive his thoughts, declaring, "This is not nonsense. It is the truth. Let me provide an example. After death, a corpse undergoes rigor mortis, which is subsequently followed by a return to a state of pliability. This phenomenon is influenced by temperature, humidity, and even wind velocity. If the body is removed from the scene, it will be subjected to a different climate, rendering the estimation of the time of death as approximately several hours rather than approximately several minutes. The precision of such an assessment can yield significant advantages, the benefits of which I need not elaborate further. Additionally, there exists the concept of the microenvironment of the corpse. Nearly every mode of death induces alterations in the bacteria that once thrived within the body. Furthermore, the surrounding bacteria will also undergo considerable changes due to the transformation from living flesh to dead flesh. An examination of these factors can be instrumental in solving cases. However, once the environment changes, such investigations become futile. At this moment, the director finds himself overwhelmed, grappling with complexities that seem daunting to him. Given his education only extends to middle school, although he has undergone training with the police force, the intricacies of such matters elude his comprehension. Gu Tianyi interjects, likening himself to a restless spirit, saying, "Let me present a simpler illustration. Consider the position of the deceased body. If the body has been moved, your police department typically takes a few photographs and outlines the area with chalk to preserve the appearance of the crime scene, correct? However, can you capture every subtle detail? Will the chalk outline reveal everything? For instance, the creases of the collar at the back, or the pattern of the facial hair on the deceased. Do not dismiss these details as insignificant. Often, they are crucial in determining whether the perpetrator tampered with the body immediately after death. Such observations can differentiate between death by poisoning and suicide." The director appeared momentarily bewildered, instinctively inquiring, "What do you believe transpired this time?" Gu Tianyi replied, "Based on the information presently at my disposal, I am confident that he was poisoned." "What? On what grounds can you be so sure?" The director questioned. After the deceased's passing, it was only upon close proximity that the flight attendant noticed something amiss. What does this imply? Consider, if the deceased had succumbed to a heart attack, appearing as if in slumber, the flight attendant's duty would be to cover him with a blanket without disturbing him. Thus, she would not have detected the death. So why was she able to? Does the flight attendant casually check the pulses of passengers? Clearly, the flight attendant observed something highly unusual, such as the deceased's purplish complexion, the rigidity of the body, and the fact that his eyes remained open. Shangguan Lingyu listened intently, and upon hearing eyes, could not help but gasp. Even the director swallowed hard. Gu Tianyi continued, moreover, apart from a flight attendant who was in close proximity to the deceased, No one else noticed the death. If those seated beside him were not the perpetrators, one could say he passed away quietly. In this world, the only means by which a person can die peacefully while exhibiting unmistakable signs of death on the body or face is through poisoning. The director's eyes suddenly gleamed with understanding. To detain all the passengers of an entire aircraft undoubtedly places an immense burden upon him. If he were to release them, he would struggle to justify his actions to his superiors. Yet, if he were to retain them, he could unwittingly offend influential figures among them, who might later conspire against him at a critical juncture, leading to insurmountable troubles. Hence, he finds himself in a predicament, caught between a rock and a hard place. Upon hearing the child's astute analysis, he seized upon it like a lifeline, eagerly inquiring, "What else have you deduced?" Gu Qianni rolled his eyes and replied, "I have not seen the body, and you are in the process of transporting it, which equates to destroying evidence. I have not surveyed the scene, nor do I even know the identity of the deceased. How, then, can I provide any analysis?" The director paused, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Upon reflection, he recognized the absurdity of expecting someone to perform effectively without the necessary resources. After a brief moment of hesitation, he clenched his jaw and swiftly turned, commanding, "Have the coroner leave the body behind. I will take someone and go examine it at once." As Gu Qianni followed him, he glanced back and waved at Wang Ze, who, with a resigned roll of his eyes, had no choice but to follow suit. In the ambulance, Wang Ze and Gu Qianni encountered the deceased. The victim, appearing to be in his 50s, bore sleek black hair, a smooth complexion, and a prominent belly, clad in a high-end suit, resembling the typical affluent businessman. However, at that moment, his face exhibited a peculiar hue, reminiscent of a vibrant eggplant. Wang Ze furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "What a potent poison!" Gu Qianni gazed at the corpse for a moment before nodding and stating, "It is not merely formidable. It is instantaneous demise. Numerous toxins can induce such an effect, yet they share a common trait. Their minuscule size makes them easily transportable, facilitating the act of poisoning. There is no need to contaminate food or water. A simple needle or similar implement can deliver the poison through the skin, resulting in immediate death, leaving no time for a plea for help." Wang Ze exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that such poisons, typically found only in novels, exist in modern society? Gu Qianni shot him a glance of disdain and replied, "Not merely that. Do you presume that advancements in technology have deterred individuals from pursuing nefarious paths? On the contrary, contemporary medical theories have expedited their evolution." Turning to the director, Gu Qianni inquired, "Does he possess an umbrella?" The director, taken aback, asked, "How do you know?" Gu Qianni continued, "It should be a collapsible one, the kind that is convenient to carry." After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly declared, "The perpetrator of this murder must be two individuals." "How do you arrive at that conclusion?" "As for the poison, there is no need to search further. It is undoubtedly still on his person." "What? These culprits are rather clever. Had they not encountered me, they might have truly evaded capture. Could you elucidate your thoughts further? We are genuinely confused." "Alas, very well. The assailants are indeed two. One is the poisoner, while the other is the individual who took something from him. As for how he was poisoned, he ingested it himself. How could this be possible?" According to the flight attendant's account, the deceased exhibited signs of anxiety and irritability from the moment he boarded the aircraft. However, he was a businessman, as evidenced by the items he carried. Yes, the prayer beads, which were made of green jade, serving as a psychological reminder for emotional control. Thus, he would typically manage his temper. Yet, why did he suddenly start yelling and jumping about on the plane? The answer lies in his affliction with motion sickness. Motion sickness? Chapter 45. The Master Detective Gu Qianni. Indeed, the discomfort of air sickness surpasses that of motion sickness, and the recurrence of similar scenarios can induce a profound sense of anxiety. Given the likelihood of experiencing air sickness, he would undoubtedly resort to medication for its alleviation. The director, however, remained skeptical and hastily unbuttoned the deceased's jacket, rummaging through it until he unearthed a small vial specifically designed for air sickness treatment. With a tremor in his hand, he inquired, "Are you suggesting that this contains poison?" Gu Tianyi responded with a smile. It is a blend of both, not separated, but rather intertwined. This substance is likely a coated tablet, with the outer layer being a standard remedy for air sickness, while the innermost core harbors a lethal toxin. When the police analyze the deceased's belongings, they typically conduct a pharmacological examination, but they often merely scrape off a bit from the surface of the tablet, failing to delve deeper. Thus, this method can easily deceive you. The director suddenly comprehended, stating, the perpetrator concealed the poison within, allowing it to be released once the tablet dissolves sufficiently in the stomach, resulting in the immediate demise of the victim. Is that correct? Gu Tianyi nodded, affirming precisely. This also serves as one of my reasons for believing that the assailant must be more than one individual. Someone aware of their susceptibility to air sickness would undoubtedly procure the medication prior to boarding the flight. Furthermore, the perpetrator must retrieve an item from the deceased. If the individual who provided the air sickness remedy were to be present in the vicinity of the victim's seat, it would inevitably raise the deceased's suspicions. Moreover, the efficacy of this poisoning method in eluding the police remains uncertain. Thus, for the sake of caution, it is prudent to divide the roles of the poisoner and the thief between two distinct individuals. The director's forehead furrowed as he inquired. You frequently mentioned that the deceased had belongings taken from him. Yet upon examination, we found no signs of disturbance or rummaging on his person. What exactly were they intending to remove? Gu Tianyi replied with unwavering certainty, a box, a small one, likely a wheeled suitcase approximately 40 centimeters in height. How can you be so sure? The director pressed. Firstly, the deceased was carrying an umbrella. If you observe closely, you will note that the umbrella is still damp, indicating that he must have traveled from a place where it was raining to the airport. Your reasoning grows increasingly implausible, the director retorted. What does the rain have to do with this? It is indeed pertinent, Gu Tianyi countered. Though the deceased's clothing may have dried, there are still watermarks on the cuffs of his trousers. Someone of his stature, dressed in Armani, would surely have changed into dry attire after being caught in the rain. Yet he did not, which suggests he headed directly to the airport. Furthermore, if you scrutinize the right leg of his trousers, you will observe that the watermarks are noticeably less pronounced than those on the left, and there are scarcely any traces of mud. This evidence implies that he was pulling a suitcase with his right hand, which would have shielded a portion of him from the rain and also prevented mud from splashing onto his heel. The director, seemingly enlightened, remarked, "Are you suggesting that?" Gu Tianyi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the fact that he was drenched by rain indicates that his journey was indeed urgent. He did not even arrange for his own vehicle and personally drag a suitcase. His haste is likely connected to this suitcase, and it is plausible that his murder is also related to it. The absence of this suitcase from your investigations suggests only one possibility. It has been taken by someone. What you need to do now is quite simple. Identify which passenger possesses a suitcase approximately 40 centimeters in height, which bears traces of having been soaked by rain and splattered with mud. That individual will undoubtedly be one of the culprits. The director appeared somewhat skeptical, yet he promptly instructed his subordinates to conduct the necessary inquiries. As fate would have it, the police discovered a small suitcase that matched Gu Tianyi's description perfectly with a middle-aged passenger. Predictably, no connection to the deceased was found within the suitcase. However, in the end, the perpetrator confessed. In modern society, while opportunities are afforded to wrongdoers, the police equally possess their own advantages. Fingerprints, DNA, and items frequently used by the deceased may still harbor traces of their presence, even after thorough cleaning. Wang Ze exhaled deeply and instinctively ruffled Gu Tianyi's hair, earning him a glare in return. You're quite impressive, aren't you? Gu Tianyi, however, dismissed it nonchalantly, saying, just a trivial skill. It's not something to live off. Indeed, even if Gu Tianyi possesses exceptional talents in investigation, it will not secure his livelihood, for this vocation is not merely a matter of ability. It requires more than that. Gu Tianyi nonchalantly addressed the director. Can we leave now? The director's face was alight with astonishment, having been preoccupied with matters relating to Wang Ze and the others for quite some time. Of course. However, I must first extend my apologies and express my profound gratitude for your invaluable assistance to the police force. Would you like me to arrange a flag for you? Gu Tianyi, with a frown, dismissed him with a wave and strode out of the airport. Wang Ze, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked to the director, "It seems that won't be necessary, and there is no need for thanks. Assisting you is in our own interest. After all, time is of the essence." By the way, may I inquire about your esteemed surname, director? Unlike Gu Tianyi, Wang Ze was astutely aware of when to leverage such a rare connection. After all, being in a foreign land, it is said that even the mightiest dragon cannot overpower the local serpent. Having more friends opens more avenues, and regardless of the circumstances. Forging a connection with a director and having him owe a small favor is indeed a delightful prospect. Naturally, Wang Ze had developed an unparalleled resilience to embarrassment, easily appropriating Gu Tianyi's achievements as his own. Soon, Li Lao discovered that the vehicles he had arranged were insufficient. Initially, 2 would have sufficed, but with the addition of these 3 individuals, and given that Gu Tianyi and Tianyi required an entire row of back seats, even Xiao He was not permitted to sit. In the words of Tianyi, if there is no place for Xiao He to run behind the car, how reminiscent of a bygone era. In the gaze of a burly man filled with sorrowful entreaty, Li Lao summoned another vehicle, which delayed the group by half an hour. What was initially thought to be a brief journey unexpectedly extended to a full 4 hours. The scenery outside transitioned from the bustling metropolis to remote countryside, eventually revealing a landscape devoid of houses, only to be interrupted by the sight of yurts scattered across the vast grasslands, with cattle and sheep dispersed throughout. However, the pasture appeared somewhat barren, with exposed yellow earth visible everywhere. Wang Ze quipped, "No wonder the price of mutton and beef has escalated. This place seems rather desolate." Li Lao chuckled, "The mutton and beef we consume are not sourced from here. There is scarcely a whiff of fresh grass. And this is not desolation. Rather, you will understand in a moment." Indeed, as the vehicle approached the outskirts of Erdo City, a throng of people suddenly came into view. Beyond the crowd stood a colossal stage. Li Lao remarked, "During the opening ceremony, many celebrities were invited to perform here. Unfortunately, there were some scheduling conflicts. Otherwise, we could have enjoyed the festivities." Upon hearing this, Wang Ze immediately comprehended the situation. It turned out that the Natum Fair was currently underway. Chapter 46. The Mongolian Pony. To speak of the Natum, it is a festival-like competitive event of the Mongolian people, akin to the Olympics or the celebration of the New Year. However, in modern times, the notion of gathering crowds without permission has rendered the Natum an unwelcome occurrence for the government, leading to its disappearance from the lives of herders. In truth, various cities in Mongolia still hold smaller-scale events, reminiscent of municipal sports meets. Yet, 2 years ago, the prominent leader of Ordo City, in an inexplicable frenzy, financed a grand Natum festival that spanned the entire Mongolian region and decreed that it would be held once every 2 years. Little did he know that the second edition of this gathering would coincide with his own arrival. Wang Ze felt a surge of excitement. Observing Wang Ze's enthusiasm, the elderly Li chuckled and remarked, "Well, the exhibition can wait. We might as well indulge in a day of merriment at the Natum. It won't set us back too much." With accommodations arranged, Wang Ze and his companions skipped dinner and hurried to the venue to immerse themselves in the festivities. Although the organizers aimed to present this grand affair in a formal manner, aligning it with international standards, the herders remained devoted to their cherished traditions. For instance, that evening's bonfire was a spectacle to behold. Towering over 2 meters, the immense flames leapt as high as 1 meter, resembling a resplendent crimson pyramid. The herders, adorned in traditional attire, gathered around the bonfire, singing and dancing with fervor. The men indulged in drink and jest, while the women savored snacks and engaged in lively chatter, occasionally partaking in a sip or two. Yet, the vast majority of people danced merrily around the bonfire, indulging in food and drink when fatigue set in, only to resume their revelry when their energy was replenished. No one judged the quality of one's dancing or cared if one exhibited drunken antics. Here, the only sentiment resonating was joy. Wang Ze and his party of 7, regarded as outsiders, were warmly welcomed by several women as they approached. Though the words exchanged were incomprehensible, The raised cups of wine and platters of lamb were universally understood. The wine was genuinely unpleasant, far inferior to a $6 bottle of local brew. Yet the meat was exceptionally aromatic. The phrase succulent and juicy was not mere hyperbole. It was indeed rich, yet not at all greasy. Besides its delightful flavor, there was a hint of sweetness, and as one took a bite, the juices would trickle down the chin. Not oil, but the essence of the meat itself. Wang Ze savored the lamb chop with satisfaction when suddenly a jolt of surprise coursed through him. He turned sharply to gaze at Guqiani, who was fervently gnawing on a leg of lamb. He vividly recalled how the boy had clamored for lamb leg at the airport. A shiver ran down Wang Ze's spine. Who exactly is this kid? The goddess sighed deeply after swallowing a mouthful, expressing with a hint of melancholy. Though the food in this world may be a tad unrefined and dirty, occasionally sampling it is not without merit. Her playful tone snapped Wang Ze back to reality, eliciting an astonished smile as understanding washed over him. After all, residing in his mind was a goddess. Why should he fear other unknown entities? Somewhat enlightened, Wang Ze was in high spirits as he approached and playfully ruffled Guqiani's hair, provoking disapproving glares from Tianyi and Xiaohe. Unfazed, he dashed to the bonfire and began to dance. Vangshi's dancing was peculiar, his arms and legs bent at odd angles, swaying up and down like a mechanical figure, his head bobbing rhythmically, producing sounds of delight. The surrounding Mongolian people brightened at the sight, dancing with even greater fervor. Some mimicked Wang Ze, while others showcased their own traditional dances. Though his dance appeared strange, it possessed profound significance, as it was a centuries-old blessing dance from a tribe in Heizhou, embodying the essence of human joy and exuberance. Observers marveled, noting that aside from his casual attire, Wang Ze had seamlessly integrated with the Mongolian culture. Notably, a young Mongolian man, bare-chested and displaying his gleaming skin, earnestly imitated Wang Ze, quickly mastering the steps. Together, they executed the unusual dance, creating a visually delightful spectacle. After an exhilarating performance, Wang Ze was drenched in sweat. He accepted a flask of liquor from a Mongolian woman and took a hearty swig, finding it surprisingly enjoyable. The young man seemed to have latched onto Wang Ze. When he stopped dancing, so did his companion, and when Wang Ze indulged in food and drink, so did he. Amused, Wang Ze found himself engaged in a drinking contest, relishing the free flow of spirits without a hint of regret. That evening was undoubtedly exhilarating. When Wang Ze awoke, groggy and rubbing his head, the sun was already high in the sky. However, he found himself not in a hotel, but within a white tent. The tent was furnished with all the essentials, and the thick felt was as sturdy as concrete. Wang Ze realized he was in the fabled yurt. Suddenly, a woman with unclear Mandarin entered, fumbling her way inside. She appeared to be in her 40s, holding a brass basin, and squinting as she inquired, "Are you awake, guest?" Wang Ze quickly discerned that she was blind. "Oh, I am awake. Where am I? And how did I end up here? You got drunk last night. To all my, he said you were a guest and a friend, and requested that we accommodate you in our home." "Friend? To me?" Wang Ze recalled his inebriated revelry from the previous night, realizing he had indeed shared jovial camaraderie with that young man. Just then, the door flap was lifted, and a dark-skinned young man rushed in, exclaiming, "You're awake?" The young man was indeed the same one from the previous night. Wang Ze, possessing a temperament that embraced circumstances as they came, felt no urgency to depart now that he had been sheltered for the night. He inquired whether his companions had returned to the hotel and, upon receiving assurance, felt at ease to enjoy lunch there. As the guest, Wang Ze's lunch was particularly sumptuous, with an abundance of lamb and, surprisingly, some wine. According to Xiao Ma, one must drink to remedy a hangover. Xiao Ma was Wang Ze's affectionate moniker for Tuan Mai. The longer Wang Ze spent in the yurt, the more he found it intriguing. Perhaps it was the night he had spent there that made him perceive the space as cozy rather than unpleasant. The yurt was equipped with electric lights and running water. Upon inquiry, he learned that these structures were originally designed for the ease of migration, as herdsmen would follow their flocks of sheep and cattle in search of grazing grounds. Nowadays, Large-scale livestock farming is managed by a few major companies, and many herders have long abandoned their nomadic lifestyle. While they still tend to some cattle and sheep, the scale is considerably smaller, and they no longer wander in search of pasture, instead settling in one place. The continued use of yurts is attributed to centuries-old tradition and their affordability. Little Ma's family is not particularly affluent. The Mongolian people are known for their three virtues: hospitality, fine liquor, and the art of gift-giving. Hospitality stems from their nomadic past, where they might go years without encountering outsiders. When guests do arrive, they often serve as vital conduits of information, fostering a culture of warmth and welcome. The appreciation for fine liquor arises from the harsh climate, dry, cold, and windy, with nighttime temperatures often nearing freezing, accompanied by the occasional howl of wolves. Such spirits not only provide warmth, but also bolster courage, thus becoming an ingrained custom. The practice of gift exchange is another significant aspect of their culture. It is not merely about giving gifts, but rather about reciprocation, as receiving a gift obligates one to offer a gift of greater value in return. This concept can often bewilder Han Chinese, who may misinterpret the gesture as a one-sided offering, leading to misunderstandings. Consequently, while Little Ma extended his hospitality and fine liquor to Wang Ze, he refrained from presenting him with a gift. The young man expressed his intention to participate in the Natum fair, requesting a moment of respite before their further conversation. However, he emphasized one crucial point. Although everything in the household could be used freely, the wooden box on his mother's bed was strictly off-limits. A sacred object, even he was not permitted to touch. Wang Ze, intrigued, glanced over his shoulder and noticed a square wooden box approximately 40 centimeters in size, worn with age and slightly deformed at the top, suggesting that the young man's mother might rest her head upon it while she slept. What could be so significant to a blind woman? Just as the young man was about to leave, Wang Ze seized his arm and inquired, "Since you're attending the fair, might I also have the privilege to partake in the festivities?" The young man hesitated, observing Wang Ze's physique, before responding, "You? With that body, well, outsiders can indeed participate in certain recreational activities. What's wrong with my body? It's not much different from yours. By the way, which events are you taking part in?" "Wrestling." Wang Ze looked at the young man's slender frame, recalling the robust wrestlers he had seen on television, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Just then, the young man's mother, sitting peacefully on the bed with her eyes closed, suddenly remarked, "Tuoma, this time, you must tell the fair if they can exchange the gold medal for livestock." Chapter 47. Wrestling. Wang Ze was immediately drenched in sweat, contemplating that his mother believed in his prowess so fervently that she aspired for him to secure the first place. However, to his astonishment, his mother continued, "That gold medal from last time was of no value. It even faded." Wang Ze was left speechless. Upon arriving at the venue, he beheld Xiao Ma adorned in traditional wrestling attire, with a cloth-wrapped collar around his neck, from which two scarf-like ribbons fluttered. "Xiao Ma, did you truly win the championship last time?" Wang Ze inquired. "Indeed, my father is the most formidable wrestler from the Mongolian steppes, and now I am as well." The Mongolian people are unpretentious and genuine. While outsiders may perceive them as wild, they are, in truth, sincere. Observing the pride radiating from Xiao Ma's face, Wang Ze felt a pang of embarrassment, realizing that aside from relying on his parents' wealth for leisurely travels, and now depending on the divine wisdom of his goddess-like mentor to navigate through life, he had not accomplished anything that he could genuinely take pride in. After a moment of hesitation, he suddenly asked, "May I participate in this wrestling competition?" Xiao Ma paused, somewhat troubled, and replied, "You can, but if you get injured, you know that the people from the steppes hold no regard for delicacy." Wang Ze responded with a hearty laugh, "As long as I can participate, that is sufficient. And please do not underestimate me too much." Shortly thereafter, he was dressed in a garment that was far from pleasant, as a torrent of sour odor relentlessly assailed his sensitive nose, nearly causing him to faint. As an outsider, he was evidently treated as a mere visitor, and the organizers, in their exasperation, assigned him an opponent who appeared to be gentler. However, that is merely a relative observation. This individual stands over 6 feet tall, lacking the definition of sculpted muscles, yet his physique is robust, resembling that of a great bear. Wang Ze could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety, as prowess in theory is one matter, but practical combat is an entirely different realm. As the imposing figure, akin to a large bear, a wrestler advanced toward Wang Ze, he instinctively took a step back. At that moment, the great bear suddenly sprang into action. What had previously been a sluggish demeanor transformed into the swift grace of a leopard, every muscle quivering in anticipation. One hand gripping the shoulder and the other seizing the waist, it was evident that he aimed to bring Wang Ze down with little effort. Wang Ze, who possessed no understanding of combat, instinctively attempted to push aside the opponent's hands. Yet, this seemingly simple motion of pushing away collided against the bear-like wrestler's arms with the force of a locomotive. The wrestler's hands were abruptly whipped aside, his arms swirling in the air before they collapsed helplessly, akin to two washed-out pant legs. Almost instantaneously, red welts appeared on each forearm, swiftly transforming into a deep purple, ultimately culminating in dark, swollen bruises. It was only at this juncture that the great bear began to sense the pain, promptly collapsing onto the ground, wailing in agony. Wang Ze rushed forward, anxiety etched on his face as he inquired, Are you all right? You're not injured, are you? People can be so exasperating. Even when the evidence is clearly visible, they still feel compelled to voice their concerns. Before the great bear could react, the surrounding crowd erupted in cheers. They regarded Wang Ze as one of their own, representing the visitors to challenge the professional athletes and emerging victorious, a delightful occurrence indeed. Two event staff members carried away the large bear, allowing Wang Ze to advance successfully. This advancement posed a dilemma for the organizers. While they welcomed and encouraged tourists to participate, never before had a visitor triumphed, leaving the organizers unsure of how to accommodate Wang Ze. A quick-witted individual suggested that Wang Ze be allowed to take the place of the large bear in the official competition, and upon reflection, it seemed the only viable solution. Regardless, Wang Ze had secured a spot among the top 32 of the second native fair. Shortly thereafter, he witnessed the entrance of the little horse. Unlike the laughter from his own group, the atmosphere transformed as the audience erupted in a fervent applause, reminiscent of a hero's return, which inevitably stirred a pang of jealousy within Wang Ze. The prowess of the little horse was indisputable, a giant whose height and weight bore no correlation to his might, effortlessly toppling his opponent with a swift turn and a sweeping leg. What immense strength! Wang Ze mused. The goddess, with a hint of arrogance, remarked that this individual could be considered exceptionally gifted, likely possessing innate strength. However, to her, it was hardly worth a smirk. Wang Ze, of course, dismissed the latter part of her comment, focusing instead on the phrase innate strength. As the little horse brought his opponent down, his upper body remained completely steady, revealing the astonishing power within his core. After the victory, the young stallion danced exuberantly in the arena, exuding an impressive aura. Wang Ze approached and inquired, Just how strong are you? That slap just now must have had a force of at least 100 pounds, yet you didn't even flinch. The stallion, with a simple smile, gestured towards a massive wooden post standing 8 meters tall and as thick as a thigh, adorned with fluttering banners. In response to Wang Ze's puzzled gaze, he let out a mighty roar and, in a sudden display of strength, executed the technique known as pulling up the willows, effortlessly uprooting the post from the ground, which had a buried portion exceeding a meter. With the post in hand, he did not cease his display. Instead, he held it with one hand at the base and lifted it above his head, then began to spin the entire post around him, creating the illusion that it was dancing of its own accord. The crowd erupted in fervent applause, and when he finally returned the post to its original position, he clapped his hands and remarked, I truly do not know how strong I am. I only know that I have always had a bit more strength than others since birth. In this instance, he was indeed being modest. Among the people of the grasslands, who was unaware of this little marvel. At 4 years old, he could lift a sheep. At 8, he could fell a cow. By 10, he had conquered all challengers across the steppes. At 15, he could lift a horse over his head and run a full lap around the pasture. At 17, he made his debut at the tournament, claiming the title of wrestling champion and establishing himself as the mightiest warrior of the grasslands. Now, at 19, his return to the tournament would undoubtedly make him the center of attention for all. Thus, his statement of uncertainty regarding his own strength holds a grain of truth. After listening, Wang Ze felt an eager anticipation, knowing that he possessed a protective aura, while his opponent was endowed with innate strength. The question lingered: who among them would emerge as the stronger contender? Both had navigated their way through numerous challenges, and it was a remarkable coincidence that they had yet to cross paths before the finals. It was only on the battlefield, mere steps away from claiming the championship, that they finally encountered one another. In stark contrast to Wang Ze's calm demeanor, Xiao Ma was visibly taken aback. The surrounding spectators were abuzz with speculation, their curiosity piqued by the sudden appearance of this foreigner. A faint smile graced Xiao Ma's lips as he called out from a distance, "Indeed, we are destined friends." Without further ado, he charged towards Wang Ze, eschewing any customary display of bravado or preliminary gestures, and aimed to tackle him directly to the ground. Wang Ze, contemplating his opponent's innate power, decided to unleash his full strength without reservation. However, just as he was about to engage, he heard a shout from the Divine Lady, "Stop." Yet, how could Wang Ze temper his force? His arms surged past Xiao Ma's defenses, colliding forcefully with his chest. In an instant, Xiao Ma was sent hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string, soaring for quite a distance before crashing heavily to the ground, sliding for a while before finally coming to a halt. He barely had time to utter a sound, left only to convulse on the ground. A profound silence enveloped the arena, as if every spectator had a large apple lodged in their mouths, the atmosphere chillingly still. Wang Ze remained in his pushing stance, a stream of clear mucus trickling from his nostrils to his lips. The Divine Lady, exasperated, rubbed her forehead and remarked, "Did you truly intend to harm him?" Although he was endowed with innate strength, it was limited to that alone. You, having been immersed in spiritual energy for so long, have cultivated a peculiar ocean of qi within your body, your physical prowess having transcended the realm of humanity. In contrast, he merely possesses a modicum of strength, appearing before you like a slightly more robust infant. Alas, after listening to this, Wang Ze broke into a cold sweat, innocently exclaiming, "Why didn't you mention it earlier? You said he was exceptionally gifted and I thought you nearly got him killed." He hurried over, checking for breath, relieved to find it still robust. The goddess reassured him, "Do not worry. He will not perish, though he requires a period of rest." Indeed, it wasn't long before Xiao Ma groggily awakened, first inquiring, "Where am I?" before recollecting the events that had just transpired. To Wang Ze's surprise, upon regaining consciousness, Xiao Ma exuberantly embraced his arm, babbling with heartfelt sentiments. Essentially, he expressed that having a friend of such remarkable capability was a wonderful thing. Most importantly, having been referred to as a monster since childhood, he now felt elated to have someone even more extraordinary than himself. Wang Ze felt a flush of embarrassment. After a while, Wang Ze found himself on the podium, awkwardly accepting a gold medal that was prone to fading. He scrutinized it for a moment and suddenly inquired, "Could I exchange this for some cattle or sheep?" The award presenter was momentarily taken aback, then smiled at the camera before turning away, leaving without a response. Supporting the little horse, they slowly made their way back home, engaging in conversation as they walked. After his failure, the little horse's eyes sparkled with admiration, and he became quite loquacious, chattering incessantly, nearly rivaling the endless inquiries of a census officer. Ahead stood the yurt, solitary and resembling a white stone upon a green carpet. Wang Ze cast a casual glance, yet that fleeting moment sent chills down his spine. "The light is on." He distinctly observed the warm glow emanating from the small window of the yurt. But how can the little horse's mother, who is blind, turn on the light? Noticing Wang Ze's unease, the little horse inquired, "What's wrong?" Wang Ze vigorously shook his head and forced a smile, replying, "It's nothing. When did your mother lose her sight?" The little horse's expression turned pained as he reminisced. "It was a year after my father passed away. I was merely 14 then. One night, while mother was sewing, she suddenly asked me why I had turned off the light, but the light was indeed on. I had heard from travelers about a condition called night blindness, where one cannot see at night, but can see during the day. I didn't worry much at the time, but then the next day, my mother could see nothing at all. I've heard there are hospitals in the city that can restore sight. Is that true? How much does it cost? My mother has lived her entire life on this grassland, and I do not want her to miss the azure sky, the white sheep, and the verdant prairie. Wang Ze furrowed his brow deeply, realizing that the little horse had not recognized the peculiarity of his mother turning on the light. He now fervently wishes for Gu Tianyi to be by his side, to provide him with an answer through those eyes that seem to perceive everything. Chapter 48. The quest for treasure. Upon entering the yurt, Wang Ze took several deep breaths to calm the tumultuous emotions swirling within him. Ma Mu sat on the bed and inquired, "Has Toma returned? Did that guest accompany him?" Xiaoma eagerly stepped forward, exclaiming, "I'm back, but this time I lost." Ma Mu's expression shifted in surprise, yet she gently caressed his head and reassured him. "Losing is nothing to fret over. You can always triumph next time. However, I am genuinely curious about which warrior from the grasslands bested my son." Xiaoma's excitement reignited as he replied, "It was none other than our esteemed guest. You wouldn't believe it, with just a simple push I lost my footing. It was the first time in my life." Ma Mu's countenance darkened considerably upon hearing this. A chill laced her voice as she turned to Wang Ze, saying, "By the way, I've been remiss in asking where our guest hails from and to where he intends to go." Wang Ze's brow furrowed involuntarily at the unfamiliar tone. It reminded him of an encounter he had during a winter chill in Zhonghai, where he had stumbled across an elderly man dressed in slippers and a tank top. His hair as white as snow. That old man had inquired in a similar manner, simply because Wang Ze had curiously ventured into a villa area. Wang Ze chose not to respond. Instead, he sat quietly, gazing intently at the mother and son. Suddenly, he seized a glass of water from beside him and hurled it forcefully at Ma Mu. Due to the abruptness of the situation, the young horse was momentarily taken aback, and the cup of water swiftly surged towards his mother, leaving no time for intervention. "What are you doing?" He leaped to confront Wang Ze, but in that fleeting moment, Ma's mother suddenly tilted her head to evade the cup, rising with unexpected urgency to launch an attack on Wang Ze, wielding a sharp steel spike that seemed to have materialized from nowhere. This unfolding was anticipated by Wang Ze. However, he sorrowfully realized he could not evade the impending threat of the spike. In a dramatic display, the goddess manifested her ethereal form, effortlessly swatting the steel spike away, while Wang Ze remained seated, unperturbed, without even lifting a finger. Suddenly, a fierce light ignited within Ma's mother's gray eyes as she exclaimed in terror, "What sorcery is this?" Wang Ze felt inclined to respond with the goddess's magic, but refrained, feeling both reluctant and embarrassed, clearing his throat awkwardly instead. "I believe it would be more prudent for you to address your son's inquiries rather than pose questions to me." Upon turning, Ma's mother indeed beheld her beloved son gazing at her with an expression of inexplicable anguish. Her heart ached, and she slowly sank back down, exhaling a heavy sigh. She spoke to her son, "I will explain everything in due time, but for now." Her gaze shifted to Wang Ze, who she coldly interrogated. "Who exactly are you?" Wang Ze harbored some suspicions, yet in truth, he had merely observed the malevolent energy emanating from the cherished box of Ma's mother, and noted her feigned blindness, which led him to sense an underlying conspiracy, prompting him to experiment with the situation. When asked at that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, his gaze shifting. "Who am I? Do you not know?" The mare's face contorted in anguish as she helplessly replied, "How did you uncover my secret?" Wang Ze, feigning wisdom, declared, "In this world, there are no secrets. They are merely known sooner or later." The mare sighed once more, a wry smile gracing her lips as she admitted, "Indeed, that is the truth." Subsequently, she fell silent, leaving Wang Ze in torment, as he had hoped she would divulge the secret herself, only to realize she awaited his inquiry. As for the nature of the secret, Wang Ze was utterly unaware. Yet his mind was agile, and after a moment of contemplation, he concocted a plan. He pretended to empathize, saying, "It must have been arduous all these years." The mayor responded with a bitter smile, "You can well imagine. In guarding something that is not truly mine, I nearly lost everything." A surge of excitement coursed through Wang Ze as she finally revealed something of value. If she wished not to keep it, why then did she guard it? A promise. Wang Ze was momentarily taken aback. He had not encountered that word in ages, especially in this faithless land. Is it worth it? A promise is not inherently a matter of worth. It is merely a question of desire. Wang Ze's eyes flickered, and suddenly an idea illuminated his mind. If it belonged to another, could it not be claimed? Or rather, was he not perhaps the original owner of those very possessions? The mayor chuckled softly. In truth, I no longer yearn for it. Wang Ze suddenly pondered, since Gu Qianni often claimed to possess remarkable luck. Perhaps he too had stumbled upon an unexpected fortune. After much deliberation, he resolved to take a chance. Coughing softly, he decided it was time to disclose his intentions. The name of the Shangguan family should not be unfamiliar to you, correct? Ma Mu's eyes indeed brightened, and Wang Ze silently rejoiced, continuing his deception. The ancestors of the Shangguan family acquired this batch of items, but the message was never passed down before their demise. Recently, the Shangguan family has faced a series of unfortunate events, leading them to seek my assistance in resolving their plight. Through my analysis, I deduced that these calamities stem from this very batch of items disrupting the family's fortune. As Wang Ze spoke, the tale grew increasingly fantastical, and Ma Mu's expression began to darken. Wang Ze quickly added, if I am not mistaken, I suspect the hiding place of these items has now transformed into a perilous and ominous location. Is it not? Ma Mu gasped, exclaiming, How did you come to know this? With a sense of assurance, Wang Ze replied, All things in this world are bound by the immutable law of extremes. This batch of items, each a paragon of essence, when carelessly amassed, not only disrupts the local fortune, but can even affect the fate of a nation. Consider the late Qing dynasty, where the emperor's folly and official corruption played a role, yet it was the relentless natural disasters and foreign invasions, amid internal and external strife, that truly heralded the nation's downfall. This all signifies the waning of fortune. Now, the Shangguan family attempts to monopolize these treasures with their singular might. Alas, how could they possibly thrive under such circumstances? Wang Ze was acutely aware that the secret to successful deception lay in the artful blend of 9 truths with a single falsehood. Madame Ma indeed began to waver, murmuring, So that's it, no wonder. Wang Ze seized the moment, asserting, not only that the wooden box you cherish undoubtedly contains a treasure, which has similarly transformed into a source of peril. Although you feign blindness, you are indeed afflicted by night blindness. Or perhaps it is precisely due to this affliction that you have chosen to pretend to be blind. Is that not so? Madame Ma found herself at a loss for words, and, after a long pause, she inquired, Do you truly know everything? I merely deduced it, he replied. Ever since you were carried back by Tuan Yi, I have sensed you are no ordinary person. To guard this trivial treasure, our family has sacrificed far too much. The gaze of those who covet the treasure has never ceased. Every few years, a group appears, inquiring about it. A few years ago, Tuan Yi's father mysteriously vanished during a clandestine gathering, only to be found dead half a month later. I could only resort to such desperate measures to protect us, a widow and her orphan child. Wang Ze, of course, believed only part of her words. The reason he articulated the perils of the treasure so explicitly was that no one could remain indifferent to such a cache. It seemed that unless the elder of the Shangguan family faced some insurmountable pressure, he would never relinquish the treasure to another's care. The precious item resting on Madame Ma's bedside served as proof, emanating a sinister aura that was evidently not of ordinary origin. Human nature is such that even when one possesses something, it may not significantly alter their life, and, at times, it may even lead to a more dismal existence. Yet, the mere joy of possession is sufficient to foster their greed. Wang Ze gazed earnestly at her and inquired, So, may I now be informed of the treasure's location? Following this inquiry, a profound silence enveloped the yurt, lingering for an extended period. Oh dear, why the sudden quiet again? However, on a positive note, my timing for this visit has indeed been fortuitous. Suddenly, a voice resonated from outside, and the tent flap was drawn open, allowing a throng of individuals to enter. Wang Ze looked on with exasperation at the unexpected assembly. Chapter 49. Grave traces you. You have come. The speaker was Gu Tianyi, accompanied by a group of 6 who had traveled to Inner Mongolia. Wang's father inquired, "What were you discussing just now? Moreover, how is it that you still don't know where the hotel is? We have little interest in the Nadamu festival, and we're waiting for your return." "You really?" Gu Tianyi chuckled. "Isn't it because your son has just uncovered a significant secret that has been concealed for decades? I told you, your fortune is truly exceptional. And it seems I was right." Since their entrance, Ma's mother had taken a cautious step back, her hand reaching for the nearby Mongolian dagger. Wang Ze awkwardly interjected, "Auntie, there's no need to be alarmed. These individuals are not malicious. They are my family and friends." Although he could not definitively ascertain whether Gu Tianyi and his companions were benevolent or otherwise, he deemed it necessary to offer such reassurance. With a sigh, Ma's mother conceded, "If that is the case, I suppose I must reveal to you the secret I have guarded for half a lifetime." She then recounted a tale, a true narrative. It turned out that her father had once served in the military. Due to his exceptional abilities and unwavering honesty, he was unusually appointed as the personal guard of a general in the Nationalist Army. This general was none other than the father of the esteemed Shangguan elder. Following the looting of the tomb of Qianlong and Cixi, the original orders dictated that the treasures be transported to the Nationalist Army headquarters. However, due to directives from above, the father of Shangguan was compelled to personally eliminate the soldiers he had brought with him, casting a shadow over his heart. During the course of transportation, another officer from the Nationalist Army, seated in a different truck, suddenly revolted with his subordinates, leading to an inevitable clash. Ultimately, only the father of Lord Shangguan and the father of Ma Mu survived. Relying solely on 2 individuals to transport 2 trucks filled with treasures was evidently implausible. Therefore, Shangguan Qing's father resolved to conceal the treasure first, intending to return to headquarters to report before leading others to retrieve it, leaving Ma Mu's father to guard the treasure. However, upon returning, Shangguan Qing's father was apprehended by the military intelligence personnel, who subjected him to severe torture in an attempt to extract the precise location of the treasure. He soon learned that the Nationalist Army had splintered into 3 factions, each vying for the treasure independently. As they no longer harbored hopes of reclaiming their former dominion, they were instead plotting for their own futures. Amidst this fierce competition, Shangguan Qing's father was captured time and again, only to be rescued repeatedly. After sacrificing countless loyal subordinates, he became disheartened. Yet, this was not the catalyst for his rebellion. The most crushing blow came when the Chang faction retreated to Taiwan. Out of spite for Shangguan Qing's father's failure to fulfill his mission, Chang neglected to take him along. Fortunately, the Shangguan family was affluent, and, after liberation, they spent a considerable fortune to secure the family's peace. However, having witnessed the ebbs and flows of fortune, he had lost faith in everyone, and he never disclosed the existence of the treasure to anyone again. In stark contrast to the unwavering loyalty of Ma Mu's father, upon learning of his superior's capture, he swiftly arranged for the treasure to be discreetly transported and concealed in his hometown, all in the hope of exchanging it for his superior's life at a critical juncture. Yet, as the years slipped by, dynasties changed, and the world transformed beyond recognition. Even before Ma Mu's father passed away, he summoned his only daughter to his bedside, instructing her to safeguard the treasure, awaiting the return of the officials from the Shangguan family, for he believed it to be a life purchased with the sacrifice of his own. However, Ma Mu did not inherit her father's unwavering loyalty. Following his death, she began to cautiously relocate the treasure, and in times of famine, she surreptitiously sold several items, catching the attention of dubious individuals. This led to relentless troubles, culminating in the death of her own husband. It is no wonder that among the original sins of humanity, the sin of greed proves most lethal. Wang Ze suddenly comprehended everything. Though Ma Mu did not disclose her subsequent relocations of the treasure, he could not trust that the mental map he held was still valid. Had he not fortuitously encountered Xiao Ma, his journey to Inner Mongolia would have been in vain. He also realized why one could find that national treasure-level jade birdcage in the marketplace. It had inadvertently escaped from this very trove. Overcome with helplessness and despair, Mamu had managed to conceal the treasure from those who coveted it, relying on her husband's demise and her own years of feigned ignorance. Yet today, she found herself unexpectedly exposed, utterly powerless. She trembled with fear, terrified of the divine figure her father had described, the Shangwan commander. Wang Ze sighed and inquired, "Where's the treasure now?" Mother Ma grimaced and replied, "It lies buried beneath the dead city. In truth, although that is the location of the treasure, even I cannot retrieve it." Dead city? Wang Ze frowned, realizing why he had previously stated that these treasures would transform the treasure site into a perilous and ominous place. Mother Ma's astonishment made it clear that he had indeed stumbled upon the truth. The term dead city was not unfamiliar to Wang Ze. Even someone like him, who seldom followed the news, knew of a dead city in Irdos, Inner Mongolia. Hundreds of apartment buildings, tidy communities, convenient transportation, and complete facilities, all devoid of residents. It resembled a ghost town. Economists analyzed this phenomenon as a consequence of exorbitant housing prices, rendering it unaffordable for local residents. However, Wang Ze finally comprehended that the treasure had influenced the fortune of the entire land. Not only were buildings impossible to erect, but even crops might struggle to thrive. Gu Qianni chuckled, giving Qianni a playful pat on the behind, and spoke with a peculiar tone. "I knew my instincts would not fail me. Look, is this wealth not coming to us effortlessly?" Even the typically stoic little black exclaimed, "Young master, are we finally going to be rich?" To his surprise, Gu Qianni appeared momentarily perplexed, glanced at Wang Ze, and then turned back to little black, saying, "Rich? Did I ever say we would be wealthy? Wealth, as I perceive it, transcends mere monetary value. However, discussing finances in this context seems futile, for it appears that not only shall we fail to acquire any profit this time, but we may also incur some losses. Alas, it seems we are destined for a period of impoverishment. At long last, Mamu has resolved to lead the group to the treasure site. Her irresistible motivation lies primarily in the presence of Shangwan Lingyu among Wang Ze's entourage, a true member of the illustrious Shangwan family. The formidable reputation of Shangwan clan has remained unchanged through the ages, be it a millennium ago or in the present day. Wang's father and Li Lao have remained silent observers, their mouths agape, ever since they grasped the gravity of the conversation between Wang Ze and Mamu. What thoughts occupy their minds is a mystery known only to them. Shangwan Lingyu, however, is more easily swayed. Upon Wang Ze's assertion that this is the definitive method to eradicate the misfortunes of the Shangwan family, she readily accepted his words. Undeniably, the group was infused with excitement. With one exception, Xiaohei, the bodyguard and errand runner for Gu Qianni, who walked with his head bowed, a somber expression on his face, tears welling in his eyes. Ever since Gu Qianni broke the disheartening news of their financial constraints, he has been in such a state. He is acutely aware that should Gu Qianni fail to generate any income, both Gu Qianni and Tian, he would still manage to lead a comfortable life, while the expenses of this journey would inevitably come at the cost of his sustenance. For a robust man weighing 180 pounds, subsisting on merely a quarter of a noodle block per meal, who wouldn't weep in such a predicament? To seize the treasure, these three words may appear deceptively simple, and indeed, many initially held such a belief. Yet, upon arriving at the site of the treasure, an overwhelming sense of unease envelopes everyone. Wang Ze's brow furrowed almost into a washboard. Since entering this dead city, he had been acutely aware of the ominous black mist hovering above, dark and foreboding like clouds heralding an impending hailstorm. Upon reaching the location indicated by Mamu, he was so astounded that words escaped him. The black mist had coalesced into a liquid form, slowly oozing from the ground, resembling a dark fountain. As for the others, they felt an inexplicable chill, despite it being the tail end of summer and the temperature soaring above 30 degrees Celsius. An unsettling coldness pervaded, the kind that induces sweat, a peculiar yet undeniable sensation. Perhaps we should leave. As soon as Shangwan Lingyu uttered this phrase, she hastily covered her mouth. Not only because this was the most significant treasure encountered thus far, but also due to its implications for the Shangwan family's fortunes. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, She could not suppress her instinctive desire to flee. The oppressive malevolence present here profoundly affects the hearts of ordinary individuals. Most critically, if one were to linger in this place for an extended period, the malevolent energy would inevitably seep into their being, rendering them beyond salvation. It is no wonder that rumors circulated about the construction of the dead city, claiming that many workers succumbed to strange ailments. Its origins lie right here. Curiously, however, the treasure site bore no distinguishing marks. Although Ma Mu had accurately identified it, the site was merely a slab of concrete. Indeed, the treasure was once deeply concealed within a cave, but the construction crew leveled the grove and excavated several meters deep for the foundation, rendering the cave non-existent. Above the treasure now lies merely a pedestrian walkway within the community. Wang Ze could not help but lament the extent of the treasure's ominous aura, so potent that it caused the workers to overlook this small cave entirely, leading them to bury it without a second thought. Chapter 50. Blackwater. No wonder one often hears tales of construction teams accidentally damaging water pipes or gas lines. They have even buried priceless treasures without a second thought. Such incidents are merely trivial and understandable. However, the question remains, how does one excavate this? The foundation lies at least 6 or 7 meters deep, and one cannot ascertain how much deeper the treasures are buried. Digging will undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. Moreover, this is a pedestrian walkway within a residential community. It would be quite inappropriate to dig up the path in plain view of the residents. It is no surprise that Ma Mu lamented her inability to retrieve the treasures. This is indeed no simple task. As Wang Ze pondered for a moment, amidst the collective frowns of his companions, a sudden thought struck him. He hastily retrieved his phone and produced a business card, dialing the number inscribed upon it. "Hello. Who is this? Ah, is this Director Zhao? This is Wang Ze, young Wang." "Oh, young Wang. It's been a while since you've called. How have you been? Enjoying yourself?" "Ah, I feel a bit embarrassed to reach out so soon, but I'm indeed having a good time. However, there's a matter on which I would appreciate your assistance." "Go ahead. I shall certainly help in any way I can." Wang Ze was on the line with the director who had assisted him during the airport case. The director hesitated for a moment before reluctantly agreeing to help. Wang Ze was acutely aware that he, or rather Gu Tiany's previous goodwill, would be fully expended in this endeavor. "It is as follows, Director Zhao. Wang Ze has concocted yet another fabrication, claiming to have a good friend in Inner Mongolia whose ancestral tomb lies beneath the dead city. Now that this friend has amassed wealth, he wishes to relocate the tomb to fulfill his filial duty. Of course, should Director Zhao assist in this endeavor, the friend would express his gratitude in the most generous manner possible." Upon hearing of the personal connection and potential gratitude, Director Zhao, without questioning the pivotal matter of whose ancestral tomb is buried 7 or 8 meters deep, readily acquiesced. After spending a night at a nearby inn the following day, Director Zhao contacted Wang Ze to inform him that he was unable to attend but had arranged for a friend to assist. Shortly thereafter, Wang Ze and his entourage reappeared in the dead city, where several rotund individuals awaited them. "Ah, you must be young Wang," a jovial, bespectacled middle-aged man exclaimed as he approached them. "Director Zhao has briefed us. This is a trivial matter. You may proceed as you wish, but do ensure that everything is restored afterward, or I shall have to treat you to a few bottles of aged liquor." As Wang Ze and his companions drew near, the portly man welcomed them warmly. Observing the arrival of a person in charge, Oldley promptly made a phone call. With his seasoned experience, he had proactively contacted a reliable construction team the previous evening, ready to mobilize them as soon as permission was granted. The group engaged Wang Ze in casual conversation, subtly probing into his relationship with Director Zhao. Wang Ze, adeptly navigating the inquiry, claimed that Director Zhao was a senior to him, which sufficed. Only one individual remained to assist, while the others departed without concern. A framework was hastily erected, and soon a rudimentary structure was established. The workers, unaware of the underlying reasons, trusted their employer, who was not known for assigning arduous tasks. Furthermore, the remuneration was quite generous. Although the assignment was peculiar, they diligently set to work. In merely a day and a half, the construction crew had excavated the entire foundation, revealing what appeared to be a cavernous expanse. Wang Ze quickly instructed Old Li to disband the crew. In his eyes, the black water resembled an oil well, gushing forth incessantly. How could mere mortal laborers withstand such a phenomenon? Moreover, this was an invaluable treasure that must remain concealed from prying eyes. He ensured that only a select few knowledgeable individuals maintained a safe distance, even going so far as to delineate a spiritual barrier around their location to ward off malevolent energies. Resolutely, he took up a shovel and descended into the abyss, disregarding the cautions of those around him, wholeheartedly committing himself to the treasure excavation endeavor. As he battled against the encroaching malevolence, he also endured the endless grumblings of the goddess, who seemed particularly averse to the sinister energies. Frustrated by Wang Ze's disobedience, she took it upon herself to expedite the digging process. Realizing resistance was futile, he resolved to expedite the task. With the goddess's assistance, a passage measuring over 1 meter in width and more than 2 meters in length was completed in less than half an hour. As mounds of earth were expelled from the automated conveyor, forming a small hill on the surface. However, the soil emitted an increasingly foul odor. At this moment, Wang Ze finally beheld the source of the ominous aura, a staggering total of 14 treasure chests. Each chest measured at least 1 meter on each side, leading Wang Ze to question how Ma Mu could have possibly transported such a vast fortune single-handedly. A group stood nearby, anxiously observing the black earth being brought forth, torn between the hope of uncovering countless treasures and the fear that they might never emerge, creating a palpable tension. At last, a large black chest ascended from the conveyor that had initially held the pots of soil. It was unclear who acted first, but a throng of people surged forward, eagerly working together to unfasten the chest. Shangguan Lingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Is it truly treasure? My goodness, what could possibly be inside?" Wang's father, unable to maintain his composure, trembled with anticipation, declaring, "I never imagined that after so many years in the antiquities business, I would finally encounter such a grand event." Meanwhile, Old Li leaned close to Wang's father and whispered, "You must tell your young Ze to consider selling any valuable items to me first." Yet, even in the presence of the unearthed treasures, no one harbored thoughts of claiming a share for themselves. It was undeniable that Wang Ze had inadvertently established a certain authority among the group, a status of which he himself was unaware. Just as discussions arose about whether to hastily open the chest and discover its contents, another chest began to rise from below. To the astonishment of all, one after another, all 14 chests were brought forth, leaving the onlookers utterly speechless. Only the mayor's eyelids fluttered a few times, her expression revealing a mix of pain and relief. Mr. Li, clearly taken aback by the treasure's abundance, hurriedly made a call to summon another vehicle. When the large truck arrived, Mr. Li promptly dismissed the driver and drove himself to the work shed. 2 trucks, each laden with 7 boxes, prompted the group to deliberate for some time before ultimately deciding to store them at the small horse's home, as other locations were too crowded and conspicuous. However, the sudden appearance of the large truck attracted many curious gazes. Wang Ze and the others parked in front of the yurt, hesitating to unload the treasure until nightfall. Under the faint moonlight, the long-lost treasure finally re-emerged beneath the sky. The group, along with the 14 boxes, created a sense of congestion within the yurt. They sat in a circle, exchanging glances, before finally directing their gaze towards Wang Ze. He nodded solemnly, approached the first box, took a deep breath, and, unnoticed by the others, a beam of white light emanated from his fingertip. The light glided over the copper lock, and with a resounding clink, it fell to the ground. Wang Ze glanced around at the gathered crowd, unable to suppress a smile, and suddenly raised his hand to lift the lid of the box. In that moment, the teacup held by Wang's father slipped from his grasp, spilling milk tea onto the floor, yet he remained oblivious to it. Mr. Li leaned against the door, tearing a piece from the felt cloth, as the evening breeze rushed in, tousling his hair, yet he made no effort to restore order. Shangguan Lingyu, in a moment of daze, gently entwined her arm with Wang Ze's, resting her delicate head upon his shoulder, completely oblivious to the fact that their relationship was far from such intimacy. The initial reaction from the onlookers was not one of cheers or exuberance, but rather a profound silence, one that was astonishingly palpable. Suddenly, someone broke the stillness with a silly chuckle, and as if it were a contagious affliction. Laughter erupted among the crowd, growing louder and more frenzied by the second. To an outsider, it would appear as though they were a group of lunatics. Yet pearls, the most commonplace and increasingly inexpensive gems, also possess exceptional varieties that are worth a fortune. Consider those resembling quail eggs, perfectly round and exuding a soft, luminous glow. When viewed from certain angles, they reveal a spectrum of iridescent colors, a testament to their natural, century-old heritage. Then there are black pearls, which resemble fully ripened grapes, with a faint purplish hue visible in their luster, particularly when they attain the size of a chicken egg. Such specimens can only be described as extraordinary. Chapter 51. A wealth of treasures. If it were merely gold, it would not be remarkable. One could easily be dazzled by the array of gold in any jewelry store. However, when this gold is meticulously sculpted into a nearly 1 meter tall tree, with the bark's intricate patterns clearly visible and the veins of each leaf discernible, adorned with a few fruits, be they thumb-sized rubies or egg-sized emeralds, it transcends the realm of mere gold artifacts. Jade was not the favored treasure of the ancients. Thus, it was often carved into decorative pieces for the home, embodying zodiac figures or human forms. Yet, regardless of the craftsmanship, each piece could drive jade merchants into a frenzy. Jade is the essence, but it is not solely fashioned into jewelry. There are jade cups made from Hatian jade, natural bicolored cabbages, palm-sized jade trees, and substantial, square jade pillows. There exists another metal, known in contemporary times as platinum. This substance is not naturally found on Earth. In ancient times, the only means of obtaining it was through the refinement of meteorites. Its primary use was as embellishments on silk, dazzling to the point of blinding the observer. All these elements, raw materials, craftsmanship, and history, represent the pinnacle of artistry, yet now they seem to be carelessly discarded, haphazardly crammed into this wooden box. Wang Ze, with little regard for their value, rummaged through the treasures, causing others to wince in sympathy. At last, he discovered a black pearl, nearly the size of his fist. Holding it up to the light, he smiled and nodded approvingly, brazenly slipping it into the pocket of his jacket before everyone present. The sound of collective swallowing filled the air. He subsequently abandoned the first chest and opened another. Inside lay an abundance of treasures, but this one was adorned with numerous scrolls and paintings. He picked up a scroll, unfurled it for examination, offered some superficial critique, and then carelessly tossed it aside. As the scroll hit the ground, the crowd felt their hearts skip a beat. A wave of guilt surged through them as Wang Ze extracted a folding fan. He was unaware of the type of wood used for its frame, yet it felt as heavy as iron in his grasp. Upon opening the fan, he could not discern the material of its surface, which resembled paper yet bore the elegance of silk. One side depicted a landscape in ink wash, while the other featured a short poem accompanied by several red seals below. The ink wash exuded a certain spirit, vividly delineating yet enveloped in a hazy allure. Overwhelmed with delight, he promptly closed the fan and tucked it behind his neck. The onlookers were sweating profusely in anticipation. Thus, one chest after another was opened by Wang Ze, who extracted an item from each, shamelessly stowing them upon his person. Although his discernment was lacking, he invariably selected items that immediately appealed to him and were easy to carry, unaware that these were precisely the objects most cherished by the Empress Dowager, often kept within arm's reach for her amusement. After plundering the final chest, he uncovered a strikingly crimson, circular jade pendant, which he flamboyantly hung at his waist. He stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before uttering a long-awaited phrase that sparked the crowd's eager anticipation. Everyone contributed their efforts, and thus, each participant was entitled to a share. Almost instinctively, a group of individuals rushed towards their most cherished treasures, having already set their sights on them during Wang Ze's manipulation. Yet, one remained motionless, Guqiani. He observed Wang Ze with keen interest and suddenly inquired, "What do you intend to do with these treasures?" His question captivated everyone's attention. As they glanced at the valuables in their grasp before collectively turning their gaze to Wang Ze offered a wry smile and, with a hint of resignation, replied, "What else could I do? Before me lie only two paths. The first is to eliminate all witnesses and conceal this trove, leading to a life fraught with anxiety and fear. The second is to surrender it to the state." Gutiani pressed further. "Which path will you choose?" His curiosity mirrored that of the others, who, having regained their composure, recognized that these were indeed the only viable options. The notion of equal division seemed implausible. There are no secrets kept in a crowded room. The more people involved, the sooner the truth would emerge. They would trust their own words above those of others. Had the treasures been scarce, the situation might have been manageable. However, the sheer volume made it perilous, even if only two individuals were privy to the knowledge. Historical events have demonstrated that most individuals opt for the first path, not out of insatiable greed, but rather in a bid to safeguard their secrets more effectively. As is the nature of humanity, it is often believed that, aside from oneself, only death can keep a secret secure. Xiao He and Tian He exchanged anxious glances at Wang Ze. Wang Ze shrugged and remarked, "Of course, it's the second option. Do I really appear to be a villain? Besides, even if I were a scoundrel, among these individuals are my father, my friends, and the young lady of the Shangwan family. Would I dare to act against her? Am I seeking a premature demise? Moreover, the crux of the matter is that treasures are merely wealth and playthings. Look at me. I hardly seem like someone who is overly concerned with riches. As long as I have enough to get by, that suffices. As for my personal preferences, those do exist, but alas, none of them are present here. What a pity." His words implied that the 14 treasures he possessed were as though they did not exist, or rather, as if they had not been extracted from their box. The others, being perceptive, immediately comprehended Wang Ze's intent. He was willing to submit to the state. Yet the items he selected first would essentially be meat thrown to the wolves, while their one item each was, in essence, a form of hush money. It was reasonable to surmise that even if the state became aware of their potential embezzlement, they would likely turn a blind eye. After all, this was a remnant of issues from the pre-liberation era, and in a certain sense, these truly belonged to the Shangwan family as private property. Wang's father continuously caressed the jade cabbage, which was nearly the size of a genuine cabbage, and could not help but say, "My son, while submitting to the state is commendable, there are at least several thousand treasures here, and with so few of us, one item each seems rather insufficient." Upon hearing this, everyone fervently nodded in agreement. Who would complain about having too many treasures to handle? Wang Ze pondered for a moment, realizing that having collected 14 items, yet distributing one to each of them, seemed rather inequitable. After some contemplation, he declared, "Let us proceed in this manner. Each individual may select 4 to 5 smaller items for personal adornment. Should one desire a larger piece, they may take only one, accompanied by a piece of jewelry. This arrangement should suffice." It was not that Wang Ze was miserly. Rather, he understood that if everyone were to carry an abundance of possessions, the result would be that the state could neither overlook nor ignore the situation. Although the distribution was met with some dissatisfaction, no one voiced their grievances, and they hurriedly rushed back to the treasures, fervently selecting their choices. Shangguan Lingyu clutched the golden tree tightly, aware that her singular item was worth more than a dozen of others. As a woman with an innate appreciation for beauty, she found herself torn between 2 pieces of jewelry. In her left hand, she held a phoenix hairpin, while her right grasped a concubine bracelet. Her delicate brows furrowed in deep contemplation as she struggled to decide. Wang Ze could not help but chuckle softly, whispering in her ear, "Why not wear both?" Overjoyed, Shangguan Lingyu adorned herself with the jade bracelet and inserted the hairpin into her hair. Remarkably, the ancient jewelry complemented modern attire, enhancing her elegance. In a moment of exuberance, she turned and planted a kiss on Wang Ze's cheek, only to realize the impropriety of her actions. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly retreated. As for Wang Ze, his reaction was far more complex than mere embarrassment. Having spent half his life as a bachelor, This was the first time he had received a kiss from someone his own age, apart from eternal figures, and the experience was undeniably overwhelming for him. After the initial confusion, he now wore a vacant expression, rubbing his face and chuckling foolishly. The goddess, infuriated, struck him on the head and exclaimed, "What beauty do you possess? You think you can bestow treasures? Have you not seen how the malevolent energy is close to invading their bodies? Do you truly believe you have acquired something precious?" Wang Ze was jolted awake, realizing the truth of her words. Indeed, he had come out on this expedition to find treasure, but it seemed he had only incurred losses. The objective of this venture was indeed to seek treasures, yet such aspirations were predicated on the presence of boundless spiritual energy. Now, instead of an abundance of spiritual essence, he was confronted with a plethora of sinister energy. Was this not a needless complication? However, despite his grievances, Wang Ze found it difficult to disregard the situation. Regardless of where these treasures ultimately ended up, the malevolent energy, if left unchecked, would undoubtedly cause chaos. He absent-mindedly picked up a blood jade bracelet, gently caressing its surface, and could distinctly observe the black mist swirling in tandem with the movement of his fingers. What shall I do now? Oh, Chapter 52. Belonging as he sought a method to manage the malevolent energy, he was taken aback to find that the radiant white light emanating from his fingertips, capable of cleaving gold and jade, had no effect on the ominous force. Instead, the malevolent energy surged directly into his body. Wang Ze was startled and hastily discarded the jade bracelet, swiftly inspecting his own physique. The onlookers, witnessing his actions, murmured amongst themselves, expressing discontent. If you don't like it, you shouldn't carelessly throw it away. What a pity if it gets damaged. Truly, if it's not one's own, there's no tenderness. Wang Ze heard their grumblings but paid them no mind, for he was enveloped in a profound ecstasy. During his introspective examination, he discovered that the malevolent energy entering his body inflicted no harm whatsoever. Rather, it joyfully leaped into his essence, akin to fish returning to water, desperately seeking to burrow into his chi sea, which warmly welcomed the energy, opening its gates wide for its easy ingress. As this wave of malevolent energy entered his being, the extraordinary amalgamation of the yin-yang fish and the luminous pearl began to operate with remarkable swiftness. Wang Ze could distinctly sense the yin-yang fish growing stronger, albeit by the tiniest increment. Yet, this minuscule growth incited a rapture within him, for there was an abundance of malevolent energy yet to be harnessed. Realizing the benefits of the malevolent energy, he thought, why wait any longer? I shall absorb it. Instantly, Wang Ze entered a state of introspection, removing all barriers within his being, allowing the malevolent energy to flow freely into him. In that moment, the malevolent energy present in the space rejoiced and eagerly surged through every pore of Wang Ze's body, striving to penetrate deeper within. The yin-yang fish exhibited an openness to all comers, even releasing a swirling mist of mixed black, white, and azure hues to greet them. At that moment, those around began to notice Wang Ze's peculiar behavior. Having just discarded a precious artifact, he sat cross-legged, motionless, which aroused their curiosity. The goddess, in exasperation, tapped her forehead, pondering how audacious this young man was. Such introspective cultivation should not be conducted in the presence of others, as any disturbance could prove perilously hazardous. She swiftly conjured an ethereal form, prepared to shield Wang Ze from any concerned intrusions, disregarding any notions of propriety. Wang Ze's father was the first to approach, extending a hand to pat Wang Ze on the shoulder. The goddess gritted her teeth, ready to intervene, thinking to herself, "You will have much to explain later. You foolish servant." Before Wang Ze's father could draw near, Shangguan Lingyu suddenly intervened, blocking his path. Wang Ze's father, taken aback, inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" Shangguan Lingyu hesitated before responding, "Sir, he must not be disturbed." Her address stemmed from Shangguan Qing. She could not refer to him as young master, and both her grandfather and the elder of the Li family held Wang Ze in high regard. Having been exposed to the intricacies of fortune-telling since childhood, Shangguan Lingyu understood that such meditative practices required solitude, free from interruption. Interestingly, the phrases she had absorbed from itinerant fortune tellers inadvertently spared Wang Ze from considerable trouble. Gu Tian's eyes lit up as he observed Wang Ze intently, stroking his lips as if amused. A multitude of antiquities awaits the eager hands of those who seek to explore their mysteries, and the anticipation is anything but tedious. Wang Ze is deeply immersed in his ascension, a true elevation of spirit. Indeed, it is an ascension. The malevolent energy surges into Wang Ze's being like an endless spring, while the yin-yang fish tirelessly absorbs this dark essence, seemingly with an insatiable capacity. As the malevolent energy flows in, the yin-yang fish has doubled in size, transforming from a previously elusive form into a more tangible presence. Wang Ze's fears have not materialized. He had worried that an excess of malevolent energy might disrupt the delicate balance between spiritual and dark forces. Yet, after being purified by the luminous peril, a portion of the malevolent energy willingly transmutes into spiritual energy, dividing into two streams that flow into the yin-yang fish. A sudden realization strikes Wang Ze. Could it be that malevolent and spiritual energies are interchangeable? What then is the essence of malevolent energy, and how does it differ from spiritual energy? He understands that the malevolence associated with these treasures arose from an overabundance of spiritual energy that could not be contained, manifesting as a tumultuous dark force. However, he ponders why spiritual energy might convert into malevolent energy, and how the latter can revert to spiritual energy within his own being. When he inquires of the goddess, she responds with a hint of frustration. "I do not know." The goddess feels quite vexed, although she should be the primary beneficiary of this experience. It appears that Wang Ze has only grown stronger. She watches with envy, for despite her lack of understanding regarding the peculiar yin-yang fish within Wang Ze, it is undeniably a treasure. Even in an era replete with ancient deities, no god has ever possessed the ability to absorb both spiritual and malevolent energies simultaneously. As with water and fire, inherently incompatible, Wang Ze has now achieved what has been deemed eternally unattainable. How could this not incite envy and resentment within the goddess? Gnawing at her lip, she fiercely lashed at Wang Ze's mind, when suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her, and she collapsed weakly to the ground. Supporting her cheek, she muttered, "Perhaps this is the reason he could break the seal." Just then, Wang Ze, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly formed an enigmatic seal with his hands. He abruptly opened his eyes, and a breath like a rainbow chasing the sun surged forth, seemingly devouring all creation. Everyone felt a tremendous suction emanating from Wang Ze. Though there was no wind, their garments fluttered. Just as the crowd was seized with panic, Wang Ze suddenly ceased. The forceful suction abruptly halted. Wang Ze slowly exhaled, and in the late summer of August, wisps of white vapor could be seen within his breath. The goddess's eyelids twitched wildly, and in a delicate voice, she questioned, "What was that? Where did you learn such a technique?" Wang Ze blinked, as if awakening from a profound dream, and blankly asked, "What technique?" "The seal you just formed." "Seal? I don't know. What was I just doing?" You don't know." "Just now, I felt a terrible tightness in my chest, so I took a deep breath, but I couldn't fill my lungs no matter how hard I tried. It was so uncomfortable." The goddess opened her mouth wide, unable to speak for a long time. She knew that Wang Ze would not deceive her, and even if he did, she would know. Her excitement stemmed from the fact that the technique Wang Ze had just performed was none other than the 9 seals of heaven and earth, a legendary feat even in ancient times. Almost every child by the roadside is aware of the nature of these marks, the techniques involved, and their effects. Yet, not a single individual has managed to forge one. The 9 seals of heaven and earth are categorized as spirit, dart, govern, cure, heart, crack, harmony, and zen. Each seal corresponds to a supreme power. The seal that Wang Ze has manifested is the cure seal, which grants the bearer the ability to command their own body at will and to heal all things at their discretion. It is among the most coveted of cultivation techniques. Once the cure seal is formed, not only does the practitioner's cultivation speed surpass that of ordinary individuals, but they also remain impervious to the dangers of succumbing to madness. In light of this, How could the goddess not feel envy? If Wang Ze continues to grow stronger, she would ultimately find herself at his mercy. Her beautiful, large eyes darted about as countless mischievous ideas swirled in her mind, causing her to chuckle softly in delight, which sent a shiver down Wang Ze's spine. Concerned, Wang's father inquired, "What was that just now? Are you experiencing old ailments again?" Wang Ze shook his head and replied, "No. It's just that I became overly excited upon seeing so many treasures. I need a moment to collect myself. Otherwise, I might uncontrollably abscond with them all, ha." The others offered hollow laughter, clearly out of politeness, their smiles tinged with awkwardness. Subsequently, the group began to engage in discussions and deliberations about the newfound treasures. As the guardian of treasures, Mamu undoubtedly deserves commendation for her tireless efforts. Beyond selecting her preferred artifacts, she also requested that Shangguan Lingyu provide some cash as a token of gratitude. Shangguan Lingyu, as the rightful owner of the treasures, was the first to step forward, declaring that this batch of riches could be entirely entrusted to Wang Ze. It was not her desire to relinquish control, but rather her experiences with Wang Ze's methods led her to believe that even her grandfather would arrive at the same conclusion. There was no need to mention Wang's father and old Li, who were merely bystanders but found some satisfaction in the proceedings. What perplexed everyone most was Gu Tiany's demeanor. He had come specifically for the treasures, and the unfolding events aligned perfectly with his premonitions during the flight. Yet, now that the treasures lay before him, he chose to reject them entirely. Tian pouted, reluctantly placing a pair of bracelets she had coveted back into the wooden chest, while her hands tugged incessantly at Gu Tiany's garment. Xiao He, filled with indignation, angrily hurled a golden bowl back into the chest, retreating to a corner like a forsaken stray dog. Wang Ze, intrigued, turned his attention to him and inquired, "Aren't these precisely what you sought?" Gu Tiany replied with a smile, "Indeed, these treasures are exceptional. However, as the ancient saying goes, a common man is innocent, yet holding treasures brings guilt. Wealth and troubles are often intertwined, and regret and joy coexist. Personally, I find myself more inclined towards the latter." His words left the assembly momentarily stunned, only for their expressions to darken thereafter. Chapter 53. The robbery. Innocent men bear the burden of possessing treasures. This is indeed a harsh reality. Once the existence of a precious gem is revealed to outsiders, both the righteous and the unscrupulous will inevitably seek a share. You might argue that there is nothing beyond this, but even if that were true, it would require someone to believe it. Would you believe it yourself? The threats of kidnapping and coercion are not distant concerns. Rather, they occur with alarming frequency. Suddenly, the group perceived these delightful treasures as somewhat perilous. Wang Ze inquired further, "Since you have long anticipated these dangers, why follow us, claiming that you are bound to acquire wealth?" Gu Tiany chuckled softly, an unsettling and cold laughter. "My initial intention was quite simple. If I were to possess these treasures solely for myself, I would naturally not worry about others discovering them." Wang Ze's pupils constricted as he instinctively took a step back, surveying his companions, and coldly asked, "Are you suggesting that your original plan was to monopolize the treasure?" Gu Tiany shrugged. "It is only human nature. Before obtaining the treasure, we can share in both joy and hardship, but afterwards, it all depends on one's cunning." He chuckled again, "But do not be alarmed. I have already dismissed that notion." Despite his reassurances, the group remained vigilant, their eyes still fixed on him with suspicion. Gu Tiany continued, "In truth, you should possess more confidence. The reason I chose to forego the treasure is not merely because of your strength. Indeed, you are formidable. Although I cannot discern the source of your power, an inner voice consistently warns me against opposing you. Quite peculiar. I assent to it. Is it true that you are indeed, as I have stated, a person of duality?" Upon hearing this topic, Wang Ze felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Scratching his head, he exclaimed, enough with the nonsense. What is it that you truly desire? If you do not speak, I assure you, I shall grant you nothing." Yet, his voice bore a certain feigned bravado. "What do I desire? Such a question would leave me remiss if you did not inquire. You see, your acquisition of this magnificent treasure must surely involve my contribution. would it not? Therefore, I believe you owe me a favor, one that you may repay in the future. If you will." The crowd fell into a momentary stupor, with one daring soul asking, "What? Just a favor? You intend to take nothing from the treasure? This? Are you out of your mind?" However, it was this simple request that caused Wang Ze to furrow his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly declared, "You may take whatever treasure you desire. Take as much as you can carry. I will not intervene." Gu Qianni, with a countenance full of disappointment, remarked, "So, you mean to say you do not agree?" Wang Ze remained silent, tacitly affirming Gu Qianni's interpretation. With a heavy sigh, Gu Qianni muttered, "What a troublesome fellow." Casually, he selected a few golden artifacts from the treasure chest and tossed them into Xiaohei's arms, stating, "Take these back, melt them down and sell them. We cannot afford to lose even our travel expenses." With that, he turned to leave. Yet, just as he reached the threshold, he abruptly turned back and warned, "For the sake of our shared journey, be cautious. The troubles you once faced have returned to seek you out." Having spoken his piece, he truly departed, climbing onto Tianni's back, tightly embracing her neck, his feet dangling above the ground while he swayed incessantly. The trio did not glance back even once. It took a moment for the crowd to register the peculiar behavior of this strange individual. Wang's father expressed his concern. "Are we truly allowing him to leave just like that? Could this potentially be detrimental to us?" Wang Ze furrowed his brow and replied, "No. Based on his demeanor, he is not the type to create unnecessary turmoil over this treasure." He then swiftly exited the yurt, calling out loudly, "What trouble? Please clarify." However, the only response was the howling of the evening wind across the steppe. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, he regretted not simply agreeing to owe him a favor. Yet, Wang Ze understood that even if presented with a second chance, he would not acquiesce. An inexplicable voice within him urged him, "Keep your distance." Upon returning to the yurt, he was amused by the sight before him. A group of individuals sat on the ground, categorizing the treasures. Old Li, holding a crystalline dragon sculpture, chirped, "This piece appears to be from the Song dynasty based on its craftsmanship, yet it bears no artisan's mark." Wang's father, clutching a jade bracelet, remarked, "This item is indeed a rare gem. The quality is exceptional, and the minute indentations on it are clearly due to years of wear, suggesting it has a history of no less than 2 centuries. The little horse was considerably simpler in demeanor. It picked up a resplendent piece of jewelry, bit into it, and exclaimed with delight, "This is gold." However, it was promptly met with a sharp slap from its mother and retreated to a corner to draw circles. Initially intending to intervene, pondering that ultimately these endeavors belonged to the state, the thought shifted. Perhaps this too was a form of amusement, and in the future, it would possess more tales to boast about. Just as harmony enveloped the scene, Wang Ze contemplated how to safely transport this treasure back to Beijing when suddenly, the goddess manifested an ethereal presence. She gazed intently behind Wang Ze and spoke in a grave tone, "There is a murderous intent." As night descended, accompanied by wind and rain, the rain on the grassland arrived abruptly. One moment there was gentle breeze, and the next a fine drizzle. Amidst the desolation, a white figure stood there, head bowed, with disheveled hair and loose clothing billowing in the wind. He was standing, not grounded, for his feet did not touch the earth. Those were delicate, unblemished feet, the nails neatly trimmed, devoid of calluses, smooth as that of a newborn. They hung naturally a foot above the ground. The white figure slowly raised his head, gazing into the distance, slightly parting his lips to emit a sound reminiscent of a wolf or a serpent, indistinct and cryptic. Subsequently, this white apparition drifted forward, inching along at what appeared to be an excruciatingly slow pace. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, as if he had never existed. From the darkness emerged a deep, resonant male voice. "7 individuals have arrived, all formidable foes." Another voice, that of a woman, interjected, "You cannot handle them?" The man's voice seemed to carry a hint of amusement. "Others merely face some difficulties. However, among them, there is one whom I may not be able to contend with." The woman's voice carries a hint of surprise. "You are not a contender either? Then, is it human?" "Perhaps so, perhaps not." The woman fell silent for a considerable time before suddenly speaking. "If they are coming for the young master, You need only deal with the others. Leave that to me. If not, do not engage with them. A dark cloud dispersed, allowing the shy moon to cast scattered beams of light through the rain, illuminating the grassland below, which, when viewed from afar, resembled a vast expanse of silverware. The figures of two individuals gradually came into view. Had Wang Ze been present, he would have expressed astonishment at their condition. They were none other than Tian Yi and Xiao He. At this moment, Tian Yi was clad in a form-fitting black outfit that perfectly accentuated her graceful curves. Yet she was unexpectedly wielding a long sword. Xiao He remained in his black suit, though he was now crouched atop a small hill, brandishing a nearly 2-meter-long sniper rifle. Tian Yi gazed with concern towards the opposite side of the hill, where a white figure floated. The expression of the white figure appeared, as if in slumber, weightlessly suspended in the air, allowing the wind and rain to buffet him about. The white figure was none other than her most cherished young master, Gu Tianyi. Tianyi bit her lip and murmured, "Why has the young master suddenly decided to break through? Wasn't it said that it would take several more years?" Her gaze remained fixed on the rifle scope, as Xiao He remarked, "I believe it is due to that Wang Ze. The wealth the young master speaks of may be related to this breakthrough. Attention, they are coming." A bead of sweat trickled down Xiao He's temple, marking the first time in many years. Xiao He, whose real name was Blake Kate, had become Gu Tianyi's dedicated bodyguard for reasons unknown. And the 8-year-old Gu Tianyi had audaciously nicknamed him Black Cat, a moniker that amusingly resembled a pet's name. It seemed a rather endearing name. Yet Xiao He himself was anything but cute. At the tender age of 4, he had been abducted by a clandestine organization from his homeland in the Black Continent. After a year of examinations and tests, he commenced a brutal, hellish training regimen at the age of 5. Chapter 54. The collective among the 100 children who were captured alongside him, only 3 survived. It was at this juncture that he was bestowed with a name, Blake Kate, signifying a beast of the night. Italy, a nation that upon the onset of war finds itself compelled to mass-produce white flags, embodies a romantic yearning for peace. Yet, even in such a land, 2 formidable armed organizations exist, demanding the attention of humanity. The Mafia, a name known to all, and the other, the most enigmatic, the Cole Mobile Force. What this unit has undertaken remains a mystery to all but its insiders. However, the mere mention of its name elicits both admiration and profound trepidation, even from the legendary Special Forces of Israel. The Black Cat is a member of this elite force, and he is no ordinary soldier. He is an instructor. At the age of 21, he holds the distinction of being the youngest Cole instructor in history. This esteemed position stems from his unparalleled prowess. He is the finest marksman in the world, without exception. No one knows how many rounds he fires in a single day, only that he routinely replaces 2 sniper rifles each week. The total number of his training sessions remains unknown, save for a specific pit on the cement training ground, a testament to his relentless dedication. At a distance of 2,000 meters, he is the sole individual capable of achieving a 90% hit rate on a target with a 20-centimeter diameter, while the second-best marksman languishes at the so-called limits of humanity and modern firearms at 1,600 meters. This task is exceedingly arduous, akin to attempting to sever the middle leg of a fly that flits before one using a golden ring knife, and it is sever rather than cut off. After a decade of serving as an instructor, when the long-awaited honorable retirement finally arrived, the Special Forces of Cole resorted to unscrupulous means to retain him. Following their unsuccessful efforts, they also undertook some logically sound measures to eliminate potential threats. Yet, he continued to live, thriving in fact. Such a formidable entity, nearly at the pinnacle of global military power, found himself perspiring at the mere approach of 7 individuals from afar. Was it fear? No. A professional who dances with death is oblivious to the very essence of fear. It was tension, reminiscent of the inexplicable anxiety he felt at the age of 3 when he yearned to pilfer an orange from beside a soldier. At the end of his scope, a man clad in white, appearing immaculate and elegant even amidst the rain, unexpectedly cast his gaze upon him. "Boss, what's the matter? Is there a situation?" inquired a long-haired companion beside the man in white. The man in white simply shook his head, replying, "It seems to be an old acquaintance." The long-haired individual squinted, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Boss, shall we pay a visit to your old friend?" The man in white chuckled softly, playfully tapping the long-haired one's head. "Are you feeling impulsive? Nevertheless, you're no match for him." "How could that be?" "Ha ha." The man in white gently nodded toward that direction, murmuring to himself, "How is it that he is still alive, and how could he possibly appear here?" "Forget it. The task is paramount. We can reminisce later when the opportunity arises." Chang Mao, brimming with curiosity, inquired, "So who exactly is he?" "A sniper, no, the finest sniper in the world." "I thought he was dead." Upon hearing the word sniper, a shiver ran down Chang Mao's spine. "Then you must deal with him swiftly. You know I have an aversion to such individuals." The man in white smiled once more and replied, "He no longer belongs to our world. We should wish him well while he lives." Chang Mao paused, a flicker of jealousy crossing his face as he remarked, "Lucky bastard. Those who manage to escape from their world are exceedingly rare." Chang Mao toyed with two knives, each measuring 30 centimeters in length and 5 centimeters in width. Their blades coated in a layer of black that rendered them nearly invisible in the darkness, save for the edges that gleamed like mirrors. The long blades danced in his hands, leaving behind two exquisite trails of light in the air. He sighed in boredom. Why hasn't T-Biechi arrived yet? It feels as though he has become increasingly indolent. The man in white remained silent. "However, Chief, our fortune seems to be in our favor this time. Not only have we located that insufferable brat, but we've also stumbled upon a treasure trove. Do you think we might be granted a holiday?" The man in white stayed silent. "Ideally, a 7-day holiday. I could take 7 lovely ladies with me. 1 for each day, no. Let us have 7 in a single day." "Ha ha ha." The man in white continued to remain silent. "I say, Chiefo." The man in white retracted his fist and gazed at the large bump on the head of the long-haired individual, remarking, "In truth, if you were mute, you would make an excellent spy." Moments later, a seemingly dilapidated jeep came to a halt beside him. 5 individuals emerged, collectively calling out, "Boss." The driver, slender and diminutive with a center-parted bob, sported a flat nose adorned with glasses. It was evident he was Biech. To his far left stood a figure clad in eccentric attire, embodying the quintessential style of an American street gangster. A gold chain, thick as a finger, hung naturally from his chest, while 2 submachine guns, reminiscent of the 1960s American mob, were slung across his back, an incongruous sight particularly accentuated by his butterfly-shaped sunglasses. He was aptly nicknamed Punk. Next to him was a gaunt individual who could only be aptly described as thin, resembling a skeleton coated in a layer of yellow paint. His other defining characteristic was his height. Standing at least 2 meters tall, he towered above the crowd like a giant chopstick inserted among mere mortals. On his right stood a boy, appearing to be around 14 or 15 years old, who, when compared to the tall man, resembled a diminutive figure. Dressed in luxurious children's attire complete with a bow tie and tailored shorts that mimicked a suit, he exuded an aura akin to Conan, exuding an undeniable charm. However, at his waist hung 2 gleaming 357 caliber Desert Eagles, colloquially known as Desert Eagles. The formidable power and ostentatious size of these pistols were utterly incongruous with the boy's stature. Moreover, he was the sole member of the team who despised his moniker. A name like Little Chicken hardly befits any man. At the rear of the group stood the only female member of the team. Let's tentatively refer to her as such. She possessed a striking figure, a face that could enchant, and a cascade of lustrous hair, flowing without a single split end. Yet even the notorious lecher, known as Long Hair, maintained a respectful distance, barely casting a glance her way. This was not due to her fiery temperament or peculiar mannerisms, but rather an inexplicable disinterest that left the men unmoved. The team speculated that it might be a matter of hormonal imbalance. Her attire was remarkably conventional, consisting of a standard urban professional ensemble, trousers that elegantly accentuated her feminine form while maintaining a formal appearance. Equally striking was the formidable weapon slung across her back, a modified Barrett anti-material sniper rifle, measuring an impressive 175 meters in length. If one were to compile a list of the least suitable firearms for women, this rifle would undoubtedly claim the top spot, given that its recoil exceeds 50 kilograms. enough to unceremoniously topple a woman weighing scarcely 100 pounds. Yet, inexplicably, this tall and exquisitely beautiful woman appeared to be perfectly matched with the gun behind her, as if any other weapon would seem entirely out of place. Flying knife. This moniker was unanimously acknowledged, not merely denoting her remarkable marksmanship, but also evocatively likening her to a darting blade, inciting no desire for retrieval. The 7 distinctive individuals simultaneously glanced at their watches, akin to the firing of a starting gun, and swiftly, yet silently, surged forward. Their destination was none other than the yurt belonging to the Xiaoma family, where Wang Ze was currently situated. The goddess, with a serious expression, gazed intently at the sky and uttered, "They are coming." At that moment, it had barely been 20 minutes since Gu Tiany's departure, and Wang Ze's initial thought was that Gu Tiany had betrayed them. However, the goddess assured him otherwise. Who are these people? Are they formidable? The goddess cast a glance at Wang Ze, then surveyed the others in the room. I do not know who they are, nor do I ascertain their strength. All I am certain of is that those within this room cannot escape. Chapter 55. Taking action, this statement left Wang Ze utterly astonished. How can you be so certain they're coming for us? Perhaps it is that peculiar lad, Gu Tiany. The goddess promptly struck him across the face and retorted, "Do you truly believe I could misjudge something so evident?" Wang Ze stomped his foot in frustration and stormed back into the yurt. "Everyone, please listen to me. I cannot disclose the specifics, but the situation is exceedingly urgent. I implore you to swiftly load the treasure onto the vehicle and proceed directly back to 49 City without pause." "My lady, how much time do we have left?" someone inquired. "At most, 15 minutes, Wang Ze declared through clenched teeth. "Hurry, hurry, hurry." With that, he was the first to hoist a chest and dashed outside, tossing it onto the vehicle before returning for another. The others stood in bewilderment, their minds swirling with questions. What on earth has happened? How can Xiao Ze be so strong? Yet, Wang Ze's palpable anxiety spread among them, igniting a sense of panic. Among the 14 chests, 8 were single-handedly lifted onto the vehicle by Wang Ze, and in less than 4 minutes, the treasure was secured. After calculating the time, he bellowed, "Everyone, get in the vehicle, quickly. Drive as fast as you can and disregard everything else. Once we reach 49 City, head straight to the Shangwan family. Ling Yu, I must trouble you to inform your grandfather to prepare for safety." At this moment, the others seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, and they began to murmur among themselves, "Has the secret of the treasure been exposed?" Wang Ze wore an expression of urgent anxiety as he commanded, "Stop talking. Hurry up." He nearly forced everyone into the vehicle, and before departing, he solemnly reiterated, "Remember, do not stop for any reason." As the engine roared to life, the group sat tensely within the confines of the car. At that moment, Wang Ze's father suddenly inquired, "Xiao Ze, why aren't you getting in?" "Hurry." Wang Ze shook his head and replied, "You go ahead. I have my own plans." His father, taken aback, bellowed, "Are you out of your mind? Get in the car." He began to step down to drag Wang Ze along. Gritting his teeth, Wang Ze swiftly struck his father's neck, rendering him unconscious in disbelief. "Uncle Li, I leave my father in your care. Xiao Osha, you go." As he watched the 2 trucks rapidly recede into the distance, Wang Ze let out a slight sigh of relief. He retrieved a table and a chair from the yurt, taking a kettle of milk tea as he settled at the entrance. Upon his initial sip, he thought it impossible to find anything more distasteful in this world. Yet as he continued to drink, he discerned a certain flavor. It was no wonder some had claimed that anything persisting for millennia must possess its own rationale for existence. Albeit at times, people simply forget. Much like the impending adversaries, there will always be manifestations of extreme force in any era. After finishing the kettle of tea, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead as the tension he had felt earlier began to dissipate. Suddenly, the divine lady declared, "They are coming." Wang Ze perceived a fleeting white shadow, and a man appeared directly before him. Why is it that when we meet acquaintances, they do not offer to treat us to a cup of tea? Wang Ze lifted his gaze, and the corners of his eyes twitched rapidly. The individual before him was none other than the man in white who had shot him at the British Museum, the only distinction being that he had once sported golden locks, whereas now his hair was as dark as night. Wang Ze let out a bitter laugh, drained the tea from his cup, and shrugged, saying, "It's all gone." The man in white chuckled. "Have they made off with the treasure?" "Indeed," Wang Ze replied. "Did you know I would be coming?" "Yes. It is quite a peculiar matter. But do you truly believe they can escape?" Wang Ze raised his head to meet the man's gaze and replied earnestly, "They can." "Huh. I truly do not fathom the source of your confidence." Wang Ze pointed to the red mark on his forehead and inquired, "Must it be this way? Is one time not sufficient?" The man in white laughed heartily. "There is no other way. In fact, if you were aware of the truth, you ought to be grateful to me. At the very least, I can ensure your demise is more comfortable." He gestured to his chin and continued, "I have always been curious about how you managed to survive. I observed no scar upon your forehead. At one point, I even speculated whether you had a twin brother." Wang Ze remained silent. The man in white sighed and said, "Very well, it is time to send you on your way. Do not fret. You shall not be alone on the road to the underworld." As he spoke, he raised his hand and extended his index finger, knowing that with a mere flick, a bullet could pierce through Wang Ze's skull. Wang Ze suddenly inquired, "If one day you were to meet your demise, what is the one thing you would most desire to accomplish before your passing?" The figure in white was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled quietly. "I must admit, I have never pondered this before. Let me think. I'm afraid I can't come up with anything." With that, he lowered his hand decisively. In an instant, the goddess materialized, her ethereal form extending an arm swiftly to strike Wang Ze's forehead. With a resounding bang, accompanied by a shower of sparks, a bullet was deflected away. Wang Ze reacted with remarkable swiftness, propelling himself forward with a kick, delivering a punch aimed directly at the white-clad figure's face. Startled, the figure's pupils contracted, yet his reflexes far surpassed those of Wang Ze. From seemingly nowhere, he produced two handguns, their barrels erupting like twin serpents of fire, unleashing a torrent of bullets. His form resembled a leaf caught in a tempest, vanishing into the void behind him. The incessant sound of ding-ding-ding filled the air. To the white-clad figure, it appeared as though Wang Ze was enveloped in an extraterrestrial shield. Bullets were deflected a mere half-meter from his body. Throughout his life, he had witnessed individuals who could evade bullets, slice through them with blades, or withstand direct hits without succumbing. But he had never encountered anyone impervious to their approach. Who on earth is this person? The thought echoed simultaneously in both their minds. Despite Wang Ze's rapid movements, his lack of training rendered them clumsy and ineffective, failing to penetrate the white figure's defenses. Meanwhile, the figure's magazines seemed inexhaustible, with those two handguns rivaling the firepower of automatic rifles. The goddess exclaimed urgently, "Shout, Ze, you must think of a way quickly. I can barely hold on." This statement left Wang Ze dizzy. If even the goddess could not withstand it, how could he avoid becoming a mere sacrifice? Vaguely, he sensed the barrage drawing ever closer to his body, the heat of the bullets palpable against every inch of his skin. The imminent danger ignited Wang Ze's spirit, while the urgency of nature's call in his abdomen fueled his anger, and the enemy's mockery incited his rage. Suddenly, the yin-yang symbol began to spin rapidly, with the black and white energies soaring like two colossal dragons, flooding every part of his body in an instant. With a mighty roar, Wang Ze propelled himself forward with explosive force, akin to a bullet fired from a gun. He understood clearly that the barrage from the white-clad figure was merely controlling him, constraining his movements. The true peril lay in the silent, yet formidable sniper bullets. He moved with such swiftness that, had the white-clad figure not been tracking him with his eyes, he would scarcely have been able to perceive him. The white-clad figure inwardly cursed, "This is not good," as Wang Ze raced toward the location of the flying dagger. What on earth is this person? Are they even human? How can they move so swiftly? I've overstepped this time. The white-clad figure scolded himself, desperately pursuing Wang Ze, yet always falling just short of matching his speed. Wang Ze ran frantically, the wind howling in his ears, his cheeks stinging from the rush, and his eyes fixated on a small area directly ahead. Yet he was acutely aware that the sniper was right there. The flying knife hesitated. As an exceptional marksman, it was the first time she had experienced such indecision. grappling with the choice of whether to flee or remain. Her target surged towards her like a vengeful spirit escaped from the depths of hell, moving with a speed unattainable by mere mortals. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, she felt a powerful gust of air rush towards her. And as she instinctively lifted her gaze, a grotesque shadow emerged from the night rain. The only discernible feature were those terrifying eyes, glinting like the moonlight, fierce and diabolical. With a thunderous shout, Wang Ze unleashed 5 brilliant white blades of light from the 5 fingers of his right hand, driven by a deep-seated rage as he aimed directly for the marksman's head. Yet, in that instant, a pale, startled visage of extraordinary beauty caught his attention. Almost instinctively, Wang Ze adjusted his hand slightly, delivering a swift strike that shattered the formidable sniper rifle, crafted from special steel, into 6 segments, scattering its components and bullets in all directions. The cut appeared like a mirror, reflecting the tense faces of the 2 adversaries. As flying knife overcame her initial panic, she swiftly drew the military knife from her waist, launching a silent and rapid thrust towards Wang Ze's abdomen. Enraged, Wang Ze shouted, "Damn it!" and raised his hand to deliver a fatal blow to the striking woman. At that moment, the divine figure suddenly warned, "Be careful." Wang Ze abruptly turned, every pore on his body tightening in alarm, as he beheld 2 crescent-like beams of light hurtling towards his waist. It was indeed the 2 long blades in the hands of the long-haired man. The eyes beheld, the hands could reach, yet Wang Ze's thoughts could not catch up. Instinctively, he extended his foot to kick at the dual daggers. However, those blades traced a peculiar arc in midair, evading Wang Ze's kick. One blade ascended directly toward his groin, while the other sliced diagonally towards his throat. How am I to defend against this? Wang Ze cursed inwardly, propelling himself into the air with a powerful thrust of his legs, resembling a rocket in flight. Chapter 56. Escape. Just as Wang Ze found himself in a secure position, he felt a searing pain in his rear, and upon inspection, discovered it was drenched in blood. The 2 sudden knife attacks had caused him to forget about another blade lurking behind him. A flying knife had carved a gash into his backside. He glared fiercely at the assailant, ready to retaliate, when suddenly a glimmer caught his eye. Turning his head, he was astonished to see 2 fiery serpents advancing towards him. The gangster's gun from the rogue resembled 2 turbo engines, continuously spitting out fiery projectiles, the bullets shimmering in the night like a pair of blazing snakes. With no leverage to escape in the air, he shouted in desperation, "Wife, help me!" Immediately regretting his outburst, he realized that in his panic, he had inadvertently revealed his greatest ambition. The goddess paused for a moment, then instinctively raised her hands to shield him from the incoming fire. A wave of relief washed over Wang Ze, as he thought, surely she didn't hear that. However, just as she managed to block the bullets, the goddess unexpectedly delivered a sharp slap to Wang Ze's face, the sound echoing as if the very heavens had shifted. Instantly, one side of his face swelled up, the pain causing tears to spill uncontrollably. Wang Ze stammered, "Won't he do it again?" The goddess's face flushed crimson, tempted to exact further torment upon him. But her instincts kicked in, and she urgently warned, "Be careful." Wang Ze squinted one eye and turned to see a bamboo pole raising a thinner bamboo pole that emitted a dreadful white light, hurtling towards him. The sound of slicing air, reminiscent of a sharp blade tearing through silk, echoed as the nearly 2-meter-long sword charged directly at Wang Ze's face. The moon behind the chopsticks emerged from the dark clouds, appearing as if it had been cleaved in twain. The goddess clasped her hands, instantly blocking the long blade. However, the force was overwhelming, and Wang Ze, unanchored, was sent crashing to the ground like a ping-pong ball. He desperately adjusted his posture mid-air, striving to land on his feet. Yet upon glancing back, he was startled once again, for there stood Conan-wielding 2 gleaming golden guns, aiming straight at him. Cursing under his breath, he barely had time to react before the sound of gunfire, thump, 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 surged towards him. The goddess spun her hands like a windmill, fervently attempting to shield against the bullets. At that moment, several bullets pierced through her palms. She gasped, "Not good." Indeed, Wang Ze suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, shaking his head vigorously. He was met with a searing pain in his right arm and left leg. Hit, like a kite severed from its string, he crashed heavily to the ground. The goddess felt a wave of weakness, offering a wan smile. Her ethereal form became increasingly indistinct as she gently settled into the crook of Wang Ze's arm, tenderly stroking his pained brow as if wishing to smooth it away. It appears that, this time, we are truly destined for mutual destruction. Never before has the expression of the divine lady been so gentle. As the moonlight cascades down and the gentle rain falls, she seems, in this hazy moment, merely an ordinary woman. Wang Ze gazes at her, somewhat dazed, and in that instant, he comprehends that the divine lady possesses little ethereal essence. What she has absorbed serves solely to mend her divine soul, while all her actions draw upon Wang Ze's spiritual energy. Hence, she seldom transforms or ventures out to behold this splendid and enchanting world. Suddenly, he bursts into laughter, a hearty and uninhibited laugh. The divine lady is momentarily taken aback, then can't help but chuckle softly, playfully pinching his cheek. "You mischievous child." Wang Ze closes his eyes, his spirit retreating to his abdomen, rubbing his nose as he gazes at the yin-yang fish and the luminous pearl. He suddenly exclaims, "You two clumsy dragons, residing within me for no reason, ought to contribute something, don't you think? Beware, I might just destroy you." At that moment, the divine lady, her finger playfully teasing Wang Ze's forehead, inquires sweetly, "What are you doing? Do you wish to take a nap first?" No sooner had she spoken than her entire being jolted, retreating 2 steps in alarm, maintaining a certain distance from Wang Ze. Then, Wang Ze abruptly opens his eyes, revealing a pair of blood-red pupils. With a couple of hisses, blood vessels in his forehead and neck burst forth, and he stands upright, seemingly defying gravity. His clothes and hair flutter as if filled with countless struggling mice. At that moment, a figure clad in white arrives, aiming a gun at the top of Wang Ze's head. The man in white smiled bitterly, saying, "I never anticipated that we would exert such tremendous effort for your sake. As a reward, I shall grant you an opportunity to leave a final message." Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden wave of agony distorted his handsome visage, and he lowered his head incrementally, only to behold a solitary arm. The forearm was all he could see, for a hand had already plunged deep into his abdomen. A pair of blood-red eyes gazed at him, devoid of emotion, and the man in white was engulfed by a sensation he believed he would never experience in his lifetime, a feeling known as fear. With a piercing cry, he squeezed the trigger, yet the anticipated gunshot never resonated. Raising his gaze, he was horrified to witness his trusted handgun, which had accompanied him for over a decade, beginning to melt away. His pupils constricted as he sprang backward with utmost urgency, just as another hand glided past where he had stood. Strangely, the area that was traversed remained untouched, devoid of even raindrops, as if it were a vacuum. "Head!" The simultaneous shouts echoed as 6 individuals charged frantically toward Wang Ze. Wang Ze slowly turned his head, his blood-red eyes locking onto the mesmerizing pupils of Flying Knife. A wicked smile creased his lips, and in an instant, he vanished into thin air. When the crowd beheld him again, he stood behind Flying Knife, a bloodied hand delicately gripping her neck, as if a mere squeeze could sever her head from her shoulders. The Flying Dagger attempted to employ the same tactic once more, stealthily thrusting a military knife towards Wang Ze's abdomen. However, as the blade penetrated halfway, Flying Dagger felt a sharp pain in her neck and promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Wang Ze gently cradled her in his arms and cast a stoic glance at the remaining 6 individuals, gradually making his way towards the expanse of the grassland. The 5, apprehensive and fearful, dare not make a move. It was only after Wang Ze's figure vanished beyond the horizon that they hastily approached the pale figure. "Boss, you're injured?" The pale figure managed a wry smile, responding, "I won't die, but alas." "Boss, what exactly was that? Is it even human? He clearly won. So why did he spare us? And why did he take Flying Dagger?" One of the long-haired men trembled slightly as he spoke. The pale figure's eyelids twitched, and he barked, "If you ask me, who the hell should I ask? The five were momentarily taken aback, as their leader rarely resorted to profanity. Then, what about Flying Dagger? The pale figure shook his head, assuring, "It's fine, that lad won't kill her." Indeed, as the pale figure had predicted, Wang Ze could not bring himself to slay such a delicate and beautiful woman. The sole reason for his abduction was the necessity of a hostage. In truth, the five had grown timid, daunted by Wang Ze's formidable presence, and dared not pursue him. Wang Ze's internal energy had been utterly depleted by the goddess, leaving him with 2 gunshot wounds and a knife wound, akin to a candle burning down to its last flicker. At a critical moment, he exhausted his vital energy, forcibly extracting such immense power from the yin-yang fish, which can be succinctly described as a fleeting glimmer of hope. At this juncture, he bound the unconscious knife thrower's limbs securely with his clothing, while he himself succumbed to a contented slumber. This effort to squeeze power exacted a tremendous toll on him, akin to an orange that appears delectably juicy, yet yields little juice when forcefully squeezed, leaving the fruit in a pitiful state. If his injuries remain untreated, the excessive blood loss could irreparably damage his vitality. The goddess squatted beside him, diligently tending to his wounds, while occasionally delivering gentle but firm taps to his head with her small fist. She glanced at the knife thrower sprawled upon the ground, her exquisite form radiating perfection, and in a fit of anger, she struck Wang Ze a few more times. The locale they inhabited was rather unique, a rare grove on the prairie, where shrubs and trees intertwined. Although it could not completely obscure the sky, it provided ample cover for a few individuals. Chapter 57. Flying Dagger. The goddess, with great effort, collected rainwater from the leaves and carefully brought it to Wang Ze's lips. With a soft murmur, Flying Dagger gradually regained consciousness. She blinked twice, then immediately lowered her gaze to inspect her attire, relieved to find it disheveled, yet seemingly untouched. However, a pout formed on her lips as she frowned, silently cursing someone's lack of aesthetic sense. Soon, she realized she was bound tightly and began to struggle relentlessly. The goddess shot her a glare, contemplating whether to deliver a swift slap to render her unconscious, but ultimately decided against it, continuing instead to wipe Wang Ze's face with the rainwater gathered in the forest. To Flying Dagger, this scene appeared exceedingly odd. She observed as droplets of water from the surrounding leaves gathered together, floating erratically toward Wang Ze, moistening and applying themselves to him, some even seeping into his mouth. A shiver ran through her, and after much restraint, she could no longer contain herself and exclaimed in a delicate voice, "Ghost." Strangely enough, even such an unrefined scream held a certain charm and was quite melodious. Wang Ze, disturbed from his slumber, furrowed his brow and slightly shook his head, appearing on the verge of awakening. The goddess, incensed, swiftly struck out. Flying Dagger felt a gust of wind rush toward her face, yet saw nothing. A sudden pain throbbed in her head, and she promptly succumbed back into unconsciousness. Pleased, the goddess clapped her hands, but her expression soured as her gaze fell upon Flying Dagger's F-level, nearly tearing her shirt apart. With displeasure, the goddess delivered several slaps to those prominent peaks, her anger palpable as she ordered Flying Dagger to be turned over, face down. What materialized before her was the exquisite silhouette of a well-defined figure adorned in silk trousers. The goddess, turning to glance at her own reflection, smiled with satisfaction before resuming her task of offering water to Wang Ze. After approximately an hour, the sun had ascended just above the horizon, and Fei Dao struggled to awaken once more. Her initial sensation was one of pain in her chest, accompanied by a mouthful of dirt and decaying leaves. With great effort, she managed to turn herself over, retreating like a worm to lean against a grand tree. To her astonishment, the devil still lay there in serene repose. Had it not been for the subtle rise and fall of his chest, Fei Dao might have believed him deceased. This time, she refrained from crying out. Although her predicament was akin to encountering a ghost, the lesson imparted by the goddess's slap had instilled in her a sense of silence. Staring vacantly at the gradually brightening sky, Fei Dao felt a profound sense of confusion. This was her first experience of being captured, and under such bizarre circumstances, She longed for her companions to rescue her. Yet, she understood the grim reality. For individuals like them, capture often equated to death. She hesitated, contemplating whether to bite down on the cyanide capsule concealed within her molars. As a woman, even in death, she wished to avoid such a fate. She had witnessed many who had taken their own lives by biting into cyanide. Some had their entire jaw incinerated, while others lost half their skulls, leaving a gruesome mess that was difficult to clean. A woman, especially one of beauty, ought not to meet such an end. She cast another glance at Wang Ze, suddenly wondering if he might release her. Suddenly, she was amused by her own naive thoughts, bitterly recalling the moment when she had stabbed him. It was, after all, her first experience of inflicting such an injury on someone. She could not fathom how such a meaty area could bleed so profusely. The sun finally rose languidly, heralding yet another splendid day devoid of clouds. The scorching rays warmed the ground, causing vapor to rise and coalesce into a morning mist within the dense forest, evoking a sense of being in a celestial realm. However, one particular sight left Fei Dao perplexed. Surrounded by the morning fog, Wang Ze's figure was illuminated by a beam of sunlight, warming him as if he were the centerpiece of a theatrical performance. This surreal scene made Fei Dao question the reality of it all. The unseen goddess, furrowing her brow, poked Wang Ze's cheek repeatedly, muttering, This lad. How can he absorb the primordial essence of heaven and earth, with purple chi arriving from the east? Does he truly consider himself the supreme, divine monarch? Ugh! Infuriating. As time passed, the mist dissipated under the fierce sun. Fei Dao's stomach grumbled, awakening Wang Ze, who groaned and struggled to rise, inadvertently brushing against his injury, causing his face to contort as if he were a dumpling. Nonetheless, this jolt of pain did help him regain some clarity. He turned to the goddess and expressed his gratitude, to which she merely shot him a disdainful glance. It was then that he noticed Fei Dao leaning against a tree. Is it you? Wang Ze rubbed his eyes, convinced he was not mistaken, and couldn't help but mutter, I distinctly remember grabbing the nearest unfortunate soul. And yet here you are, the woman wielding a treacherous dagger. Although he understood it was unlikely, he felt compelled to act. Flying Dagger exclaimed loudly, You scoundrel! Release me at once. Wang Ze, clearly unfamiliar with their line of work, puzzled over the situation and asked, Why? This question left Flying Dagger momentarily speechless. After a lengthy pause, she finally devised a rather clever retort. I am a woman. What does it mean for you to bind me thus, claiming to be a man? Wang Ze, exasperated, let out a bitter laugh. He replied, Is it you who intend to kill me, or are the 7 of you joining forces? Should I not inquire whether such overwhelming numbers against one is a display of true heroism? To his surprise, Flying Dagger merely scoffed, muttering, arguing with a lady, how unchivalrous. Wang Ze raised his hands in surrender, deciding it best not to engage with this woman any further, as it was too taxing. Struggling to his feet, he caused a flurry of panic in Flying Dagger, who hastily cried out, What are you doing? Wang Ze paused, bewildered, and replied, Sister, I am merely standing up. Do you expect me to lie here for eternity? Flying Dagger shot him a glare, but chose not to respond further. Wang Ze then remarked, By the way, just now I heard an unpleasant sound. Was that your stomach growling? And no, it was your stomach that growled. Wang Ze scratched his head and chuckled. All right then, it must be my stomach growling. Now, do I need to seek your permission to find something to eat? With that, he turned and departed from the arid corner. Fei Dao opened her mouth, hesitating and struggling, rather like a timid little woman. However, the moment Wang Ze stepped out her sight, her entire demeanor darkened. Icy as steel. The groves and the grasslands, referred to by the herdsmen as a blessing from the heavens, are not merely poetic expressions. Only with ample water can a small copse thrive. This place not only bears an abundance of fruits, but also houses small beasts and even fish. At this moment, Wang Ze was grasping a small creature that wriggled incessantly, its name eluding him. This was meant to be his breakfast. Yet after a moment's contemplation, he reluctantly released it. With a sigh of resignation, he slumped to the ground and lamented, Am I truly this useless? I can't even bring myself to eat my breakfast. That woman, the goddess, floated beside him, her smile radiant. She longed to see that woman, whom she deemed deformed, dispatched with a single stroke. Of course, deformed referred to her physique. Nevertheless, she replied, "You simply cannot let her go." Cannot let her go? They haven't pursued us merely because your final outburst frightened them. Yet this woman has witnessed your weakness. If you release her, just consider the consequences. Sighing, he muttered, "Alas, I truly cannot bring myself to harm this breakfast." As they conversed while walking, it wasn't long before they emerged from the forest. Not far from the woods stood an abandoned yurt, surrounded by a tangle of weeds, with no livestock grazing nearby. The sight of a forsaken yurt was indeed rare. Even when nomads settle into permanent abodes, they typically dismantle their yurts and transport them. Approaching the yurt, Wang Ze ventured inside and confirmed that it had long been uninhabited. However, his gaze was drawn to a sheepskin laid upon a frame within. It appeared to have been recently removed, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship and untouched by sunlight, making it a fine piece of leather, likely intended for footwear or some other purpose. Wang Ze carefully removed the sheepskin, secured it with a simple knot, and departed from the yurt. As he held the sheepskin in his hands, a sudden inspiration struck him. He retraced his steps to the forest, made his way to a small stream, rolled up his trousers, and waded into the water to catch a few small fish. With a grimace, he dispatched them, feeling a pang of sorrow for a while. He then fashioned the sheepskin into a bucket shape, filled it with water from a stream, and returned to the original spot. Chapter 58. The fire of the origin. Upon his return, the flying knife pouted, displaying a demeanor of sulkiness. Wang Ze chuckled softly, searching around for several large stones. He then fashioned a frame using branches, securing the sheepskin to it, resembling a rudimentary pot. The ancient method of kindling fire through friction is indeed a skillful endeavor. One must first locate two types of wood with differing hardness, along with some flammable materials, such as the fluff from a squirrel's nest. Rapidly rotating a wooden stick generates frictional heat exceeding 200 degrees, requiring both technique and physical strength. Once the fire is ignited, the ember is transferred to a pile of stones, and firewood is arranged to boil the stream water contained within the sheepskin. Wang Ze tossed several small fish into the makeshift pot. Unable to bear the sight, the flying knife inquired, "Aren't you going to prepare the fish? Perhaps scale them or gut them?" Wang Ze's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly retrieved the fish. First, he removed the scales, and then, with a gentle stroke of his finger along the fish's belly, he opened it up. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in the flying knife's eyes, quickly replaced by a sorrowful pout as he asked, "What weapon is it you hold?" "You've severed the gun." Wang Ze scratched his head awkwardly, refraining from answering the question. After considerable effort, the fish was cleaned and the water had heated up. Satisfied, Wang Ze gazed at his labor's fruits, proclaiming, "The sheepskin serves as a pot. The fish is cooked within." This embodies the essence of freshness. The definition of freshness stems from this experience, which, one might argue, is among the most exquisite delights of the world. Regrettably, it is utterly devoid of seasoning when Wang Ze partakes of it. All he can discern is freshness, and indeed, excessively fresh. It is merely a bland affair. At this moment, Fei Dao, standing nearby, gulped heavily and exclaimed, "How can you eat it all by yourself? There is a famished beauty here. Do you realize you are mistreating a captive? This could land you in a military tribunal. What about the fish? Does it taste good?" Wang Ze lowered his head despondently. No wonder people say a woman's identity is a form of capital. Despite being captives, they still speak with such confidence and assertiveness. Yet, Wang Ze is inexplicably drawn to this dynamic. After inquiring about the goddess's opinion, she mentioned it was acceptable to untie her, assuring him there was no need for concern. Her spiritual energy had recovered somewhat, and dealing with this little girl would pose no challenge. Wang Ze understood the extent of his own spiritual energy, which corresponded to the capabilities of the goddess. Nevertheless, doubts crept in, prompting him to ask, "Given that you absorb so much spiritual energy, why can you only utilize mine?" The moment the question escaped his lips, the goddess's temper flared, and her small fist began to thump against Wang Ze's head as she retorted, "Do you think I don't wish otherwise? I am currently but a spirit, you know? I have no capacity to store spiritual energy, let alone the fact that I am barely able to mend my own spirit. You are a waste. Since you have unsealed my confinement, you must take responsibility to the end. At the very least, allow me to seize your body instead of merely forging a new one. The goddess, caught up in her excitement, inadvertently revealed a secret, unintentionally disclosing the crucial term seize. She hastily covered her mouth, staring in horror at Wang Ze. Wang Ze blinked, and from her words and her reaction, he seemed to have deduced something. Yet, he still inquired, is it possible to forge a new body? How would one go about it? The goddess, believing he had not caught on, breathed a sigh of relief and replied confidently, of course it is possible, but can you, a mere waste, accomplish it? To forge a new body, one must at the very least master the heavenly primordial fire and be capable of merging various substances from the world to create a physical form from nothing. The knowledge required alone would overwhelm you, and you dare ask me how to do it? If you could manage it, I would have long since compelled you to do so. Wang Ze pondered this and chuckled to himself. He sensed that the goddess was becoming increasingly less guarded around him, which was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. At the very least, his inadvertent utterance of wife had not provoked a retaliatory strike, which in itself was a fortunate occurrence. Fei Dao watched as Wang Ze alternated between clutching his head in despair, deep contemplation, and sudden laughter. Suddenly, a shiver ran through her. Is this fellow not a madman? However, to Fei Dao's surprise, Wang Ze genuinely approached to untie her. Fei Dao rose from her seated position, stretching her stiff limbs, initially contemplating the violent act of throttling her captor. However, she restrained herself. She was no fool. The mere fact that he had released her indicated that he did not regard her as a threat, nor did he fear her escape. After casting a few fierce glances at Wang Ze, she plopped down beside the sheepskin pot, picking up a branch that resembled a spoon, which Wang Ze had carelessly discarded, and began to use it without a second thought. This left Wang Ze blushing with embarrassment. Yet, soon his face turned pale. Incredibly, the pot, which contained less than half a fish, was devoured by this woman, who had yet to even show a hint of a bulging stomach, within mere minutes. Fei Dao, using a fishbone to pick her teeth, remarked nonchalantly, the taste is quite good, though a bit bland and lacking in quantity, before burping heartily. Wang Ze could only drink a few sips of broth in despair, followed by nibbling on 2 fruits. He then stood up, extinguished the campfire, and emptied the water from the sheepskin, shaking it a few times in the air. With the warmth of the sun and steam, the sheepskin was rendered half dry. He rolled it up, secured it with a strip of cloth, and slung it over his back. This was the grassland, and he had no intention of retracing his steps, fearing an encounter with the figures in white. Thus, should he lose his way and have to spend the night under the open sky, the sheepskin would serve as an excellent piece of luggage. All right, let us depart, he announced. Fei Dao was taken aback for a moment, then stood up from the ground and tentatively asked, since you have untied me, and my companions have not pursued, might you consider releasing me? Wang Ze turned to her with a playful glint in his eyes, staring intently for over a minute. The flying knife, with a heavy heart, lowered her head and remarked, forget I asked, and resignedly followed behind Wang Ze. Upon exiting the woods, Wang Ze chose a rather desolate path and ambled leisurely forward. The flying knife furrowed her brow and inquired, where exactly are you headed? A place devoid of your companions. A place you can return to? Wang Ze replied. The flying knife halted in astonishment. You intend to take me home? What do you take me for? Wang Ze chuckled softly. In truth, you are well aware that there are only 2 paths before you, either death or following me. I will never allow you to reunite with your comrades. And you understand the reasons better than I. This was indeed the very fear that plagued the flying knife, for Wang Ze was certainly not a fool. Sighing, she posed another question. Aren't you afraid I might kill you in your sleep and escape, or poison your food? Or will you bind me until nightfall? I shall not bind you. As for the methods you mentioned, feel free to attempt them, he replied with a wry smile. However, I would advise you, as the saying goes, a good death is not as desirable as a miserable life, especially for a girl as enchanting as you. The flying knife narrowed her eyes, instinctively reaching for her right calf, where a small, inconspicuous knife lay, one coated with poison. A mere cut would lead to a singular, fatal outcome. Yet, halfway through her motion, she withdrew her hand, regaining the demeanor of a petulant young woman. Nevertheless, her gaze remained fixed upon the back of Wang Ze, specifically at the region of his heart. Chapter 59. The Savage Indeed. Wang Ze's fortune proved to be exceptionally favorable. At the end of the desolate grassland, which could easily have led to a desert, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a town. Small and rudimentary, yet it thrived in its own way, evidenced by the presence of an inn. Although the pain in his arms and thighs had diminished, the tattered rags were congealed with dark clots of blood, and not a single piece of clothing on his body remained intact. Most vexing was the exposure of his backside. Despite the bandages beneath, it appeared rather undignified. Wang Ze shot a resentful glare at the flying knife, who, with an air of pride, raised her chin defiantly. In a moment of childish whimsy, Wang Ze pouted and leaned closer, gently dragging his finger across the rear of the flying knife. Instantly, a hole appeared in her silk trousers, revealing a delicate pink lace trim. The flying knife felt a sudden chill at her rear and, upon turning to see the damage, her complexion paled. She raised her hand, ready to retaliate against Wang Ze. However, before she could act, he let out a pained exclamation, despite no one having struck him. Large lumps began to manifest atop his head. This is exceedingly strange. The flying knife hastily removed her upper garment and wrapped it around her waist, staring in bewilderment at Wang Ze, who was scurrying away while cradling his head. A sense of unease settling within her. This was undoubtedly the divine intervention of the goddess, enforcing the rights of women. In response to Wang Ze's lecherous behavior, she, in place of the moon, had delivered a fitting punishment. Following the signing of a series of unequal treaties, Wang Ze was treated leniently. As he entered the seemingly filthy and chaotic inn, rubbing his head and sniffling. What perplexed Wang Ze was that he had crafted an elaborate narrative regarding his current predicament. Yet the shopkeeper, without so much as a query, promptly provided a room upon payment, devoid of any unnecessary chatter. This left Wang Ze feeling somewhat uneasy. Who could fathom the type of clientele that frequented such an establishment? The shopkeeper, displaying a commendable sense of humanity, allocated a room for both Wang Ze and Fei Dao, albeit with only a single bed. Upon entering the room and observing Fei Dao, who was curled up in a corner, Wang Ze couldn't help but reflect. Were it not for the presence of the divine goddess, capturing a rival as exquisite as a blooming flower and lacking any stringent moral codes to restrain him, he would have indulged in his desires without restraint. However, now he found himself compelled to uphold an even higher standard of integrity. He simply instructed the shopkeeper to procure 2 dishes from a nearby eatery, and the 2 of them commenced their meal within the confines of their quarters. Fortunately, they located the small town before nightfall. Otherwise, he might have had to utilize his sheepskin. Just before retiring for the night, Wang Ze requested the shopkeeper to purchase a set of clothes from a local store, which resulted in a rather exorbitant expenditure of 300 coins, yielding nothing more than a pair of off-brand jeans and a t-shirt. Nevertheless, with his newfound wealth, he remained unconcerned, for his father now possessed a collection of 14 precious artifacts. I am a wealthy man. Do I truly care about this? Wang Ze mused contentedly. Fei Dao, observing Wang Ze sprawled across the bed in a relaxed manner, retorted with disdain, "Do you not understand the value of cherishing beauty?" Wang Shen nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, I do. Then why don't you hasten to vacate the bed?" Wang Ze shrugged and remarked, "I can't sleep without a bed. If you fear that I might groggily crawl in a bed in the middle of the night, what difference does it make?" The flying knife hesitated, realizing the implications of being under the same roof. No bed means no bed. At the very least, could you provide me with a blanket? Wang Ze gathered the quilt, cradling it in his arms and squirming a couple of times, which served as his response. "You." "Oomph." The flying knife perched on the tattered sofa, arms crossed and cheeks puffed, resolved to engage in a silent standoff. Yet within 5 minutes, Wang Ze's snoring filled the air. "You." The flying knife felt nearly faint with indignation. She was accustomed to the company of 6 men and had never endured such treatment. A night passed in silence. However, at the stroke of midnight, The flying knife found herself repeatedly caressing the side of her right leg, yet she refrained from drawing forth the lethal dagger. A sense of foreboding lingered within her, as if any additional movement could lead to her demise. The goddess remained vigilant throughout the night, fixated on the little girl before her, poised to strike should any intent of violence arise, thus providing an explanation to Wang Ze. After all, having such a woman nearby was inherently perilous. As for the nature of that danger, only the goddess truly comprehended it. At dawn the following day, as Wang Ze opened his eyes, he was met with the complaints of the flying knife. Her cherry lips flowed like a faucet, incessantly dispensing various pearls of wisdom, all aimed at persuading Wang Ze to take her shopping for clothes. For the image-conscious blade, the revelation of a hole in his trousers was utterly intolerable. Likewise, Wang Ze could not abide the incessant chatter of a woman accompanying him. In a gesture of surrender, he strode into the largest shopping center in the quaint town, exuding an air of triumph. Largest, though, was a mere euphemism for a modest two-story establishment, devoid of any reputable brands. Wang Ze observed with mounting fatigue as Blade tirelessly engaged in the monotonous ritual of picking up and putting down items. It was no wonder his father adamantly refused to accompany his mother on shopping excursions. He found himself regretting not imposing certain stipulations prior to his capitulation, such as a time constraint. Almost 2 hours had elapsed, and the stunning Blade had yet to select a single garment that satisfied her. Just as she lifted a piece of clothing, preparing to enter the fitting room, Wang Ze felt a glimmer of relief. Suddenly, a man's furious shout erupted from a nearby store, followed by a cacophony of unintelligible yells. The manager and security promptly arrived, and Wang Ze discerned that a 60-something Mongolian elder was vociferously berating 2 individuals in their 30s, who appeared to be a couple. The elder continued to shout at the manager, while the man remained silent, his head bowed, and the woman was in tears. Moments later, it seemed the manager was about to call the police. At that juncture, the elder barked a few more commands at the couple, who nodded vigorously before hastily fleeing in opposite directions. The modest shopping mall originally possessed but 2 entrances, and with these 2 individuals blocking the way, no one could pass. However, their subsequent actions left Wang Ze momentarily stunned as they began to search every individual exiting the mall. Anxiousness gripped Wang Ze. The language barrier rendered him utterly bewildered, leaving him unaware of the unfolding events. He certainly did not wish to find himself embroiled in another terrifying incident. Observing his distress, the figure with the flying dagger chuckled softly. "You can't understand, can you?" Wang Ze, perplexed, replied. "You can understand?" "Of course," came the dismissive retort. "So, what are they doing? Why should I tell you?" Well, waiter, we've decided not to purchase this clothing." Cough, cough, in truth, it's nothing of great consequence. That couple is married, and the elderly gentleman is their father. The woman seems to have brought out a considerable sum of money, but she lost it just now. They do not wish to wait for the police and intend to search everyone. Enlightenment dawned upon Wang Ze, alleviating his concerns. This matter was no longer of his concern. Yet, he harbored doubts regarding the elderly man. The methods employed by modern thieves were exceedingly sophisticated, often executed by gangs. It was doubtful they would locate the money, and even if they did, the family would likely face dire consequences from the encroaching bandits. Wang Ze hesitated, contemplating whether he should intervene at this critical juncture. Just then, a group of nonconformist young individuals approached the exit, and the woman attempted to search them. The youths vehemently resisted, erupting into a cacophony of protest. Wang Ze raised an eyebrow. The elderly man approached, adorned in traditional attire, with a dalion draped over his shoulder, a long piece of fabric measuring over 1 meter in length and 30 centimeters in width, equipped with pockets at both ends, serving as a means to carry various items. The old gentleman bellowed a few times, insisting on searching them. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The group of young men drew gleaming knives from their waists, brandishing the sharp blades menacingly before the elder, clearly indicating their intent to resort to violence. Wang Ze could discern from the demeanor and movements of the young men that they were indeed the thieves he had suspected. Just as he prepared to intervene, another twist occurred. One particularly dark-skinned young man, without uttering a word, suddenly lunged forward, stabbing the elderly man in the shoulder, the blade embedding itself deeply, leaving only the hilt visible. One would expect the old man to cry out in pain, yet he remained unfazed, not even flinching. Instead, he swiftly reached out, grasping the young man's neck, lowering his body into a crouch, one knee on the ground while the other leg extended in an arc, reminiscent of a proposal kneel. This, however, was no display of courtesy. With a sudden surge of strength, the old man tightened his grip around the young man's neck. In a futile struggle against the pain, found himself flipped over entirely, his back landing upon the old man's bent leg. To everyone's astonishment, the elder demonstrated remarkable agility. With his left hand still gripping the young man, his right hand swiftly drew a gleaming knife from his waist. He plunged it deep into the young man's chest, the blade disappearing entirely, and with a forceful yank downward, he cleaved the young man's torso open. The contents of his abdomen spilled forth in a gruesome display, a stark contrast to the earlier tension. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering in a spectacular display. The young man's eyes remained wide open, yet it was certain that he had perished. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence amongst the youth's companions. One was so terrified that he lost control of his bladder. Wang Ze felt a chill run down his spine. He had previously witnessed herdsmen slaughtering sheep in a similar manner. At that time, he had perceived it as nothing more than a clean and swift execution. Chapter 60. On the road yet now. This little lamb has transformed into a living being, and the shock is far from trivial, though it remains as clean and swift as ever. In the face of such unforeseen events, women often exhibit the quickest reactions. They awaken from their horror and, with their voices, proclaim the alarming news to the world. A murder. Wang Ze felt a tremor in his voice, an unsettling sensation creeping at the base of his spine. It was difficult to find a woman with a different response, yet her reaction was excessively extreme. Fei Dao, caressing her charming chin, nodded repeatedly, remarking, "Indeed, masters are among the common folk. There's much to learn from such methods of murder." Meanwhile, the police arrived at the scene. After some negotiations, the officers prepared to escort the elderly gentleman away, as the matter also involved the issue of excessive self-defense. Additionally, there was a need for witnesses, necessitating a trip to the police station for a statement. In moments like these, all present scattered like birds and beasts, each claiming to have seen nothing. A police station, regardless of the circumstances, is a place no one willingly wishes to visit. At that moment, Wang Ze stepped forward, extending his hand. "I shall testify very well." Director Zhao, I haven't had the chance to thank you for the last incident." Is that not Xiao Ze? What brings you here?" Director Zhao hurriedly approached Wang Ze, voicing his inner confusion. If the police were to scrutinize suspicious individuals, Wang Ze is certainly qualified as one among them. From the moment he disembarked the plane, Director Zhao was convinced he was attending the antique fair held once every few years. However, just the day before, he received a call from him stating he needed assistance in relocating a family grave. Today, he found himself in this remote town, a place so desolate that even he had only come due to the recent strain on police resources, which required all personnel to be on the front lines. Wang Ze scratched his head and chuckled. "I, too, found myself here quite inadvertently. It must be a sign of our special connection, haha." Director Zhao laughed softly, nodding repeatedly. "Indeed, we are destined to meet. Despite the hundreds of kilometers that separate us, here we are. If this Ascent fate, what is it? Gulme, let me treat you to a hearty meal." And who might this be? At that moment, he noticed the stunning woman accompanying Wang Ze. Even someone as seasoned as Director Zhao was momentarily captivated by her beauty, though that feeling was fleeting, dissipating before he could muster any genuine interest. As if the two prominent spheres adorning her chest were merely ordinary volleyballs. Wang Ze vaguely replied, "My secretary, haha." Director Zhao did not press further, nor did he even pay attention to her name, casting a cursory glance before looking away. The trio soon settled on a modest little eatery, although simple. The rich aroma of lamb wafting from within was enticing, reminiscent of the saying that a fine wine fears no deep alley. It is no wonder that it is said leaders often first seek out local specialties and beautiful women upon arriving in a new place. After all, food and beauty are inherent desires, and none can escape this truth. Once Zhao finished ordering the dishes with remarkable efficiency, Wang Ze inquired, "Brother Zhao, am I not supposed to testify for that elderly gentleman? Ascent there any urgency?" Zhao chuckled lightly. "Testify? Haven't you already done so? Little Ze, you may not be aware, but the term autonomous region carries significant weight. Many laws differ from those in your area. Take this case, for instance. While it may appear severe on the surface, it essentially concerns trivial matters. That old man will likely only face a 6-month reform." Wang Ze suddenly comprehended. E.C. Yet, the local customs are indeed quite fierce. "Brother Zhao, you bear a heavy burden." Zhao erupted into hearty laughter. "I enjoy listening to your words, little Ze. Perhaps it's the charm of someone from a big city that makes your speech so delightful." After exchanging pleasantries, the dishes were served. Zhao poured a glass of wine for Wang Ze and filled his own cup. He raised his glass and declared, "Let us toast to our bond and to your joyful adventures in Inner Mongolia, little Ze." Wang Ze smiled obligingly, but as he lifted the cup to his lips, he hesitated. After a moment's contemplation, he tilted his head back and drank, yet only half a glass. Zhao was taken aback and, being quick-witted, promptly asked, "Have you encountered some distressing matter?" Wang Ze replied, "It's not that I'm unhappy. Rather, this journey may be coming to an end." Zhao questioned, "Why is that? Isn't the conference set to continue for several more days?" Wang Ze chuckled, "Don't mind me, Brother Zhao. I had initially planned to partake in the desert tour, but an unexpected major event has occurred, one of such gravity that it might escalate to the central authorities." Wang Ze spoke in a casual tone, yet his eyes flickered with a hint of suggestion. Zhao Ju's mind stirred, and he swiftly grasped the implications of Wang Ze's emphasis on the central. This was indeed a matter of great significance, albeit a favorable one. Chu Yu hesitated, aware that Wang Ze's manner of speaking was an invitation to join forces. Yet the two had only recently met, and he was unaware of Wang Ze's background or character. The prospect of being offered a share in something could very well conceal a trap. Noticing Zhao Ju's hesitation and concern, Wang Ze continued, "However, this important matter requires your assistance, Zhao Ju. Moreover, you have already contributed the most crucial effort. What remains are merely trifles." Zhao Ju was taken aback, and a sudden spark of realization illuminated his thoughts. "Young Ze, are you referring to the incident involving the relocation of a friend's ancestral grave? Did something go awry?" Wang Ze glanced around and leaned closer to Zhao Ju, whispering, "It's not that something went wrong. Rather, something has emerged." Zhao Ju's eyes gleamed with excitement. In this ancient land, steeped in history and often overlooked, it was indeed common to unearth treasures. Zhao Ju then quietly inquired, "Can it reach the central? What is it?" Wang Ze settled back into his chair, laughing heartily. "That cannot be divulged, but I can certainly share specifics, such as the fact that those items have already been transported and that I need to return to the capital post-haste." These two pieces of information were more than sufficient for Zhao Ju. The first point is to confirm that substantial items have indeed been unearthed. The second point not only substantiates the first, but also reveals that Wang Ze currently cannot pursue legitimate avenues. Why is he unable to proceed through proper channels? It could be due to a severe crime that has placed him under the control of lawful authorities. However, as one of the key figures within the agency, Director Zhao has heard not a whisper of such matters. The alternative scenario suggests that he may have attracted the attention of underworld factions. Zhao's expression shifted rapidly, and he inquired once more, "Can we truly reach the central?" Wang Ze nodded affirmatively. "At the very least, that is the case." With a decisive clench of his teeth, Zhao thumped his thigh and declared, "Excellent. Rest assured, Wang Ze, after we dine, I shall personally drive you back to the capital." It was only then that Wang Ze contentedly finished the remaining half-glass of wine. His actions were entirely precautionary. One could never know if those in white would ambush him at the airport or railway station. Moreover, the identities of these individuals were exceedingly dubious. They wielded heavy weaponry with impunity and could commit murder at will. The extent of the power they possessed was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, a portion of the treasures must be surrendered, and enlisting Zhao's assistance simply meant adding a name to the list with minimal consequence. However, for Zhao, this was tantamount to a direct line to influence, significantly aiding his future prospects for advancement. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, a lucrative deal that was too advantageous to pass up. Director Zhao indeed acted with remarkable decisiveness. The three of them had a hasty meal, scarcely savoring the flavors, before hastening back to the modest inn. It was of little consequence. Wang Ze simply wished to reclaim the sheepskin. After all, it was the very sheepskin that had been used to prepare the fish, and it held a modicum of sentimental value. However, upon grasping the sheepskin, his pupils dilated momentarily, and he quickly rolled it up, securing it carefully to his back. Xiao Ze, it would suffice to place it in the trunk, he suggested. Yet, he preferred the familiar comfort of wearing it. The chill of not having it against his back was unsettling. It was no wonder people often remarked that once one donned a vest, it was hard to remove. Chuckles ensued. Director Zhao's vehicle was an aged Beijing Jeep, appearing to be several decades old. Nevertheless, amidst the vast wilderness of the grasslands, few vehicles could rival its capability. Its sole drawback was its voracious appetite for fuel. Yet, Director Zhao had the luxury of reimbursement. In a flash, the trio embarked on their journey back to the bustling metropolis of Beijing. Fei Dao furrowed his brow, observing the fleeting scenery behind him, acutely aware that this trip might be fraught with peril. To his credit, Director Zhao had made ample preparations. The vehicle was stocked with tents, supplies, and drinking water, as the journey would require 2 to 3 days of swift travel. Perhaps out of boredom, Wang Ze engaged Fei Dao in conversation. Chapter 61. Safety? Initially, the flying knife was somewhat petulant. Yet perhaps she hoped that engaging in conversation would help dispel the fear within her, gradually becoming more talkative. Moreover, she exhibited no concern for Director Zhao, who was driving in front. I am a killer, or rather, a warrior. Modern society is not as peaceful as people imagine. Oh, you inquire where there is war? Ha! It is indeed all around the globe. Generally, these conflicts are small-scale skirmishes, involving a few individuals or a dozen at most. There are also larger confrontations, with hundreds trapped in a forest, resembling a meat grinder. War is simply war. The conditions for victory are distinctly outlined, yet the costs remain murky. Do you look down upon me for being a woman? However, it is true that women are ill-suited for warfare. No, it is not a matter of physical capability, but rather the trouble they may cause. I recall an incident. Was it 2 years ago, or 3? Never mind. Let us say 2 or 3 years ago. It was a large-scale battle, fought over a small box, the nature of which remained a mystery. Yes, just a small box. Both sides mobilized approximately 400 to 500 individuals. What sort of people? I cannot divulge that information. It is a primordial forest where we're positioned by the riverbank, and they on the opposite side. As a sniper, my duty is to oversee the boundary. My comrade, known as Chopsticks, shares this responsibility. Each night, while engaging in a game of poker, he finds himself at a disadvantage. Losing significantly to me, he is intelligent yet foolish. One day, a woman approached the river cautiously, her arm adorned with a white cloth, and a carbine slung across her back, unmistakably a medic. She risked her life to fetch water solely to tend to the wounds of the injured. I could have spared her, yet war is war. I required her. Pulling the trigger was effortless. The bullet would fly precisely as I envisioned. She was struck in the head, a minuscule hole puncturing her forehead, while the back of her skull shattered, a grotesque tableau resembling an ink wash painting. Her head would tilt to one side, perhaps even break her neck, and only then would her upper body succumb, followed by her legs. Yes, akin to mud. I mentioned I needed her. To be precise, I craved her lifeless form, required her corpse within my range. Men can be quite foolish, can't they? That day, I dispatched 7 or 8 adversaries, some wounded, others unscathed. They were frantic to reclaim the bodies. Thus, I assert that women are unsuited for the battlefield. As for me, I differ. My aim is remarkably precise. Oh, you inquire about my motives. No, it is not for monetary gain. I have been engaged in this from my earliest memories. Do you harbor disdain for orphans? Wang Ze fell into silence, gently extending his hand to grasp the back of the flying knife's hand. She struggled for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced to his hold. Director Zhao forcefully shifted gears and pressed the accelerator, the vehicle hurtling forward like a tempest. After several hours of silence, Wang Ze suddenly remarked, "This is your one opportunity, is it not?" The flying knife chuckled softly. Opportunity? That term feels rather foreign to me. I am more familiar with death in battle. I can protect you. Have you perhaps fallen for me? Heh, I suppose you have some discernment. I speak earnestly. The flying knife turned to gaze intently at Wang Ze, perceiving a glimmer of tenderness and sincerity in his pupils. She smiled but offered no response. Surprisingly, the goddess did not punish him. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his neck, tilting her head to gaze through the car roof at the azure sky. Beneath the clear expanse, a few birds flew by, and scattered clouds drifted aimlessly, morphing shape with the arrival of a breeze. Such is the world, akin to this sky and these clouds, eternally unchanging. Wang Ze inquired, "What did you say?" The goddess smiled and shook her head, nothing of import. After nearly 3 days of travel, the trio finally entered the territory of Sijio City. Director Zhao appeared to have aged a decade, dark circles under his eyes reminiscent of a drug addict in withdrawal. In contrast, both Wang Ze and the flying knife maintained a commendable state of vigor, though upon disembarking, their legs felt somewhat unsteady. As soon as the 3 individuals disembarked, they were encircled by a group of men clad in black, causing a considerable fright to Director Zhao. Wang Ze lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings. Puzzled as he remarked, "Indeed, this is the Shangwan residence. There were hardly any guards last time. Why is it so heavily fortified now?" Suddenly, a spark of realization struck him, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Who is in charge here? Please summon someone from the Shangwan family. I'm one of their own." From the crowd emerged a more elegantly dressed individual, who assessed the 3 weary travelers with a hint of uncertainty. "May I have your name?" he inquired. "Wang Ze," came the reply, imbued with an inexplicable aura that made the black-clad men shudder. After scrutinizing Wang Ze for a moment, the man said, "Please hold on." He then turned and hastened inside. In less than a few minutes, a throng of people surged forth from the Shangwan estate. At the forefront stood Wang Ze's father. He rushed towards Wang Ze, anxiously patting him all over and asking, "Are you injured? What on earth happened?" "We traveled through the night, and upon meeting Mr. Shangwan," he mentioned. Before he could finish, Shangwan Qing behind him burst into hearty laughter. "I say, Brother Wang, the young gentleman has endured a taxing journey. We ought to invite him inside before discussing anything further." Wang Ze's father smacked his forehead, chuckling, "Indeed, I was remiss." Seated in the living room, Wang Ze finally grasped the events that had transpired. To be precise, nothing of consequence had actually occurred, although Mr. Li had realized something. His journey was hurried, leaving him unable to pause even for a meal, let alone for sleep. However, until he entered the gates of the Shangwan residence, nothing extraordinary occurred. Following Mr. Wang's instructions, Mr. Li conveyed the matters to Shangwan Qing, who immediately summoned a multitude of bodyguards, surrounding the mansion with layers upon layers of security. Puzzled, Mr. Li inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" Shangwan Qing simply replied, "The young master said it is of great importance, thus it must indeed be of utmost significance." This revelation prompted Mr. Li to reassess Mr. Wang's standing in the eyes of these influential figures. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wang chuckled lightly, nodded at Shangwan Qing, and remarked, "You are quite considerate." Shangwan Qing's eyes brightened, and he quickly responded, "If the young master has arranged this, how could I dare to take it lightly?" "Mr. Wang then asked, "And what of that batch of treasures?" Shangwan Qing assured him, "Rest assured, young master, the treasures remain within the premises, untouched and unmoved." Meanwhile, Director Zhao, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, felt a jolt in his heart, realizing that it was indeed a treasure. As they conversed, Shangwan Lingyu stealthily approached and tapped Mr. Wang on the shoulder. Turning around, he noticed the girl pouting. Shangwan Lingyu asked, "Who is this woman?" Mr. Wang's eyelids twitched slightly. "She is, the This is rather difficult to explain, he stammered, although there was no special relationship between himself and Shangguan Lingyu. The fact that someone had kissed him made him inexplicably flustered. Suddenly, Director Zhao interjected. This young lady is Mr. Wang's secretary. Do you not recognize her? Wang Ze could not help but roll his eyes, silently cursing the individual for being so loquacious. After all, having navigated the treacherous waters of the bureaucratic world for so many years, how could he lack such discernment? Did he not notice his own awkwardness? Shangguan Lingyu's gaze turned sharp in an instant, her eyes piercing as she fixed a meaningful stare upon Fei Dao, her voice cold as ice. Secretary? Fei Dao smirked, a glint of mischief in his eyes, as he sauntered over to Wang Ze, seizing his arm and pulling it against his chest before he could even comprehend the situation. With a sultry tone, he remarked, "As for me, I'm now his." Wang Ze felt as though he might faint at any moment, bewildered as to why he had not yet succumbed to unconsciousness, for it seemed that was the only escape from this predicament. To be fair, Fei Dao's assertion was not entirely inaccurate. However, the context, tone, and circumstances rendered the implication worthy of deeper consideration. In an unexpected turn of events, Shangguan Lingyu, seemingly having lost her composure, seized the tender flesh at Wang Ze's waist and executed a daring maneuver that twisted him in a most precarious manner. She enunciated each word with a biting intensity. "Is that so?" Wang Ze's face twitched involuntarily, tears welling in his eyes as they swirled within their sockets. Chapter 62. Breath. He suddenly recalled that this young lady was none other than the legendary little sorceress of the 49 cities, who had cleverly concealed her true nature while in his presence. Now, however, she seemed to have shed her disguise. The others observed the unfolding events, yet their expressions elicited profound dissatisfaction from Wang Ze. Shangguan Qing, stroking his chin with an air of nonchalance, appeared to be lost in thought, his gaze betraying an unsettling intrigue. Wang's father wore a proud demeanor, surveying those around him with a haughty glance, as if to proclaim, "Look at my son, ha." The others adopted an attitude of feigned indifference, either averted their eyes or scrutinizing the floor's material, pondering whether ants might emerge from its depths. They also examined the chandelier overhead, uncertain whether it was crafted from crystal or glass, though the play of light suggested it was likely crystal. Wang Ze abruptly stood, casting a glance at the arrogant flying knife and the sinisterly petulant Shangguan Lingyu. With resolute enthusiasm, he exclaimed, "Let us go and explore the treasures." Without waiting for a response, he strode purposefully into the inner chamber.